Chapter 1. This apartment is in my name only, so I have security. After we get married, you have to hand over your monthly salary, and I'll give you $50 for cigarettes. Men become bad when they have money, and I'm doing this for your own good. Also, you have to do all the housework such as cooking and mopping the floor. I can't get tired from cooking fumes, otherwise I will age quickly. And most importantly, my brother is getting married next year, and you, as his brother-in-law, need to pay the down payment for his house and buy him a decent car, starting with a BMW. My brother is getting engaged tomorrow, and the betrothal gift is 388,000 yuan. You have to transfer the money to my card tonight at the latest, otherwise we'll say goodbye. Looking at the beautiful woman in a black dress who was talking incessantly in front of him, Lin Fan's eyes widened and huge waves surged in his heart. I hadn't been in a car accident, so how did I end up at the sales office of Findo Real Estate? Yes. It must be reborn. Otherwise there is no way to explain all this. In his previous life, he was a complete bootlicker. In order to marry his girlfriend Stephanie Chen, he sold his house in his hometown, borrowed money from relatives and friends, worked 4 jobs a day, and finally raised enough money for a dowry of 500,000 yuan and a down payment on a house. After marriage, Stephanie Chen did nothing but go shopping and play cards with her sisters all day long. She was the same as her mother-in-law and brother-in-law. When they had no money, they would ask for it. If he didn't give them money, they would call him a waste and say that it was unlucky for Stephanie Chen to marry him. He endured this miserable life for several years, and when his daughter was born, he thought everything was getting better. However, Stephanie Chen became worse and often did not come home all night. He investigated and found out that Stephanie Chen was having an affair, and this daughter was the child of her and the adulterer. After being cuckolded for so long and working so hard to raise someone else's child, he went completely crazy and went to find the adulterer with a knife to settle the score. However, he was severely beaten up by his subordinates and had to stay in the hospital for 2 or 3 months before being discharged. By that time, Stephanie Chen had already run away with the adulterer and her daughter. Thinking of this, Lin Fan felt as if a knife was stabbing his heart, and it hurt so much. Wang Feng, who was standing nearby, saw that Lin Fan had been silent for a long time and her face became increasingly ugly. She glared at Lin Fan and shouted, "Lin Fan, did you hear the conditions my precious daughter proposed? Don't think you can get away with it by pretending to be stupid. I'm telling you, it's impossible. Lin Fan, my sister is a beautiful lady, and marrying you is a blessing you have earned in several lifetimes. Hurry up and pay the money. Only my sister's name can be on the property certificate." Seeing his brother-in-law Chen Wei's arrogant look, Lin Fan came back to his senses. Just as he was about to speak, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. The host's 1-in-a-million liquor physique was found. The great liquor system was successfully bound. The novice gift package is being distributed. Then, a virtual interface appeared in my mind. Host, Lin Fan. Age, 23. Physical strength, 0.9. Licking dog gold, 8888888888888. Wealth, 0. Gift package, a bottle of King Kong pills and a limited edition sports car already in the parking lot. System Mall, open level 1 permission. Note, you can complete tasks to upgrade your permissions and purchase everything in the universe. Lin Fan was extremely excited. The system was indeed a must-have artifact for reborn time travelers. Next, he learned about the various functions of the Big Liquor of the Universe system from the system manager. In general, the dog money can only be used for consumption, and the goddesses who are judged by the system as 9 points or above can get cash back for consumption. If you spend 100 million, you can get 10 million back. Of course, this refund ratio will increase with the completion of tasks and various aspects of the situation. He was a bootlicker in his previous life, and in this life, with the biggest bootlicker in the universe, he is still a bootlicker, but he likes it. He wants to complete all the ideals that were not realized and the revenges that were not taken in his previous life, without leaving any regrets. Seeing that Lin Fan still didn't say anything, Chen Yanzi was so angry that her face turned blue. She rushed forward, stared at him and asked, "Lin Fan, are you mute? Are you going to get married or not?" Hearing this question, Lin Fan smiled. Reborn once, even without the big dog licking system, he would never marry Chen Yanzi, a scheming bitch. "Lin Fan, what are you laughing at? I won't marry you. The people waiting to marry me can line up from here to outside the door, and each one of them is better than you." Chen Yanzi shouted angrily. Lin Fan spread his hands towards Chen Yanzi and said with a playful look, "Okay. I won't pretend anymore. In fact, I am a rich second generation. I originally planned to live with you as an ordinary person, but you don't like it, so you can find someone better than me. What? Stephanie Chen couldn't help but scream, her eyes widened and almost popped out. She had already prepared herself for Lin Fan to come forward in fear and lick her in all kinds of ways. In the past, whenever she glared or spoke harshly, Lin Fan would be extremely scared, and it would definitely be the same this time. She never dreamed that Lin Fan would do such a thing. Was he crazy? Wang Feng and Chen Wei were stunned, looking at Lin Fan as if he was an idiot and laughing so hard that they fell forward and backward. Lin Fan, you are so stupid. If you want to brag, you should choose someone to brag about. You borrowed money from relatives and friends to get the dowry for my sister and the down payment for the house. And you still have the nerve to say that you are a rich second generation. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? When these words were spoken, many people watching couldn't help but laugh out loud. I just heard it for real. He wanted to buy a 3-bedroom house. He kept talking to the sales lady about the down payment and asked if there were any discounts. Now he says he is a rich second generation. He lied without blinking, huh? He's wearing cheap clothes that probably cost less than 200 yuan. And he has the nerve to call himself a rich second generation. It's really an insult to these 3 words. Bah! I've seen people who can blow, but I've never seen anyone who can blow as well as this idiot. Hearing this, Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. He turned around with a smile on his face and walked towards the tall and beautiful woman in professional attire not far away. Ah! What is this guy trying to do? Is he trying to flirt with the most beautiful salesgirl here? Her standards are very high. There was a rich second generation who pursued her for a long time but failed to catch up with her. As a result, everyone looked at Lin Fan with even more disdain, thinking that he was a lunatic who escaped from a mental hospital, and they were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Lin Fan stopped and looked at the beauty in front of him. She had an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, a pair of bright eyes, and a well-proportioned body. She exuded a mature and sexy fatal attraction. She was worthy of being a beauty rated 9 points by the system. At this moment, her information came to my mind. Name, Gu Qingcheng. Age, 22 years old. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 9 points. Purity, 100. Intimacy, 30. Friendly reminder from this system: when the intimacy reaches 100%, it reaches the dog-licking value, and the host can change the target by himself, or reverse the identity. Chapter 2. Ouch. Still a virgin. Etc. Lin Fan realized a new problem. Identity reversal means that the beautiful woman licks him instead? He complained in his heart and became more interested. He looked at Gu Qingcheng and asked with a smile, "Can you be my girlfriend? I will buy you a villa." Gu Qingcheng was stunned for nearly a minute, then said jokingly, "Sure. As long as you keep your word." Seeing this scene, people around laughed so hard that they couldn't breathe. I had to sell everything I had to get the down payment for a 3-bedroom house, and now I have to buy a villa for others. This is really funny. Stephanie Chan said, gritting her teeth. Sister, seeing how confident Lin Fan is, do you think he is really a rich second generation? Chen Wei asked sarcastically. Absolutely not. Wang Feng laughed as if no one was around. If poor bastard Lin Fan could afford a villa, I'd do a live show of eating shit, huh? Lin Fan glanced around. He didn't care what Gu Qingcheng was thinking now. He just regarded her as a tool that could make him money. Give me the best villa you have here. Gu Qingcheng stared at Lin Fan blankly. She thought Lin Fan would find an excuse to back out, but she didn't expect him to do this. Humph. You want to play, right? Well, I'll help you. Okay, sir. The most expensive villa here is located in the center of Tianhu district. It has 3 floors and a large garden with a swimming pool. It's worth 53.8 million. Oh. Just over 50 million. Lin Fan was really disappointed. He thought the most expensive one would be 100 or 200 million. Seeing him like this, Gu Qingcheng became even angrier. He was so arrogant. Do you know how much money more than 50 million is? Ordinary people can't earn that much even if they work hard for several lifetimes. Sir, are you swiping a card or transferring money? Transfer. Okay, this way please. Lin Fan followed Gu Qingqing to the cashier counter, took out his mobile phone, scanned it, and started transferring money. Humph. You're pretending quite well. What if you can't pay? Gu Qingqing on the side complained in her heart. The people around also laughed. They thought that no one could be so pretentious as this. Ding! 53.8 million has arrived at China Merchants Bank. Hearing this loud voice, Gu Qingqing was stunned. Oh my god, it turned out that Lin Fan was not pretending, but was really a rich man. He gave her a top-notch villa without blinking an eye when they met for the first time. The people around were so shocked that their glasses were broken all over the floor. Thinking about what they had just done, they felt that their faces were swollen and they wished they could find a hole in the ground to hide in. Wang Feng swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, "My daughter, it turns out that Lin Fan is really a rich second generation. What should we do now? Sister, you must not let such a good brother-in-law be seduced away by a vixen, otherwise our family's wealth will be gone." Chen Wei was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He shook Chen Yanzi's hand and said urgently. Stephanie Chen bit her lips hard and ran forward. Taking a look at the virtual panel in my mind, the wealth column has become 5.38 million. This money is all at your disposal, and you can become rich overnight. Lin Fan was very happy in his heart, but he couldn't show anything from the outside. This was just the beginning. If he behaved as a good suck-up in the future, he would be rich all the way. Sir, thank you for giving me a villa. It's time for dinner now, and I would like to treat you to a meal. Would you do me the honor? Ha ha. Chen Yanzi looked at Lin Fan with shining eyes and said in a delicate voice. Now she just wanted to hold this thigh tightly. Lin Fan now also wanted to use Gu Qingqing as a tool to make money, and was about to speak. But at this moment, Chen Yanzi rushed over and pushed Gu Qingqing away. Bitch, don't seduce my husband. Spit out the villa my husband gave you immediately, otherwise I will make you pay. Then, she seemed like a different person. She looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, Hubby, I was just joking with you just now. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Please don't be angry, okay? I love you very much. Let's live a good life in the future and we will definitely be happy. Gu Qingqing looked at him with an extremely ugly expression. It was the first time in her life that she was called a bitch in public. The moment she was pushed away, she wanted to fight back immediately, but then she changed her mind and realized that she still couldn't figure out Lin Fan's attitude towards Chen Yanzi. It would be better to wait and see to be on the safe side. Honey, I know I have a lot of bad habits, but I can change them all. From now on, I will take care of all the housework, give you a foot bath and massage every night, and be a good wife and mother. At this time, Wang Feng and Chen Wei also ran over, vying with each other to please. My dear son-in-law, I knew you were amazing the first time I saw you. As expected, after you marry Yanzi, hurry up and have a baby. You don't have to worry about it. I will take care of the baby. You two can just live your sweet life together. Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. My admiration for you is like the endless waves of the river. From now on, I will follow you. If you tell me to go east, I will never dare to go west. Chen Wei had a servile look on his face. Now he had begun to fantasize about a wonderful life in the future, driving a sports car and surrounded by beautiful women. Watching the hard work of Stephanie Chen and her family of 3, Lin Fan's face was gloomy and he felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. If he had no money, they would have wanted to trample him into the ground and spit on him a few times. There was nothing wrong with talking about feelings with rich people and talking about money with poor people. Chen Yanzi glanced at Gu Qingqing, who was watching her closely, and compared herself secretly. She realized that she was not as good as the other one in terms of figure or face. In addition, Lin Fan had not expressed his opinion, so she was really anxious. She took a deep breath and reached out to grab Lin Fan's arm. Hubby, let's go home, okay? If you have any anger or resentment, just come to me. I will definitely serve you well. Lin Fan threw him away and snorted, Don't touch me. Wasn't I clear enough just now? We are done. Seeing this, Gu Qingqing felt relieved. To be honest, she was really worried that Lin Fan would be soft-hearted and forgive Chen Yanzi. After all, both parties had reached the stage of discussing marriage. Now, everything was settled. She smiled and walked forward to take Lin Fan's arm affectionately. Miss, stop pestering my boyfriend, we are going to eat. Chen Yanzi was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She glared at Gu Qingqing and gritted her teeth and said, Bitch, Lin Fan is my husband, not your boyfriend. Wang Feng and Chen Wei, mother and son, stood on Stephanie Chen's side and started cursing. Seeing them like this, Lin Fan felt very happy and smiled at Gu Qingcheng. Honey, ignore them, let's go and have dinner. Well, there's no point getting angry with such an uncultured person, huh? Gu Qingcheng said as she walked forward holding Lin Fan's hand. Chapter 3. Looking at their backs, Stephanie Chen kept shouting Lin Fan's name asking him to come back, but she didn't get any response from beginning to end. Sister, you must get your brother-in-law back. Don't let that little bitch get away with it. Chen Wei said angrily. Stephanie Chen screamed and slapped Chen Wei hard. Chen Wei covered his painful cheek and asked in a trembling voice, Sister, why did you hit me? If I were going to hit you, would I hit that little bitch? You still have the nerve to say that. If you weren't so shameless and had to ask Lin Fan for money to buy a house and a car for your wedding, would he be angry with me and so disappointed in me? Wang Feng looked unhappy and muttered quietly, Yanzi, you can't blame your brother for this. It's only natural for a brother-in-law to give some money to his brother-in-law. That's right. Chen Wei felt that what his mother said made sense. Isn't it normal for a brother-in-law to eat his brother-in-law? Hearing this, Chen Yanzi was furious. She glared at Wang Feng and shouted, At the beginning, we agreed on a dowry of 300,000 yuan, but later you found an excuse to add 200,000 yuan. Are you marrying off your daughter or selling her? Yanzi, I don't like what you said. I raised you with great difficulty, so what's wrong with asking for a dowry of 500,000 yuan? Besides, you didn't object at the time. Seeing the family of three quarreling, a fat man walked up, looked at Chen Yanzi and asked with a smile, Miss, I'm curious, what is it like for you to push a super rich man into the arms of another woman with your own hands? Chen Yanzi was stunned. Thinking of losing Lin Fan, the wealthy man who always obeyed her in everything, her heart suddenly ached so much that she fainted with a scream. Lin Fan naturally didn't know what happened after he left. Now he put his arm around Gu Qingcheng's waist and came to the parking lot. Looking at the extremely cool limited edition supercar in front of her, Gu Qingcheng couldn't help but exclaim. Her dream was to marry into a wealthy family, so she knew a lot about cars. The car in front of her was worth more than 100 million yuan, and it was the kind that couldn't be bought even if you had money. You had to have a high enough status to own one. So, Lin Fan's status was much more terrifying than she had imagined. It's just a car, why make such a fuss? Lin Fan said calmly. Gu Qingcheng came back to her senses and quickly kissed Lin Fan on the face. My dear, I'm sorry, I made you laugh at my low standards. Lin Fan smiled slightly and glanced at the information panel. Gu Qingcheng's intimacy with him had changed from negative to 70. This was the benefit of the killer weapon for picking up girls. Honey, let's get in the car. Gu Qingcheng got into the car, leaned forward, and considerately fastened Lin Fan's seatbelt. Lin Fan immediately saw the snow-white cleavage on Gu Qingcheng's chest. It was so big and must feel very good to the touch. Gu Qingcheng was keenly aware of Lin Fan's burning gaze. She did not show any disgust, but deliberately straightened her white breasts, shaking them left and right. She leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and blew hot air and asked, Dear, let's go to the villa. I'll show you my cooking skills and let you have a good taste of my cooking skills. How about that? It's not impossible to go home and eat, but I don't know whether I should eat at that time or. Lin Fan looked at Gu Qingcheng with a smirk. Facing Lin Fan's eyes, Gu Qingcheng was not angry. Instead, she slowly placed her fingers on Lin Fan's neck and slid down little by little. No matter what you want to eat, I'm happy to do it. Gu Qingcheng was so understanding, so Lin Fan was naturally not an ignorant person. He held Gu Qingcheng's hand and drove to the villa. Facts have proved that Gu Qingcheng is very good at serving people. As soon as Lin Fan entered the villa, before he made any move, Gu Qingcheng couldn't wait to stick to Lin Fan. She rubbed Lin Fan with her soft body and said in a delicate voice, Honey, let's go see how the bedroom is decorated, okay? The meaning of these words was so obvious that Lin Fan suddenly smiled, put his arm around Gu Qingcheng's waist and walked towards the bedroom. As he walked, he thought, this dog-licking system is simply too good. The next day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Stephanie Chen, who had put on full makeup, got out of the taxi with Chen Wei. The two looked around, with a hint of uneasiness and impatience on their faces. After watching for an unknown amount of time, Chen Wei became completely impatient. Sister, why don't you give Lin Fan a call? He likes you so much, he must have been angry yesterday. If you coax him, maybe he will change his mind. Humph, do you think I don't know how to coax you? As soon as he left with that little bitch yesterday, I sent him a WeChat message, but he blocked me. Thinking that she was standing in front of the villa that Lin Fan gave to Gu Qingcheng yesterday, Chen Yanzi's eyes turned green. How dare you say that? If you hadn't pushed Lin Fan too hard, my name would be written on the villa now. Shen Wei couldn't help but curl his lips when listening to what Yanzi Chen said, but he didn't dare to say a word. He just looked around and waited for Lin Fan. After waiting for about half an hour, the two finally saw Lin Fan and his luxury car coming out of the garage, ready to take Gu Qingcheng to work. Looking at the luxury car that was low-key yet luxurious, even though Stephanie Chen didn't know much about cars, she knew that this car was definitely not cheap. She swallowed, made up her mind, and simply pulled Chen Wei in front of the car. Stephanie Chen and the others came out suddenly. If Lin Fan hadn't reacted quickly and stepped on the brakes in time, Stephanie Chen and her brother would probably be in the hospital right now. Lin Fan looked at the two people blocking his car and suddenly felt that his good mood for the day was gone. He lowered the window and asked impatiently, "Why are you here?" Lin Fan. When Stephanie Chen saw Lin Fan, she subconsciously called him in that domineering tone as before. However, she quickly came to her senses and smiled flatteringly at Lin Fan. "Hubby, isn't Xiao Wei getting engaged today? As his brother-in-law, you also have to attend the engagement party." Husband? Brother-in-law? Lin Fan repeated with a sneer, saying nothing but looking at Stephanie Chen sarcastically. This look made Stephanie Chen blush. She bit her lip, not sure whether she should continue to talk about the bride price. After all, Chen Wei was going to rely on her bride price to get engaged. Before Stephanie Chen could think clearly, Gu Qingcheng's voice reached her ears. Gu Qingcheng looked at Chen Yanzi with contempt and said elegantly, "Madam, I have to correct you, this is my boyfriend, you'd better not call him husband casually. And, my boyfriend doesn't have time to attend the engagement party of his ex-girlfriend's younger brother." She paused, and seeing that Stephanie Chen was staring at her angrily, she smiled again. "Also, ma'am, stop pestering my boyfriend like a dog, okay?" In front of the villa, Stephanie Chen's face flushed red. Although Gu Qingcheng's words were unpleasant, Stephanie Chen didn't know how to refute her. After all, Gu Qingcheng was telling the truth. Chen Yanzi's beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Lin Fan pitifully, trying to arouse Lin Fan's love for her. Chapter 4. However, what disappointed Chen Yanzi was that Lin Fan didn't even look at her. He just looked at Gu Qingcheng and smiled dotingly. "Baby, you're going to be late for work. We have to hurry. It's almost 9 o'clock. We can't waste any more time. Honey, let's go." Gu Qingcheng held Lin Fan's arm tenderly and acted coquettishly, and the look on her face made Chen Wei stare at her in amazement. Seeing Gu Qingcheng seducing her man in such a vixen-like manner, Chen Yanzi felt a surge of rage in her heart. She put away her pitiful look and wanted to rush up to argue with Lin Fan. But before she could move, she smelled the exhaust gas of Lin Fan's luxury car. In the blink of an eye, she could only see the shadow of the luxury car. "Sister, stop looking. There's no sign of the car." Seeing that Stephanie Chen was like a woman waiting for her husband, she remained in the same position blankly. Chen Wei couldn't help but mutter sarcastically, "Besides, you regret it now? What did you do before? How dare you say that? If it weren't for the gift I was preparing for you, would Lin Fan and I have come this far?" Chen Yanzi glared at Chen Wei angrily, and after a long while she said, "Take a taxi, we'll follow them, and you have to get my betrothal money today no matter what." "Okay, sister, I'll listen to you." As soon as he heard about his betrothal gift, Chen Wei stopped talking back and even became more proactive. Two cars were parked one after the other in the parking lot of the sales office. Inside the luxury car, Gu Qingcheng hugged Lin Fan's neck, offered him a sweet kiss, and stayed close to Lin Fan for a long time. After they agreed that Gu Qingcheng would cook for them in the evening, she went to work satisfied. Lin Fan looked at Gu Qingcheng's back and felt the long-lost sweetness. Before he could savor the feeling, Chen Yanzi appeared like a lingering ghost and forcefully squeezed into the passenger seat. Lin Fan was stunned by the appearance of Stephanie Chen. He frowned and looked her up and down. His voice was as cold as ice. "Go away. Brother Lin Fan." Stephanie Chen blinked her eyes and looked at Lin Fan pitifully. In the past, when she wanted Lin Fan to buy things for her and spend money, she would call Lin Fan brother in this coquettish way. It is precisely because this trick works every time that Chen Yanzi feels that she will be able to win Lin Fan's heart back this time. Unfortunately, Stephanie Chen is destined to be disappointed. Not only did Lin Fan not buy it, he frowned and said impatiently, "Who told you to come up? Get out." Such merciless words almost broke Stephanie Chen's heart, but fortunately she still remembered her purpose today to please Lin Fan and let Lin Fan take out a betrothal gift of 500,000 yuan so that Chen Wei could get engaged successfully. Thinking of this, Stephanie Chen bit her lip and started crying. She choked up and said, "Lin Fan, are you still angry about what happened yesterday? My mom just wanted to test you to see if you are sincere to me." "Oh, then congratulations to your mother, the test has been found." Lin Fan smiled coldly in his heart, replied indifferently, lowered his head and played with his phone nonchalantly. It's not that he is addicted to his cell phone, but because Stephanie Chen is now staying in his car and he has no interest in being her driver. Chen Yanzi was blocked by Lin Fan's words. She felt depressed, but she could only force a smile on her face and boldly pulled Lin Fan's sleeve. "Lin Fan, don't be like this. I know you are sincere to me. I have already explained it to my mother. She won't do that again. Can we still get married normally? A normal marriage?" Lin Fan raised his head and stared at Chen Yanzi closely. "Then I won't give you 500,000 yuan as a betrothal gift?" "No." Without even thinking, Chen Yanzi immediately rejected Lin Fan's words. As soon as she said this, she reacted and forced a smile at Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, what you promised me before, is it not counted anymore?" Lin Fan. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't say anything, Chen Yanzi started to cry again. "Lin Fan, you can't do this. We clearly agreed on a betrothal gift of 500,000 yuan. Now you won't give it to me. Where is my brother going to get the 388,000 yuan betrothal gift from?" Such shameless words almost made Lin Fan laugh. He was about to mock Chen Yanzi, but suddenly he remembered the rules that the system had mentioned before. Lin Fan raised his lip as he thought, "You can ask me to pay for it, but I have to give the money to your sister-in-law in person, so that you don't forget who paid for it." "Okay." It was already a pleasant surprise to get Lin Fan to agree to pay. Chen Yanzi didn't dare to ask for too much. She was afraid that Lin Fan would regret it at the last minute. "Then let's go now? My brother and the others are waiting for you at the scene." At the engagement party, while everyone was toasting each other, Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets, with Stephanie Chen beside him and a man carrying a suitcase behind him. Chen Wei and the others were originally worried about the bride price, but after seeing Lin Fan, they were like seeing a savior, and they all ran up to compliment Lin Fan, except Chen Wei. Chen Wei didn't even look at Lin Fan, but followed behind Chen Yanzi eagerly. "Sister. What are you calling me? Why don't you go and thank your brother-in-law?" Stephanie Chen gave Chen Wei a wink, then immediately took Lin Fan's arm again, stuck close to Lin Fan, and started to flatter him. Listening to Stephanie Chen's flattery, Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. He just nodded to the man he had found to move the boxes behind him and said, "Give it to that woman." "Okay." The man responded and walked straight to Chen Wei's fiancée, who was dressed in a formal dress, and placed the cash box in front of her. Then, according to Lin Fan's instructions, he opened the cash box, revealing the red inside. 388,000. Is that enough? Lin Fan walked over at some point. He pointed at the cash box on the table and looked at the beautiful woman. This move stunned everyone around. All sounds disappeared for a moment. Everyone seemed to have forgotten that they were chatting. They all stared blankly at the cash box that was full of impact, feeling a little overwhelmed. After an unknown amount of time, someone finally responded, "Isn't it Chen Wei who was getting engaged to Xiu Xue today? Who is this? Is he here to steal the bride?" That's right. The engagement process is almost over, and the Chen family hasn't even given out the betrothal gift. I guess this person is here to steal the bride. Isn't this counterfeit money? 380,000. Xiu Xue's gift is quite high. The discussions around him made Chen Wei's face turn red. He clenched his fists, stiffened his neck and wanted to confront the person who was talking, but before he could even open his mouth, Chen Yanzi grabbed his arm. At his own engagement party, the focus became Lin Fan, and his own sister stopped him from speaking. Chen Wei swore that this was the first time in his 20 years of life that he felt so aggrieved. Chapter 5. Without waiting for Chen Wei to complain, Chen Yanzi coughed twice, cleared her throat, and took Lin Fan's arm to assert her sovereignty. "Xiao Wei, why don't you come over and thank your brother-in-law? Look how good your brother-in-law is to you." Knowing that you were getting engaged, he immediately went to the bank to withdraw 388,000 yuan in cash for you. As soon as Stephanie Chen said this, the people around her suddenly understood. For a moment, the previous bride stealing remarks became compliments. Even the two elders of the Chen family were surrounded by people, praising them for finding a good son-in-law. Amidst all the praise, the two elders of the Chen family and Chen Wei were a little overwhelmed by the praise. Even Stephanie Chen was smiling smugly. If you didn't know, you would think that this family was the only protagonists today. While the Chen family was greeting the guests, Lin Fan was staring at the woman standing in front of the cash box. To be honest, before today, Lin Fan had never seen Chen Wei's girlfriend. To be precise, he had rarely seen Chen Wei before. She would only appear in front of him or in the WeChat chat box when Chen Wei asked for money. There's no way, who made him always looked down upon by the Chen family? Lin Fan smiled self-deprecatingly and continued to look at the woman in front of him. The woman in front of him was indeed beautiful. It was only when he saw this woman with his own eyes that he understood why Chen Wei was so determined to marry this woman. It was because she was too beautiful, a kind of non-aggressive beauty. The woman's face was only the size of a palm, and her eyes looked pitiful even without tears. Her nose was tall and delicate, and her lips were painted with some kind of lipstick, which looked like jelly, making people want to take a bite. Lin Fan thought that only by spending money on her would he not feel like he was losing out. If this money went to Stephanie Chen, he would probably be so angry that he would die. Lin Fan was deep in thought when he heard someone coming over and cursing, "Mr. Chen, are you going to give the betrothal gift or not? If you don't hinder my Xiaoshue's good life. I tell you, there are so many people who want to marry my Xiaoshue, and we don't need you." The woman cursed while rushing over to pull Chen Wei's fiancé, Xiaoshue. As soon as the woman came over, she saw the money on the table. She was stunned, and her expression became better. "Humph, you are smart. Mom, he gave this to me." The woman named Xiaoshue pointed at Lin Fan and said something, then took out her phone and took the initiative to add Lin Fan on WeChat. "Since you are Chen Wei's brother-in-law, you are also a family." This was a good reason. Lin Fan ignored the first half of Xiaoshue's words, took out his phone and added Xiaoshue's WeChat. Naturally, he also saw her full name Zhu Ruoxue, not a bad name. "Thank you, I think so too." While Zhu Ruoxue was speaking, the system, which had been silent all this time, suddenly came back to life. Name, Zhu Ruoxue. Age, 24 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 42 kilograms. Appearance, 9.5 points. Purity, 100. Intimacy, 0. Friendly reminder from this system: when the intimacy reaches 100%, it reaches the dog-licking value, and the host can change the target by himself, or reverse the identity. Looking at the information in his mind, Lin Fan was stunned, then slowly smiled. It seemed he had to be Chow Chow for once. Oh, this young man is very handsome. He is so young, but he can come up with 388,000 yuan. He seems to have great potential. That's right. Unlike some people, my brother-in-law has to pay for the betrothal gift. When Zhu's mother said this, she was almost pointing at Chen Wei's nose and scolding him. Chen Wei was already unhappy because Lin Fan had just had a great conversation with Zhu Ruoxue, and now he was ridiculed by Zhu's mother. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, it was so ugly. He wanted to confront Zhu's mother, but he also knew that if he really dared to confront Zhu's mother, his wife would be gone in the next second, not tomorrow. While Chen Wei was feeling depressed, Stephanie Chen was still staring at the cash box on the table. She felt her heart bleed. That was 388,000 yuan. More than half of her betrothal gift was gone just like that. Compared to the mixed feelings of the Chen siblings, Lin Fan didn't have so many thoughts. He just looked at Zhu Ruoxue, who was staring at him thoughtfully, and smiled. "Miss Xu, can I invite you to dinner? A family gathering? No, it's the two of us, having dinner alone. Of course, you can also understand it as a date." It was the first time that Zhu Ruoxue saw someone stealing her brother-in-law's girlfriend in front of her wife and brother-in-law. She covered her mouth and laughed, nodding as she laughed. "Of course, I'm happy to do that. Let's go, I'm driving." Lin Fan waved the car keys in his hand at Zhu Ruoxue and was about to leave with Zhu Ruoxue. The sudden action of the two made the people around them unable to react. Chen Wei, who reacted the fastest, pointed at Lin Fan's nose and cursed. "Lin Fan, do you have any shame? This is your sister-in-law. I am still your husband, and you dare to do this. Do you want to die? Why can't I do this?" Lin Fan looked at Chen Wei in confusion. He pointed at the cash box on the table and said, "I've already paid for the betrothal gift, so it's not too much for me to take Xiaoshue out for dinner, right? If you're so unconvinced, then you should also take 388,000. After Lin Fan finished speaking, without waiting for Chen Wei to react, he took Zhu Ruoxue out. Chen Wei looked at Zhu Ruoxue expectantly, wanting her to reject Lin Fan. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Not only did Zhu Ruoxue not reject him, she also took the initiative to hold Lin Fan's arm. The two protagonists who caused this farce have already left, and the remaining members of the Chen and Zhu families present have just reacted. The good engagement ceremony was ruined by Lin Fan. The two elders of the Chen family were so angry that they covered their chests and yelled at Stephanie Chen. "Stephanie Chen, what's wrong with you? Didn't you explain it clearly to Lin Fan? Who asked him to pay the betrothal gift? Who asked him to ask Zhu Ruoxue out for dinner? And that Zhu Ruoxue, she's so fickle, she's just a nymphomaniac." "Hey, I don't like to hear that, in-laws, oh no, ex-in-laws, if you ask me, we didn't want Xiuxue to be with your Chinwei in the first place. Look, after working for so many years, he can't even take out 388,000 yuan. Mother Zhu said, and snorted at Chen Wei with disdain, now there is someone who can be brought out, and he is also very handsome. It is right for our Xiuxue to go out to eat with that Lin Fan. Only a fool would not go. You. Have you forgotten that Zhu Ruoxue has been promised to our family? How can you be like this? The top beam is not straight and the bottom beam is crooked. What's wrong with that? You can't even come up with 388,000 yuan, and I still promise it to your family? I promised it to your family in the dream, right? But we have to thank you. If it weren't for you, our Xiuxue wouldn't have been able to meet such an outstanding child like Xiaolin." Chapter 6. Honestly speaking, when Lin Fan was pulling Zhu Ruoxue away, he felt secretly happy. Whenever he thought about how he had snatched away his fiancée in front of so many people at the engagement party, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Host consumption bonus has been issued, please check it yourself. The voice of the system interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. He pulled his mind away and checked his bonus. He couldn't help but feel happy and even happier. If it weren't for the wrong time and place, Lin Fan would have played a song "Today is a good day to celebrate." Isn't it a good day? Not to mention the fact that he successfully made Chinwei's family famous in front of so many people today, just the bonus came at the right time. Thinking of this, Lin Fan waved his hand and said to Zhu Ruoxue, who was following him without saying a word and wondering what she was thinking, "Ruoxue, are you hungry now?" Zhu Ruoxue had never met Lin Fan before today, and she did not expect Lin Fan to be so familiar and call her so intimately when they just met. But, thinking that her 500,000 yuan betrothal money was given by this familiar man in front of her, the vague feeling of rejection in Zhu Ruoxue's heart disappeared a lot. Zhu Ruoxue curled her lips, her smile was pure and charming, she half-jokingly said, "If I say I'm not hungry, are you not going to treat me to a meal?" "For now, right." Lin Fan pretended to think about it, and after seeing the disappointment in Zhu Ruoxue's eyes, he laughed in his heart. It turns out that all women are the same. Without waiting for Zhu Ruoxue to speak, Lin Fan changed the subject, "It's not time to eat yet. I think even if I treat you to a meal now, you probably won't be able to eat. Why don't we go out for a walk first? Are you asking me out on a date? You can understand it that way." Although Lin Fan's words and actions seemed a bit like a playboy to Zhu Ruoxue, she had to admit that women really like this. She covered her mouth and giggled, then. "I wonder where Mr. Lin is going to take me. You'll know when you get there." 10 minutes later, Zhu Ruoxue followed Lin Fan into the luxury goods store in surprise. "Is this the street you want to take me to? You don't like it?" "It's not that I don't like it, it's just... it was too surprising." "Choose what you like. I'll pay for your consumption today. Then I will make you bankrupt." After all, they were just acquaintances, so Zhu Ruoxue was just joking. She picked out the cheapest bag and waved it at Lin Fan. "I've chosen it." "That's it?" Without waiting for Zhu Ruoxue to say anything, Lin Fan took the initiative to ask the salesgirl who had been following them to bring out another bag for Zhu Ruoxue to choose from. After Zhu Ruoxue refused in vain, she simply picked 2 bags according to her own preferences. Of course, Lin Fan paid for them. A bag must be matched with clothes, shoes, and of course a means of transportation. "I noticed that you didn't mention driving when you came out. I guess you didn't buy a car?" In the forest store, Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhu Ruoxue, who was shocked. "So, I want to give you a car, do you mind?" Lin Fan, we just met. You've spent enough money today. I've always been generous to beautiful women." Compared to Zhu Ruoxue, who was at a loss, Lin Fan was carrying the cart confidently. Zhu Ruoxue was immediately terrified when she saw that all the cars Lin Fan was looking at were priced at $1 million. She quickly grabbed Lin Fan and said, "Lin Fan, you don't have to buy such an expensive car. I think this one is good." Under Zhu Ruoxue's insistence, Lin Fan had to give up the $1 million luxury car with regret and chose a car worth about 200,000 yuan for Zhu Ruoxue. After buying the car, it was almost time for dinner. At Zhu Ruoxue's invitation, Lin Fan simply found a designated driver to send his car back, and he sat in Zhu Ruoxue's passenger seat. Here, Lin Fan and his friend were having their meal together as if they were in their own world. The atmosphere was very sweet. On the other hand, Zhu Ruoxue's real boyfriend Chen Wei was getting angrier and really didn't want to continue to get entangled with the two elders of the Zhu family. He simply ran to the gate of Lin Fan's villa, ready to block Lin Fan there. According to Chen Wei's guess, Lin Fan will definitely return to the villa after taking Zhu Ruoxue to dinner. At that time, he will question Lin Fan harshly. Unfortunately, guesses cannot keep up with actual changes. Chen Wei waited in front of the villa gate, but never saw Lin Fan and Zhu Ruoxue. Finally, when it was completely dark, Chen Wei's patience ran out, and he decided to go to Zhu's house to block them. Chen Wei just didn't believe it. If Lin Fan didn't dare to go back to the villa, would Zhu Ruoxue not dare to go back to the Zhu family? It's no wonder that Chen Wei arrived at the Zhu family at just the right time. As soon as he arrived, he saw Lin Fan getting out of Zhu Ruoxue's passenger seat. The two were talking and laughing, and their attitude was very intimate. Seeing that his wife was about to become someone else's, Chen Wei was in no mood to worry about where Zhu Ruoxue's new car came from. With red eyes, he rushed towards Lin Fan, cursing, "FK, Lin Fan, you son of a bitch, you dare to steal my girlfriend, you really don't want to live, right? Ah! Lin Fan, get out of the way." Hearing Zhu Ruoxue's exclamation, Lin Fan just smiled faintly. Over the past few decades in his previous life, he knew his former brother-in-law very well. Chen Wei is a boxer. Before today, Lin Fan couldn't even withstand a punch from Chen Wei. Unfortunately, Chen Wei is now facing the cheating Lin Fan. On the way back to Zhu Ruoxue's home, Lin Fan secretly looked at the system store and bought everything he liked. Especially in terms of enhancing martial arts, Lin Fan spent a lot of money. He bought things like Dali pills, elementary Tai Chi, Taekwondo, and elementary Wing Chun. Lin Fan even had the time to look at his personal information. Host, Lin Fan. Age, 23 years old. Physical strength, 5.9. Skills, Tai Chi elementary upgradable, Taekwondo non-upgradable, Wing Chun upgradable. Lickdog Gold, 88888888888888. Wealth, 5,400,000. If the previous Lin Fan couldn't even take a punch from Chen Wei, then the current Chen Wei could be said to be seeking his own death when facing Lin Fan. Lin Fan thought coldly in his heart, he has always wanted to beat Chen Wei up since his previous life. "Lin Fan, you. Why don't you get out of the way quickly?" Zhu Ruoxue called Lin Fan anxiously. She even wanted to run over to pull Lin Fan, but unfortunately, before she could run to Lin Fan, she saw Chen Wei rushing towards Lin Fan like an angry bull. Ah! Zhu Ruoxue couldn't bear to watch any further. Chapter 7. Just when Zhu Ruoxue thought that Lin Fan would be beaten badly, a scream came from Lin Fan and Chen Wei. Don't get me wrong, this voice was not made by Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood where he was, he didn't even move, he just threw a punch, and made Chen Wei kneel down, lie on the ground, and wish him a happy new year. Seeing Chen Wei lying on the ground groaning in pain, Lin Fan felt both surprised and relieved. He suppressed his laughter and said in a surprised tone, "Hey, Chen Wei, what are you doing? Even if you want to thank me for helping you solve the big problem of the bride price, you don't have to give me such a big gift." "Fuck, Lin Fan, don't be so proud, I just didn't use my full strength." He. Lin Fan sneered. How could he, who almost got beaten, not know whether Chen Wei had used his full strength or not? But, thinking of his improved combat power, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh again. The system is worthy of being a system. Except for Taekwondo, which cannot be upgraded, the rest of the things he bought, such as Tai Chi and Wing Chun, are only at the elementary level. Even though he only learned basic martial arts, he was able to make boxer Chen Wei bow down to him with just one punch. This shows how powerful the system is. Thinking of this, Lin Fan liked his system more and more. Over there, when Zhu Ruoxue saw that the person lying on the ground was her fiancé Chen Wei, she felt inexplicably relieved. She trotted to Lin Fan's side and nervously checked him up and down. "Lin Fan, are you okay? Are you injured?" "Don't worry, I'm not hurt at all. Maybe it's because my former brother-in-law let me go?" Lin Fan looked at Chen Wei, who had struggled to get up from the ground and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, with a half smile, and asked in a fake tone, "Xiao Wei, are you okay? Do you want to go home and ask your mother to take a look at you?" "Lin Fan, stop being so proud here." As Chen Wei spoke, he spat out another mouthful of blood. He licked his loose teeth and felt even more depressed. He wanted to fight with Lin Fan again, but he was afraid that he was going to deliver food to Lin Fan, so he simply pointed at Zhu Ruoxua and started to curse. "Zhu Ruoxua, are you my girlfriend or his girlfriend? Your fiancé is vomiting blood, why don't you come over and show some concern?" That's enough. Although Zhu Ruoxua was gentle and considerate when facing Lin Fan, she was cold as ice when facing Chen Wei. "Chen Wei, you are no longer my fiancé. I have never seen a man who even asks his sister's ex-boyfriend for the betrothal gift. Are you and your whole family enjoying sucking Lin Fan's blood? Since you guys are not paying for the betrothal gift in the car, and you let Lin Fan pay for everything, then there is absolutely no problem for me to be with Lin Fan. Damn it, you stinky bitch, I never thought that you, Zhu Ruoxua, are actually a gold digger. Aren't you clinging to Lin Fan so much just because he's rich?" Chen Wei was cursing, but before he could finish his words, he was slapped twice by Lin Fan. Lin Fan blew on his palm, looked at Chen Wei's cheek which was swollen like a pig's head with satisfaction, and said lightly, "Chen Wei, you'd better be careful with your mouth." This time it was 2 slaps, but next time, who knows what it will be. "You." Seeing Lin Fan like this and Zhu Ruoxua looking at Lin Fan with admiration, Chen Wei became even angrier, but when he thought of Lin Fan's warning, he didn't dare to say anything. He just stood there with hatred, staring at the 2 people in front of him. Chen Wei was willing to stand there, but Lin Fan was not happy to let Chen Wei look at him. He sent Zhu Ruoxua to the door of her house. Seeing that Zhu Ruoxua did not go in, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why don't you go in? You just drove your car back home, so you can drive my car home now." 2 voices sounded at the same time. Lin Fan looked at Zhu Ruoxua, who was slightly stunned and had 2 red clouds floating on her shy face, and couldn't help but feel a little distracted. He couldn't help but kiss Zhu Ruoxua on the cheek. Seeing Zhu Ruoxua's face blushing like a ripe apple, he felt more and more fond of her, and even spoke more gently, "You go in first, I'll watch you go in before I leave. Then, good night." Zhu Ruoxua handed the car keys to Lin Fan and ran into her house. Looking at Zhu Ruoxua's lovely appearance, Lin Fan smiled even more gently. He walked downstairs briskly and drove the car, not noticing that Chen Wei, with a bruised face and nose, was taking a secret photo of him with his cell phone. Lin Fan drove Zhu Ruoxua's car back to the villa. Just as he opened the door and was about to go in, he saw a figure rushing into the villa like the wind. He frowned, got out of the car, and looked coldly at the sexy and hot Stephanie Chen. "Why are you here again? Who allowed you to come in? Get out now." How could Stephanie Chen have the time to respond to Lin Fan's questions? You know, this was her first time entering the villa bought by Lin Fan. She didn't even have time to admire it, so how could she have the mood to respond to Lin Fan's words? Chen Yanzi looked greedily at the neatly trimmed flowers in full bloom in the garden, and felt even more resentful towards Gu Qingcheng who had occupied her place. In Stephanie Chen's mind, everyone was wrong. The Chen family's second elder was wrong because of greed. They instigated her to ask Lin Fan for so much betrothal gifts, which caused Lin Fan to turn against her. The problem with Chen Wei is that he is a loser. He cannot even afford the bride price himself and has to rely on her to sell herself in exchange for the bride price. Not to mention Gu Qingcheng, she knew clearly that she was Lin Fan's girlfriend, fiancé, and future wife of the Lin family, yet she still dared to flirt with Lin Fan. And Lin Fan was the one who made the most mistakes. He was obviously rich, but he lied to her and said he had no money. When it came to her, he couldn't even afford a 3-bedroom apartment, and he was not willing to give a dowry of only a few $100,000. But he just waved his hand and bought a villa worth 50 million for his mistress. Thinking of this, Stephanie Chen was filled with hatred. If it weren't for them, she would have lived in this big villa long ago. Seeing that Stephanie Chen didn't answer his question, Lin Fan frowned and was about to pull Stephanie Chen out. "Do you want to leave by yourself, or should I call the security guards to drag you away? Stephanie Chen, you are a beauty after all. Are you really willing to do such a shameful thing? Lin Fan, how could you do this?" Stephanie Chen fiercely shook off Lin Fan's hand. She stared at her beautiful eyes that were carefully painted with eyeliner and mascara, and said pitifully, "We are husband and wife. I'm your wife, so why can't I enter this villa?" "You? My wife?" Lin Fan was almost laughing at Stephanie Chen's shamelessness. He pointed at Stephanie Chen and said, "Since you said you are my wife, Then may I ask if we have obtained the marriage certificate? Where is the certificate? If you want, we can go get the certificate tomorrow. After Chen Yanzi finished speaking, she took advantage of Lin Fan's inattention and rushed directly to the living room of the villa. Hello. Chapter 8. Seeing Stephanie Chen rushing towards the living room like a madman, Lin Fan's heart immediately tightened, fearing that Stephanie Chen was going to cause trouble, and he hurriedly chased after her. However, when Lin Fan caught up with her, he was speechless to find that Chen Yanzi didn't want to cause trouble at all. She was obviously not crazy enough outside, so she ran crazy inside. Chen Yanzi was seen lying on the sofa in the living room like a hostess with a satisfied smile on her face. For a moment, Lin Fan felt that he might really need to send Chen Yanzi to a psychiatric department. Just when Lin Fan was thinking about this and that, Chen Yanzi seemed to have just discovered him. She smiled tenderly and got up from the sofa reluctantly, like a hostess, and walked to Lin Fan's side, saying softly, "Husband, are you tired now? Do you want to rest? What do you want to eat tonight?" Lin Fan. He pressed his throbbing temple, took a deep breath, barely suppressed his emotions, and said calmly, "Stephanie Chen, get out of here right now, don't go crazy here, or I'll call the security guards to drag you away." Chen Yanzi wasn't really crazy, she was just pretending to be crazy. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't buy it, she had to put away her appearance of a good wife and mother, and looked at Lin Fan pitifully. "Lin Fan, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? It was my parents' idea to ask you for so much dowry. I didn't agree with it, but I couldn't persuade them. Don't worry, they don't dare to ask for so much dowry now." "Oh? They're going to make it free?" Lin Fan looked at Chen Yanzi, who was approaching him with a half smile, his expression unchanged. Lin Fan's words made Chen Yanzi, who was clinging to him, look stiff. She forced a smile and said, "Lin Fan, what do you mean by free or not? Just give me a lucky number when the time comes." At this point, Stephanie Chen looked shy again. "Lin Fan, no matter what, we are now a couple. We can do what we couldn't do before. I will let you do whatever you want." When Lin Fan heard this, he subconsciously stared at Chen Yanzi for a few times, and then shook his head in a speechless manner. "No need, we are not prospective husband and wife, and I am not interested in having anything to do with a stranger." "Lin Fan, you." Chen Yanzi didn't expect Lin Fan to reject her. In a state of desperation, she simply took the initiative to kiss Lin Fan. While the two were arguing, the villa's hostess, Gu Qingcheng, came back with a bag of vegetables. She happened to see Chen Yanzi trying to kiss Lin Fan, but Lin Fan dodged her. Seeing this, Gu Qingcheng immediately put the vegetables on the ground, sneered, and said, "Hey, isn't this the aunt who wanted to sell herself? Are you still pestering my boyfriend? You are a mistress, are you qualified to say that to me?" Naturally, Chen Yanzi hated Gu Qingcheng so much that she immediately changed her target after seeing Gu Qingcheng. She grabbed Lin Fan's hand and said in a sharp voice, "Lin Fan and I are about to be husband and wife. You are the third party, how shameless. A future couple?" Gu Qingcheng was amused by what Chen Yanzi said. She covered her mouth and giggled. After a long while, she reluctantly stopped. "What do you mean by prospective couple? Are you the prospective couple who came to my boyfriend's love nest to seduce my boyfriend? Auntie? Auntie? No matter what, Chen Yanzi is still a little beauty. From childhood to adulthood, no one dared to call her aunt. She was so angry that she cursed at Gu Qingcheng. Who are you calling an aunt? You little mistress, let me tell you, this villa is the joint property of Lin Fan and I. If you know what's best for you, get out of here right now and don't let me chase you away. Auntie, why are you in such a hurry? First of all, you and my boyfriend broke up a long time ago. If I saw it correctly just now, are you seducing my boyfriend? Gu Qingcheng crossed her arms and said, what a pity. Even if you seduced my boyfriend, he didn't react. It's really pitiful for a woman to do this. Seeing that Chen Yanzi's face was flushed, Gu Qingcheng continued to speak. Second, who told you that this villa is the joint property of you and my boyfriend? Gu Qingcheng said, and then walked to the side and took out the property certificate. She pushed the property certificate to Chen Yanzi's face and said with a smile. Auntie, in order to prevent you from being too old to see the words above clearly, I deliberately put it closer to you. Don't thank me. Can you see the words above clearly now? Gu Qingcheng spoke word by word. The name on it is mine, and as long as I haven't broken up with Lin Fan, or even if we have broken up, but he doesn't intend to ask me to take back this property, then this villa is mine, so don't dream anymore. You farted. Normally, Stephanie Chen always boasts that she is a beauty and rarely swears, but now that she has been forced to this extent, it can be seen how much hurt Gu Qingqing's words have caused her. She said angrily, Lin Fan is just playing with you. The one he loves is me. I am the mistress of the villa. You are a mistress. After Chen Yanzi finished speaking, she became angrier the more she thought about it. It was clear that before, Lin Fan was a bootlicker who could not be driven away even if she scolded him, but now he betrayed her. She no longer bothered with Gu Qingqing, and simply looked at Lin Fan, trying to get an explanation from him. Lin Fan, quickly tell that bitch that the person you love is obviously me. The villa is also mine, right? You clearly said that you would treat me well for the rest of your life. Stephanie Chen said a lot of things, but unfortunately Lin Fan didn't even look at her. Instead, he kept staring at Gu Qingqing. Seeing Gu Qingqing making an I'm angry look, he immediately chased after her to coax her. The two of them acted as if they didn't see Stephanie Chen and started talking about what to eat in the evening. Gu Qingqing said excitedly, I can cook. Today, you can order the dishes. I will cook whatever you order, okay? Really? Chef Gu? Lin Fan also laughed. He hugged Gu Qingqing's slender waist, thought carefully, and said to Gu Qingqing, why don't we make beauty sashimi tonight? You lie on the table, and then. As Lin Fan was talking, he began to laugh, causing Gu Qingqing to scold him repeatedly. Lin Fan and Gu Qingqing were having a heated discussion, and the topic gradually became more inappropriate for children. Chen Yanzi is not a fool. How could she not know that Lin Fan and the others were deliberately ignoring her and trying to make her angry? But what good can we do knowing this? She couldn't really be like a madman, covering Lin Fan and Gu Qingqing's mouths and not allowing them to speak, right? Stephanie Chen stamped her feet. She really didn't want to stay here and watch the couple doing this. This time, without Lin Fan telling her, she took the initiative to leave the villa. Chapter 9. Not to mention how Lin Fan and Gu Qingqing were so affectionate with each other, from cooking in the kitchen to cooking in bed. Take Stephanie Chen for example. She ran home feeling aggrieved. She thought she could get comfort from her family, but they only cared about whether she had reconciled with Lin Fan. When Stephanie Chen just returned home and didn't even have time to say a word, the two elders of the Chen family couldn't wait to ask Stephanie Chen, how is it? Is it done? Looking at her parents' expectant eyes, Stephanie Chen bit her lip and slowly shook her head. Lin Fan has changed. In the past, no matter how I treated him, he would never get angry with me, nor would he break up with me. This time, I think he is determined to break up. What? Mother Chen scolded her daughter in a shrill voice, if you can't even coax a man back, what's the point of having you? Aren't you usually good at seducing men? What's going on now? You can't even seduce Lin Fan back, so show us your storytelling skills. I really raised you in vain. Chen Yanzi was already feeling extremely aggrieved because of what happened between Lin Fan and Gu Qingqing. Now that she was home, she was scolded by her parents for being useless and not being able to seduce a man. For a moment, her emotions were like a volcanic eruption. What do you mean I can't seduce men? Lin Fan and I were originally fine. If you hadn't insisted on asking him for a house and a betrothal gift, would things have turned out like this? Even though this incident has passed, Chen Yanzi still feels sad when she thinks about it again. If it weren't for the high price of the bride price, how could her cooked duck fly away? While thinking about it, Chen Yanzi saw Chen Wei walking towards her nonchalantly, and immediately aimed her gunfire at Chen Wei again. And you? Chen Wei, if you weren't such a coward that you couldn't even earn the bride price, why would my parents want to sell me to give you the bride price? Now that the rich family is gone, are you satisfied? Stephanie Chen's barrage of attacks triggered an endless quarrel within the family. Of course, the two elders of the Chen family were only arguing with each other, but Chen Wei actually took action. After Chen Wei beat up Stephanie Chen completely shut up. After Chen Wei calmed down, he thought of Zhu Ruoxue again and gritted his teeth and said, we can't just let this go. Lin Fan and Zhu Ruoxue, these two bitches, should be exposed online and be cyberbullied. No. Chen Yanzi was beaten so badly that she couldn't even speak clearly. But even so, she was still thinking about Lin Fan. You can't expose him. If you expose him, I won't be able to marry him, right? Yanzi, at this time, your brother has been cuckolded by Lin Fan, and you still want to marry him. The two elders of the Chen family looked at Chen Yanzi disapprovingly. Seeing that Chen Yanzi still looked unconvinced, Chen's father immediately said angrily, what's with that expression? Can Lin Fan be more important than your brother? Mom and Dad, don't you always want me to marry into a wealthy family? Now Lin Fan is a wealthy family. If you do this, how can I have the face to go to him in the future? Humph, you still dare to talk to your parents like that? I think you've grown wings. Mom and Dad, you have to educate your sister well, or she won't make trouble again in the future. Under Chen Wei's instigation, the two elders of the Chen family nodded thoughtfully and simply beat Chen Yanzi again. After being beaten twice by Chen Wei and the two elders of the Chen family, Stephanie Chen completely surrendered. As Chen Wei requested, she used her mobile phone to record a video of the injuries on her face. In the video, Stephanie Chen cried while talking about Lin Fan and Zhu Ruoxua. Originally, my brother and his wife were very loving, but because of what my fiancé did, the two of them got together. My fiancé broke up with me, and now my sister-in-law has deleted all my brother's contact information. She doesn't want to contact my brother at all. The whole video is about 5 minutes long. Under the watchful eyes of Chen Wei, Stephanie Chen edited the video and posted it on the Douyin software. Nowadays, netizens' favorite thing to do is to eat melons everywhere. Even if the melons are water injected, they can eat them with relish, not to mention that these are real people with so many scars on their faces. However, what netizens are more concerned about is that from beginning to end, Stephanie Chen never mentioned a word about how the injury on her face came about. And this important information once again made netizens smell the scent of melon. It turns out that the story of the brother-in-law and the younger sister-in-law getting together in the novel is actually true. It turns out that art comes from life. This is really eye-opening. This is the first time I have seen such a weird story. The blogger and his brother are so miserable to have met such a pair of bastards. How did the blogger get the scar on his face? Why didn't I hear the blogger mention it? Why are you asking such a stupid question? This injury was clearly caused by the blogger's fiancé. How else could it have happened? What sin has the blogger committed? He is cuckolded and abused. To be more precise, the blogger and her fiancé haven't gotten married yet, so that's called intentional injury. Looking at the endless barrage of comments, Chen Wei had a smug smile on his face. He once again thought of what Zhu Ruoxua had said to him, and a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. This time, he wanted to ruin the reputation of Zhu Ruoxua, this gold digger. Domestic violence and cheating are hot topics in themselves, and coupled with what Stephanie Chen said about her brother-in-law cheating on his sister-in-law, this video was pushed to the top of Douyin's hot search list, with millions of likes alone. The popularity was so high that even Gu Qingcheng, who had been driving all night, could easily watch a short video after waking up. After Gu Qingcheng was beaten up by Chen Yanzi, who was crying about being cuckolded, she pushed Lin Fan, who was still sleeping, with a strange look on her face. "Husband, I heard, you cheated on your sister-in-law." Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, and looked at Gu Qingcheng with a bewildered look on his face. "What do you mean by cheating, sister-in-law? I'm an only child." Seeing Lin Fan's reaction, Gu Qingcheng couldn't help laughing. She handed the phone to Lin Fan and said jokingly, "I never thought that you would become famous, and you're famous for being a scumbag." Lin Fan. He watched the entire video at twice the speed, and then fell into helplessness. He told the whole story and complained for himself. "I swear to God, it was Stephanie Chen who kept pestering me to get the betrothal gift for Chen Wei. I thought since I was the one paying the betrothal gift, it's understandable for me to take him away, right? Humph, did you only give the betrothal gift? Look, there's also a car here." Gu Qingcheng crossed her arms over her chest, pointed at the car in the video with an unhappy look on her face, and even spoke with a hint of sourness. "You haven't even bought me a car." Chapter 10. Gu Qingcheng was not actually angry, she was just pretending to be angry. Lin Fan knew it, and Gu Qingcheng also knew that Lin Fan knew it, but this was just a trick played by a young couple. Seeing Gu Qingcheng acting like this, Lin Fan immediately approached with a playful smile, kissed Gu Qingcheng, and said with a smile, Okay, it's just right that you have a day off today. I will take you out later and buy you a car, okay? If others have it, we Qingcheng should have it too. That's more like it." Gu Qingcheng looked like she was being coaxed into a good rest. She turned around and saw Lin Fan getting dressed and getting ready to get up. She was a little confused. "Husband, why are you getting up so suddenly?" "I'll take you out to buy a car." Seeing that Lin Fan was serious, Gu Qingcheng quickly waved her hands and said that she was just joking. She knew that Lin Fan was generous. After all, he gave her this villa when they first met. At that time, she was not Lin Fan's girlfriend, so she felt at ease to accept the villa. But now, she thinks of herself as Lin Fan's girlfriend, so of course she has to be more virtuous. Unexpectedly, before Gu Qingcheng could finish her words, Lin Fan pulled her out of bed and took her to buy a car without any explanation. Seeing Lin Fan like this, Gu Qingcheng had no choice but to accept his kindness. The two drove quickly and headed straight to the Lamborghini 4S store. As soon as they got there, they witnessed a farce. It turned out that a customer was angry at the salesperson because he did not get a discount that satisfied him. "I spent so much money to buy a car, and you only give me such a small discount. Are you treating me like a beggar?" "I'm sorry, sir." The salesperson apologized repeatedly, but was still severely scolded by the customer and didn't even sell the car. "TSK, you can't even sell a car, your face is wasted, you can't do anything well." When the other salesperson saw the customer leaving, he immediately rushed up and made sarcastic remarks to Hiyu. Hiyu lost the order he had received, and he was in a bad mood, so he was even more lazy to talk to his colleagues. Just at this moment, Lin Fan brought Gu Qingcheng into the 4S store. The sarcastic salesperson first looked at Lin Fan and Gu Qingcheng. Seeing that they were dressed brightly, he immediately pushed Hiyu aside and rushed over to say politely, "Welcome to the Lamborghini 4S store. What car do you want to see?" "Hubby, we don't want to buy this one, it's too expensive. Just buy me the same one as Zhu Ruoshu's." Gu Qingcheng didn't know much about cars. Before entering the 4S store, she didn't know what kind of cars were sold there. She just thought it was an ordinary 4S store. It was not until she heard the sarcastic salesperson say that this was a Lamborghini 4S store that she began to consider backing out. Seeing Gu Qingcheng like this, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the sarcastic salesperson put away his smile and sneered. "I thought you could afford it, but it turns out you can't. Why are you here to get our cakes and tea? TSK, I hate you the most because you look so glamorous but are so shabby inside. If you can't afford it, just leave and don't waste my time here." "You." Gu Qingcheng widened her eyes. She really didn't expect that there would be such a contemptuous salesperson in Lamborghini's 4S store. She wanted to argue with the salesperson, but Lin Fan beat her to it. Lin Fan said in a gentle voice, "You are telling the truth. How about this? It's a waste of time to have you receive us. Why don't you ask the salesperson to come and receive us? You guys still have some self-awareness." Seeing that Lin Fan's attitude was quite good, the anger in her heart also subsided. She waved lazily at Hiyu and said in a disrespectful manner, "Hey, Hiyu, are you going to die? Can't you see there are guests here? Come over and greet them quickly." This salesperson had been here much longer than Hiyu, and usually treated Hiyu the same way. Hiyu didn't dare to resist at all. She nodded, walked quickly to Lin Fan and Gu Qingcheng, and raised a professional smile. "Hello, what kind of car would you like to see? Your car is a bit expensive." When Lin Fan said this, Hiyu was stunned. She wanted to curse, but her good professionalism made her answer Lin Fan with a smile. "Sir, you are joking. Lamborghini itself is a high-end brand. How about we take a look first and then make a decision?" "No need to look at it." Seeing that Hiyu had a good attitude, Lin Fan waved his hand and asked, "How much is the most expensive car with the highest configuration in your store?" "Sir, the most expensive car in our store costs 3.4 million. You." Before Hiyu finished her words, she reacted. She stared at Lin Fan with wide eyes, as if she didn't quite believe it. "TSK, the most expensive car. Hey, Hiyu, don't be fooled. This guy is just showing off to you." Even Gu Qingcheng was angry at the salesperson's sarcastic tone, but Lin Fan was still smiling. He didn't look at the salesperson, but at Hiyu. "What are you standing there for? Swipe my card, pick up the car, and sign the contract." You really want to buy it?" Lin Fan. He couldn't help but touch his face. Didn't he look like a rich man? After saying this, Hiyu realized that she had made a big joke. She quickly completed the formalities, asked Lin Fan, and wrote Gu Qingcheng's name in the car owner column. Before Hiyu went through the formalities, the salesperson always thought that Lin Fan just wanted to show off by bringing his girlfriend here. However, when he saw that Lin Fan didn't even bargain for the price and readily paid the full amount, buying the most expensive car in the store, the salesperson regretted it. This should have been on her list. Unfortunately, it was no use for the salesperson to regret, as the order had already belonged to Hiyu. To be honest, not only the salesperson and Hiyu were confused, even Gu Qingcheng herself was a little confused. She held Lin Fan's hand, bit her lip and asked Lin Fan, "Hubby, this car is too expensive, there is no need. I didn't want to buy this, I just wanted to have a car to get around." "I know, but this is a gift from me to you. The car I bought for Zhu Ruoshu cost 200,000 or 300,000, so I'm giving you a car that's 10 times the price. Isn't this normal?" I don't know if this is a tacky statement or not, but Gu Qingqing really likes it. Can't you see that the love in her eyes is about to overflow? You can't pick up the car on the spot after buying it, especially a top-of-the-line model. You need to wait for the 4S store to deliver it personally, so Lin Fan and his friends drove their own car home. On the way home, the system, which had been silent for a long time, prompted that the bonus had arrived. The host's consumption bonus has been issued, please check it yourself. Lin Fan also took advantage of the red light to open his personal information. Host, Lin Fan. Age, 23 years old. Physical strength, 5.9. Skills, Tai Chi Elementary Upgradable Taekwondo Non-Upgradable Wing Chun Upgradable. Wealth, 574,000. Chapter 11. After dinner. Gu Qingchang was lying on the sofa in a cool tank top, revealing her spring beauty. She ate grapes while feeding Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked very satisfied. This kind of life was what countless men dreamed of. It was simply too wonderful. Oh, it's too early to do things now. Feeling Lin Fan's big hands rubbing her legs, Gu Qingcheng threw him a coquettish look. Hey, hey. Lin Fan gave a wicked smile and was about to take the next step, but the sudden ringing of the bell ruined his mood. When he saw the name of the caller, Lin Fan suddenly remembered that he still had work to do. In order to save money for the bride price, he once worked 4 jobs in one day. My main job is as a supervisor in a media company called Huancher Entertainment. I work in the evening and it's relatively easy. Huancher Entertainment is actually an online live broadcast company that uses the operation of beautiful anchors as a gimmick and makes money from bootlickers like Lin Fan. The so-called supervisor is actually the network administrator. If there are problems with some female anchor's equipment or the network, he is responsible for maintenance. He had previously arranged a week's wedding with the company manager Wang Diji, and on the 5th day, Wang Diji called him. Maybe there was a problem with one of the female anchor's equipment again. Gu Qingcheng tactfully left the living room, and Lin Fan didn't answer until the phone rang for the second time. Then, an extremely hostile roar came from the opposite side. Lin Fan. Are you still going to do it? Does it take so long to get married? If you don't come tomorrow, then don't come tomorrow. If you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will do it. Hearing this, Lin Fan's mouth twitched and his face turned gloomy. Damn it, I live in a big villa now. Do I need to listen to the yelling of a fat guy like you? He snorted coldly and wanted to retort directly, but also wanted to tease Wang Diji. Didn't we agree on a 7-day holiday? It's not time yet, why are you so anxious? The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Lin Fan, what's your attitude? You're going to make a scene. Wang Diji was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Lin Fan to have such an attitude, and he immediately became angry and embarrassed. Hey, do you have to be angry with me? Didn't you just say it? If I don't do it, there are plenty of people who will do it, huh? Lin Fan laughed strangely. He deliberately wanted to disgust Wang Diji. Every time he met Wang Diji in the past, he was always respectful and humbly called him Mr. Wang. This old guy took advantage of his position as a manager to bully others, often threatening those young anchors who were inexperienced in the world. Almost half of the female anchors had been sexually exploited by him. More importantly, this guy is a vampire who forgets his loyalty for the sake of beauty. Even if you have been sexually exploited by him, if you do not receive the benefits you deserve, he will ruthlessly fire you. Those who attempt to change jobs or resign will end up being maliciously blackmailed. In the end, many young girls not only failed to make money, but also got seduced and ended up getting involved in lawsuits and even going into debt. Even he couldn't bear to watch it. Wang Diji didn't expect that Lin Fan would dare to be sarcastic and rude to him today, and he went berserk on the spot. Okay, you have guts. Then don't come here again, you are fired. Of course I'm coming again, my things are still in the company. Lin Fan decisively hung up the phone. He could imagine the scene of Wang Diji throwing the phone in anger, and he grinned. In the past, no one in the company dared to offend Wang Diji. He let off some steam today, it was more enjoyable than riding a roller coaster. But think about it. This guy must have been drunk. If I irritate him, will he go after some new female anchor? After thinking it over, he decided to go back and take a look. After all, there are still some things in the company, a notebook, some books, and tools. After saying something to Gu Qingcheng, he immediately drove to Huancher Entertainment in Jiangnan District. The company is located next to a movie theater in the city center. It is not very large, with only about 40 female anchors. These female anchors are mostly between 18 and 30 years old, and have good figures and looks. Among them are many star-level internet celebrities who have attracted countless fans. For example, Shinzi, whom Lin Fan likes more. I heard she is a college student, with a cute face and a sweet voice. Even without makeup, her face can beat half of the anchors. She is comparable to a certain fairy star named Lu. After arriving at the company, Lin Fan saw that the female anchors had all started their daily live broadcast work in the cubicles. Although Huancher Entertainment is relatively small in scale, the appearance and talents of these female anchors are much better than those of many large companies. This gave him a bold idea. Open a media company bigger than Huancher Entertainment. It's not that he has any ideas about these female anchors, but the anchor industry is very popular now. Any small anchor who does nothing but acts cute in front of the camera and sings a song can receive cheers and gifts from countless men who like to lick their boots. The minimum profit from live streaming in a month can be tens of thousands. He had seen the company's back-end information and found that the monthly turnover alone was over 10 million. Unfortunately, only 30% of the income goes to the female anchors, and the remaining 70% goes into the pockets of shareholders and bosses. It's so exciting that even capitalists would cry after watching it. Just as he passed by the manager's office, he happened to see Wang Diji teaching Shinzi a lesson. Even if you have no experience, you can learn from others, right? You are dressed so conservatively, not revealing at all, who would want to look at you? You always get the least benefit. If you were in a big company, you would have been fired long ago. Anyway, think it over carefully. Either dress like others and be more beautiful and sexy, or quit your job. Wang Diji looked rather wretched, with a big belly and a face full of flesh, like a butcher. Standing in front of him was a petite, youthful, and graceful girl with natural beauty. She is wearing a light pink Lolita skirt, looking cute and charming. Just that delicate and beautiful face is enough to make countless men unable to control themselves and their hearts flutter. Even Lin Fan couldn't help but have wild thoughts about such a stunning beauty. Hearing Wang Diji's words, Lin Fan couldn't help but get furious. This old fellow, he's at it again. He actually wants to harm Shinzi. He's like a toad trying to eat swan meat. I won't let you succeed this time no matter what. He thinks he is a man with a strong sense of justice. At least after becoming rich, my sense of justice is overflowing. Well, Mr. Wang, I will consider it. I have only been here for a month and I haven't adapted to the new environment yet. Shinzi lowered her head timidly, not daring to look directly at Wang Diji. Even though she looks like she is naive, she knows everything. She had done a lot of work before joining the company. But he didn't expect that the city people were so cunning and there was always someone better than you. In the end, he was targeted by Wang Diji. This guy obviously already has a family, but he relied on the fact that he is the uncle of the company's boss to force himself to become the general manager. He simply wants to abuse his power for personal gain and take advantage of the female anchors. Mr. Wang, I'm already wearing revealing clothes and I'm also very lively in the live broadcast room. It's obvious that the platform is not giving me traffic. Shinzi replied submissively. Chapter 12. From what you said, it seems that the company doesn't support you? It's obviously your own problem, but you're blaming the company? You're not open enough, not bold enough. Wang Diji persuaded them with emotion and reason. He didn't know whether the little girl really didn't understand or was just pretending not to understand. It's been hinted so clearly, yet you're still pretending to be ignorant? Do you want to change jobs? Thinking of this, Wang Diji said aggressively, has anyone from another company contacted you recently? Do you want to change jobs? Don't forget, you signed a 5-year contract. If you want to change jobs, you will have to pay a penalty of 10 million. What? 10 million? Shinzi was so frightened by this astronomical figure that she turned pale and felt extremely ashamed and angry. In her entire life, she had never seen how much 10 million in cash amounted to. Mr. Wang, I have no intention of changing jobs. I just want to ask, can you give me more traffic? Shinzi lowered her head, not daring to look directly into his burning eyes. Seeing Shinzi being so cowardly, Wang Diji sneered with a hint of success. This was the sentence he was waiting for. It's not impossible to give more traffic. How about this, I'll treat you tonight, you go out for dinner with me, and I'll arrange it for you later. How do you think? After saying that, he blatantly placed his palm on Shinzi's shoulder. This action made Shinzi even more scared. Just refuse. What if this old man uses force? But if you agree, you will never escape his clutches. Just when she was in a dilemma, Lin Fan suddenly pushed the door open. Old Wang, you really have many tricks up your sleeve. If coercion or inducement doesn't work, why not just use intimidation? What's the difference between you and a terrorist? Do you think I don't know that you're deliberately restricting Shinzi's traffic behind her back, just to achieve your ulterior motives? Lin Fan cursed loudly with righteous words. Why are you here? You've been fired. Get out, this is not the place for you. Wang Deji was furious on the spot. Just when he was about to capture Shinzi, this beautiful fledgling, unexpectedly, Zhang Yaojin showed up halfway. I'm here to get my things. Oh, and this month's salary. Lin Fan said calmly. Shinzi looked at him silently and felt secretly relieved. If Lin Fan showed up in time, she would probably have fallen into the devil's cave. You still want a salary? Go and starve. Wang Deji snorted angrily and cursed. Hearing this, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. I knew this toad would default on his debt. Although a salary of several thousand yuan was a drop in the bucket for him, he just wanted to test Wang Deji's attitude. Since you want to default on your debt, I will ruin your company. You really won't give it to me? Lin Fan said in a deep voice, looking at him viciously. Wang Deji's mouth twitched, and he wanted to scold him, but he was afraid that Lin Fan would be more ruthless. As the saying goes, when a common man gets angry, blood splatters 5 steps away. Honest people are the ones you should never mess with these days. But he also wanted to humiliate Lin Fan. You want your salary? Kneel down and apologize to me, and I'll give you the money. After saying this, Lin Fan could no longer bear it and started to swear. Wang Deji, you really are going too far. Shinzi was also shocked by Wang Deji's ugly face. Today she finally saw Wang Deji's true face, and she made up her mind to resign. If I continue to stay here, I'm afraid I'll become Wang Deji's plaything. Lin Fan also noticed Xinz's expression and said loudly, Xinz, you can see that this guy is a vampire who eats people without leaving any bones. If you stay here any longer, I'm afraid your life will be ruined. Humph. If you want to leave, you have to pay 10 million yuan in liquidated damages first. Wang Deji grinned, looking extremely proud. 10 million, even if you do something shameful, you may not be able to collect it within 1 or 2 years. He had deliberately added such an unfair clause because he was attracted by Shinzi's beauty and knew that she had unlimited potential in the future. Shinzi was so scared that she couldn't speak. She bit her lips and felt so aggrieved that she wanted to curse. But I didn't dare to get angry. Humph. You want to turn the tables? Can you turn over my 5-finger mountain? Wang Deji smiled arrogantly and crossed his arms across his chest. He looked back and forth at the two of them, with an air of superiority and condescension. Lin Fan was so angry that his mouth twitched. This guy is really going too far. It would be fine if he didn't give any money, but his attitude is so arrogant and presumptuous. Isn't it just 10 million? I paid for Shinzi. Lin Fan suppressed his anger and stared straight at Wang Deji. At the same time, Shinzi's personal information popped up in my mind. Name, Xiao Xinxin. Age, 20 years old. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Appearance, 9.7 points. Purity, 100. Intimacy, 0 points. Lin Fan was also surprised when he saw the system's rating of Shinzi's appearance. With such a good appearance, if he switches to a big company, he will definitely have the potential to become a big star in the future. If you start a company and package Shinzi well, you will definitely make a lot of money. Ha ha. Lin Fan, you are out of your mind, right? You can't even come up with a down payment for a house, and you want 10 million? Why don't you say you are the richest man? You brag without thinking. If you want to pursue Shinzi, you are not qualified. Wang Deji looked at Lin Fan with disdain and mocked him without any hesitation. In his eyes, Lin Fan is just a bootlicker whose head is controlled by his ass and is completely useless. No wonder he was looked down upon by Stephanie Chen's family. Xiao Xinxin glanced at Lin Fan with a complicated expression. She was touched by Lin Fan's words of justice, but he wanted her to pay a penalty of 10 million yuan? This was an exaggeration. She also understood Lin Fan's situation, and that he worked 4 jobs a day in order to marry Stephanie Chen. Not to mention 10 million, even 500,000 may not be possible. Maybe he really is bragging. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and said seriously, I really do have 10 million. Show me her contract right now and I'll transfer the money right away. Then, he invited Xiao Xinxin again. I plan to open a big company in a few days. I want you to be a big anchor. With your talent and looks, you will definitely be very famous. It will be a piece of cake for you to earn tens of millions a year. Staying in this garbage company will only bury your talent. Hearing this, Wang Deji couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh my! Lin Fan, I didn't expect you to be so good at bragging. You are kidding me. You can't even fix the internet, and you want to start a company? I will never let you cheat Xinzi away. Lin Fan shook his phone. Take out the contract and I'll transfer 10 million to you right away. Wang Deji was stunned for a moment and looked carefully. Lin Fan opened the mobile banking interface, but he couldn't see the balance clearly. All I know is that there are N zeros behind it. When did you get so much money? You are not trying to fool me with photoshopped pictures from the internet. Wang Deji was full of suspicion and decided that Lin Fan might be using fake pictures to deceive him. I won 100 million in the lottery, believe it or not. Lin Fan raised his chin and looked at Wang Deji coldly with the tone and demeanor of a superior. Wang Deji looked him up and down, and then he realized that Lin Fan was dressed completely differently from before. All branded clothes. Both his temperament and tone were very different from the bootlicker Lin Fan a few days ago. Chapter 13. Wang Deji looked at Lin Fan suspiciously. Could it be that this guy was really lucky and won the jackpot? He thought about it and decided that 10 million in exchange for a contract was such a good deal. In his opinion, with Xinzi's talent and looks, even if she works as a host in a big company, she may not be able to earn 10 million yuan a year. Although he really wanted to take advantage of Xinzi, there were several other female anchors in the company who were as beautiful as Xinzi. I want to see if you really have 10 million. Wang Deji snorted coldly. Soon, he found Xiao Xinxin's contract. Tell me your account number and I'll transfer the money right away. Lin Fan said with a bit of arrogance. After Wang Deji said a string of numbers, Lin Fan transferred 10 million to Wang Deji's account neatly. In less than a minute, Wang Deji received a text message from the bank. You really have 10 million. Wang Deji was stunned and stared at Lin Fan in disbelief. He transferred 10 million so casually. I wonder how much money he actually has in his account. I'm afraid he can't afford to offend such a rich man. Even Xiao Xinxin looked at Lin Fan in surprise. Everyone in the company knew that Lin Fan used to be a bootlicker who ran around for dowry. How did he suddenly transform into a wealthy and powerful man? At this moment, she couldn't help but believe that Lin Fan really won 100 million. But why was Lin Fan so eager to help me? Does he want to pursue me? But doesn't he already have a partner? Xiao Xinxin's heart was in turmoil, and she had a lot of random thoughts. Lin Fan unceremoniously took the contract from Wang Deji and handed it to Xiao Xinxin. I will be opening a new company that is bigger than Huanshe in the next 2 days. You must come to my company when the time comes. We will share the profits equally. With your talent and looks, you will be able to become a star-level anchor in the future. Staying in this kind of crappy company is a waste of talent. Especially when there are those wretched men who like to use unspoken rules and take advantage of others. Lin Fan did not forget to belittle Wang Deji. You! Wang Deji was so angry that his mouth was grinning and he swore on the spot. You dead loser, don't think you can show off in front of me just because you have a few bucks? If you keep spending money like water, it won't be long before you're reduced to your original state and become penniless. Still want to start a company? Do you know how much money it costs to start a company? I have a lot of people behind me. If you want to challenge me, I have ways to destroy you. Lin Fan's face darkened and he was filled with rage. This old guy is really shameless. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! The host's anger value is detected to be extremely high, triggering the revenge mission. Revenge mission: the host sets up a media company that is exactly the same as Huanshe Entertainment. If the benefits exceed the original company by several times, he will be rewarded with a villa worth 50 million yuan and 2 supercars worth 10 million yuan. Friendly reminder: if the host can complete this revenge mission, the level can be upgraded by 1 level, and the cashback amount of the dog gold consumption will be increased to 11%. Host consumption funds have been issued, please check it yourself. In addition to triggering the revenge mission, the 10 million yuan in liquidated damages that he paid to Xiao Xinxin was also returned to his account in the form of 1 million yuan in wealth. I didn't expect the system could detect my inner thoughts. If I open a company full of female anchors, I can be rewarded with luxury houses and luxury cars. Lin Fan was extremely surprised. The villa he bought in the center of Tianhu district was under the name of Gu Qingcheng. In other words, he does not own a house. There is only the luxury car worth over 100 million yuan that was rewarded by the system at the beginning. Now, as long as he completes his revenge, he will be able to own a mansion of his own. However, this revenge mission seems a bit difficult. It cannot be completed in 1 or 2 months. Never mind, let South leave this troubled place first. Not only will I challenge you to a duel, I will also acquire your company in the future. Then I will step on you and make you sing conquer. You look down on people with your eyes. There are always some people in this world that you can't afford to offend. If you want to mess with me, I'm afraid of no one. Lin Fan was not willing to be outdone and angrily retorted, scolding Wang Deji so badly that he dared not say a word. Seeing Wang Deji's pig-like face turn the color of liver due to anger, Lin Fan felt relieved. As expected, if someone has money, everyone else has to be a little respectful. No wonder the old saying goes, money makes the world go round. Xinzi, let's go. Lin Fan extended his hand towards Xiao Xinxin. Xiao Xinxin smiled sweetly, took his hand, and gave him a charming smile that was both admiring and moving. Although Lin Fan is not the tall, rich, handsome man with a handsome appearance and extraordinary talent, he is so generous that he has the aura of a wealthy man. Xiao Xinxin felt that Lin Fan was infinitely charming. It was this unique charm that conquered her. After Lin Fan went to get his things, he hurriedly left the building with Xiao Xinxin. But after coming down from upstairs, Xiao Xinxin suddenly let go of his hand and deliberately kept a distance from Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you've helped me so much. I really don't know how to thank you. As for the 10 million, I will pay you back slowly in the future. I plan to switch to a bigger company. If the performance is good, I should be able to pay it back within 5 years. Xiao Xinxin looked at him helplessly, with an extremely complicated expression. Lin Fan saw what she was thinking at a glance and smiled. I'm single now, and I've dumped Stephanie Chen. Xiao Xinxin didn't expect him to answer like that, and she was immediately confused. Is he hinting at me? If I become his girlfriend, does that mean I don't have to pay back the 10 million? It is said that men become bad when they have money. What if he dumps me in the future? Oh, what should I do? Well, if you want me to be your girlfriend, I'll have to think about it. Xiao Xinxin lowered her head and didn't dare to look him in the eye. She answered in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Seeing her blushing cheeks, Lin Fan felt happy. This little girl is so cute, her face is as red as an apple, and he can't help but want to kiss her. But he still held back. You misunderstood. I'm helping you not because I want to pursue you, but because I want to complete my revenge mission? Lin Fan inadvertently spoke out what was in his heart. Revenge mission? Xiao Xinxin didn't understand and looked confused. Realizing that he had let the cat out of the bag, Lin Fan didn't know how to explain, and quickly changed his words. I'm not kidding, I really want to open a big company, and when the time comes, you must come here to be a big anchor, don't go anywhere else. That's a must. You've helped me so much, I must seize the initiative. Xiao Xinxin nodded confidently. Then it's settled. Let's go get something to eat and discuss starting a company. Okay. It's your treat. This time, Xiao Xinxin took the initiative to hold Lin Fan's arm, and her delicate body pressed against Lin Fan, making them very close. Her eyes were even more ardent and adoring than before, and they looked like a couple in love. The passers-by around them couldn't help but feel envious and jealous when they saw the two of them getting into the Bugatti Son of the Night worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Chapter 14. 10 days later. On Sunday, Xiao Xinxin was live streaming in her rented small house when she suddenly received a call from Lin Fan. Ah, you're already downstairs? I'll be right there. Xiao Xinxin didn't expect Lin Fan to actually come to see her. He immediately went downstairs and invited Lin Fan home. Before, Lin Fan said that he wanted to start a company and that everything could be prepared within a few days. She thought Lin Fan was joking. After all, the process of starting a company is very complicated and cannot be completed in just a few days. Unexpectedly, when I saw Lin Fan again, he had transformed into the general manager of Chuangshi Media. Lin Fan was dressed in a suit and looked extraordinary, even more charming than he had been 10 days ago. and he came with a contract. Chuansher? Huansher? Do you really want to challenge Mr. Wang? Lin Fan named his company Chuansher, which is one word different from the previous Huansher Entertainment. It is obvious that Lin Fan really wants to take revenge on Wang Deji. You know what that old bastard did, right? I've been putting up with him for a long time. I'm even going to poach the anchor from the original company and bring him back to where he was before liberation. Lin Fan smiled disapprovingly. In fact, the bigger reason is that this is a task issued by the system. If he can complete the task, he will get a mansion and luxury car worth tens of millions. However, in Xiao Xinxin's opinion, these words made him seem more charming and confident, even a little bit domineering. A young girl like her who is young and innocent can easily be attracted by a rich man like Lin Fan who always keeps his word and has a strong sense of justice. I have prepared the contract. After you sign it, you will be the first female anchor of Genesis Media. Do you have anything else to add? Lin Fan was unambiguous and took out the contract on the spot. I trust you. Xiao Xinxin took a quick look at it and signed decisively, and asked about the company's preparations. There are only 2 of us at the moment, but don't worry, I will recruit more managers later. Lin Fan told the truth. Now he has several roles, including manager, finance, network management, and operations, all of which he is responsible for. Fortunately, he had previous experience, and since it was a complete copy of Huansher Entertainment, he could handle all the work by himself. Your place is too small, I'll buy you a bigger house. Lin Fan looked around the small house, which was less than 20 square meters, shook his head, and waved his hand, indicating that he would buy her a bigger house. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xinxin's heart began to beat like a deer. The better Lin Fan treated her, the more flattered she was. The house, isn't that necessary? Xiao Xinxin was extremely embarrassed, and she felt more and more that Lin Fan wanted to pursue her. These days she had also fantasized about being Lin Fan's girlfriend. But Lin Fan revealed that he already has a real girlfriend. Now that Lin Fan was so enthusiastic about her, she couldn't help but wonder if Lin Fan wanted to cast a wide net and play with multiple boats? How could Lin Fan not see what she was thinking? Afraid that she might think the wrong thing, he said righteously, "What are you thinking? This is a requirement in the contract. In addition to a base salary of 100,000 per month, I also have to provide you with a house and a car. The purpose of buying you a house is to have a bigger room so you can show off your talents, like dancing, demonstrating musical instruments, etc. Didn't you say before that you can play the guzheng? This place is too small and totally unsuitable." Xiao Xinxin picked up the contract suspiciously and looked at it carefully. Sure enough, there was such a rule in the contract, and Lin Fan needed to provide her with a motorhome. "I have to follow the rules, so don't refuse." Lin Fan replied in a tough tone. He deliberately added this rule, ultimately, to increase his wealth. The more money he spends on women, the more wealth he gets. The dog money can only be used on goddesses, but the wealth returned by the system can be used on himself. Well, it's better to obey than to be respectful. Xiao Xinxin had no choice but to accept Lin Fan's arrangement. Afterwards, Lin Fan took Xiao Xinxin to take a look at the company. The company chose to locate its business at the Art Center School opposite a 3-star hotel in Tianhu District. This art school has gone bankrupt. It has 3 floors, and the bottom few floors are a large shopping mall. After Lin Fan took over, he only needed to do some minor renovations and it could be put into use. The company is already under renovation and it will be completed in a few days. After visiting the company, Lin Fan took her to a residential area not far from the company and bought a fully decorated duplex villa worth 6 million yuan, which she could move into directly. Then he went to the 4S store and bought him a BMW worth 1 million. After signing all the bills and contracts, Xiao Xinxin hugged his arms with both hands, leaned close to his ear, and said tenderly, "You paid me the penalty for breach of contract, and now you are buying a house and a car. I really don't know how to thank you. How about you pledge your love to me?" Lin Fan took advantage of the situation to hold her slender waist and sniffed the alluring fragrance on her body with a little bit of extravagance. This time Xiao Xinxin did not refuse, and even hoped in her heart that Lin Fan could be bolder. "It's not impossible." Xiao Xinxin replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Unfortunately, Lin Fan did not hear this as he was interrupted by the staff next to him. "Sir, it will take 2 hours to get the license plate. Please provide your address. Our staff will then put the license plate on and deliver the car directly to your home." Lin Fan simply provided the staff with the address of the duplex villa he bought for Xiao Xinxin. Both the house and the car are under Xiao Xinxin's name. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. The consumption funds have been returned, please check it yourself. Wealth, 787-0000. I have gained 2 million in wealth all of a sudden, but I'm still a long way from becoming a billionaire. Lin Fan pondered in his heart. 10 days ago, he paid a penalty of 10 million to Xiao Xinxin and received a return of 1 million in wealth. I spent 5 million to buy that art school a few days ago, and today I bought a house and a car for Xiao Xinxin, so I spent another 13 million. The wealth increased from 5.4 million to 7.7 million. But this little bit of wealth is not enough to become a billionaire. You have to keep spending money on women. I'm so envious. I wonder which rich second generation this is. He just gave me a luxury car worth millions. It looks like there will be a lot of gunfire tonight. Such a beautiful girl, I wonder which school she is from. Why is there such a big gap between people? I hope you will be born into a good family in your next life. The staff around saw Xiao Xinxin and Lin Fan hugging each other and felt envious and jealous. Naturally, the two of them also heard the discussions of the spectators. Xiao Xinxin didn't mind at all. She wished she could have a place in Lin Fan's heart. But Lin Fan doesn't want to take her down now. In his eyes, Xiao Xinxin is more like a cash cow that can bring him wealth. I can't reveal my ambition now. What if I scare this little girl away? As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. But the other woman on the other side couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 15. After dinner, Lin Fan returned to the Bihu Villa in the center of Tianhu district, feeling refreshed. As soon as I entered the door, Gu Qingcheng rushed over with a complaining look on her face. Why did you come back at this time? Did you go on a date with that Xinzi? She knew everything about Lin Fan starting a company and paying liquidated damages to Xiao Xinxin. Why, are you jealous? Lin Fan pinched her oval face and smiled disapprovingly. How dare I be jealous? I am where I am today because of you. I don't care if you spend your time drinking and partying outside or have affairs with other girls. I'm just afraid that you'll neglect me. As she spoke, Gu Qingcheng leaned on him with a resentful look on her face. Although she worships money like many other girls, she is still very self-aware. If Lin Fan lost interest in her, he might take away everything she had now. The only thing she could do was to find ways to firmly occupy the position in Lin Fan's heart. Don't get me wrong, nothing has happened between Xinzi and me. I signed her just to get back at my old company. Lin Fan answered seriously. Gu Qingcheng rolled her eyes at him coquettishly and thought, you men spend money on women just for that kind of thing? Of course she didn't dare say this out loud. With a quick glance, he said, I want to be a host, too. My current job is too boring. I want to be by your side. What she thought was that by becoming an anchor, she could firstly earn more than the sales lady, and secondly, she could regard herself as the boss's wife. In the future, she would be able to keep an eye on the female anchors under her in the company and prevent them from seducing Lin Fan. Okay, with your looks, you'll definitely be a big hit. Lin Fan didn't think much about it and agreed to Gu Qingcheng's request on the spot. He trusts the judgment of the system. A beautiful woman with a beauty score above 9 is absolutely suitable to be an anchor. In the next few days, Lin Fan continued to prepare for the company's affairs. He posted recruitment notices on the internet platform, requiring that all staff except the anchors be women. Positions such as network administrator, finance, and operations are all held by women. Soon, the recruitment post of Chuanshe Entertainment caused quite a stir on the internet. In particular, many people saw that Genesis Media's slogan of providing more employment opportunities for women attracted more exposure. More importantly, Lin Fan also stated in the recruitment post that priority would be given to female anchors who had switched from Chuanshe Entertainment. This also attracted Wang Diji's attention. A month later, Chuanshe Media was back on track. There are more than 10 female anchors signed, all of whom are talented and beautiful goddesses. Pick any one of them, her looks and figure can beat some less famous 18th-tier female stars. Moreover, when Lin Fan signed contracts with these female anchors, the treatment they received was comparable to that of Xiao Xinxin. He would buy houses and cars for any female anchor he successfully signed, but the value was not as high as that of Xiao Xinxin, whom he promoted. Of course, the salaries for the employees recruited are also extremely high, which can be said to be a very wealthy company. And his wealth value also increased rapidly from 7.87 million to 23 million. That evening, Lin Fan was having dinner in the office when Gu Qingcheng entered the office with a scent of fragrance. Honey, let me show you a video. As he spoke, Gu Qingqing opened the Douyin software and pulled up a video. The video content is a woman crying and complaining about how she was cheated, beaten, and scolded by her ex-boyfriend. Sisters, I have such a hard life. My parents are ill from overwork, and I have a younger brother. I am the only one who supports the family. That scumbag kept saying he wanted to marry me, but I only asked for a gift of 300,000 yuan as a down payment for a house. He dumped me right away. I went to find him, but he teamed up with his mistress to beat and scold me. Woo woo, how could I meet such a scumbag? The woman in the video is none other than Stephanie Chen. Lin Fan's face suddenly turned gloomy. He didn't expect that Stephanie Chen would actually post this matter on the internet. It would be fine if they just posted it online, but they actually confuse right and wrong, fabricate stories out of thin air, and throw dirty water on him. This is clearly intended to ruin his reputation. This woman is so shameless. She did it herself and now she's biting back. Chen Yanzi cursed inwardly in anger, then came back to her senses and asked, "Should we warn her?" "Don't do that. I know that woman too well. The more you warn her, the more she'll probably get worse." And now the number of hits and comments is increasing. It's hard to control her now. Lin Fan took a rough look at some of the comments, all of which were complaints and insults from the general public. The scumbag deserves to die. What I hate most is the kind of scumbag who goes back on his word and cheats on your feelings. Sister, publish his name, we will cyberbully him for you and seek justice for you. I suspect this woman is acting. Her crying is so fake. Maybe there is something else going on. Please be careful when eating melons. Maybe there will be a twist later. That makes sense. Nowadays, women can attract a lot of traffic and attention by just acting casually on the internet. Who knows if it's a script? There are still many rational people among the crowd. It is obvious that the majority of the rational netizens are male, but these rational voices were quickly drowned out by the various accusations and attacks from female netizens. Lin Fan knew very well that Stephanie Chen was an unreasonable, petty, and narrow-minded woman. It is obvious that the purpose of Stephanie Chen posting this video was to take revenge on him. If he warned Stephanie Chen at this time, he would definitely be used by the other party and would be completely ruined. The best way to deal with it is to ignore it. Seeing his attitude, Gu Qingqing didn't say much. That day, a visitor came to the Chen family. The other party claimed to be the artist director of Superstar Culture Media, named Chen He. He wanted to sign Stephanie Chen and offered a generous remuneration. A basic salary of 100,000 yuan is given every month, and the rewards and sales during live broadcasts are divided equally. But the requirement was that Stephanie Chen had to post more details about how the scumbag deceived her. In other words, the other party wants to portray her as a miserable woman and attract the attention of the majority of women by accusing the scumbag of various despicable and immoral behaviors. After hearing Chen He's request, Stephanie Chen was a little hesitant. Seeing her hesitation, Chen He thought that the compensation he gave was not good enough. We can discuss the salary. Now is the era of traffic first. If you hesitate, once the popularity dies down and the number of netizens paying attention to you decreases, it will be difficult to attract attention again, and your value may also decrease. Upon hearing this, Chen's mother was the first to become unable to sit still. Stephanie Chen, why are you still hesitating? Sign the contract quickly. This is a basic salary of 100,000 yuan. Our family earns less than 20,000 yuan in total. This is like pie in the sky, why are you still hesitating? Even that loser doesn't make that much money. Sign it now. If you don't sign, I'll sign for you. But Stephanie Chen looked embarrassed. Mom, will this make Lin Fan angry? What if he comes looking for us? In the first video, I told some lies and exaggerated some things that never happened. Chapter 16. Why are you still thinking about that damn loser? What are you afraid of? If he dares to come to me, I will beat him to death. Chen's mother was so angry that she rolled her eyes and cursed. Chen's father beside him also echoed. That loser is a scumbag to begin with, he has no ambition, he loves new things and hates old ones. The words you used in the video are totally fine. I even think they are a bit mild. You should have cursed harder. The old couple had always looked down on Lin Fan. Even after learning that Lin Fan had become rich, they still had no good feelings towards him. Now someone is sending money to your door. As long as you go to Lin Fan in the dark, you can sit down and count the money. Why not do it? Sis. If you keep nagging me, I'm going to get mad. Zhu Ruoxue told me 2 days ago that the betrothal gift must be 500,000 yuan. Otherwise she won't marry. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being rude. Chen Wei kept shouting and clamoring. Wasn't it 380,000 before? Why is it going up again now? Father Chen looked puzzled. It's all Lin Fan's fault. After Lin Fan gave Zhu Ruoxue a car, she became arrogant and said that I was not worthy of him. She felt that she was very valuable and wanted to increase her worth. At this point, Chen Wei clenched his fists and beat his chest and stamped his feet. Hearing the quarrel among the family of four, Chen He, who was standing next to them, was overjoyed. It turns out that they are just making things up, and the content in the video is all fake. But he doesn't care. The video posted by Stephanie Chen attracted a lot of attention, mainly because Stephanie Chen is quite good looking. With some packaging, she is also a top beauty with great potential. He didn't want to miss the opportunity to make a beautiful anchor famous. Ms. Chen, I can give you 500,000 yuan first so that your brother can get married. Marriage is the most important thing. As soon as he opened his mouth, Chen's father, Chen's mother, and Chen Wei forced Chen Yanzi to sign the contract without saying a word. Chen Yi also fulfilled his promise and transferred 500,000 yuan to Chen Yanzi on the spot. Before leaving, he repeatedly asked Chen Yanzi to continue accusing Lin Fan of all his wrongdoings. The next day, Stephanie Chen released a new video. In the video, Stephanie Chen put on makeup that made her look extremely miserable. Sisters, I was beaten by that scumbag. Woo woo. That scumbag saw my previous video and said that I had bad intentions. He ran to my house and beat me up again. He also warned me that if I exposed him again, he would make my whole family restless and unable to live in peace. I was so good to him before, washing my clothes and cooking for me, and I tolerated him in every way. He broke up with me just because I asked for a little more betrothal gift. Now he has revealed his ugly true face and even came to my house to beat me up. We women want a dowry just to feel safe, not to monopolize the money. The dowry is for emergencies in the future, not for consumption. Sisters, please judge for me who is right and who is wrong. Accompanied by her miserable and moving cry, the new video once again caused a wave of heat on the Douyin software. The number of followers of Stephanie Chen also skyrocketed from 20,000 to more than 70,000. Just for this video, there are as many as 50,000 comments below. Almost all the comments were insulting the scumbag she mentioned, and were filled with all kinds of disgusting words. I hate this kind of incompetent scumbag the most. If it were me, I would definitely find someone to beat him up and make him crippled. He will be of no use to society if he is still alive. I support the young lady in exposing the information of that scumbag. Let's cyberbully him and make him have no peace. Girls, you must stay away from such incompetent men in the future. You must keep your eyes open and don't be deceived. The scumbag deserves to die. I support the young lady in bringing the goods. Her family is too poor. We should do our best to help her. Bihu Villa. Lin Fan naturally also saw the latest video posted by Stephanie Chen. This woman is getting more and more shameless. Anyone with eyes can see that the scars on her face are made up. How could so many people believe it? And she even slandered me like this. Lin Fan was so angry that he wanted to smash his phone. When he was still a bootlicker of Stephanie Chen, he didn't dare to lose his temper in front of her, and he was also hardworking and did all the housework, big and small. How come in her mouth, he became a lazy and gluttonous scumbag who often beats and abuses his wife? This is going to ruin his reputation completely. Gu Qingcheng came over with a glass of milk and comforted her softly. Hubby, calm down. This woman is deliberately trying to attract attention and traffic. Look at her profile below. It seems that she has signed a contract with a company. The content in the video is probably the people in the company who are helping her with her advice. Lin Fan had noticed this a long time ago. Stephanie Chen also left messages under some comments to inform Chigua.com about her situation. When some netizens asked about her parents' situation, she replied that her parents were in poor health, unable to work, and unemployed. She signed with the company to promote products just to earn some money for her parents' medical treatment. Some people also asked about her brother, and she made up a lie, saying that her brother was low self-esteem, introverted, not good at socializing, and had run into obstacles in his work. For all kinds of messed up reasons, she portrays herself as a miserable woman with an unfair fate, which makes people cry. However, most netizens are encouraging her to get out of the shadows as soon as possible and start a new life. In the latest update, Stephanie Chen posted a picture of her having dinner with the owner of a food company. He also said that he had started to earn money, which made his family very happy, and again aroused strong support from netizens. Of course, this is all the result of deliberate operation by the superstar culture company behind Stephanie Chen. By creating a miserable character to attract attention and traffic, an industrial chain has been formed. Many things are routines and templates. But a large number of netizens who just want to watch the show believe it. Lin Fan is an insider. How could he not see that superstar culture was deliberately manipulating everything behind the scenes? He was not idle during this period. He learned a lot of knowledge related to new media operations and understood the rules of this industry. But being slandered by Stephanie Chen was really intolerable to him. How about sending a lawyer's letter? Sue that woman and see if she still gets crazy. Gu Qingchang was also very angry and suggested taking Stephanie Chen to court. No hurry. If I take action now, wouldn't that be exactly what they want? I don't understand. The company behind her will take advantage of the situation to expose me. By then, even if I produce evidence, I won't be able to clear myself. God will punish this bitch. I believe that she will fall sooner or later. Acting can't fool everyone. There will always be a day when she will be exposed. Lin Fan waved his hand nonchalantly. It's not that he couldn't bear it, but he had no way to do anything about Stephanie Chen. Public opinion is now extremely unfriendly to him. Whether he is warned or sued in court, he will be countered by the other party. The only way is to wait until the heat dies down, or until rational netizens find evidence that she is acting, and then it is appropriate to present evidence to refute her. The job of an internet anchor is to make quick money, and one cannot maintain popularity for long. Chapter 17. The reason why Stephanie Chen is so popular is that, on the one hand, there are very few beautiful anchors like her on the Douyin app who are extremely beautiful and famous for creating a miserable personality. The second reason is, of course, that there is a company operating behind the scenes. Since she wants to ruin my reputation, I naturally can't let her plot succeed. We also hired some netizens to leave comments under the video, questioning whether she is deliberately acting to gain sympathy. The more doubts there are, the more rational those netizens will become. Sooner or later they will find her flaws. Lin Fan thought about it and felt that he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. The woman treated him like this. If he ignored her out of affection, he would be a complete scoundrel. He can admit that he is a people-pleasing dog, but he is definitely not a cowardly dog. How could Stephanie Chen discredit him like this? Then he could also hire some internet trolls to question her. And her brother seems to be planning to marry Zhu Ruoxue. You can find a way to ruin his marriage. Gu Qingcheng suddenly echoed. Yes. And that Chen Wei. Lin Fan nodded suddenly and almost forgot about Zhu Ruoxue. If I'm not mistaken, most of Stephanie Chen's signing fee was given by Chen Wei to Zhu Ruoxue. Thinking of how the Chen family of four treated him before, Lin Fan was still feeling indignant. If I don't retaliate, I will be really unworthy of my current status as a wealthy person. Thinking of this, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Zhu Ruoxue. He asked her if she was willing to be a host, and he could give her a base salary of 100,000 yuan plus a share of tips. The reason he did this was to elevate Zhu Ruoxue's views on money and marriage. To put it bluntly, it is to subvert Zhu Ruoxue's three views. Previously, Zhu Ruoxue proposed a dowry of 380,000 yuan to Chen Wei, but now it has increased to 500,000 yuan, which was influenced by him. He now invites Zhu Ruoxue to be the anchor in order to make Zhu Ruoxue realize that she is very valuable and thus look down on Chen Wei even more. In this way, if Chen Wei wants to marry Zhu Ruoxue, he will have to pay a higher price. Soon, Zhu Ruoxue replied that he was willing to be a host. Lin Fan naturally invited her to visit his company. The next afternoon, Zhu Ruoxue came to Chuanshe Media as promised. Lin Fan personally entertained her, and Zhu Ruoxue was attracted by such a relaxed and free working environment. With the lobbying of Gu Qingcheng and others, the contract was signed with Lin Fan on the same day. In the evening, Lin Fan brought Zhu Ruoxue and other girls out of the company and prepared to have dinner at the restaurant opposite. Unexpectedly, Chen Wei suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Ruoxue. Ruoxue, are you free now? I want to take you to a jewelry store and buy you some jewelry as a token of our love. Chen Wei came up to him with a smile on his face. That look was as humble as it could be. Seeing his dog-licking look, Lin Fan was stunned. Isn't this the same way he tried to please Stephanie Chen in the beginning? Chen Wei, let's think about marriage slowly. I don't think we are suitable for each other. Zhu Ruoxue hesitated for 2 seconds and then spoke out what was in her heart. Hearing this, Chen Wei was stunned. Why? Didn't you agree to it 2 days ago? Why did you change your mind again? If you have any other requests, just tell me. I can satisfy you. If the gift is too low, I can increase it. Whether you want a house or a car, I can satisfy you. Chen Wei was stunned and looked at Zhu Ruoxue in confusion. He has given enough, but this woman is still not satisfied? Now I have a house and a car. Was it given to me by Lin Fan? Zhu Ruoxue turned around to look at Lin Fan, who was walking towards her, and said something shocking. What? Chen Wei was shocked and looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. Why would he give you a house and a car? Lin Fan walked up to him with a smile on his face, raised his chin, and said arrogantly, I'm sorry, Ruoxue is now the anchor of my company. According to the rules of the contract, I need to provide her with a motorhome. This is an employee benefit. Don't think too much about it. But the more he said this, the more Chen Wei became obsessed with it. You want to ruin my marriage. Lin Fan, are you still human? Chen Wei was so angry that he started cursing on the spot. Which boss would give a female employee a RV for no reason? This clearly shows a hidden relationship. Zhu Ruoxue's face changed and she said in a deep voice, we haven't even gotten engaged yet, and we haven't even received the betrothal gifts yet. So, the marriage hasn't actually been finalized yet. The implication is that the two of them don't have any relationship yet. Upon hearing this, Chen Wei realized that Zhu Ruoxue was determined to break up with him. But your parents also agreed. Just because he gave you a house and a car, you changed your mind? You two have had sex a long time ago, right? Chen Wei's face was gloomy. He stared at the two of them with an unfriendly look and questioned them aggressively. Chen Wei. Watch your words. Lin Fan and I are innocent. He is my boss now, and you are not allowed to say bad things about him. It was Lin Fan who recognized my value and invited me to be a host. He can give me a base salary of 100,000 yuan, plus a share of the rewards. The money I earn in a month is what you may not be able to earn in a year. Look at you again, what can you give me? The betrothal money was paid by your sister, and the expenses for your daily food, drink and entertainment were all given to you by your family. You are a typical lazy person. If I marry you, I really don't know how I will live in the future. These words made Chen Wei's face turn pale and he was speechless. He didn't expect Zhu Ruoxue to suddenly become so materialistic. She used to like him, but now she looks down on him, which is a serious blow to his heart. Seeing Chen Wei at a loss and with a confused expression on his face, Lin Fan couldn't help but grin. This is exactly the result he wants. Before, Stephanie Chen and her family of 4 treated him like a beast of burden and looked down on him from beginning to end. Now it's Chen Wei's turn. He invited Zhu Ruoxue to be the anchor just to turn her into a money-worshipping woman. Now Zhu Ruoxue even feels that even a 1 million betrothal gift is not enough to bring her home. At least only a rich man like Lin Fan is qualified to marry her. Even if the Chen family emptied their assets, Zhu Ruoxue would not fall in love with Chen Wei. This is giving someone a taste of their own medicine. A loser like this is worthy of pursuing Zhu Ruoxue? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Go wherever it's cool. How did your Chen family treat Mr. Lin before? Now you are not even qualified to be Mr. Lin's dog. Gu Qingcheng was the first to jump out and mock. She witnessed with her own eyes how the 4 members of the Chen family looked down on Lin Fan, and when Stephanie Chen maliciously defamed him on Douyin, she couldn't help but stand up for him. The other female anchors also followed suit and spread the rumors. Boss Lin is still the best. All female anchors who sign contracts have houses and cars. Sisters, when we look for partners in the future, let's follow the standards of Boss Lin. That makes sense. A poor loser like this who is still dependent on his parents is not worthy of us. We need to date someone who is a multi-millionaire or a second-generation rich man. Chapter 18. Seeing many female anchors speaking well of him, Lin Fan felt very proud. It turns out that magic must be defeated with magic. To deal with sinister villains like Chen Wei and Chen Yanzi, you either use money to pave the way or let women drown them with spit. Lin Fan. I'll remember you. Just wait for me. How dare you ruin my plans? I'll let my sister expose you. Chen Wei glared at Lin Fan fiercely and cursed angrily. Humph. I'm going to sue her for defamation and frame up. You know exactly whether I did those things or not. I have a lot of evidence in my hands. Lin Fan expected him to say that and retorted with disdain. Nema. I'm going to beat you to death, you bastard. Chen Wei was so angry that he jumped up and rushed towards Lin Fan with his fists raised. Be careful. Gu Qingcheng and others screamed. But Lin Fan is different now. His fighting power has increased a lot after he conquered Gu Qingcheng last time. Both physical agility and strength have been greatly improved. At this moment, Chen Wei's movements seemed to be as slow as a turtle in his eyes, and were slowed down several times. Lin Fan avoided Chen Wei's sudden attack with just a sideways step. The next second, Lin Fan kicked Chen Wei on the butt with quick eyes and hands. Chen Wei stumbled and fell flat on his face, caught off guard. This caused Gu Qingcheng and other girls to laugh. Wow, I didn't expect Mr. Lin to know martial arts. He's so charming. This stinky loser really doesn't know what's good for him and doesn't know his own limitations. If I were Mr. Lin, I would tear his mouth to pieces and make him spew shit all over his mouth. This is a typical scumbag. Fortunately, Zhu Ruoxue didn't get engaged to him, otherwise, her life would be wasted. Chen Wei was so angry that he vomited blood when he heard a group of beautiful women calling him a scumbag and a loser. He had never imagined that there would be so many beautiful women defending Lin Fan, praising him like an idol, and even admiring him. He couldn't figure out how Lin Fan had suddenly become a rich man. Don't pay any attention to this loser, let's go eat, it's my treat today. Lin Fan glanced at Chen Wei coldly, then took the girls to the restaurant across the street in a casual manner. Sister, I just saw that Lin Fan. That guy actually ruined my plans and stole my girl, Zhu Ruoxue. You should immediately post a video saying that Lin Fan beat me up, stole my love, had affairs with other women, and has corrupt personal ethics. Chen family. Chen Wei told Chen Yanzi about what happened to Lin Fan and asked her to continue posting videos to discredit Lin Fan. After Stephanie Chen asked Chen He for his opinion and received a reply, she posted a new video overnight. As soon as the new video was released, it quickly attracted criticism from netizens. Many netizens still left messages pointing out the scumbag as false. This scumbag is nothing. He even wants to steal my sister-in-law. He's just like a bandit and a bully. The anchor must expose this scumbag. I support the exposure. It would be best if the scumbag was sent to jail. It's so infuriating. If I met him in real life, I would beat his head off. Is the pinned comment from the anchor's younger brother? My sister is afraid of retaliation and dare not expose the scumbag's name. Can the younger brother tell us? We will enforce justice on your behalf and punish the scumbag. Stephanie Chen occasionally replies to messages from netizens. But she never dared to reveal Lin Fan's real name. After all, she had just made up the story from the beginning and deliberately slandered him. If Lin Fan came out to clarify the facts, she would be exposed. Not only would her account be blocked, but she might also be judged as in breach of contract by Chen He, and would have to pay liquidated damages. But what she didn't expect was that Chen Wei also registered an account. However, he did not post the video, but replied to netizens who were watching the video as Stephanie Chen's younger brother. Chen Wei also knew that they had been cheating and did not reveal Lin Fan's identity. But he couldn't swallow this anger. So he was smart enough to reply to the netizens' message, saying that the scumbag that everyone wanted to criticize worked at Huancher Entertainment Company. He also specifically emphasized that after the scumbag becomes rich, he becomes fickle and flirts with other women everywhere. The netizens followed the information he provided and found the official account of Huancher Entertainment. Soon, countless netizens went to Huancher Entertainment's official account to leave messages, insulting and cyberbullying it. Even the female anchors working for Huancher Entertainment were affected, and received all kinds of disgusting comments and insults during the live broadcast. What's worse, through human flesh search, they found the contact information of the boss behind Huancher Entertainment and called him directly to insult him. There is no coincidence in the world. Chen Wei accidentally slipped and liked a video posted by Zhou Zhang, the boss of Huancher Entertainment. As a result, netizens who did not know the evidence mistakenly believed that Zhou Zhang was the scumbag mentioned by Stephanie Chen. Many netizens went to the video posted by Zhou Zhang and left messages to cyberbully him. Zhou Zhang immediately released a video to clarify that he was not a scumbag and that he and Stephanie Chen did not know each other at all. However, netizens did not listen to his advice and continued to engage in cyberbullying without restraint. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhou Zhang took his men directly to the Chen family. In the Chen family's yard, several thugs armed with sticks beat Chen Wei so badly that he lay on the ground wailing. "Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! Brother, I know I was wrong, I really didn't mean it." In front of him stood a fat man with blonde hair, in his early 30s, with a gold necklace around his neck. This person is Zhou Zhang, the behind-the-scenes boss of Huancher Entertainment Company and also Wang Diji's nephew. If it wasn't intentional, then it was intentional? Why didn't you clarify it to me right away? I've received countless harassing calls these past 2 days, even my relatives and friends are not immune. Zhou Zhang kicked Chen Wei in the face. Chen Wei howled and cried incessantly. Seeing this, Chen's father and mother immediately stepped forward to block it. "Boss, you are a magnanimous person. Don't bother with him. He is just a child. He really didn't mean to do it. He was forced to do it. It was that Lin Fan who did it." Zhou Zhang didn't buy it at all. He raised his hand and slapped the old couple each. "Fuck you. Don't give me that. Naughty kids have naughty parents, I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Before coming, he asked Wang Diji to investigate thoroughly. The scumbag that Chen Yanzi mentioned was Lin Fan. She also knew that Lin Fan was a bootlicker before, looked down upon by the Chen family, and was poor. But Lin Fan had been fired by Wang Diji a long time ago, and now he has nothing to do with Chen Yanzi. He encountered this unexpected disaster completely by accident. He also watched the video posted by Stephanie Chen, and also realized that she was acting. Immediately ask your sister to post a video to clarify. I have nothing to do with her. This is all a misunderstanding. Zhou Zhang roared harshly. Chen Wei on the ground raised his head and shouted, "Right, right, right. It was indeed a misunderstanding. Boss Zhou, I made a mistake. Lin Fan's company is called Chuangshi Media, and your company is called Huancher Entertainment. I made a mistake. I clicked the wrong button. It was a misunderstanding. Your hand slipped, didn't it? Then let me fix your hand." Chapter 19. After he finished speaking, several thugs started to attack Chen Wei crazily again. Genesis Media? Zhou Zhang muttered to himself, why does this name sound familiar? He suddenly remembered that several female anchors in the company had jumped ship and went to another company, namely Chuangshi Media. He also checked and found out that the boss of Chuangshi Media was Gu Qingcheng. You just said that Genesis Media is Lin Fan's company? Zhou Zhang asked in surprise and doubt. Yes, the anchors there all call Lin Fan Mr. Lin. I didn't remember when I left my message before, and wrote Huasher Entertainment, which resulted in such a big misunderstanding. Chen Wei kept begging for mercy with a sad face. Zhou Zhang frowned. The more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. He immediately took out his cell phone and called his uncle Wang Diji. After the call was connected, he asked bluntly, "Uncle, was the network administrator you hired before called Lin Fan, and his fiancée called Chen Yanzi? How did you know?" I was just about to tell you this. I just found out that the Chuangshi Media, which has the same name as our company, was founded by Lin Fan. He is the real boss, and Gu Qingcheng is just his woman. Oh my god. Zhou Zhang frowned and couldn't help but curse. So that guy wasn't bragging, he wants to challenge us? Wang Diji on the opposite side was stunned for a moment, and sensing the tremendous anger in his tone, he quickly lowered his voice. I'm sorry, I really didn't know that Lin Fan was so capable. At first I thought he was bragging. It was only after you were cyberbullied these few days that I realized something was wrong. Zhou Zhang cursed Wang Diji several times in his heart. If it weren't for the stingy uncle provoking Lin Fan, would a series of troubles have arisen? Then find out where that guy is right now. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Zhang interrogated the family of 3 and finally found out the whole story. It looks like Lin Fan has hooked up with a rich woman. He went from being a poor loser to a rich man overnight. Quite interesting. Zhou Zhang looked at the 3 of them with a joking expression. I didn't expect that this weird family would actually drive away a rich man. I don't know if they are crazy or blind. After waiting for a while, Stephanie Chen came back from outside and Zhou Zhang ordered her to release a clarification video in person. Although it is a bit too late to issue a clarification statement at this time, it can at least clear his name. The online violence in the past 2 days has really made him restless. After Zhou Zhang left, Chen's father and mother jumped up and beat Chen Yanzi violently without saying a word. You unfilial daughter, I have to vent my anger today. Look at what your brother has been beaten into, and you still have the mood to go out on a date with him? Stephanie Chen collapsed on the ground, covering her face and crying aggrievedly. Woo woo. Mom, why did you hit me? He asked for it. What does it have to do with me? If you hadn't looked down on me and made Lin Fan angry and leave, we wouldn't still be living in this shabby yard. And Xiao Wei, his marriage fell through, and Lin Fan actually snatched Zhu Ruoxuo away. Mother Chen was so angry that she almost passed out. It is impossible to make Lin Fan change his mind now, so he can only go all the way to the end. In their eyes, even if Lin Fan became a rich man, he was still a tool. Now Lin Fan has been slandered and defamed by them, and as long as the popularity does not diminish, Stephanie Chen will continue to make money. During this period, Stephanie Chen hooked up with a supermarket owner. This supermarket owner was recommended by Chun He. His name is Su Daxiang. Although he is a little old, he is very wealthy with assets worth hundreds of millions. At first, he only cooperated with Stephanie Chen. The goods that Stephanie Chen sold on the Douyin software belonged to this owner. Upon learning that Su Daxiang was single, Chen's father and mother asked her to spend more time with Su Daxiang. After a few interactions, Stephanie Chen actually hooked up with this multi-millionaire. Friday evening. After dinner, Lin Fan planned to inspect the company. There are now more than 40 female anchors signed by Chuangsha Media, but not all of them have to work in the company to do live broadcasts. Some will broadcast live from home. Only popular anchors like Shinzi, who often show their talents, dance, play musical instruments, etc., and who are surrounded by a lot of noise and intense activities, will choose to work in the company. The live broadcast time is mostly in the evening, although there are professional network managers and operations to supervise it. But as the boss behind the scenes, Lin Fan will still be present at the scene. Of course, it was also to watch those beauties dancing and singing. Such days were so happy, just like being an emperor. As soon as he arrived at the company, Xiao Xinqin came to greet him. Boss Lin, I have something I would like to trouble you with. How many times have I told you not to call me Mr. Lin? It seems too distant. Lin Fan scratched her nose and took a closer look at her personal information. Name, Xiao Xinqin. Age, 20 years old. Purity, 100. Intimacy favorability, 50. Alas, her favorability is still at 50. It has not increased. It seems that she still doesn't want to care about me too much. Maybe she thinks that I have ulterior motives for signing so many female anchors and thinks that I am a playboy. Lin Fan sighed silently in his heart. During the days when he signed the contract with Xiao Xinqin's favorability intimacy towards him reached 70 at one point. But ever since Gu Qingcheng appeared in front of her, her favorability rating has not increased but decreased to 50. Gu Qingcheng has always regarded herself as the boss's wife, which made Xiao Xinqin cautious and afraid to get too close to Lin Fan. It's like this. A classmate of mine is having a birthday party tonight. He invited me and asked me to bring my boyfriend. I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend and go to the party with me. Xiao Xinqin pinched her fingers, feeling very embarrassed. Seeing that there was something else behind her words, Lin Fan seemed to have guessed something. Is there someone pursuing you, but you don't like him, so you want me to be a shield so that the boy will back off? Yeah, that's about it. Are you willing to? Xiao Xinqin's cheeks flushed and she looked at him hopefully. Lin Fan noticed that at this moment, her favorability intimacy towards him increased from 50 to 70. A favorability score of 70 points means that the relationship is less than that of a romantic partner, but is just one step away from a confession. The system has different scores for favorability. The favorability level is 0 to 10 points, which means you are just a stranger, a casual acquaintance, and are not very familiar with each other. If the favorability is between 10 and 30 points, you can become friends. The favorability is 30 to 50 points, and the relationship is similar to that of a close friend, a confidant, or a male bestie. If the favorability is 50 points, it means that the woman is quite attracted to him. If you confess your love at this time, there is a 50% chance that you can become a boyfriend and girlfriend. If you score 70 points, you are a close couple. A favorability score of 90 points is like that of a husband and wife, and the relationship is like that of family members. According to the rules of the system, if the favorability reaches 100, the other party will turn into a bootlicker. Gu Qingcheng is the only woman who has a 100% favorable impression of him. Now, Gu Qingcheng has become his bootlicker and listens to him in everything. This system also has a strange rule. Every time you capture a woman with a favorability of more than 90 points, you will get a 5-point attribute reward. Chapter 20. Attribute points can increase your own strength, such as improving agility, physical strength, and wisdom. His current physical strength is 5.9. After conquering Gu Qingcheng, I put all my attribute points into physical strength, and my own strength rose to a higher level. In the past, he might not be able to deal with street thugs, but now he can easily beat 10 of them at once. He looked at the system rules and found that if the body strength reached 100, he would be invulnerable to swords and guns, and immune to the 5 poisons. This means that he has to capture 20 beauties before he can max out his physical strength. Moreover, he has to capture beautiful women whose favorability towards him is above 90 points to get attribute point rewards. If the strategy favorability is below 90 points, there will be no rewards. Xiao Xinxin's favorability towards him reaches up to 70, although the system suggests that you can pursue Xiao Xinxin. He is not the kind of playboy who falls in love with every girl he meets. Xiao Xinxin's favorability towards him has not reached 90 yet, so a direct attack might backfire. After all, Xiao Xinxin is a pure girl with a sensitive and complicated mind. She is worried about gains and losses and has many concerns. If her favorability drops to 0, she might quit her job and change jobs. Now Xiao Xinxin has become the top anchor in the company. After signing with Douyu, her number of fans has reached more than 2 million in just 1 month, with the number of fans increasing by 70,000 to 80,000 every day. In the first month alone, the reward amount reached 300,000 after being split equally with Douyu, and the fan stickiness is quite high. It can be predicted that Xinzi will definitely become a popular female anchor on the entire network in the future. He certainly couldn't let go of such a cash cow easily. Therefore, he had no thoughts about Xiao Xinxin. Of course I would. I'm best at being a tool. Lin Fan smiled broadly, revealing his dog-licking side once again. Xiao Xinxin also smiled happily. I didn't expect that Lin Fan still takes good care of himself. Unfortunately, Lin Fan noticed that her favorability towards him never increased and remained at 70. Of course, he has many ways to increase Xiao Xinxin's favorability towards him. For example, going on dates, buying various gifts, and trying to please the other person like a dog can increase the favorability. However, after he realized that Xiao Xinxin was a girl who was always worried about gains and losses, he decided not to pursue her. He recently read some books on psychology. The more anxious a girl is, the better you treat her, the colder she may become. Especially since he already has Gu Qingcheng by his side, although he claims that he and Gu Qingcheng have not yet obtained a marriage certificate and are only living together. Xiao Xinxin has always had a crush on him, and as long as he confesses his feelings, her favorability level will definitely exceed 90. But he was afraid that his favorability would drop to 0. Compared with other female anchors, there are also some whose favorability reaches 70, but the purity of these beauties is very low. In simple terms, the less pure a girl is, the more she thinks and the more materialistic she is. He doesn't really like materialistic girls like Stephanie Chen. By the way, I told them that you are the company's network administrator, your family is average, you have a house and a car, so don't drive that Bugatti, drive my BMW. Xiao Xinxin added 2 more sentences. I understand. Lin Fan nodded knowingly. He knew why Xiao Xinxin was so low-key. If he went there as the boss of a company, others would definitely think that she was being kept by someone and all kinds of rumors would be stirred up. He was just over 20 years old when he signed a contract with a big company. The boss gave him a house and a car as a gift. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was something wrong, let alone his classmates. 8 o'clock in the evening. After the live broadcast ended, Lin Fan drove the BMW he gave to Xiao Xinxin to the Binjiang Hotel. This is a large hotel that integrates a club, KTV, hotel, and restaurant. The gathering place is outdoors. Xiao Xinxin is now a sophomore at Hangzhou Media College, majoring in broadcasting and hosting. There are more girls in her class, only 5 boys, and the rest are girls. There are less than 30 students in the entire class. Today is class monitor Li Rong's birthday, and she invited the whole class to the Binjiang Hotel to celebrate. It was the first time for Lin Fan and Xiao Xinxin to attend an outdoor party and they found it very novel. The venue is a pavilion located by the river. As soon as the two entered the pavilion, a tall girl came up to them. Why are you here just now? I've been waiting for you. Sorry, there are a lot of cars on Saturday night. Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend, Lin Fan. After saying hello, Xiao Xinxin directly introduced Lin Fan. Hello. Lin Fan nodded to express his greetings. He is just a tool today and won't say any more nonsense. Shinzi, you are too careless. How come you found such an ordinary boyfriend? You are the campus beauty. He is too ordinary, just like his name. The girl glanced at Lin Fan and muttered something under her breath. He is not ordinary, he is just a low-key person. I like this kind of low-key and pragmatic person. Xiao Xinxin didn't think the girl's words were too abrupt or rude. That was just her personality, she spoke her mind. Lin Fan also secretly looked at the girl. Because of the existence of the system, even if Xiao Xinxin did not introduce her, Lin Fan could see the general information of this girl. Name, Yang Na. Age, 21. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Purity, 90. Favorability intimacy, 0. Seeing that the girl's purity was 90%, Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. A purity score of 90 means that this girl has dated 10 boyfriends and has slept with all of them. Xiao Xinxin's purity is 100, which means she is still a virgin. Yang Na brought the two of them to the pavilion. The pavilion is spacious and has the same layout as a KTV, with a TV and a karaoke bar. As soon as Xiao Xinxin appeared, everyone came forward to greet her politely. Lin Fan also noticed that there were several girls whose looks were above 9 points. These girls all came with their boyfriends, and their purity levels were mostly around 90. There was even a girl with a purity level of 70, which made his jaw drop. After all, it is a media college, and 90% of the girls are not pure. A pure girl like Xiao Xinxin is like a fairy in school. After saying hello, a handsome young man in a suit and tie, with an extraordinary bearing, gentle and elegant manner, and full of nobleness, walked in from outside holding 2 bouquets of flowers. Mr. Ling, you are finally here. When they saw this person, everyone looked at him with envy. Even Lin Fan couldn't help but feel jealous. This boy has such an elegant temperament and a very good-looking face. You can tell at a glance that he is a second-generation rich man. He is wearing all branded clothes, full of nobility. When Lin Fan saw a hint of annoyance in Xiao Xinxin's eyes, he knew that this person was the rich second-generation man who was pursuing her. Young Master Ling first gave the larger bouquet of flowers to today's protagonist, and then came to Xiao Xinxin holding the second bouquet of flowers. Xinzi, this bouquet of flowers is for you. I hope you like it. There was a hint of pride in his tone. Xiao Xinxin was stunned for a moment, and Yang Na beside her immediately took over the conversation and echoed, "This flower is so fragrant. When we bring it back to the dormitory, it will surely fill the whole room with fragrance for 10 days. Lin Fan glanced at her and didn't expect Yang Na to have such a high EQ. Chapter 21. But her next words made Lin Fan look embarrassed. What a pity, you sent the flowers too late. Xinzi already has a boyfriend. Lin Fan, you haven't introduced yourself yet, let everyone get to know you. After saying this, the boy looked Lin Fan up and down without any hesitation. It would be better to say that he was examining rather than looking at her. Lin Fan caught a glimpse of disdain and displeasure in his eyes, but the other party was good at concealing it, so this subtle look flashed away in an instant. But who is Lin Fan? He can now understand women's minds and has read some books on psychology. I can always capture some faint expressions and looks. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Fan, I'm 23 years old, and I work at Chuangzhi Media as a network administrator. Lin Fan briefly introduced himself. A few boys in the corner looked at him and muttered. This guy is actually a network administrator. How can he be able to pursue Xiao Xinxin? He is not even close to Master Ling. Of course not. Ling Feng is a well-known rich second generation in the school. I heard that his family runs a real estate company. His weekly pocket money is more than 100,000. It's fine that he didn't send a gift, but he's still feeling so good about himself? He's obviously a bootlicker. I wonder how he got Xiao Xinxin. Just now I seemed to see him driving a BMW X6, and I thought he was also a rich second generation, but now it seems, the BMW is probably rented. Ling Feng smiled faintly, not caring about Lin Fan at all, and like a magic trick, a small box appeared out of thin air in his hand. The girls present exclaimed. Xiao Xinxin took a step back in disbelief, her face filled with surprise. Was he going to propose to her in public? Ling Feng slowly opened the box, and inside was not a ring, but a necklace. Xinzi, I heard that you have liked this necklace for a long time. I bought it specially for you. Do you like it? Hearing this, Xiao Xinxin was a little at a loss. She glanced at Yang Na beside her, and Yang Na shrugged slightly with a helpless expression, as if it was none of her business. Lin Fan glanced at the two of them and roughly guessed what was going on. Most likely, Ling Feng wanted to pursue Chao Xinxin, and found out about Chao Xinxin's interests and hobbies from Yang Na. For example, this necklace was probably what Chao Xinxin and Yang Na saw when they went shopping. However, Yang Na interrupted again. "Mr. Ling, she already has a boyfriend. Are you trying to steal her away? Isn't that a bit too abrupt?" After saying that, she looked straight at Lin Fan. Everyone looked at Lin Fan with strange expressions, waiting to see how he would respond next. Lin Fan said quietly, "My classmate, how much did you pay for this necklace?" Ling Feng's eyes flashed with contempt. He raised his chin and said proudly, "This is the most expensive necklace of Jinfu jewelry, worth 200,000. After he finished speaking, everyone burst into surprise. "Mr. Ling is too generous. He just gave me a necklace worth 200,000 yuan? My family's annual income may not be 200,000 yuan. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others." Looking at Lin Fan's expression, he probably can't afford such an expensive necklace. Also, how can a poor worker compare with the rich second generation? I think Ling Feng is going to steal Xinz's love today. I heard that he has been pursuing Xinz for almost a semester. He is determined to win her over today. Everyone looked at Lin Fan with a gloating expression. I wonder how he is going to fight Ling Feng. Lin Fan stared at the necklace for a few seconds and said something shocking. "You think you can afford something worth only 200,000? A goddess like Xinz must have jewelry worth at least 1 million to match her beauty." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. Ling Feng's face darkened and he glanced at him unhappily. This guy dares to confront him in public? He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, a true rich second generation, and no one ever dared to contradict him in public. It instantly aroused the jealousy in his heart. Isn't this guy too pretentious? Can he come up with millions of jewels? I think he can only talk big. Maybe Xinzi likes this kind of thing? Xinzi met the wrong person, she actually met a pretentious person. If you dare to offend young Master Ling, I'm afraid he will suffer the consequences. Everyone couldn't help but feel sorry for Chao Xinxin, and they also suspected that Lin Fan was just showing off. Lin Fan turned to look at Chao Xinxin, smiling widely. "It just so happens that I am a diamond member of Jinfu Jewelry. I will call the manager of Jinfu Jewelry and ask him to send a few pieces of jewelry over." Upon hearing this, everyone present, except Chao Xinxin, showed contempt on their faces. Of course Chao Xinxin knew that he was not bragging, but she didn't want Lin Fan to spend so much money. Lin Fan has already given her a lot of things. Forget it. I don't really like jewelry. Then just ask for whatever you like. As your boyfriend, it would be unreasonable for me not to give you a decent gift. The last two sentences were his response to everyone's doubts. It was also hinting to Ling Feng that he was not qualified to poach people. In fact, Chao Xinxin also noticed that her classmates looked down on Lin Fan. At the same time, she was a person who cared a lot about her reputation. If Lin Fan did not express anything, others would definitely say that she was deceived by Lin Fan. Lin Fan is not short of money anyway, since he insists on giving it to me, I will just obey him. Then, I want a Patek Philippe watch. No problem, I'll arrange it right away. Lin Fan clapped his hands. Regardless of whether Chao Xinxin is materialistic or not, he will be very happy as long as she is willing to cooperate with him, and he will be willing to give her gifts worth any amount of money. Then, he took out his cell phone, found the phone number of the manager of the Jinfu Jewelry Tianhu District branch, and dialed the number in public. He had previously bought some jewelry as gifts for Gu Qingcheng and other female anchors, with a value of tens of millions. His wealth and generosity made the manager of the Jinfu Jewelry branch take the initiative to add his contact information and let Lin Fan become a diamond member of Jinfu Jewelry. Manager Zhou, are you free now? Can you bring me some jewelry and gold items? After the call was connected, Lin Fan instructed the person on the other end of the phone in a commanding tone. Then bring 29 gold medals and a necklace. Also, do you know anyone at Patek Philippe? Yes, I do. Then pick a lady's watch for you. It must be worth no less than 5 million. When everyone heard what he said, Zhang Er was confused. What is this guy going to do? Give all of us gold medals? He started with a watch worth millions. TSK, I've never seen anyone so pretentious before. Today really opened my eyes. Could it be that Lin Fan is an invisible rich man? Don't jump to conclusions. What if he's acting? Lin Fan didn't care about the strange looks from everyone. He turned around and explained to Xiao Xinxin, "When I came here just now, I forgot to bring a gift for the monitor. I feel embarrassed. I asked manager Zhou to bring 29 100-gram pure gold medals as gifts for the students. In addition, I will give a necklace to the protagonist of the night, Monitor Li Rong. I wonder if you like this arrangement." Chapter 22. I like it. Sorry for the expense. Xiao Xinxin pretended to be shy and nodded with satisfaction. She felt very honored that Lin Fan was willing to spend money on her. Of course you are. You are my girlfriend, a school beauty. You are not someone that some random person can pursue. Lin Fan echoed with a hint of meaning. Everyone could hear that he was mocking Ling Feng. Xiao Xinxin glanced at Ling Feng indifferently. She had no feelings for Ling Feng in the first place, and Lin Fan licked her like that, which made her feel even more proud. Having said that, Lin Fan noticed that Xiao Xinxin's favorability towards him remained at 50 and did not increase. It was obvious that Xiao Xinxin was cooperating with him and acting. On the contrary, other girls have a stronger liking for him. Especially Yang Na, whose favorability was 0 at the beginning, but now it has instantly increased to 50. The other girls' favorability levels are mostly around 10 points. However, Lin Fan noticed that there was a woman in the corner whose favorability towards him was negative. Name, Su Momo. Age, 29. Appearance, 9.1 points. Purity, 99. Favorability intimacy, 50 dislike of men. Hate men? She hates me so much? Is this woman a lesbian? Lin Fan felt very depressed. Among the more than 20 girls in the audience, only Su Tumo had a negative impression of him. Of the women at the party tonight, only 2 were slightly older. One is Su Tumo and the other is Ouyang Qi. Ouyang Qi is the head teacher of this class. She is 27 years old. Her appearance is not as good as Su Tumo and Xiao Xinxin, with a score of 8.5. Su Tumo is Ouyang Qi's cousin. She was brought here by Ouyang Qi to join in the fun. Only Su Tumo and Xiao Xinxin had a look score above 9 in the whole audience. The rest of the girls either have internet celebrity faces or are relatively photogenic beauties, but they cannot be called goddesses. Only those with a beauty score of 9 or above can be considered goddesses. You are such a good show-off. 29 100-gram gold medals, plus the necklace and the watch, would cost at least tens of millions. Do you have that much money? At this time, Ling Feng couldn't help but question. Yang Na on the side chimed in, "Mr. Ling, what if he is an invisible rich second generation? He came here in a BMW worth millions. Maybe the company Xinzi signed a contract with is owned by his family." Hearing this, Xiao Xinxin raised her eyebrows. She had never told Yang Na that Lin Fan was the real boss of her company. How could she see that? Of course Yang Na guessed it, but she didn't expect to guess it right by chance. However, Lin Fan felt that Yang Na had an extremely high EQ. She seemed to be very smart, but in fact, she was just a fence-sitter who would act differently depending on the person she met. Just now she was trying to please Ling Feng with a fawning look on her face, but she was sarcastic towards Lin Fan. Now the situation is reversed. "Oh, then which family are you from? It just so happens that I am familiar with all the families in Hangzhou. If you are really a rich second generation, then I will disappear automatically." Ling Feng looked Lin Fan up and down with some disdain. He can tell at a glance whether the other party is a hidden rich man. No matter how low-key a wealthy person is, even if he is dressed ordinary, you can still reveal some clues from his words and actions. But he had never seen such an ordinary invisible rich man as Lin Fan. Anyone could tell that he suspected Lin Fan was just pretending to be rich. "I'm not from here. Besides, there are plenty of rich people in this world. There are always people who are better than you." Lin Fan didn't want to waste time talking to him. This guy, thinking he is a rich second generation, feels that he is knowledgeable and can make decisions on the world. The 5 boys in the corner saw that Ling Feng was at a disadvantage and stood up to speak out for justice. "Do you know who Mr. Ling is? You've heard of Fengxing Real Estate, right? This is his family's company, with assets worth over 1 billion. How is your family situation? Tell us more about it, don't just talk nonsense." Maybe he was just pretending to make a phone call. He wanted to appear rich and deliberately said he would give everyone gold. He might find an excuse to leave soon. The other girls also thought it made sense and continued to glance at Lin Fan with disdain. However, Lin Fan just smiled and said nothing. You'll know whether I'm bragging or not in a moment. Tonight is Li Rong's birthday, and I don't want to ruin her mood. After saying that, Lin Fan pulled Xiao Xinxin to sit aside. That's right, don't take it seriously, just eat and drink and have fun. Yan Na is indeed the most lively person in the class. She diffuses the awkward atmosphere with just a few words. Lin Fan did not force himself to join in the fun, he just wanted to be a quiet handsome man. But Su Tumo beside him couldn't help but comment on his words and actions. Boys nowadays are so childish. They are willing to waste their parents' money just to pick up girls and show off their abilities. Sooner or later, their family fortune will be squandered and they will have nothing to lose. They are really out of their minds. What's wrong with your brain? When Lin Fan heard this, he became unhappy on the spot. What he spent was the system's own bootlicker money, not his parents' money. He glanced at Su Tumo, and their eyes met. Favorability intimacy, 51. Damn. Are you kidding me? Do you hate me so much just because I look at you for one more moment? Lin Fan was speechless for a moment. Su Tumo pursed her lips in disgust, turned her head away with an impatient look, not wanting to look at him any longer. Lin Fan also asked for trouble and didn't start again. However, he also noticed that Su Tumo seemed to be a fair, wealthy, and beautiful woman, and the clothes she was wearing were also life-related cards, and the total value of the clothes was no less than 50,000. Shinzi, who is this woman? She seems to be a hidden rich person as well. He couldn't help but ask Xiao Xinxin about Su Tumo's identity. She is teacher Ouyang's cousin. Her family runs a hotel. Their assets are several levels higher than Lingfeng's family. I heard that her family has a strong background. Her grandfather is the provincial party secretary or director of a bureau. Anyway, her family is an official. They have a strong background in Hangzhou. Even the principal has to call her President Su. Lin Fan was shocked. I didn't expect that this woman is such a beautiful, rich and charming woman with a good background. I heard from teacher Ouyang that she had a broken heart recently, and the company was not doing well, so I brought her here tonight to relax. After Lin Fan inquired about it, he finally figured out why Su Tumo was in a bad mood. A bold idea came to his mind. Make friends with Su Tumo. If a woman with such a background could become a confidant of a man, it would be a great help in becoming a billionaire. If the company wants to grow bigger and expand its business in the future, it will need people with backgrounds to support it. He is well aware of his own strength. He knows that having money alone is not enough, he also needs power and influence. Rather than becoming a billionaire, he wants to be a powerful person. Thinking of this, Lin Fan turned around and faced Su Tumo again, speaking sincerely and humbly. Miss Su, can we talk alone? I'm busy. However, Su Tumo just rolled his eyes at him and didn't want to pay any attention to him. Seeing this, the others started to spread rumors again. This Lin Fan actually wants to hook up with teacher Ouyang's cousin? This is too much. He already has Xiao Xinxin, but he still wants to have his foot in both. Is President Su really someone he can lick? He's a third-generation rich man with real value and a great background. He's not someone a second-generation rich man like him can get to know. Chapter 23. Looking at his appearance, his family is probably nouveau riche, and his real assets are probably only tens of millions. President Su is a well-known business goddess in Hangzhou. The hotel group under her name has assets worth tens of billions. He is not even qualified to be President Su's licker. At most, he can only lick Shinzi. Xiao Xinxin also thought that he was trying to hook up with Su Tumo and became very jealous. You don't have any thoughts about President Su, do you? After saying that, Lin Fan discovered that Xiao Xinxin's favorability towards him had dropped from 50 to 40. Seeing this, Lin Fan hurriedly explained to her that he got to know Su Tumo just to deal with him, and he needed a powerful person to support him. Having money alone is not enough. As your company grows bigger, it will inevitably be suppressed and targeted by rival companies. If the other party is a powerful rich second generation, he will not be able to fight back even if he has money. But if he also has a background, he can solve a lot of problems by just spending money. Xiao Xinxin reluctantly accepted his explanation, but her favorability rating did not change at all and remained at 40. Miss Su, I want to talk to you about some serious matters, such as your company's affairs. Lin Fan once again faced Su Tumo, neither humble nor arrogant. Company matters? What do you mean? Don't keep me in suspense. I don't like beating around the bush. Tsutomu finally looked at him straight in the eye, but her attitude was still very cold. Lin Fan pursed his lips. He didn't expect Tsutomu to be such a straightforward person. He likes it. I just heard that your company has encountered some problems. Is it because of poor business performance and needs financing for transformation? I can help you. Lin Fan also didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Help me? What can you help me with? Su Woma frowned slightly and said suspiciously. I'll invest in you. Lin Fan blurted out. What did you say? The next second, Su Wonma frowned and stared at him unhappily. My favorability towards him instantly dropped to 60. 60 favorability, in a sense, is no different from an enemy. Lin Fan realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly corrected himself. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. What I meant was that I can invest in your company and provide you with funds. How much do you need? Su Wonma was stunned for 2 seconds, then his brows relaxed. The amount of money I need is astronomical, and you can't provide it. Thank you for your kindness. But she still decisively rejected Lin Fan. Lin Fan remained calm. He had expected Tsutomu to reject him. After all, the other party didn't know anything about him. Just give me a number. Lin Fan asked relentlessly. I want 500 million, do you have it? She said this with a tone of contempt and displeasure. In her opinion, even if Lin Fan was really a rich second generation, he couldn't help. In the business world, assets and property are two completely different things. Maybe the Lin Fan family has assets worth hundreds of millions, but the property they can actually control and use is only tens or 20 million. Take her for example, the hotel group assets under her name are worth billions, but she does not get much profit. Besides, the company is now doing very poorly and has been making losses. She is now a loser. 500 million? No problem. Give me your account number and I'll transfer the money to you right now. Lin Fan said calmly. Transfer it to me now? Do you know that transferring such a large amount requires a very complicated process? Tsutomu snorted lightly, with a look of disdain on his face. What she meant was that she felt Lin Fan was bragging again. Can 500 million be transferred just like that? I'm not kidding, this is pocket money from one of my bank cards. As he spoke, Lin Fan opened the mobile banking interface. It shows that the balance is over 25 million. In fact, he only has one bank card, and the balance on it is the amount of money returned from his consumption as a liquor of dog money. These amounts are what he can actually control. Of course, he said this deliberately in order to gain Tsutomu's trust. Sure enough, after seeing the funds in his account, Tsutomu fell silent on the spot. She stood still, staring at Lin Fan intently, with a burning gaze, as if she wanted to see through his identity. Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised to find that Tsutomu's favorability towards him suddenly dropped from 60 to 30. Obviously, Tsutomu must be guessing his background and identity at this moment. I'm curious, what does your family do? Su Wonma asked suddenly. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect her to question him directly. In a split second, he pondered it in his mind and decided to tell the truth. Given Tsutomu's identity, she would definitely investigate his background and origins afterwards. If he made up his identity, Tsutomu might doubt whether the source of his money was legitimate and thus refuse his help. Actually, my family is very ordinary. My parents are farmers. As for the source of my money, you can rest assured that there will be no abnormality. Lin Fan spoke frankly. But his words confused Tsutomu. His parents are farmers, but he has so much money? Is he deliberately hiding his identity? After hesitating for 2 minutes, Su Wenmamu replied ambiguously, I can't make the decision on this matter alone. I need to go back and discuss it with others. No problem, let's add each other on WeChat and you can find me when you need me. Lin Fan said bluntly. This time Tsutomu did not hesitate at all. After the two added each other's contact information, Lin Fan was surprised to see that Tsutomu's favorability towards him changed from 30 to 0. 0 favorability is equivalent to a passerby, a stranger. But in Lin Fan's heart, this made him more excited than conquering Gu Qingcheng. In just a few minutes, he made a woman who extremely disliked him change her attitude drastically. This achievement was more exciting than eating honey. Being able to marry a fair, rich and beautiful lady like Tsutomu is what he has always dreamed of. With such a backer, maybe I'll be able to rule Hangzhou in the future. The rest of the people didn't hear the conversation between the two, but seeing Su Tumo's initial cold attitude change to talking and laughing, the group of girls felt unbelievable. The 5 boys on the other side were cursing even more, and were extremely unwilling to accept the result. How on earth did Lin Fan manage to get so close to President Su in the blink of an eye? Didn't she say that she doesn't like being with boys? If you ask me, Lin Fan is definitely a one-of-a-kind licker. Not only can he lick Xiao Xinxin, but he can even make goddesses like President Su fall for him. It's amazing. If I had his ability to be a licker, I wouldn't have to worry about not finding a rich woman. As he was speaking, a money truck suddenly appeared on the path outside the pavilion. What's going on? Everyone looked confused. A man in a suit and tie got off the armored car, holding an exquisite box in his hand. More importantly, everyone saw a sign hanging on his chest. There are 4 words on the brand, Jinfu Jewelry. Obviously, the man is from Jinfu Jewelry. The man spotted Lin Fan at a glance and strode into the pavilion. Boss Lin, I brought you what you wanted. After saying that, he waved to the driver behind him. The driver opened the door of the armored car and took out a box from the car. Chapter 24. The driver opened the box, and in an instant, a bright golden light almost blinded the eyes of everyone present. The 29 gold medals emitted a terrifying golden light, causing all the girls to gasp in surprise. The gold medals are half the size of a palm, weigh 100 grams, and are worth more than 50,000 yuan each. My fellow students, these gold medals are my gifts to you. Everyone gets one. As he spoke, he took the first glass box from Manager Zhou. Through the lid, you can see a pink necklace inlaid with diamonds. This necklace is even more noble and elegant than the one Lingfeng took out before. Lingfeng's has only a heart-shaped white diamond in the middle. The necklace in his hand not only had a pure gold chain, but was also inlaid with several diamonds of different colors, with a fingernail-sized sapphire in the center. Student Li Ron, today is your birthday. I gave this to you in the name of Xiao Xinxin. Do you like it? Lin Fan held the box and came to the protagonist of the night. Whether it was the gold medal or the necklace, he gave them all in the name of Xiao Xinxin. This is how you get cash back on your consumption. I can't afford such an expensive gift. Li Ron looked at him flattered, at a loss, and had to look at Xiao Xinxin. Xiao Xinxin, however, is very generous. Squad leader, just accept it. This is Lin Fan's intention. If you don't accept it, he probably won't be happy. Lin Fan nodded and glanced at Xiao Xinxin tenderly. The two have been together for a long time, and Xiao Xinxin has become more and more aware of her own temper. Okay then. Lin Fan, thank you, I'll treat you to a meal some other day when I'm free. Li Rong did not act pretentiously and decisively accepted the generous gift. It would be a lie to say that I'm not tempted. This is a necklace worth $500,000. Any woman would be very excited when seeing it. Lin Fan also saw that Li Rong's favorability towards him instantly increased from 0 to 50. Damn! This woman is too realistic. She has a crush on me just because she gave me a necklace? Lin Fan secretly complained in his heart. The feeling of being so touched instantly increased from 0 to 50, which means that the other person is a materialist. What's more, Li Rong also hinted directly with words, making it clear that she wanted to seduce him. It's a pity that Li Rong's appearance score is less than 9 points, so it's not worthy of being her bootlicker. According to the system rules, there will be no cashback if you spend money on girls whose appearance score is below 9. Lin Fan ignored her and took the second box from Manager Zhou. This box is long and rectangular, and you can tell at a glance that there is a watch inside. Lin Fan took out the pink watch from inside, and in front of everyone, he reached out and grabbed Xiao Xinxin's left wrist, and slowly put the Patek Philippe watch worth 5 million on her wrist. Xinzi, this is a special gift for you. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Yeah, I like it very much. Thank you. Xiao Xinxin was so happy that she wanted to kiss Lin Fan to express her love. But he was afraid that it would get out and cause criticism, so he held back. But the happier one was Lin Fan. The more money he spent on Xiao Xinxin, the more cash back he got. Boss Lin, these gold medals and necklaces add up to 2 million, plus the 5 million watch, so you need to pay 7 million. Since you are a diamond member, I will give you a 20% discount. Before Manager Zhou finished speaking, Lin Fan waved his hand generously. No need for a discount. I have plenty of money. If you give me a discount, won't it make me look bad? Yes, Mr. Lin is very generous. Manager Zhou nodded hurriedly with a smile on his face, almost kneeling down to Lin Fan. Such a generous rich man, I can even let him call me dad in public. Lin Fan did not hesitate and took out his mobile phone to transfer the money without hesitation. Please keep the receipt. If you need anything, please feel free to contact me. I'll be there whenever you call. Manager Zhou respectfully handed the printed receipt to Lin Fan, then left happily with the driver. Dear students, these gold medals are for you. Everyone has one, including Teacher Ouyang and Miss Su. Lin Fan glanced at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on Ling Feng. I'm sorry, I only prepared 29 gold medals, there's not one for you. If you want one, call me brother and I'll ask Manager Zhou to send another one over. Lin Fan said with a wry smile. Ling Feng's face turned green with anger, and he stared at Lin Fan with blazing eyes, full of hatred. He was originally planning to propose to Qiao Xinxin tonight, but he didn't expect Lin Fan to appear out of nowhere and steal the spotlight from him. Lin Fan was the real protagonist of the party tonight. Now Lin Fan is still so sarcastic and spreading rumors, which makes him feel ashamed. No need. I'm not like you, who would spend a lot of money just to pick up girls. That's stupid behavior. Ling Feng snorted angrily, and after venting his anger, he left angrily. Silly. Lin Fan replied, not wanting to be outdone. This guy, who failed to show off and got slapped in the face, still has the nerve to be sarcastic. He is simply out of his mind and overestimating his own abilities. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Atmosphere Sister Yang Na stood up again. Dear students, let's all come and get the gold medals. Don't let Lin Fan down. As she spoke, she took the lead and put a gold medal in her pocket. A gold medal is worth more than 50,000 yuan. If you exchange it for money, it can be enough for a year's living expenses. At the same time, Lin Fan also saw that Yang Na's favorability towards him had soared to 50. Typical, greed for money. Why are girls nowadays so realistic? Lin Fan was speechless. After Yang Na took the lead, the other girls followed suit and each took a gold medal. There are a total of 27 people in their class, plus the head teacher Ouyang Qi and Su Tumo, making a total of 29. The 5 boys sitting in the corner hesitated for a while, but finally couldn't resist the temptation and also won a gold medal. Lin Fan personally delivered the remaining 2 gold medals to Ouyang Qi and Su Tumo. But Su Tumo did not accept it. I don't like gold, you keep it for yourself. After saying that, he immediately added, I really don't know what you're thinking. You can obviously save some money, but you refuse to accept the discount just to show off? Superficial. Childish. Ridiculous. Lin Fan was completely speechless. How much does this woman hate herself? He stared at Su Tumo and found that his favorability had not changed at all and remained 0. Cousin, if you don't want it, I'll keep it for you. Ouyang Qi beside him was not polite at all. He grabbed the 2 gold medals with both hands, played with them for a while, and put them directly into his bag. Then she took out a business card and handed it to Lin Fan. This is my business card, we can get to know each other. Name, Ouyang Qi. Age, 27. Appearance, 8.5 points. Purity, 88. Favorability intimacy, 25. After seeing Ouyang Qi's personal information, Lin Fan discovered that she also had a good impression of him. Otherwise, business cards would not be given on the spot. But Lin Fan also knew that the sudden increase in favorability was either insincere or an attempt to seduce him. Chapter 25. Lin Fan simply nodded and put the business card into his pocket. He is only interested in beauties with a beauty score of 9 or above. After all, cash back will only be given if you spend money on goddess-level beauties, even if you let him be a bootlicker. In his mind, cash return is the most important, followed by beauty. He glanced at Su Tumo again and found that Su Tumo's favorability towards him was still 0, and he was confused. The other girls all have some crush on him, so why does this woman always treat him as just a passerby? At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in my mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has a special liking for Su Tumo, triggering a new task. If the host can raise Su Tumo's favorability to 50 points, he will be rewarded with 10 attribute points. What kind of mission is this? Lin Fan was a little dumbfounded. He didn't have a special liking for Su Tumo, he just wanted to get to know her and find a backer. It turns out that his new task is to act like a bootlicker to please Su Tumo and increase his favorability. It's totally incomprehensible. Tsutomu didn't have any good feelings towards him, but the system forced him to lick him? Wouldn't this make Tsutomu hate him even more? However, the reward of 10 attribute points made him very excited. Before, you had to conquer 2 goddesses to get 10 attribute rewards. But now, as long as he finds ways to please Tsutomu and increase his favorability to 50, he can get 10 attribute rewards. This task couldn't be easier. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's eyes rolled and a perverted smile like a licking dog appeared on his face again. Miss Su, since you don't like gold, I can give you something else. Just tell me what you like. Hearing this, Tsutomu's expression changed slightly and he looked at him strangely. Ouyang Chi on the side said with a gossipy smile, "What are you doing? Are you going to pursue my cousin?" "No, I just want to make friends with Miss Su. I think Miss Su and I are destined to be together. If we can become close friends, it will be the best honor I have ever received in my 8 lifetimes." Lin Fan's face was full of smiles. After saying this, he felt in his heart that this was disgusting. He had never said such disgusting words to Stephanie Chen before, but today he acted like a fangirl. "Ha, your tricks won't work on my cousin. She is completely immune to these sweet words. You obviously have a girlfriend, but you still want to make friends with her. Aren't you afraid that Shinzi will be jealous?" Ouyang Chi crossed her arms and looked at him teasingly. "Misunderstood. I am definitely not the kind of playboy who loves new things and hates old ones. I really just want to make friends with Miss Su," Lin Fan said seriously. "Humph. No one would believe you. I know you men too well. You must have some ulterior motive." Ouyang Chi came to this conclusion in all seriousness. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Yes, this woman's purity is 88, which means she has dated 12 men. A typical sea queen. How could she not understand men? Of course, Lin Fan couldn't tell her that he was trying to please Tsutomu just to complete the system task. A favorability level of 50 points is just at the level of a close male friend. But now it seems that becoming Tsutomu's close friend is probably more difficult than conquering other goddesses. After all, the other party is a wealthy, beautiful girl with a good background and good financial resources. She is not short of money. It would cost a huge amount of money to win Tsutomu's favor. But he doesn't care at all. With so much money, he may not be able to spend it all in several lifetimes. Lin Fan thought about it for a while and decided that since proactive attack would be ineffective, he would start with the people around Tsutomu. Since Ouyang Chi is her cousin and they have such a good relationship, she must know Tsutomu very well. "Then may I ask Mr. Ouyang, what kind of things does Miss Su like?" Lin Fan turned his target to Ouyang Chi. "You're quite smart. You actually know how to extract information from me." Ouyang Chi chuckled. She didn't expect Lin Fan to be so smart. Then she changed the subject. "If you want to know all the information about my cousin, you have to please me first." "No problem. Just ask if you need anything." Lin Fan smiled happily, and he would be willing to be a bootlicker. Whether before he obtained the system or now, he has always been a bootlicker. The difference is that now he can get huge wealth by being a bootlicker. "Ouyang Chi, are you going too far?" Tsutomu, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore and expressed his displeasure. "Oh, cousin, you are too disrespectful to others, aren't you? They really want to make friends with you, but you don't even give them a chance? No wonder some people say you are an iceberg beauty." Ouyang Chi laughed. She is single now and is worried that she has no one to please her. It just so happens that Lin Fan is a wealthy man who spends money generously. If you can make friends with Lin Fan, you will never have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Lin Fan secretly glanced at Tsutomu. Her stunning, world-weary face was so beautiful that it was perfect for the term iceberg beauty. "Well, if you can give me a bottle of Clive Christian rose perfume, I will tell you my cousin's preferences and interests. It can be regarded as an exchange of information. How about it, can you satisfy me?" Ouyang Chi's eyes were rolling around, and no one knew what he was thinking. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. It was the first time he heard of this brand, but he didn't want to look confused in front of the two women, so he pretended to know a lot. "No problem, I'll go and see if there's the perfume you want, then I won't bother you anymore." After saying that, Lin Fan pretended to be elegant and left calmly. Then, he asked the system in his mind what brand Clive Christian was. Fortunately, the system is omnipotent and gives an immediate reply. Ding! Clive Christian is a high-end perfume brand. The average price of its perfumes is over 100,000. The market price of rose perfume is 1 million per bottle. Because the price is extremely high and the quantity is very limited, you need to go to the counter to make a customized appointment. After getting the answer, Lin Fan was almost scared. 1 million per bottle? This woman is really asking for too much. Lin Fan scratched his head. It seemed that this woman was setting a trap for him. It was an eye-opener for him. He never expected that there were such expensive perfumes in the world. He had bought cosmetics for Stephanie Chen before, including Chanel, Lancôme, Dior and the like, the cheapest of which cost 1 or 2,000 yuan. I never thought there are perfumes worth millions in the world. But he is not short of money now. Even if it is a perfume worth 100 million, he can buy it. Seeing Lin Fan scratching his head, Ouyang Chi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Cousin, did you see that? This silly kid is so good at pretending. He obviously doesn't know what brand I'm talking about, but he still insists on saying he can buy it. It makes me laugh to death. He must not know that this perfume is worth more than 1 million yuan. Even those big-name female stars can't afford it. This perfume is not even sold in the specialty stores in Hangzhou. Then why did you let him buy it? Suemo rolled his eyes at her in annoyance. I'm testing him. If what he sent is fake, it means he's a liar. Chapter 26. If he really spent 1 million to buy a genuine item for me, it means he really wants to be friends with you. If he is just faking it, then let him get lost. Suemo nodded in agreement. By the way, let me tell you, he just came to talk to me about something and actually wanted to invest. As she spoke, she recounted what they had talked about. 500 million? Cousin, don't you only need 300 million? Ouyang Chi was puzzled. I thought he was bragging and just said a number casually, but I didn't expect him to take it seriously. Su Tomo looked at Lin Fan's departing back, lost in thought. Then what is his purpose in helping you? I guess he probably wants to establish a relationship with our family. After all, our Su family is also a well-known first-class family in the province. Su Tomo directly stated his guess. Then you can make friends with him. Aren't you short of money now? He has plenty of money. It's a match made in heaven. Ouyang Chi blurted out without thinking. If you don't know how to use the right words, don't say anything. A match made in heaven is used to describe a marriage. Su Tomo rolled his eyes again. The next morning, Lin Fan was hugging Gu Qingcheng, enjoying their time together in the villa, when he suddenly received a call from the finance department. Boss Lin, a group of people came to the company, claiming to be the boss of Huancher Entertainment. Hearing this, Lin Fan jumped up from the sofa. What is coming has finally come. I'll be there soon, tell them to wait. After saying that, Lin Fan put on his clothes leisurely, washed up, and immediately rushed to the company. As soon as you enter the door. Then I saw a blonde young man and a few gangster-looking young men sitting lazily on the sofa in the rest area. In addition, there is a fat man that Lin Fan is very familiar with, Wang Deji. Lin Fan, you are so brave, you dare to challenge me. Before Lin Fan could speak, Wang Deji stood up and roared loudly. During this period, not only was Huancher Media subjected to inexplicable cyberbullying, but several big anchors in the company also inexplicably resigned and changed jobs. After some investigation, he found out that these anchors actually jumped to Huancher Media together. Not only is the name exactly the same as Huancher Entertainment, but even his own employees are being snatched away. This is clearly intended to cut off their source of income. Why shouldn't I be afraid? Didn't I tell you before that I want to open a company bigger than Huancher, and even swallow up Huancher Entertainment? Lin Fan shrugged disdainfully. Even if the system had not arranged this revenge mission, he would have caused Huancher Entertainment to go bankrupt and close down. After he finished speaking, Zhou Zhang on the side jumped up in anger. You are so arrogant. You want to fight me alone? Do you know who I am? I'll give you two choices. Either you hand over this company, or I'll beat you into a cripple. Zhou Zhang snorted coldly. What a big tone. What's the difference between what you said and what a bandit or bully said? Lin Fan frowned. He didn't expect that the other party had no intention of negotiating at all. He directly threatened and intimidated him. It was simply too much. Stop pretending to be stupid. You know very well that I have been subjected to innocent cyberbullying these past few days. Aren't you the one behind it? Zhou Zhang roared helplessly. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. Of course he knew about this. It has nothing to do with him at all, it's just a misunderstanding. It's none of my business. If you want to blame someone, blame Chen Wei. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Fan pursed his lips in annoyance. I advise you not to provoke me, otherwise I will let you know what it means that there are always people better than you. Oh, you think you can teach me a lesson? When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes king. Who do you think you are to dare to teach me a lesson? Zhou Zhang glared at him angrily, pointed at his nose and cursed at him. You've caused my company's live broadcast to be disrupted these past few days, and you've also kidnapped a few pretty female anchors. How do you want to settle this account? I'm telling you, I'm not only interested in your company, but also in the women in it. Just hand over your company as compensation to me, and we'll write off this debt. Zhou Zhang snorted a few times with a domineering look on his face. Absolutely impossible. Lin Fan shook his head and looked at him as if he was a fool. Nimrod. If you don't accept my toast, I'll beat you into a cripple first. Zhou Zhang couldn't bear it any longer and waved his hand. The thugs behind him immediately jumped out like hungry wolves, rushed forward and pounced on Lin Fan. Lin Fan was a little flustered. This was the first time he faced the siege of 4 thugs. After the first person rushed up, his punch missed his face as Lin Fan dodged it swiftly. The second one punched him on the chest, but failed to hit Lin Fan and failed to shake him at all. Lin Fan only felt a slight pain in his chest, and in a rage, he threw a light punch. Bang! The next second, the second gangster's face was instantly deformed and his jaw was dislocated. He let out a scream and was knocked back several steps, even knocking a thug behind him to the ground. Hiss! This scene made the others gasp. This kid, when did he become so powerful? Wang Diji opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. At this time, the first gangster came to his senses and threw another punch. But Lin Fan had calmed down. With a glance, he immediately shook his head and shoulders to avoid the punch again. The next second, he counterattacked again. Bang! Another light punch. This is exactly the art of Tai Chi in which a small force can achieve a great result. It appears weak and powerless on the surface, but in fact its force is extremely swift and terrifying. A punch to the stomach made the gangster feel excruciating pain in his internal organs, as if he was hit hard by a hammer. Lin Fan didn't give the 4 men any chance to breathe. He swung the fire extinguisher on the wall and beat the 4 men violently like a storm. 2 minutes later, the 4 thugs were lying on the ground, holding their heads, curled up like hedgehogs, howling for mercy. Stop fighting. Big brother, please show some mercy. If you continue, someone will die. Boss, help. He's going to kill someone. This guy is too fierce. At this moment, Zhou Zhang and Wang Diji were stunned and stared at Lin Fan in disbelief, their faces filled with fear and dread. The two had never dreamed that Lin Fan's fighting ability was so terrifying that he could easily knock down 4 thugs by himself. That's all you can do. You're not good enough for me. Lin Fan slowly put the fire extinguisher back in place and glanced at Zhou Zhang coldly. He took a step forward slowly, and Zhou Zhang was so frightened that he trembled all over. You, don't come over here. I'm telling you, I'm not someone you can mess with. I have a big brother behind me who is the underground emperor of Jiangnan district. If you dare to touch me, I'll have him kill you. Zhou Zhang swallowed his saliva. Although he was frightened by Lin Fan, his tone was still very arrogant. However, Lin Fan pretended not to hear and continued to take a step forward. Zhou Zhang was so scared that he took a step back. But Lin Fan did not walk up to him. Instead, he slowly sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked at Zhou Zhang with a gloomy face. You think you can scare me? Chapter 27. His words were a smokescreen to confuse Zhou Zhang. Seeing the look of disdain, Zhou Zhang didn't dare to act rashly. Lin Fan can run such a big company, obviously there is someone behind him. He didn't dare to gamble. If there was a big boss behind Lin Fan, he would be in big trouble if he offended the other party. At this time, his stupid teammate Wang Diji also carefully reminded him not to do anything stupid. This kid suddenly became rich and powerful. There must be a rich woman behind him. Don't ask for trouble. If you provoke him, you don't know what he will do. But can we just let it go like this? Although Zhou Zhang agreed with his opinion, he was still not convinced. He didn't want to suffer this loss in silence, so he had to get something back. We can start with other people, such as Qiao Xinxin and the beautiful girl he has hidden in his golden house. If we can control Gu Qingcheng, we can counter him. Wang Diji was still obsessed with Xiao Xinxin and came up with an extremely evil conspiracy on the spot. He has investigated Lin Fan's background in the past 2 days, including Lin Fan buying a villa in the center of Tianhu district and keeping Gu Qingcheng as his mistress. Since Gu Qingcheng is the one sleeping beside him, then he should start with Gu Qingcheng. That's a good idea. Zhou Zhang nodded thoughtfully. Little did they know that Lin Fan heard their entire conversation clearly. After his physical strength attributes were improved, even the perception abilities of his 5 senses were greatly enhanced. Even if the two of them were whispering, as soft as the sound of a mosquito, he could hear it clearly and not miss a word. What a vicious plan. You two bastards, since you want to plot against me, I'll play along with you. Lin Fan did not expose the two in public. He deliberately closed his eyes and pretended to be resting. In the eyes of the two, they felt that Lin Fan acted arrogant and looked down on others, and did not take them seriously at all. Boy! I will slowly settle this account with you. We'll see what happens. You are too young to fight me. After Zhou Zhang made the harsh remarks, he left in a panic with Wang Diji and the 4 thugs. As soon as the 6 people left, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly thought of a person who might be able to support him. Now that he has not become a close friend of Su Tumo, it is naturally impossible for him to get close to the Su family. The Su family will be his big backer in the future, but this person can be his small backer. At least when facing a bully like Zhou Zhang, he will not be afraid at all. This person is his classmate, Zhang Yi. Now she is a policewoman at the Hangzhou High-Tech Zone Public Security Bureau. Zhang Yi was his college classmate and had been his deskmate for a semester. The two had also had a good impression of each other before, but at that time Lin Fan was a poor guy from the countryside, while Zhang Yi was a native of Hangzhou and had some family background. 3 generations of her family were police officers. Because of his inferiority complex, he never confessed his feelings to Zhang Yi. Although he has graduated for more than a year and is discussing marriage with Stephanie Chen, Lin Fan still occasionally checks her moments. He had seen Zhang Yi post photos of her home situation before. Her grandfather is a retired cadre, her father is the deputy director of the public security department, and her relatives are either running small businesses or serving as civil servants. Compared with a wealthy family like Su Tumo's, the Zhang family is totally not worth mentioning. But to ordinary people, Zhang Yi can be considered a second-generation kid with a good background to some extent. Thinking of this, Lin Fan took out his mobile phone, found Zhang Yi in the class group, and applied to add her as a friend. Although they hadn't been in touch for more than a year, Lin Fan now began to think about pursuing Zhang Yi again. Zhang Yi is the girl he has always had a crush on, and they had a good relationship before. He also saw that Zhang Yi didn't seem to have a boyfriend. Now he has enough capital. If he can pursue Zhang Yi, he will definitely do his best and leave no effort. Soon, Zhang Yi accepted the friend request. Hello, Lin Fan. Zhang Yi was the first to send a greeting message. Lin Fan directly sent a date invitation. It's been a long time since we last met, I miss you so much, Zhang Yi, are you free tonight? I want to treat you to a meal. What's up with you? Zhang Yi replied immediately. Lin Fan pondered for a few seconds and sent a bolder and more straightforward message. To be honest, I broke up with Stephanie Chen. That gold digger cheated me so badly, and after I saw her true face, I kicked her away. Now I want to pursue you, is that okay? But after the message was sent, there was no reply within a few minutes. Was I too direct and scared her, so she ignored me? That's right. She's not in a bad situation now. Why would she care about a dog like me? Lin Fan smiled self-deprecatingly. After all, he was just being too sentimental. Even if the two had feelings for each other before, things are different now. People's horizons will become broader as they gain more experience. Besides, Zhang Yi is still the best now, and there must be many people pursuing her. Just when he was daydreaming, Zhang Yi actually sent a reply. Okay, I'm free tonight, where should we meet? Yeah. Seeing this message, Lin Fan jumped up from the sofa excitedly. After thinking for a while, he asked again, do you like Chinese food or Western food? It will be all right. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Zhang Yi to be as considerate as ever. If it were any other girl, she would definitely think about it carefully, then find the most expensive and most romantic restaurant, and then dress up carefully. But Zhang Yi replied him with 3 words, in order to let him decide for himself, which shows that she is a girl who is very considerate of others. Then let's go to the Pearl River Chinese restaurant. They have your favorite spicy chicken. And it's closer to your home. After careful consideration, Lin Fan chose a not too high-end Chinese restaurant. You actually still remember that I like spicy chicken? Ha, do you really want to pursue me? This time, Zhang Yi's reply included several smirking emoticons. She was obviously in a good mood. Of course I'm serious. See you at 7 p.m. Okay, see you then. After putting down his phone, Lin Fan thought about what kind of gift to prepare for her. If it was too expensive, Zhang Yi might not accept it. After thinking for a while, he decided to go shopping in the nearby supermarket after dinner. After all, I don't know what her current interests and hobbies are, so I can't make a decision on my own. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the lights come on. Outside the gate of the Zhujiang Chinese restaurant on the riverside of the high-tech zone, Lin Fan waited for about 10 minutes, and then he saw a beautiful woman in a light pink dress walking towards him. As she walked along, she attracted many glances from male passers-by. It is true that her temperament and appearance are the best among all the beauties. She is naturally beautiful, quiet and dignified, like a flower in the moon. Her appearance is comparable to that of a star, and her figure is like that of a model. Lu Yan is slender with exquisite curves and a well-proportioned figure. Even Lin Fan couldn't help but stare at it, his mind distracted. When he looked at Zhang Yi, he also saw her personal information. Name, Zhang Yi. Age, 24. Weight, 56 kilograms. Height, 172 centimeters. Appearance, 9.1 points. Purity, 100. Favorability intimacy, 10. Chapter 28. He didn't expect that Zhang Yi's purity was 100%, which meant that she was still a virgin. He had seen Zhang Yi posting pictures of a boyfriend on her WeChat moments before, but it seemed that they broke up not long after that, and she deleted all the photos with her ex-boyfriend. She's so beautiful. I thought I was seeing things. I thought it was the actress from Go Princess Go. Lin Fan pretended to be amazed and looked at her, praising her profusely. Hearing Lin Fan's praise, Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile. I haven't seen you for over a year, and I didn't expect you to become more and more smooth-talking. Weren't you quite dumb before? How come you can speak sweet words now? Did you practice it by chasing after many girls? Well, I'm very pure, but I'm definitely not a playboy. Lin Fan did not deny it. He also posts on WeChat moments from time to time, especially after he became rich recently. He even posted an advertisement for recruiting female anchors. Zhang Yi felt that since he usually had more contact with female anchors, he must have developed a smooth tongue. But she also noticed that Lin Fan had become different from before. Both his temperament and dress are not ordinary people at all. This is for you, do you like it? Lin Fan produced a bouquet of roses from behind him, shocking Zhang Yi. But she was still very happy and followed Lin Fan into the restaurant holding flowers. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Yi asked him about his recent situation. Lin Fan also told everything he knew. After all, the other party was a policewoman with a sharp eye, so there was no need to hide anything. But he still modified it a little and said that he started a company because he won the lottery. He even told him the truth about how Zhou Zhang had come to cause trouble for him today. I'm sorry, I probably can't help you. I'm just a little policewoman with no background. Zhang Yi shook her head helplessly. Lin Fan knew that she was pretending to be modest. After graduation, she became a policewoman in less than half a year, and her car was a Mercedes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was really bullying to say that she didn't rely on family connections. So your dating me is more than just pursuing me, right? Zhang Yi asked jokingly. I'm serious. Lin Fan looked at her seriously. At this time, the two men next to them happened to hear this and couldn't help but tease them. Look, another bootlicker. Such a beautiful girl actually found such an ordinary and confident boyfriend. It's such a waste of talent. He's rich. These days, being rich is king. Even if he's a second-generation rich man, and he's happy to be a bootlicker, that's his business. Lin Fan and Zhang Yi glanced at the two men, both of them looked a little embarrassed. Because when Lin Fan was pursuing Chen Yanzi before, he was a well-known bootlicker. The fact that he worked 4 jobs in a day had long been known to everyone in the class group. Everyone knew that Stephanie Chen was a gold digger, and many of his classmates even advised him to open his eyes. But he was so bewitched by Stephanie Chen that he couldn't help himself and was willing to be her bootlicker, working hard and never complaining, which made many people laugh at him. So Lin Fan said, Zhang Yi, I want to be your licking dog, are you willing? Can you be serious? Zhang Yi rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. But Lin Fan's attitude became more sincere. I've always had a crush on you. I've been having a crush on you since freshman year. Aren't you single now? We can start over. The matter of Stephanie Chen has been made clear just now. He is confessing his true feelings now, and it is truly a true expression of his emotions. Zhang Yi's expression was moved, she was both surprised and hesitant. However, she did not respond directly. Instead, she stared into his eyes and asked in an interrogative tone, "They say men become bad when they have money. You must have plenty of women around you now, right?" Lin Fan didn't know how to answer. Not only did he and Gu Qingcheng have a relationship, they also lived together, but they didn't get a marriage certificate. Now he wants to pursue Zhang Yi again, which is indeed a bit fickle. I understand. After all, Stephanie Chen broke your heart. Now that you've become rich, you naturally want to enjoy yourself. I understand. There are people like this around me. Zhang Yi tactfully changed the subject so as not to embarrass him too much. But Lin Fan noticed that Zhang Yi's favorability towards him had dropped by 5 points. Now my favorability towards him is only 5 points. Doesn't Zhang Yi like herself now? Lin Fan felt a little nervous. If Zhang Yi didn't like him, then there was no need for him to be a bootlicker. However, Zhang Yi changed the subject. Are you really going to buy a house and a car for each of the female anchors in your company? Lin Fan nodded honestly. He caught a glimpse of envy in Zhang Yi's eyes and wondered if she was testing him. Something suddenly occurred to him and he sat up straight. I remember you used to have a special liking for Dior perfume and dresses. After dinner, let's go shopping in the supermarket next door. I'll give you a gift. Okay, I've always wanted to buy a nice dress, but the price is scary, and I can't afford it with my low salary. Zhang Yi did not hide her gratitude and expressed her appreciation. Lin Fan smiled secretly in his heart. The man next to him was right, money is king. Even a noble girl like Zhang Yi cannot resist the temptation of money. Which woman doesn't want to be rich? Which woman doesn't want to be spoiled by a rich man? Even a woman like Zhang Yi is no exception. Just as I was thinking about it, the system suddenly released a new task. Ding! It is detected that the host has a special liking for Zhang Yi and is very fond of her. A new task is triggered. Strategy to capture Zhang Yi, develop the power function. The power function increases with the host's level. With each level increase, the host's influence in the official and business circles increases by 10%. Lin Fan noticed that the power function column was still gray. Obviously, this new function can only be activated after conquering Zhang Yi. He took a look at the description. The power function was equivalent to being an official. With each level up, he would gain a 10% increase in conquest and influence values. For example, if you have a certain level of power, you can make the mayor and other officials at the director level behave politely. The power is at the second level, and is on par with officials at the county head and bureau director level. He is at the third level of power and can have pleasant conversations with officials at the deputy mayor and department director level. The higher his rank, the greater his influence in both the official and business circles, and he will become a big shot with connections and wealth that can rival a country. To put it simply, the power function is equivalent to giving him an additional network of contacts. In the future, when he walks in the official and business circles, he no longer needs to look at other people's faces before doing anything. On the contrary, others have to look at his face. However, the power function has not been activated yet, and Zhang Yi needs to be conquered. But Zhang Yi has more self-respect and self-love than many girls, so it would be extremely difficult to win her over. However, Lin Fan believed that this task should be much easier than the task of increasing Tsutomu's favorability towards the host by only 50 points. After all, he and Zhang Yi have a certain emotional foundation. As long as he spends money and acts as a bootlicker, he will definitely be able to achieve the mission goal. After dinner, the two came to Baichun shopping mall together. Lin Fan took Zhang Yi straight to the brand store on the top floor. The top floor shops sell high-end brands, including jewelry, clothing, and cosmetics. Chapter 29. Lin Fan bought Zhang Yi a Chanel skincare set worth 20,000 yuan. Lin Fan, thank you for giving me such a wonderful gift. Zhang Yi held the bag and looked at Lin Fan shyly, smiling with tenderness. Seeing that Zhang Yi's favorability towards him had risen to 20, Lin Fan was even happier than she was. It only took a small amount of money to make the former secret crush so attracted to him. It seems that the task of conquering Zhang Yi should be accomplished quickly. As long as you like, I can buy anything. Who makes me your licking dog? Lin Fan was overjoyed. Zhang Yi nodded silently and even took the initiative to put her arm around his. Although they didn't hold hands, it already made Lin Fan feel very surprised. It seemed that she had accepted the fact that she was her bootlicker. Next, just use money to throw it. Let's go to the Dior store next door. I want to give you another dress. Lin Fan took her to the Dior store. This store is very big and has two areas, one selling cosmetics and the other selling clothes. After walking around, Zhang Yi stopped in front of a burgundy gift set that was locked in a glass cabinet. This dress is so elegant, but it's too expensive. It's worth $1 million. It's outrageous. Lin Fan leaned forward to take a look. It was a high-end, custom-made dress by Eli Sabo. This is a high-end luxury brand, of course it's very expensive. The female stars usually wear this kind of high-end dresses when walking on the red carpet. The value ranges from hundreds of thousands to millions. If you like it, I'll buy it for you. Lin Fan saw the hope in her eyes. He believed in Zhang Yi's vision. Since she fell in love with the dress at first sight, it meant that she really wanted it. This dress fits your figure perfectly. If you wear it, you will be a rich princess. I'd rather not wear it. It's so expensive, I can't bear to wear it. Besides, I'm not a star, and I don't walk the red carpet. Zhang Yi declined politely, but she took a step forward honestly and examined the dress carefully, trying to figure out why it was so expensive. At this time, the salesperson next to them came over with a couple. Boss, this is the most expensive dress in our store. At this point, the salesperson saw Lin Fan and Zhang Yi staring at the glass cabinet with their eyes wide open, and said unhappily, "My two guests, this is a dress worth $1 million. If you don't want to buy it, please go somewhere else." Hearing this, Lin Fan frowned. Why does this sound a bit unpleasant to the ear? Just as he was about to speak, the old man next to him couldn't help but sneer. They can only look at it for a while, how can they afford such an expensive thing? Hey! You two, get out of the way. Don't block me from looking at the clothes. The old man glared at the two men with disdain. My husband is right. Poor people don't deserve to come to this kind of place. I'm afraid they don't even know what brand this is. Honey, will you really buy me this dress? Lin Fan? How could it be you? The woman next to the old man took a step forward, intending to mock the two of them, but before she could finish her words, she froze in place. Lin Fan and Zhang Yi also looked at her in disbelief. This woman turned out to be Stephanie Chen. Lin Fan's face instantly fell. He would never have expected to run into Stephanie Chen here. Zhang Yi looked her up and down calmly with a strange look on his face. Lin Fan was stunned for 2 seconds, then looked at the old man next to her who had gray hair, a Mediterranean hairstyle, an unattractive appearance, a fat face, and several jade bracelets on his wrists, and immediately understood what was going on. You can come, but I can't? Lin Fan's tone was extremely cold. The old man noticed something was wrong and turned around and asked, "Baby, do you know him?" Without waiting for Chen Yanzi to reply, Lin Fan spoke first. "Uncle, the girl next to you is my ex-girlfriend. I didn't expect to run into her here today." What a joke! How could the old man not hear his sarcasm and ridicule? He became unhappy on the spot. What do you mean? Salesman, get this blind scumbag out of here. You are the scumbag who abused Yanzi and deceived her feelings, right? If you know what's good for you, get out of my sight immediately, or I will expose you online. You will be socially ruined. The old man suppressed his anger and cursed in frustration. However, Lin Fan ignored him and turned to look at Stephanie Chen. You hooked up with a rich man so quickly? You are really a nobody. You can actually hook up with such an old man. Your taste is too strong. Stephanie Chen's face turned green with anger. It would have been fine if he had met Lin Fan here, but this guy actually had the guts to mock him in person. What a scumbag! Lin Fan, don't go too far. I'm a live streamer with hundreds of thousands of fans. Believe it or not, I'm going to expose you right now. Not to be outdone, Stephanie Chen responded strongly. Ha, you are so proud of just a few 100,000 fans? You are too self-righteous. Do you really think I don't know that the videos you posted are fabricated and fake? You have such a large number of followers by slandering me, are you still a human being? I'm telling you, I've tolerated you for a long time. I also have evidence from your past in my hands. I'll expose it when the time comes. Let's see who will die first, you or me? Lin Fan also fired back with full force and righteousness. After saying this, Stephanie Chen froze in place, her face looking guilty and frightened. Lin Fan's aura is too strong now. He used to be angry but dared not speak out, and dared not talk back when scolded by her. He was as timid as a turtle, but now he dares to roar in public. Instead, it scared her. After all, she did distort the facts, fabricate right and wrong, and became a small anchor by discrediting Lin Fan. If Lin Fan really had evidence in his hands and exposed her, I'm afraid her injustice of marrying into a wealthy family would be ruthlessly shattered. You don't go too far. I have nothing to do with you now, why are you still pestering me? Stephanie Chen's tone suddenly weakened a little. During this period, she also learned some counter-attack tactics, and put herself on the moral high ground by showing weakness. But Lin Fan is no longer the ignorant and servile boy who was played around by her. He is also constantly learning and improving, and has learned how to deal with this kind of mindless verbal attack. You've been pestering me. Until now, you still haven't stopped slandering me. I didn't sue you in court because I wanted to give you a chance to reform and start a new life. Don't be ungrateful. As long as I make the evidence public, your account will definitely be blocked. Lin Fan didn't want to waste time talking to her and directly warned Chen Yanzi not to make him angry. You. Stephanie Chen was speechless, looking aggrieved and wanting to cry but without tears. Lin Fan could tell at a glance that she was acting. Husband. Look at this scumbag. He bullied me, please help me vent my anger. Knowing that she couldn't deal with Lin Fan, Stephanie Chen had no choice but to turn to the old man for help. Chapter 30. Seeing her fawningly acting like a spoiled child to the old man, Lin Fan felt even more disgusted with Stephanie Chen. He didn't expect that she would become so despicable that she could even try to please a man in his 50s. It completely refreshed his three views. This old man is old enough to be her father. Lin Fan couldn't help but take a look at Stephanie Chen's message. Name, Stephanie Chen. Age, 24. Appearance, 8.0 points. Purity, 93. Favorability intimacy, 50 extreme disgust. The last time I saw her, her purity was still 94. Now it is 93, which means Stephanie Chen has already slept with this old man. The favorability also changed from 30 to 50. Come to think of it, the two of them are now like water and fire, almost no different from enemies. When enemies meet, they become jealous of each other. Stephanie Chen wishes Lin Fan would disappear, so that no one would reveal her true identity and she could become a big anchor with the huge traffic. It is even possible to become a top anchor with tens of millions of fans in the future. Boy, I'm warning you one last time, don't be ungrateful. The old man cursed angrily, with a chill in his eyes, as if he wanted to eat Lin Fan alive. Lin Fan grinned disapprovingly. Uncle, how long have you known her? You must have spent a lot of money on her during this period. Can your body still hold up? Are you not afraid that this vampire will squander all your wealth? None of your business. I have plenty of money, I can make whatever I want. Take this skirt for example, I can buy it without blinking an eye, what about you? The old man looked him up and down, mocking him without any hesitation. You scumbag, I wonder where you got the money from? Did you get it from somewhere else? This beautiful lady is so unlucky to have a weirdo like you. It can be heard that the old man is a gentleman and did not swear, but his tone is still full of contempt and disgust. At this time, Stephanie Chen also recognized that the woman behind him was Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, I didn't expect him to find you again. I advise you to stay away from him. This scumbag is irresponsible, fickle, and falls in love with everyone he meets. He is a typical playboy. Stephanie Chen tried to persuade Zhang Yi to sober up. But Zhang Yi was also sarcastic towards her. Stephanie Chen, you are quite good at pretending. I heard that you had a bad reputation when we were still in college. Now you are trying to gain attention and traffic by maliciously slandering Lin Fan. You are really despicable and shameless. You. Zhang Yi, don't go too far. I was trying to persuade you with good intentions, but you actually bit me back. What a typical mean person. I really don't know how he tricked you into his hands. Stephanie Chen was furious and retorted, but she didn't expect Zhang Yi to speak well of Lin Fan. They are indeed a pair of dogs. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's face darkened, and she almost lost control of her emotions. She spoke very sharply, lie? You should have known that he has become a rich man now, so there are so many women around him. This is normal. Successful men will attract many women, but you are a materialistic, greedy, selfish, and self-centered woman who is not worthy of being his woman. Even if he really falls in love with every girl he meets, I still like it. Anyway, he will never like a shameless person like you. Zhang Yi inadvertently spoke out her true feelings. She has a relatively open mind, so she doesn't mind even if Lin Fan has other women behind him. Which rich man doesn't have several lovers around him? If Lin Fan really wanted to be her exclusive bootlicker, she could accept this kind of relationship. Nowadays, money is everything. Without money, everything is empty talk. Lin Fan looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect Zhang Yi to have such an idea. He was more confident in completing the task, so he stopped talking nonsense and turned to the saleswoman and said, "I want to buy this skirt, no discount required, I can transfer the money now." The saleswoman was stunned for a moment before she realized that Lin Fan was also a rich man. "Sir, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. I was blind. Please don't take it to heart." She bent over and looked at Lin Fan with a smile on her face, and her attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. "This is a dress worth 1 million. If it is sold, she can get a commission reward of 50,000. Moreover, Lin Fan didn't want to give a discount. With such a generous offer, any salesperson would treat him like a god. Even Zhang Yi felt that Lin Fan was extremely charming at this moment. Men who are willing to spend money on women are the most attractive. But the old man refused to give in. "You think you're so great just because you have a little money, and you don't even need a discount? That's not the way you act cool. I guess you only have about 1 million left on you, right? Have you maxed out all your credit cards? I guess after you buy this dress, you will return it tomorrow. I've seen too many people like you pretending to be stupid. Idiot." Lin Fan chuckled with disdain. "A mere 1 million is a piece of cake for me. I can afford a more expensive dress. Do you have any dress more expensive than this one?" Seeing this, the saleswoman's eyes lit up and she raised her hand and pointed to the glass cabinet in the middle of the store. "Of course. Do you see that white fishtail skirt in the display case? Isn't that an item not for sale?" Lin Fan was puzzled. "Because it's worth 10 million. It's been on display in the store for more than 3 years, and still no one can afford it, so it's not for sale anymore," the saleswoman said excitedly. She vaguely felt that Lin Fan was not just pretending to be cool, but was a real invisible rich man. So she was very smart and decisively cooperated with Lin Fan in acting. "I see. Then I will buy it today and give it to my goddess. Only my goddess deserves it." Lin Fan waved his hand and shouted. Hearing this, Zhang Yi blushed and looked at him shyly. "I can't afford such an expensive thing." Lin Fan patted her shoulder affectionately and said seriously, "You deserve it. You have always been the white moonlight in my heart and the goddess I desire most. You deserve a dress worth 10 million. Miss, I'll issue the invoice right away and transfer the money immediately. I'll also give you an extra 10,000 yuan tip." The saleswoman's eyes widened, her brows raised with joy. She was so excited that she almost jumped up. She almost called him daddy on the spot. "Okay. Sir, do you only want that fishtail skirt?" As she spoke, the saleswoman winked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan understood what she meant and slapped his forehead. "I want both. I'll buy both skirts. Such a luxurious skirt is really a waste of talent for some scumbag girl to wear." "You!" Shen Yanzi was so angry that she wanted to swear. How could she not hear that Lin Fan was making a veiled complaint? She screamed, hugged the old man's arms with both hands, and shook him back and forth. "Husband, are you just going to watch him hit you in the face? If he only wanted the white fishtail skirt, I would have bought this $1 million skirt for you. But I didn't expect him to be so overbearing and want both." The old man spread his hands helplessly. Chapter 31. Stephanie Chen was equally relentless. "Give full play to your charm and true nature. I don't care. I'm very unhappy now anyway. You have to buy me something, otherwise I won't go back with you tonight. Except for these 2 dresses, I can buy you everything else. Is that okay?" The old man frowned and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He now also realized that Stephanie Chen was indeed a materialistic woman who was obsessed with money. But he had already fallen under the spell of Stephanie Chen and couldn't extricate himself, so he had to agree to buy other things for her. "That's more like it. Husband, don't blame me for being materialistic. I just don't want you to lose face. I'm not attracted to this dress, it's too expensive, over $1 million. Only a fool would buy something so ugly and expensive. Stephanie Chen put her face on the old man's shoulder, smiling widely, but she did not forget to make sarcastic remarks to Lin Fan in the end. Seeing her being so fawning, like a dog trying to please an old man, Lin Fan felt sick. Why didn't Ti realize that this woman was so mean before? After pursuing Stephanie Chen for a year, even though they were about to get married, they had never slept with each other. At most they had kissed and held hands. I didn't expect that Stephanie Chen had such a despicable side hidden in private. However, the two were not in a hurry to leave, as they both wanted to see if Lin Fan would really buy the two dresses. Soon, the female shopping guide came to Lin Fan with the manager. Lin Fan didn't waste any time, he took out his cell phone and transferred the money to the store account. "Boss, you are so generous. Come on, pack these two dresses." "Sir, miss, if you need anything to drink, just tell me." The female manager was also very respectful, as if she had turned into a maid, bending over and fawning on Lin Fan and Zhang Yi. "Forget it. There are two flies in your store. They make me lose my mood. Remember to disinfect them with poison later." Lin Fan waved his hands, unwilling to be outdone. Yes, sir, I am right. You too, if you don't want to shop, please leave. Our store will only serve these two respected customers from now on. Please forgive me." The female manager turned around and ordered them to leave with a cold look on her face. "You." Chen Yanzi didn't expect Lin Fan to be so heartless and ungrateful. She was so angry that her face turned red and black. "Lin Fan, don't be so arrogant. Don't think you are great just because you are rich. Your little money will soon be gone. What can you use to show off? My husband owns 2 supermarkets and has assets worth over 100 million. He is much better than a scumbag like you who only knows how to sweet talk and cheat people." Stephanie Chen cursed fiercely. Lin Fan ignored her. After all, he was a billionaire now. It would be a loss of status for him to argue with a scumbag. However, he also noticed that Stephanie Chen's favorability towards him had dropped by another 10 points. Name, Stephanie Chen. Appearance, 8.0 points. Favorability intimacy, 70 hatred level. You still have the nerve to hate me? This bitch, ugly people are really evil. Lin Fan cursed in his heart. His favorability was -60, which had already reached the level of hatred and disgust. According to the system rules, -70 is the level of deep hatred. -90 means the other party has the intention to kill. If the favorability is -100, it means that the other party will really kill you. And they will definitely do it. Moreover, negative favorability can also be sensed in men. You too, you talk too much. Please leave immediately. You are not welcome here. The manager's attitude was a little annoyed and he pointed at the exit with a look of disgust on his face. In the end, the two had to leave in disappointment. As soon as the disgusting Stephanie Chen left, Lin Fan's mood immediately turned from gloomy to cheerful. "My goddess, please put on this fishtail skirt and show it to me." Lin Fan crossed his fingers, as if praying, and looked at Zhang Yi with hope. Zhang Yi rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. "Can you stop being so cheesy and just call me by my name?" Having said that, she really likes Lin Fan calling her that. Proves that Lin Fan really likes her. "You're my goddess, and I am willing to be your exclusive lickspittle. What I said in front of them just now is also true, and the heavens can bear witness to it," Lin Fan said with a smile on his face. Zhang Yi stared at him blankly, thinking to herself, even though you have money you still can't change your nature of being a bootlicker, or do you have any special hobbies? Then, she went to the dressing room and changed into the fishtail dress worth 10 million. At this time, Lin Fan also received feedback from the system. Host consumption money has been issued, please check it yourself. Wealth, 25.6 million. He looked at Zhang Yi's favorability towards him again, 30. Reached the level of close friends. The favorability increased from 15 to 30, which shows the charm of money. Even a woman like Zhang Yi, who is not very materialistic, will fall for it. But he felt it was far from enough. I spent 10 million to increase her favorability by a small amount. If I want to capture her, I need to reach 100 favorability. I have to keep working hard. Lin Fan muttered to himself. The less materialistic a woman is, the more money you will have to spend to win her over. Just as I was thinking about it, Zhang Yi came out of the dressing room wearing that noble and elegant fishtail skirt. It's like a princess getting married, stunning everyone. Even the shopping guides and staff in the store couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Wow! I didn't expect her to be so beautiful, she's simply a fairy. No wonder that rich man was willing to buy this dress that no one has bought in 3 years. I'm so envious. If I could marry such a rich man, I wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of my life. This woman is so lucky. You can despise the rich man for spending money like water, but you can't despise his vision. He just said that this lady is the white moonlight in his mind. His favorite goddess is indeed discerning. In a word, they are a perfect match. I wonder if the rich family needs a nanny. I think I can apply to be a nanny. Goddess, you are so beautiful. Although Zhang Yi repeatedly emphasized calling her by her name, Lin Fan couldn't help but call her goddess. Compared to Stephanie Chen, Zhang Yi is indeed much more beautiful. There is a huge difference between the two. The former is more like a self-satisfied country girl, while the latter is a goddess at the star model level. Zhang Yi looked at him tenderly and turned around a few times excitedly. She couldn't hide her joy. This is a high-end dress worth 10 million. Even the top female stars in the country may not be able to wear it, but now, such a noble and elegant dress that shows her status and temperament is worn by her. It's so dreamy. More importantly, this was a gift that Lin Fan bought for her. Lin Fan, thank you. Tonight is truly the happiest day of my life. Zhang Yi's true feelings came out, blurting out what she said. Today is just an ordinary day, because there will be many happier days than today. Lin Fan's eyes were full of affection and he was smiling as he looked at her straight in the eyes with an inexplicable emotion. Chapter 32. Zhang Yi naturally felt the passion in his eyes, and her heart began to beat like a deer. Obviously, she had a premonition of what might happen tonight. Even the shopping guide and manager who were watching not far away looked at the two with ambiguous eyes. However, to her surprise, Lin Fan did not take any further action. She thought Lin Fan would come over and hug her and spin around, or maybe kiss her and hug her. Although her purity was 100%, she secretly had feelings for Lin Fan and had even made some mental preparations, but Lin Fan did not do so. See if you need anything else, I can buy it for you. Lin Fan was like an art connoisseur, standing 2 meters away, looking at her elegantly and expressively, as if he was appreciating a perfect work of art. No need. This mermaid skirt alone is expensive enough. I can't let you spend more money on it. Zhang Yi regained his composure and said seriously. Lin Fan did not force it. Zhang Yi only wore the mermaid skirt for a while, took a few artistic photos, and then changed back to her previous pink long skirt. She plans to wear it again when she gets married in the future so that its unique value can be highlighted. When I go to parties or something, I wear that burgundy dress that cost 1 million. Half an hour later, Lin Fan drove a white Mercedes-Benz GLC to take Zhang Yi to her doorstep. Zhang Yi lives in a small Western-style building, but it is a bit old. He bought this Mercedes-Benz GLC for himself to drive on a daily basis. The previous limited edition Bugatti Son of the Night was so cool. It was too ostentatious and conspicuous when driven out. As soon as it went out, passers-by would take pictures of it with their mobile phones. Although many people are showing off their wealth nowadays, he was maliciously slandered by Stephanie Chen. If he is photographed driving a supercar and attracts the attention and likes of people around Stephanie Chen, he may face the same cyberbullying as Zhou Zhang. Therefore, he chose to keep a low profile and specially bought a Mercedes-Benz worth 600,000 yuan for transportation. The Son of the Night has no trunk and can only seat 2 people. And he wanted to buy some gifts for Zhang Yi tonight, so he drove this Mercedes-Benz specially. Lin Fan handed the 2 gift boxes to Zhang Yi. Seeing that Zhang Yi was absent-minded and her cheeks were flushed, he couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you let me sit in your house for a while?" "Ah. Okay, I can." Zhang Yi was a little incoherent and it was obvious that she was a little nervous. It was really abrupt to bring the man home on the first day we met. Moreover, there are parents and older generations at home, so I'm afraid of causing misunderstandings. Lin Fan naturally saw this and didn't want to embarrass her. "Let's talk about it when the time comes. Go back. I'm leaving." After saying that, Lin Fan got into the car in a cool manner, and drove away without saying another word. Watching the car going further and further away, Zhang Yi felt a little empty in his heart. He didn't ask for a kiss. According to the plot of the melodramatic TV series, when he sent me home, he would most likely let me kiss him. Why didn't he follow the routine? Oh my. Zhang Yi, it's only the first day we met and you're eager to do that with him? That's too unrestrained. No, I have to calm down. Zhang Yi stood there in a daze, muttering to herself for a while. When she touched her cheek, she found that it was a little hot. At first she thought something would happen between her and Lin Fan tonight. It turned out that I was overthinking it and nothing happened in the end. However, this also increased her favorability towards Lin Fan. This Lin Fan. Thinking of what Lin Fan said to her tonight, Zhang Yi felt sweet and hesitant inside. The reason for her hesitation was that she could feel that there were other women behind Lin Fan. If he really liked her, Zhang Yi hoped that Lin Fan would be loyal to her only. But a man like Lin Fan is destined to be extraordinary. After all, most rich men are unfaithful. As for whether the two will get together in the future, we'll talk about it later. Zhang Yi didn't think anymore and turned back home. The next day, Zotong, manager of Jinfu Jewelry, delivered the Clive Christian rose perfume that Lin Fan specifically requested to his office. Because of Lin Fan's many visits and care, Zotong has now been promoted from branch manager to general manager of the Hangzhou area. The two of them became friends. The reason why Lin Fan was willing to deal with him was that Zotong had connections everywhere. He had previously asked several specialty stores and even went to the official website to inquire, but they all said that the perfume he wanted was not available in the country. Only Zotong said that he had connections and could help him order from abroad. In just 2 days, the rose perfume was in his hands. After getting the perfume, Lin Fan found the business card Ouyang Qi gave him and added her as a friend on WeChat. As soon as the application was approved, Lin Fan immediately sent a message saying that he had bought the perfume she wanted and asked her where to make the transaction. You are so awesome. It's only been 3 days and you've already bought the rose perfume? Are you trying to trick me with a fake one? Ouyang Qi's reply made Lin Fan laugh and cry. I spent over $1 million on it. I used connections to order it from overseas. How could I possibly use fake ones to deceive you? Am I that kind of fake person? Lin Fan expressed slight dissatisfaction. Immediately afterwards, Ouyang Qi sent a reply. That's right. 1 million is nothing to a mysterious rich man like you. You are so thoughtful. Come to the Dihao Hotel opposite the Media College at 6 p.m. I'll treat you. Then I'll tell you what interests and hobbies your cousin has. After seeing this message, Lin Fan exclaimed that this woman was too unrestrained. This woman is too direct. She asked me to go to a hotel the second time we met? No wonder her purity is so low. Fortunately, he was not interested in Ouyang Qi. If it were anyone else, they would be eager for something to happen between them. In fact, he was only interested in beauties with a beauty score of more than 9 points. Although Ouyang Qi was also very beautiful, her beauty score was only 8.5 points. According to the system rules, you will get cash back only if you spend money on beauties with a beauty score of 9 or above. So he spent 1 million to buy this bottle of rose perfume for Ouyang Qi, but did not get any cash back. 6 o'clock in the evening. Lin Fan appeared at the entrance of Emperor Hotel on time. After arriving at the destination, he found that this hotel, like the Binjiang Hotel where they had the party that night, was a chain hotel that integrated a shopping mall, KTV, and hotel. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, Ouyang Qi finally arrived. She was wearing a white t-shirt that exposed her belly button, and a pair of denim shorts that only reached her thighs. She had light makeup on and looked like a female student in her early 20s. It's easy to overlook that she is actually 27 years old. After all, she is a teacher at the School of Media and Communications. She is not allowed to wear heavy makeup at school. She only dresses up carefully when attending parties or going out. Obviously, she had just finished class and had no time to go back to her residence to put on makeup, so she went out in simple makeup. You're quite punctual. I like men who are punctual. Ouyang Qi glanced at Lin Fan and expressed his approval. Lin Fan was speechless. She was clearly a quarter of an hour late, but she actually said he was punctual? What a stealth concept. Come on, I'll treat you to a feast. Soon, Ouyang Qi took him into the hotel and found a corner to sit in the restaurant on the second floor. Chapter 33. This is the rose perfume. Now can you tell me what your cousin's hobbies are? As soon as he sat down, Lin Fan took out an exquisite box containing perfume and handed it to him. Why are you in such a hurry? You haven't even eaten yet, but you're already eager to pursue my cousin. Ouyang Qi rolled her eyes at him. She picked up the menu slowly, ordered the dishes and handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan was not in the mood to eat, so he just ordered a steak. It was really that this woman was deliberately keeping him in suspense, which made him very unhappy. Because there was no rebate for the bottle of perfume worth $1 million that he bought for Ouyang Chi. According to the system rules, you can only get cash back if you spend money on goddesses with a beauty score of 9 or above. Ouyang Chi's appearance score is only 8.5 points. This means that this 1 million is a waste of money. I didn't expect you to be so capable that you could actually buy this kind of high-end perfume that is rare in China. I'm curious, what's your family background? Ouyang Chi opened the box and carefully appreciated the rose perfume, giggling. Lin Fan was stunned. From what he heard, it seemed that Su Tumo had already investigated his background. After all, he is a man with connections and it only takes a word to investigate him. Lin Fan smiled but said nothing. He would never tell the secret in his heart to anyone else even if he was beaten to death. But Ouyang Chi said something even more shocking. Are you the illegitimate son of the legendary billionaire Lin who has $1 trillion fortune? Puff. The water that Lin Fan had just drunk was sprayed out on the spot. It's just a coincidence. If I were really the illegitimate son of Mr. Lin, would I appear here? The richest man Lin mentioned by the two is the former richest man who once dominated the Chinese rich list for several years and happened to have the same surname as him. This former richest man is a real estate tycoon with many assets both at home and abroad, and his personal fortune is rumored to be worth hundreds of billions. There are rumors on the internet that he had an illegitimate child when he was young. Ouyang Chi obviously mistook him for the richest man's illegitimate son. Of course, he also knew that Ouyang Chi was joking. Good sister, I have bought everything you want. Tell me quickly, what are your cousin's hobbies and interests? How can I improve her liking for me? Well, buy me something later, okay? I'll tell you then. Ouyang Chi rolled his eyes and smiled slyly. Fuck. This woman is too materialistic. She's just like Stephanie Chen, blinded by money. Lin Fan complained in his heart. But it didn't show on his face. Of course, no problem. I can buy whatever you want. Lin Fan had a smile on his face, but he was annoyed in his heart. Hee, you're so rich. It would be great if you were my boyfriend. Ouyang Chi rested her chin on her hands, her eyes were full of infatuation, and she looked at him with a frown. Lin Fan noticed that her favorability towards him instantly soared to 50. The fact that her favorability rating surged so quickly just proves that this woman is too realistic, hypocritical, and good at acting. It is not ruled out that she might be testing herself on behalf of Su Tumo. He was really reluctant to spend money on Ouyang Chi. But in order to complete the task and make friends with Su Tumo, I can only be a sucker. Do you like my cousin so much? My cousin and I are both very beautiful, but she is so hard to chase. Why don't you chase me? I am easy to chase. Ouyang Chi used a charming tone and looked at him hopefully. It was such an obvious trap. Even if Lin Fan was a fool, he would not directly answer that he wanted them all. If he asked for all of them, Ouyang Chi's favorability towards him would probably drop to 0 in an instant. So he thought quickly and said, we are not destined to be together. I am a quiet person, so I am probably not suitable for a lively and unrestrained girl like you. I prefer a cold and aloof woman like your cousin. Is it particularly challenging for you to pursue an iceberg woman? You rich people have really weird habits. Ouyang Chi asked bluntly. Lin Fan was stunned. He was actually guessed by this woman. He does have this habit. When he saw the goddess who had a negative 90% favorability rating towards him, he wanted to challenge her and prove that money could make up for any shortcomings. Of course, it is more for completing system tasks. Becoming close friends with Su Tumo can unlock the power function, allowing him to become a big boss with connections everywhere. His ultimate dream is to not only possess enormous wealth that is enough to rival a country, but also to possess power that is beyond the reach of others. After dinner, Ouyang Chi tempted Lin Fan again. After having a good meal and a good drink, why don't we go upstairs and have some fun? Go play upstairs? Lin Fan choked on the spot and looked at her calmly. This woman must be testing me on purpose. I must not be fooled. Although Ouyang Chi is also a model-level beauty, just a little bit away from being a goddess, and with careful dressing up, she can also have the appearance of a star, but he is still not interested. Now he is only interested in goddesses whose appearance is judged by the system to be above 9 points. How about going out for a walk? Watch a movie, go shopping, etc. Lin Fan turned his head to look out the window and said calmly. He won't fall into the pit. However, Ouyang-chi laughed out loud twice. His laughter was cheerful and a little cunning. Do you know why I brought you here? There must be some reason that I can't figure out. Lin Fan responded with great emotional intelligence. If he says I don't know, it means he is unhappy. So Lin Fan just pretended to be stupid. Sure enough, Ouyang-chi was very satisfied with his answer and stood up and said, "Ha, you'll know when you get up there." Lin Fan curled his lips in annoyance. This woman is really good at keeping people in suspense. No wonder her purity is so low. Which one of those Aquaman-type beauties isn't a shrewd person? And Ouyang-chi is a charming little elf. Afterwards, the two went to the third floor, and Ouyang-chi took him to hall number 1. Lin Fan then realized that there was a treasure appreciation meeting going on upstairs. There were quite a lot of people joining in the fun. The treasure appraisal conference here is fixed and held every 2 weeks. Many people will bring their family heirlooms and collections here for appreciation, trading, or auction. The second hall opposite is the auction. The reason I brought you here is that my cousin has a very unique hobby. She likes to collect ancient calligraphy and paintings. So that's it. After listening to Ouyang-chi's explanation, Lin Fan suddenly realized. Is there any need to beat around the bush? Why don't you just say it directly? Why do you have to make it so mysterious? Lin Fan was speechless for a while. I was testing your patience and sincerity on behalf of my cousin. It turns out that you are not the kind of person who only plays along and is hypocritical. Ouyang-chi smiled slyly. Lin Fan was speechless. Fortunately, he had a system and was more careful, otherwise, he really would not be able to withstand the test. No wonder this woman can be a teacher at such a young age, her acting skills are unmatched. Take a look later. Buy 2 pieces of calligraphy and paintings. I'll take them back and give them to your cousin. Maybe she'll take the initiative to ask you out. Chapter 34. That's great, thank you for your advice. Lin Fan immediately smiled and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. With Ouyang-chi as a wingman, the difficulty of completing the mission will become much easier. After walking around, Lin Fan did not find any valuable antique calligraphy or paintings. The attendees of this treasure appraisal conference were mostly old men who brought worthless imitations to the experts for appraisal, or they were private collectors who had been cheated. In other words, the truly valuable things won't appear here. Afterwards, the two came to hall number 2. The auction in hall number 2 is of a much higher standard than the appreciation conference. The reason why it is of high standard is that most of the people who come here are rich people like Lin Fan, and there are not many elderly people. Some of them are wealthy and experienced people of advanced age. The hall is divided into an auction venue and an exhibition area. The glass cabinets in the exhibition area display various antiques, famous toys, calligraphy and paintings, and they are also priced. The lowest is a few thousand and the highest is over $1 million. These cultural relics can actually be auctioned? Logically speaking, shouldn't they be handed over to the country? It was the first time for Lin Fan to come to an auction and see so many antiques and collectibles. He also saw many historical and valuable cultural relics. You don't understand this, do you? Ouyang-chi crossed his arms across his chest, looking extremely learned. Only those cultural relics with research value and historical significance will appear in museums and be handed over to the country. The cultural relics here do not have much research value, and most of them are private collections. As long as they comply with the regulations, they can be traded. Moreover, there are many loopholes in the field of cultural relics. Insiders can manipulate them secretly through some means, which will not be illegal and can be auctioned openly. It's just that this business is very treacherous, and many of the items are fake. These wealthy people come here to auction, one to launder money, the other to show off, and some are collectors who really like antique art. After some scientific research, Ouyang-chi took a fancy to a landscape painting. I like this painting very much. I can take a picture of it and give it to my cousin. Lin Fan knew nothing about calligraphy and painting. This was a picture of a kingfisher speaking flowers. The picture simply shows a few plum tree branches, some red and white plum blossoms, and a colorful kingfisher on the top, with a few lines of text. Just this one painting is worth $500,000. However, this is an authentic painting by a famous Qing dynasty painter, Zhou Yigui. No problem. If you like it, then Miss Su will definitely like it too. Lin Fan wanted to complain in his heart, but he was very obedient in words. Ouyang-chi also understood a little bit, because the old man of the Su family was particularly fond of famous calligraphy and paintings and collected antiques. In order to please the old man, the younger generations of their generation would usually come to auctions or appreciation meetings to buy some valuable items and give them to the old man. It's just that Tsutomu really likes it, and unlike other people, she doesn't just buy it for fun to please the old man of the Su family. At this time, an auctioneer came over and had a brief conversation with the two of them. It turns out that this painting will be taken to the main stage for bidding in an hour and cannot be bought directly. This painting was sent here by a company specifically for auction and profit. If it is privately owned, or is not worth much, worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, you can buy it directly. However, the more complicated the process is, the more likely it is that the calligraphy or painting has been certified as an authentic work by experts. Hey! The pretentious guy actually hooked up with Teacher Ouyang. You are such a scumbag. At this moment, an extremely harsh and sarcastic voice suddenly sounded behind him. The two turned around and saw Ling Feng walking towards them with 3 pairs of handsome men and beautiful women. Lin Fan frowned. He didn't expect to meet this idiot here. On second thought, this hotel is right opposite the School of Communication, and many students come to the hotel to eat, drink and have fun, so it is not surprising to run into Ling Feng. Look! This guy is the one who tried to snatch Xiao Xinxin from me before. I didn't expect that he is now hooking up with Teacher Ouyang. It turns out that he is two-timing. You can't judge a person by his appearance. I wonder if Xiao Xinxin knows that you are such a scumbag. Ling Feng glared at Lin Fan with an unhappy look on his face and scolded him in front of everyone. Ling Feng! Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with him. Ouyang Qi was the first to step forward and clarify the matter quickly. But Ling Feng refused to give in. Teacher Ouyang, everyone knows that you are a well-known socialite in the School of Communication. You always approach rich people when you see them. That night, Lin Fan spent tens of millions of dollars and gave everyone a gold medal. He is like the silly son of a landlord. Don't you like people like him? Ouyang Qi's face darkened and he glared at him unhappily. Unfortunately, she is not Tsutomu, and does not have such a high status and majesty. Even a rich second generation from a small and insignificant family can bully her. The handsome men and beautiful women behind Ling Feng also made sarcastic remarks towards Lin Fan. This guy looks so ordinary, he doesn't look like a rich second generation at all. I really don't know where he got the money from. Is he being kept by a rich woman? I heard that some rich women in Hangzhou like gigolos like him. He came to the auction venue to show off. It seems that in order to reassure the beautiful lady, he pretended to be very knowledgeable about art and antiques. Why don't you just go upstairs and get a room? You're pretending to be cultured? I hate this kind of pretense. It's disgusting to watch. Lin Fan could no longer bear it. After they had said enough, he said disdainfully, I can afford the things here, can you afford them? And you can only stare at me. This group of second-generation and third-generation rich students spend all their parents' money, and their limited funds do not support them to show off. But Lin Fan had endless money to spend. He didn't take these young kids seriously at all. What a joke! How could I not be able to afford something here? I wouldn't even blink an eye for something worth 3 or 4 million. Ling Feng snorted angrily and retorted with a red face. Hearing this, Lin Fan's heart moved and his eyes rolled. He wanted to tease Ling Feng and pointed to the kingfisher flower language picture behind him. I really don't believe it. Can you buy this painting? Just 500,000, a piece of cake. Ling Feng took a look, raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. Seeing this, the people behind him started to cheer. Mr. Ling is so domineering. He embarrassed you before. Today, you must humiliate him severely. You may not know that young Master Ling has 100 million in pocket money. He just didn't expect a pretentious guy to show up that night, so he stole the limelight. I think this pretentious criminal probably doesn't have that much money. If he can come up with 100 million right now, I'll even call him Dad. As he was speaking, the auction staff came over and took the painting away. The auction will start in 1 hour. Ling Feng challenged again, don't you have a lot of money? Do you dare to bid against me? Seeing his smug look, Lin Fan also grinned. Of course I dare. Ling Feng thought his trick was successful. Little did he know that he was the one who fell into the pit. Chapter 35. When Lin Fan realized that Ling Feng wanted to take revenge on him, he took advantage of the situation and lured him into the trap. The purpose of letting Ling Feng participate in the bidding is to make Ling Feng a sucker and waste money in vain. There was no need for him to argue with Ling Feng. Since they were going to see who had more money, they should use their strength to decide. Silly hat. Ling Feng cursed, turned around and left with a few companions, going downstairs to eat. An hour later, the auction officially begins. Lin Fan and Ouyang Qi sat in the first row. Not long after they sat down, Ling Feng and his group returned and sat not far from them. The auction was not large, with about 100 seats, but only 60 or 70 people were sitting there. Moreover, online auctions have been added to the auction now. Many people participating in the auction do not go to the site, but participate in the bidding online. Dear customers, welcome to today's auction. After the host gave an opening speech, the auctioneer came on stage. The first few items auctioned were of low value, all of which were porcelain and jade pieces worth tens of thousands of yuan. Soon it was Ouyang Qi's turn to look at the kingfisher flower language painting that she liked. The next 13th lot is a painting of kingfishers and flowers by Zhou Yigui, a famous Qing dynasty painter. The starting price is 500,000. In order to tease Ling Feng, Lin Fan was the first to raise his hand as soon as the auctioneer finished speaking. 600,000. Sure enough, seeing him bidding impatiently, Ling Feng immediately followed suit. 650,000. Lin Fan deliberately turned around and glared at him, frowned, and turned back to continue bidding. 700,000. 750,000. Ling Feng naturally refused to be outdone. 800,000. Lin Fan also followed closely behind. 850,000. Ling Feng spoke loudly, with a hint of arrogance in his tone. 900,000. 950,000. The two of them exchanged sharp words with each other, and after bidding back and forth several times, the auction price directly reached 1.1 million. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a little weird. The auctioneer on the stage noticed that something was not right and immediately called a halt. You too. Please don't bid maliciously, otherwise the auction house will remove this item from the auction. The others looked at Lin Fan and Ling Feng with strange expressions. Obviously everyone thought that the two were deliberately causing trouble. But Ling Feng raised his hand high and said seriously, I am not causing trouble. I also want this auction item, but I have a slight disagreement with someone. There is no malicious bidding. Hearing him say this, the auctioneer immediately lost his temper. Since it was not a malicious bidding, he naturally hoped that the two could continue to compete. The higher the price, the more commission the auctioneer gets. If you don't make money, you're a bastard. He still understands this truth. 1,100,000. Do you two want to raise the price? The auctioneer looked back and forth between Lin Fan and Ling Feng, raised his eyebrows, and gave them a look asking them whether they should continue bidding. I'll give you 2 million. Lin Fan raised his hand and said something shocking. Hiss. The next second, the whole audience was in an uproar. Even Ouyang Qi beside him looked at him with confusion. The ancient painting that was originally worth only 500,000 yuan was actually raised to more than 2 million yuan. The price suddenly increased fourfold, which can only be described as crazy. Generally speaking, it would be moderate if the price of a low-priced ancient painting were raised to at least 3 times the original price. If the price is more than 4 times, it may be suspected of malicious bidding or even money laundering. I'll give you 3 million. After Lin Fan made his bid, Ling Feng was still unwilling to be left behind and also added 1 million. At this time, some people couldn't bear it anymore. You guys are here to cause trouble on purpose, right? If you don't have money, don't make trouble. What are you doing here, little brat? You are blind. This guy is the young master next door. He is not short of money. He can easily open a part and it will cost 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. This amount of money is really nothing to him. The criticisms from many people soon died down when people who knew Ling Feng revealed his background. 4 million. This time, Lin Fan did not raise his hand. He crossed his arms across his chest with a calm expression. 5 million. Ling Feng continued to bid. 6 million. Lin Fan continued to chase after him. 7 million, haha. When he shouted out 7 million, Ling Feng couldn't help laughing out loud, as if he was mocking Lin Fan for being a fool. But Lin Fan's expression did not change at all, and he continued, 8 million. Hearing this, Ouyang Qi couldn't bear it anymore. Why don't you just forget it? The starting price of 500,000 has been raised to 8 million. It's not worth it. That guy is deliberately trying to screw you. Ouyang Qi wanted to persuade Lin Fan to give up. But Lin Fan grinned disapprovingly. I don't care even if it's increased to 100 million. I have plenty of money, so I'm not afraid of making trouble. Anyway, this painting is going to be given to Sutomo, and there will be rebates for the purchase. The higher the price, the happier he was. You are really. Seeing that he seemed to be a little bit drunk, Ouyang-chi was speechless. She didn't know how to stop him, and was afraid of causing Lin Fan to be disgusted. You give me 8 million, then I'll give you 9 million. Ling Feng sneered, and everyone in the audience could hear the smugness in his tone. 10 million. Lin Fan stared at the auctioneer motionlessly and spoke calmly, his face expressionless. At this time, Ling Feng finally couldn't help but speak. Do you have so much money? If you don't have money, don't pretend. Auctioneer, I suggest you check his assets. If he doesn't have so much money, then it's a malicious bid, and you can throw him out. After he finished speaking, several of his companions also joined in. Yes, I also suspect that he came here to cause trouble on purpose. He doesn't have that much money on him. What can he compare with Master Ling? 10 million is probably his limit, right? Mr. Ling, don't add any more. If he doesn't have money, you will end up having to pay to buy it. After hearing his companion's advice, Ling Feng calmed down. Although he wanted revenge, he really couldn't afford to waste this money, so he stopped raising the price. 10 million for the first time. 10 million for the second time. 10 million for the third time. Congratulations to the gentleman in front who finally won the bid for this Kingfisher flower language painting. Come, please ask our staff to hand the receipt to this gentleman. As the auction hammer in the auctioneer's hand fell, the staff next to him handed the issued receipt to Lin Fan. The implication was that he should pay the bill in person. Lin Fan was not vague at all. He took out his mobile phone, entered his account number, and transferred the money to the auction company's account. After confirming receipt of the money, the auctioneer congratulated Lin Fan again and prepared to move on to bidding on the next item. A price of 10 million, are you really not sorry? Ouyang-chi looked a little uncomfortable, and felt sorry for Lin Fan from the bottom of her heart. More of anger. She didn't expect Ling Feng to be so excessive. Chapter 36. Don't be impatient, the fun has just begun. Lin Fan suddenly let out a strange laugh. Ouyang-chi looked at him in confusion, and when he saw Lin Fan looking at the 14th auction item displayed on the screen, he suddenly realized something. Everyone, the next lot for auction is a Ming Dynasty gold and green landscape painting. The starting price is 700,000. After the auctioneer introduced the details of the golden and green landscape painting and said the starting price, Lin Fan immediately raised his hand. 800,000. As expected, as soon as he made his bid, Ling Feng behind him immediately followed suit. 900,000. 1 million. 1,200,000. Lin Fan and Ling Feng were the only two people bidding against each other. Everyone watched the two people arguing in silence. Of course, many people suspected that the two had colluded. Do you think these two people colluded to launder money and raise the price so that they could bid at a high price? They were the only two people bidding in the whole venue? This is outrageous. What a joke. Do you know who Ling Xiao is? There is no need for them to collude. Their family is not short of money. You are from another place and don't know these local rich people. It's not your fault. Soon, Lin Fan also increased the price of this painting to 10 million. It reached the 10 million mark again, but this time Ling Feng did not stop bidding. After all, everyone had just seen Lin Fan complete the transfer on the spot, proving that Lin Fan was indeed not short of money. Then continued to retaliate against Lin Fan severely. Today's auction is a special session for ancient paintings. Except for the first 10 low-priced items used to warm up the atmosphere, which are porcelain and jade, all other items are ancient paintings. 12 million. Lin Fan deliberately raised his voice, as if announcing to everyone that he was determined to win this auction item. Then, everyone looked at Ling Feng behind him. Sure enough, Ling Feng followed closely behind and shouted loudly, 14 million. 14 million. Gentleman in front, do you want to raise the price? The auctioneer looked at Lin Fan enthusiastically. However, what was unexpected to everyone was that Lin Fan did not continue bidding this time. Lin Fan was seen holding his fist in front of his mouth, looking thoughtful and conflicted. Everyone thought that Lin Fan didn't want to continue bidding. But the auctioneer didn't want to wait any longer, so he had to look at Ling Feng behind him. It seems that the gentleman in front of me doesn't want to continue bidding. 14 million for the first time. 14 million for the second time, the hammer is about to fall. 13 million for the third time. Congratulations to Mr. Ling for winning this golden and green landscape painting. As soon as he finished speaking, the staff quickly printed out the receipt and handed it to Ling Feng. I'm so fucking. Ling Feng was so angry that his mouth twitched. He didn't want this crappy painting at all. He thought Lin Fan would be determined to get it and would stop when the price reached 20 million. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan suddenly stopped bidding. Everyone looked at him with puzzled eyes, as if to say, could this guy be broke? Ling Feng felt embarrassed and had to suppress his frustration. He took out his cell phone and transferred the money. At this moment, Ouyang Chi saw the sinister smile on Lin Fan's face and suddenly said, so you did it on purpose? It's not over yet. Since this idiot wants to play with me, I will play with him to the end. Lin Fan quickly put away his smile and pretended as if nothing had happened. So much so that others couldn't tell that he was acting. Lin Fan did not bid for the next two items. Ling Feng naturally did not follow suit in bidding. It was not until the 22nd auction item, picture of a galloping horse, was displayed that Lin Fan continued to bid. But this time Lin Fan did not bid from the beginning. Second, after several rounds of bidding, he saw that no one was bidding anymore, and then he suddenly raised the price when the auctioneer was about to bring down the hammer. 3.6 million. Oh, it seems that this gentleman also likes this painting of a horse. 4,600,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? 4 million? The auctioneer subconsciously looked at Ling Feng. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Fan's bidding, Ling Feng immediately started bidding. 4 million. Okay, 4 million now. So, the gentleman in front, would you like to raise the price to 5 million? The auctioneer was an expert at reading people's expressions and knowing how to bid according to their preferences. Seeing that Lin Fan really wanted the painting, he simply set the pace himself, leading Lin Fan and Ling Feng to continue raising the price. Lin Fan nodded and confirmed the increase in price to 5 million. This painting was actually what Ouyang Chi liked, and the colors of this painting were much more beautiful than the previous one of Kingfisher Flower Language. Ouyang Chi thought Tsutomu might like it, so Lin Fan opened his bid at the last minute without saying anything. 6 million. Ling Feng was not willing to be outdone. 7 million. Lin Fan also followed the bidding, remaining as calm as before. He knew that Ling Feng might raise the price very high this time. After all, he had just cheated Ling Feng once. However, his trick had not succeeded yet, so he had to continue. At this moment, everyone present could see that tonight was the home court of these two mortal enemies. No one came to join in the bidding to join in the fun. Everyone was quietly watching the two of them fighting each other. Such a good show is rare at an auction, and everyone is happy to see how the two stupid sons of landlords ruin their family fortune. In the end, Ling Feng raised the price of the horse painting to 20 million and did not raise the price any further. The saying goes, forgive others when you can. Ling Feng felt that Lin Fan might have come with a mission tonight and might take more than just 2 pictures. If Lin Fan continues to bid later, he will continue to retaliate against Lin Fan and make Lin Fan pay a higher price. 22 million. After Lin Fan raised the price, Ling Feng did not continue bidding. The painting of the horse finally fell into Lin Fan's pocket. The auction seemed to be in a halftime break, and Lin Fan did not bid for several items in a row. It was not until the 37th auction item, a 4-screen Lotus ink painting book with a starting price of 30 million, was displayed that Lin Fan suddenly stood up. I like this painting very much. I'll pay 35 million. Boom! The whole audience was in an uproar again. This is the first time I've seen such a high markup, it's crazy. The previous price increase was at most 2 million, and it was Lin Fan who raised the price alone. When the others were auctioning other ancient paintings, the maximum amount they raised the price was 1 million each time. Only Lin Fan was wealthy enough to directly raise the price from a low price of 30 million to 35 million, shocking the entire audience. The entire auction seemed to have reached its climax at this time. Everyone looked at Ling Feng behind them again, wondering if he would continue bidding. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Ling Feng's heart began to beat violently. Firstly, he was attracted by such a crazy atmosphere and became very excited and passionate. He wanted to take revenge on Lin Fan and kill him. Second, he didn't dare to raise the price as it was so shockingly high. What if Lin Fan stops bidding at the end? Wouldn't that be just digging its own grave? He didn't dare to gamble, so in order to test whether Lin Fan really wanted to bid for this auction item, he opened his mouth and raised questions. I don't believe you still have so much money. His words were both a question and a provocation. Lin Fan turned to look at him and said calmly, "Do you need me to show you the proof of assets?" Chapter 37. Hearing this, several of Ling Feng's companions started to make a noise. "If you have the ability, then show it to us. If you really have money, we have nothing to say. Master Ling, if he really has money, then you should cheat him to death. You dare to compete with Master Ling for a woman, you are overestimating yourself." The rest of the people present also followed suit. Today's show is so damn good. Two stupid sons of landlords spend money like water for women. I've only seen this kind of plot on TV. Maybe they don't care about this little money at all. They just want to save face. Rich people are mostly superficial. Seeing this, the auctioneer immediately stepped forward to calm the discussion. He also wanted the two rich second generations to spend more money in the auction. Lin Fan did not show the so-called proof of assets. He had already registered when entering the venue. Anyone who participates in the bidding needs to pay a deposit, with a minimum of 100,000 and a maximum of 1 million. Lin Fan paid 1 million directly. Therefore, the auctioneer knew that Lin Fan was very wealthy. He spoke up to defend Lin Fan. "Mr. Ling, if you have no intention of bidding, then don't bid maliciously, otherwise I have the right to ask you to leave." "Who said I don't want it? I also like this ink painting. 40 million. Ling Feng directly raised the price to 40 million. Everyone once again called the two the stupid sons of the landlord. Because many ancient paintings are not actually worth much, and no one will compete with them now, raising the price by 5 million each time at this time is considered stupid behavior by everyone. Under normal circumstances, it should be 1 million or more. Of course, for the two rich young men, tens of millions are just pocket money. 50 million. After Lin Fan finished calling out the price, he sat down. He didn't want the painting at all, and his intention was to trick Ling Feng into buying it at double the price. 55 million. Ling Feng roared with wild laughter again. After he finished speaking, he raised another question on the spot. "Auctioneer, I strongly suggest verifying his assets. If he doesn't have so much money, he is bidding maliciously." Even though he shouted very loudly, the higher the price he raised, the more uneasy he felt. He was also afraid that Lin Fan would suddenly quit. Lin Fan glanced back at him and chuckled. "It's just a few tens of millions, a drop in the bucket. As long as I want, I can even buy the entire hotel." Upon hearing this, the whole audience burst into real exclamations. "What a big mouth you have. Is this rich kid's pocket money in the hundreds of millions? If I were someone at the auction, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. This hotel is worth at least 3 billion. If this guy can buy it on the spot, I'll have the same last name as him. This hotel seems to be an asset owned by the richest man in Hangzhou, right? I heard that this richest man is very short of money now. It's hard to do business in the long-term industry. The economy is in recession now, and several of his projects lack cash flow." Several companions around Ling Feng were very unhappy when they heard Lin Fan's arrogant tone. "You are such a boaster. If you can buy this hotel, I will stand on my head and eat shit right here. This is 3 billion. Does he think it's ghost money? The combined assets of the four of us don't even add up to that much. He's really just bragging. I think he's probably just an idiot. Mr. Ling, why don't you continue to raise the price? It would be best if you could cheat him out of 100 million. Hearing this, Lin Fan once again said something shocking. "Is the hotel manager here? I really want to buy this hotel now." "You're not serious, are you?" Ouyang Chi beside him exclaimed, widened her eyes and looked at him in disbelief. "Do you have to be so generous? For the sake of so-called face, spending 3 billion to buy wine belts? Looking at the entire city of Hangzhou, no one can come up with 3 billion to buy a hotel on the spot. I am the general manager of the Imperial Hotel, my name is He Hongyu. I wonder if you really want to buy this hotel." As a member of the Imgrand Group, he knew very well that the Imgrand Group was in urgent need of a large amount of funds to fill the funding gap of other projects. Wang Jiangwo, chairman of the group and the richest man in Hangzhou, also intends to sell off several high-quality assets, including this Imperial Hotel. "I'm serious. Just prepare the contract and everything, and I can transfer 3 billion on the spot." Lin Fan stood up, looked at the man in a suit on his right, and nodded firmly. "Holy crap, this guy is serious? This is 3 billion, not 10 million. Where does he come from to have so much money? If he really buys this hotel, I'm afraid Mr. Wang will have to come and meet him in person. Compared to him, the eldest son of the Ling family is nothing. Ling Feng is not even qualified to carry his shoes. Ling Feng and his companions naturally did not believe that Ling Feng would buy this hotel, and they all mocked him. What a pretentious guy. Even if the richest man came, he wouldn't dare to brag like this. You look so ugly, yet you are so arrogant. Do you think you are the richest man in China? And you have 3 billion? If you can really buy it, I will even call you grandpa. Ling Feng was more disdainful than anyone else. He felt from the bottom of his heart that Lin Fan was just trying to show off his power by talking. Lin Fan ignored him and turned to look at He Hongyu. Manager He, go prepare the contract. I think you don't want to miss such an opportunity, right? He Hongyu was stunned for 2 seconds, and without any hesitation, he turned around and went out to prepare the contract procedures. He certainly didn't want to miss the opportunity to be promoted to the group management. If he can successfully sell this hotel, he will be the hero of Dihao Group. Then, Lin Fan winked at the auctioneer on the stage. The auctioneer immediately came to his senses, his eyes full of respect for Lin Fan. Now it's 55 million. Does this gentleman want to add more? 16 million? Lin Fan nodded and sat down again. 60 million already, Mr. Ling, do you want 65 million? The auctioneer immediately looked at Ling Feng, who was more excited than anyone else. The higher the price, the greater the profit. He wished he could raise the price to 100 million. Ling Feng didn't say anything, just waved his hand. 60 million. Sir, 65 million? I'll offer 70 million. Lin Fan said, raising his hand. 70 million. The auctioneer shouted and then looked at Ling Feng. Ling Feng did not rashly increase the price by 10 million like him, but kept the price increase at 5 million. 75 million. Lin Fan immediately followed up, 85 million. The whole audience burst into boos again. Everyone sat up straight and looked at Lin Fan. Ouyang Qi's face was filled with surprise and disbelief. It was simply too crazy. The ink painting was worth at most 40 million, but Lin Fan raised it to such a high price. Could it be that 80 million was just a drop in the bucket for him? But considering that he wanted to show off his strength and even bought the entire hotel, 80 million might not be a big deal to him. 85 million. Young Master Ling, do you want to follow up? Of course. 90 million. Ling Feng shouted loudly, but after he shouted, he felt his heart beat violently, as if it was about to stop beating. Chapter 38. 90 million. Does this gentleman want to follow? The auctioneer turned around and looked at Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan turned around and looked at Ling Feng. Do you have 90 million? Ling Feng was stunned for a moment. He indeed did not have 90 million, but if he borrowed from a few companions around him, he could still get together 90 million. He didn't say anything, but the 3 boys next to him spoke up. The combined pocket money of the 4 of us is enough to beat you. Not to mention 90 million, we can even come up with 200 million. From his tone, it seems like he doesn't have much money left. I told you, this guy is just showing off. He doesn't have that much money at all, and he actually has the nerve to say he wants to buy this hotel, huh? Mr. Ling, if you don't have enough money, the 3 of us can lend you some. We must help you regain your face today. Hearing this, Lin Fan crossed his arms and shook his head helplessly. Then I won't compete with you. I need to save money to buy a hotel. Since you also like this painting, I can't steal your love. I quit. After saying this, he pretended to look very regretful and smiled bitterly. Only Ouyang Qi saw a sinister glimpse of success in his eyes. She didn't expect Lin Fan to be so sinister. 90 million for the first time. 90 million for the second time. The hammer is about to fall. 90 million for the third time. Congratulations to Mr. Ling for finally winning this 3-screen Lotus ink painting. Please ask our staff to give the receipt to Mr. Ling. Upon hearing this result, Ling Feng was petrified on the spot. The other 3 people also froze in place, unable to move, as if they had been acupunctured. Everyone present clearly saw that Ling Feng's face instantly changed from complacent to dejected, with a complex and funny expression on his face. There is surprise and doubt, anger and regret, and a bit of confusion. The atmosphere in the venue also became very strange. The atmosphere was full of tension and bustle just a second ago, but now it suddenly became extremely quiet. Many people noticed something was going on and started whispering to each other. This big fool from the Ling family, he couldn't even see that he was being plotted against, he's so stupid. Young people are just stupid. If he hadn't bid maliciously with the person in front of him at the beginning, he wouldn't have been teased by the other party like this. It can only be said that he asked for it. This is 90 million. He spent 90 million to buy such a worthless ink painting. It's a huge loss. I don't know what will happen to him when he returns home. It was not until the staff put the bill in front of Ling Feng that Ling Feng realized that he had been fooled by Lin Fan. He expressed his dissatisfaction on the spot. He deliberately schemed against me. I won't pay the money. This is 90 million. Let alone 90 million, he can't even take out 10 million from his card now. He had no intention of bidding tonight, he just wanted to take revenge on Lin Fan. I didn't expect that Lin Fan would plot against me. Hearing this, Lin Fan turned around and looked at him calmly. Mr. Ling, you can't even come up with 10 million, right? Then you'd be a complete clown, right? Didn't your companions just say that the money you all have combined is enough to beat me? If you don't have money, you can borrow from them. According to the rules of the auction, if you can't pay, you will have to pay double the penalty. There is a rule in the auction that if someone bids maliciously, they will be punished and required to pay double the deposit. In other words, if Ling Feng cannot pay the money, his deposit will be frozen and he will also be punished to pay an additional 10% penalty. In addition to the penalty for breach of contract, you must also pay double the deposit. By then, Ling Feng will have to pay a higher price. If the circumstances are serious, the auction house even has the right to take Ling Feng to court. Ling Feng was naturally well aware of the consequences. He couldn't afford it, so he had no choice but to pay the 90 million. Lend me some, and I'll return it to you later. However, the other three people looked embarrassed and shook their heads to indicate that they were powerless. I don't have that much money. I only have a few million. Mr. Ling, I was just bragging. Mr. Ling, you also know the situation of my family. I may not even have 90 million. I really can't help you. Sorry. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng went berserk on the spot. Fuck. You have no money, why are you giving me chicken blood? Damn. You were the one who said you wanted to take revenge on him. We were just cheering you up. How could we possibly have so much money? Mr. Ling, your family has more money than the three of us. Why don't you call your family and ask them to transfer the money to you? Then everything will be fine. One of them even put the blame on Ling Feng. Ling Feng's face turned green with anger. It was these three stupid teammates who kept instigating and encouraging him in the beginning that caused him to become so arrogant. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan was also plotting against him. The auctioneer even threatened, Mr. Ling, if you don't have money, then we can only notify your family to pay for you. Give me some time. I will contact my family right away and ask them to transfer the money to me. Ling Feng panicked on the spot. If the auction company informed his family that his monthly pocket money would be reduced to tens of thousands, what would be the difference between him and a poor person? I had no choice but to grit my teeth and borrow money from others to pay the bill. The auctioneer winked at the staff, who immediately took him to the reception room at the back to borrow money from someone. The purpose, of course, was to prevent him from escaping. Everyone, I'm sorry, something unpleasant happened just now. Please forgive me, but I still solemnly remind everyone not to bid maliciously, otherwise the auction company has the right to freeze your deposit. The auctioneer reiterated the rules on the stage. At the same time, it was also a reminder to Lin Fan not to show off. Everyone present looked at Lin Fan with gloating eyes and began to question him again. Do you think this guy doesn't have that much money? He just said he wanted to spend 3 billion to buy this hotel. Is he just showing off in front of Ling Feng? It's possible. This is 3 billion, not 300,000, but 3 million. Even the richest man in Hangzhou may not be able to come up with 3 billion now. It seems like this is just a farce. A good auction was ruined by these two idiots. Ouyang Qi also complained in a bad mood that Lin Fan was acting too arrogant. You don't have to make such a big deal. You caused public outrage just to scheme against Ling Feng. It's his own fault. If he hadn't come to provoke me, would I have done this? He deserves it. Lin Fan curled his lips in disapproval. At this moment, He Hongyu returned to the auction venue with two financial officers. The scene fell silent again. Everyone wanted to see how Lin Fan would end up. Maybe his fate might be even worse than Ling Feng's. Ouyang felt even more uneasy, with cold sweats pouring down her face. If Lin Fan couldn't come up with the money, they would both be kicked out of the hotel and become a laughingstock. If this matter got out, she would not be able to face anyone. Lin Fan also noticed that Ouyang Chi's favorability towards him dropped from 50 to 35 in an instant. My goodness, this woman is too realistic. Chapter 39. Lin Fan complained in his heart. Sir, I have prepared the contract you requested. Are you sure you really want to buy this hotel? He Hongyu looked at Lin Fan with hope. If Lin Fan really comes up with 3 billion, both he and Dihao Group will have a bright future. Give me the account number and I'll transfer the money now. Lin Fan said concisely. Everyone present looked at each other with suspicion in their eyes. Would he really transfer the money? Not only him, He Hongyu also had some doubts. This is a $3 billion acquisition project, not a small business like acquiring a street shop. According to normal procedures, both parties need to prepare a lot of contract documents in advance. But He Hongyu didn't want to go through so much trouble. The group was indeed short of money and had no time to go through complicated procedures. He Hongyu took out a piece of paper with doubt. Lin Fan picked up his phone, opened the mobile banking app, entered his account number, and started operating. The whole place remained quiet. Everyone stared at Lin Fan, feeling suspicious. This guy doesn't look like he's acting. Could he really come up with 3 billion? Even a TV show wouldn't dare to act like this. Business is actually not that complicated. Purchasing a hotel is just like buying vegetables. I pay the money and you deliver the goods. It's that simple. A minute later, He Hongyu's cell phone suddenly rang. Chairman, confirm that there is a large transfer? Yes, it was a gentleman who said he wanted to buy the hotel. Okay, I'll do it right away. When everyone saw He Hongyu humbly agreeing to everything to the person on the other end of the phone, they were all dumbfounded and shocked. Ouyang Chi's face was full of disbelief. Did he really pay 3 billion? After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan put the phone into his pocket. He spent the 3 billion on himself. Although there was no rebate, he felt it was worth it. This was the first time in his life that he spent such a staggering amount of money. He had never imagined that one day he would possess enormous wealth that others would never be able to possess in their entire lives. Now he can spend 3 billion just by moving his fingers. He thought he was very excited, but in fact, apart from the satisfaction of his vanity, he felt no other emotion. After all, he has trillions of bootlickers in his pocket, so these 3 billion are really just a drop in the bucket. If he spends the 3 billion on a 9-point goddess, he can get a rebate of 300 million. But today he wanted to prove that he was not an ordinary person, and in order to prove to Ling Feng and the others that he was not a loser, and to slap them in the face, he got carried away and spent 3 billion to buy this hotel. Sir, our chairman is on his way here. He wants to see you in person. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. I don't know your name, sir? He Hongyu suddenly became humble, bent over, and looked at Lin Fan in fear and trepidation. Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw how respectful he was to Lin Fan. Ouyang Chi's mind went blank. This wasn't an act? Did Lin Fan really transfer 3 billion to the Dihao Group? In just 1 minute, he transferred 3 billion? The others were also shocked. It turns out that Lin Fan was not pretending. Lin Fan, you can just call me President Lin. Lin Fan nodded calmly and sat back in his chair. Mr. Lin, the chairman specifically told me that if you have any needs, just let me know. He Hongyu bent his back to 90 degrees, smiling and looking odd, as if the words "you are my father" were written on his face. Lin Fan was silent for a few seconds, then nodded and said, I do have a request. Just now, Mr. Ling bought a painting but has no money to pay for it. What do you think we should do? He Hongyu was not a fool. He was there just now and he also saw that Lin Fan and Ling Feng were not getting along. Now knowing that Lin Fan is a super rich man, Ling Feng is like an ant in his eyes. Someone immediately arrest Ling Feng and notify the Ling family. Tell them that they can only take him back if they pay the money. The auction company is also a subsidiary of the Dihao Group. As the general manager, He Hongyu's status is even higher than that of many billionaires with assets worth billions. Even if he beat Ling Feng into a cripple, the Ling family wouldn't dare to say a word. His boss is Wang Jiangwo, the richest man in Hangzhou. He is one of the top 3 bosses in Hangzhou. There are a few other small flies, get them out too. Lin Fan raised his hand, shook his fingers nonchalantly, and said without turning his head. He Hong Yu certainly knew who the little fly he was talking about was. He waved to the security guards standing at the back, and several security guards quickly stepped forward, grabbed the 3 pairs of handsome men and beautiful women, and dragged them out without saying a word. The 3 boys didn't dare to say a word the whole time, for fear of causing Lin Fan's dissatisfaction. One of them was so scared that he peed his pants on the spot. He was the one who shouted the loudest just now, saying that if Lin Fan could buy the hotel, he would stand upside down and eat shit on the spot. However, Lin Fan did not bother with these 3 people. His goal had been achieved, so there was no need to create more trouble. The only person who offended him was Ling Feng, not the other 3. Before the auction was over, Wang Jiangwo, the richest man in Hangzhou, came to the hotel in person. Wang Jiangwo did not enter the meeting room, but Hong Yu took Lin Fan to the conference room upstairs to meet him. "You are Mr. Lin Fan, right? Excuse me, please take a seat." It was also the first time that Lin Fan met this real estate tycoon who was ranked in the top 50 on the Chinese rich list. Before, Wang Jiangwo would never personally meet with a small figure like him. Fortunately, Wang Jiangwo gave him a pretty good first impression. He was humble and approachable. He was just very curious as to why the other party was short of money. He just spent 3 billion to buy a hotel and came to meet him in person. "Mr. Lin, you have been generous today and have helped my company breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you for your help. From now on, you will be my guest of honor. If you need anything, just let me know." Wang Jiangwo didn't waste any time and went straight to the point after sitting down. In fact, on the way here, he had someone investigate Lin Fan's background. But they learned that Lin Fan had no background at all. A month ago, he was a social animal who did multiple jobs. He came from a rural background and his parents worked as farmers at home. Suddenly, he transformed himself into an invisible rich man. The more unusual his background was, the more Wang Jiangwo doubted his true origins. He now also has some suspicion that Lin Fan is the illegitimate son of the more mysterious Mr. Lin, the richest man in China. So when we meet, our attitude is extremely respectful. Even though he is one of the richest men on the list, with the shrinking real estate industry and frequent debts, the cash flow of the Dihao Group under his name has been getting less and less, even to the point where his income is not enough to cover his expenses. To fill the funding gap, he has sold several high-quality assets. Today, Lin Fan directly transferred 3 billion yuan, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is his savior. He must hold on to such a towering tree. If you are still short of money in the future, perhaps Lin Fan can help again. Lin Fan was well aware of this. Chapter 40. But Wang Jiangwo is just a businessman. In terms of background, he can never compare with the Su family behind Su Tumo. Perhaps he holds a pivotal position in the business world, but he has no influence in official circles. Not enough to be Lin Fan's backer. Of course, now the other party mistakenly thinks he is the illegitimate son of the richest man and has to rely on him. Let's talk about the hotel. I bought this hotel and I won't interfere with anything. I'll just be the boss behind the scenes. Lin Fan simply made his point clear. He didn't want to have too much interaction with Wang Jiangwo. He bought this hotel today, firstly to vent his anger and prove his financial strength, and to let Ouyang Qi know that he was a wealthy man. Secondly, owning a hotel would make him a billionaire, and he would no longer be looked down upon when he shows up in public in Hangzhou. Clear. Wang Jiangwo smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so disrespectful. But this just made him more suspicious that Lin Fan was most likely the illegitimate son of the richest man Lin. He is wealthy, arrogant, and has a calm mind. He doesn't look like he's from the countryside at all. Hong Yu on the side thought the same thing, but he was more shocked. Wang Jiangwo is a top boss in Hangzhou City after all. A clown like Ling Feng is no better than a fly in front of him, but Lin Fan just ignores him. How amazing his background must be. Therefore, Lin Fan and Wang Jiangwo only had a brief conversation about the handover of the hotel and then left. Before leaving, he asked Wang Guojian about the background of the Su family and Su Tumo's details. Xiaohe, pay more attention to Mr. Lin in the future. If you can get along well with Mr. Lin, it will be helpful to the Dihao Group in the future. After sending Lin Fan away, Wang Jiangwo patted Hong Yu on the shoulder and gave him some earnest advice. When Lin Fan returned to the auction venue, the auction had already ended. It's already past 9 o'clock in the evening. The 2 paintings he had bought earlier will be delivered to the designated location by the auction company's staff. I didn't expect you to be a hidden rich man. I've never seen Chairman Wang come all the way from far away to meet someone in person. What did he talk to you about? Ouyang Chi looked at Lin Fan with admiration, her eyes sparkling with stars. Lin Fan saw that her favorability towards him had soared from 35 to 70. He sneered in his heart. This woman is exactly the same type as Stephanie Chen, except that her personality is not as self-righteous and arrogant as Stephanie Chen's. We just discussed the handover of the hotel. From now on, I am the behind-the-scenes boss of this hotel. In addition, he also gave me a card. As he spoke, Lin Fan took out the black gold membership card that Wang Jiangwo had given him and showed it off. This caused Ouyang Chi to exclaim again. I'm not seeing things, this is the Grand Group's black gold card. With this card, you can get a 50% discount on all purchases at Grand Group's hotels and shopping malls. Wow! Such a rich guy. Master, please support me. Ouyang Chi held Lin Fan's arms with both hands, with half of her body pressed tightly against Lin Fan. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel distracted. Although Ouyang Chi's appearance is not up to standard, her body is very hot. She is more attractive than Su Tumo, Gu Qingchang, and other girls. She can be called a top beauty. The breasts are round and smooth, with well-proportioned curves and charming temperament. Her good figure makes up for her shortcomings in appearance. In fact, Lin Fan felt that her appearance could reach 9 points, but the system's judgment of appearance was higher than his eyes. Feeling the charming fragrance of Ouyang Chi and the warm touch that made him feel so hot, Lin Fan also had the evil idea of going upstairs to fight her for 300 rounds. But he could only fantasize about it in his heart. First, Ouyang Chi's favorability towards him has not reached 100, and his appearance is not up to standard. If he tries to capture her now, the system will not give him any rewards. Secondly, if after he takes down Ouyang Chi, this woman goes back and tells Su Tumo that Su Tumo has rejected his investment, he will not be able to complete the task of raising Su Tumo's favorability towards the host to 50. He is not a stud and does not want to be labeled a playboy. Even if Ouyang Chi doesn't tell Su Tumo, or if the favorability reaches 100 now, there will be no attribute point reward for taking her down. According to the system rules, as long as the goddess he is trying to capture has a favorability of 100% towards him, he will be rewarded with attribute points even if the capture is successful, and he does not need to sleep with her. I'm not some young master, please don't be so self-indulgent. Lin Fan said jokingly. Ouyang Chi said with a slightly disappointed tone. My dream of becoming a rich woman was shattered again. However, her favorability towards Lin Fan has not decreased, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. In fact, Lin Fan was just afraid that Ouyang Chi was still testing him deliberately, so he didn't dare to cross the red line. How much do you like my cousin? She is so cold and has such high standards. Even if you spend a lot of money, you may not be able to win her trust. Ouyang Chi asked jealously. Obviously, she is not much worse than Su Tumo in terms of appearance and figure, so why does Lin Fan look down on her? I'm not trying to pursue her, I just want to make friends with her. Lin Fan looked very honest. As long as Su Tumo's favorability towards him reaches 50, the mission will be accomplished and there is no need to gain his trust. Humph. With your current performance, who would believe it? Ouyang Chi rolled her eyes at him. Spending tens of millions to buy 2 paintings for Su Tumo, but claiming that it was not pursuit, is such a joke. Lin Fan didn't know how to explain, so he parted ways with Ouyang Chi on the pretext of having something to do with the company and went straight home. 11 o'clock at night. Lin Fan was curled up on the sofa reading a book when Su Tumo suddenly sent him a message. Since Gu Qingchang has now become a host and rarely stays in the villa at night, the relationship between the two is now a little distant. But Gu Qingchang's favorability towards him is still 100%. The reason is that Lin Fan reversed his identity and Gu Qingchang became his bootlicker. She couldn't leave Lin Fan, so in order to maintain her current life, she became Lin Fan's bootlicker. Even if Lin Fan was flirting with other women outside, she wouldn't care. As long as Lin Fan didn't abandon her, she would be very happy. Lin Fan, thank you for the 2 paintings. Xiao Qi told me about your stay at the hotel tonight. I'm sorry for the expense. Are you free tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Seeing the content of the message, Lin Fan felt a little depressed. The message this woman sent was too official. It was as if she was talking to a subordinate. When other women messaged him, they either used emoticons or voice messages. However, the news about Su Tumo was a whole paragraph, which was too official. Goddess, I'm always available, just call me. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Fan sent the message. Soon Tsutomu sent a reply. See you at Cheng Palace Restaurant at 12 noon tomorrow. What on earth does this woman mean? She's so cold. Lin Fan was speechless. He gave 2 paintings to her, but she still ignored him. It was such a waste of emotion. Chapter 41. With an idea in mind, he checked Tsutomu's favorability towards him through the system. Name, Sumomo. Age, 29. Appearance, 9.1 points. Purity, 99. Favorability, 10 half-baked. Half-baked? Are you kidding me? I gave you 2 paintings, but your favorability is only 10. Lin Fan didn't know how to complain. No wonder this woman has the title of Iceberg Beauty. Even he, a bootlicker, may not be able to melt the iceberg of Tsutomu. Thinking of this, Lin Fan also sent a message to Ouyang Chi, asking her whether she had told Tsutomu the real price of the 2 paintings. Since Tsutomu likes collecting, she must understand a little bit about it. With her level of knowledge, she could probably see the true value of the 2 paintings. Perhaps Tsutomu felt that he spent money like water and bought 2 paintings that were not worth the price for her, which made Tsutomu feel that he thought Tsutomu was too superficial. So my favorability towards him didn't increase much. Ouyang Chi quickly replied that she had already informed them of the reserve prices for the 2 paintings at the auction. This made Lin Fan a little confused. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Women's minds are like needles in the sea. We'll talk about it when we meet tomorrow. Lin Fan scratched his head, then got up and went to take a bath. At noon the next day, Lin Fan arrived at the Qing Palace restaurant 10 minutes early. I don't know whether he predicted in advance that Tsutomu might test him, or whether he was more prepared. It was not yet the agreed time, 5 minutes before 12 o'clock, when Lin Fan saw Tsutomu's car appear in the parking lot in front of the restaurant. You're here early. As soon as Tsutomu got off the car, she was surprised to see Lin Fan appear behind her. I just arrived too. Lin Fan gave a fake smile and tried his best to make it look as fake as possible. But he still couldn't help complaining in his heart, good guy, if I hadn't predicted your prediction in advance, you might have been picky later and said that I was not punctual. Aren't you going to work? Tsutomu closed the car door and asked calmly. Lin Fan was stunned, thinking that this was another trap question. If I answer that I have money and don't need to work, Tsutomu will probably look down on me. So he quickly thought of a solution. Compared to work, winning your heart is more important. Sure enough, when Tsutomu heard this, a faint confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but think, fortunately, I was a licker before, so I didn't know how to speak sweet words. If I were a straight man, I would probably be treated coldly by this woman. It seems that the more beautiful a woman is, the more she likes to be licked. He is considered an experienced person and knows that beautiful women need to be praised. Even an iceberg woman like Tsutomu needs someone to lick her boots. After entering the restaurant and sitting down, Tsutomu took out a check from her wallet and handed it to him. This is? Lin Fan was puzzled. Those 2 paintings are worth at most 2 million, but you spent nearly 40 million on them. It's not worth it. I feel uneasy accepting them, and I can't let you spend money. This 10 million is my return gift. Sumomo said sincerely. Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't expect that this woman would actually give him 10 million. He has already received a rebate of 4 million yuan from the system, and he cannot accept this money no matter what. The hotel business under your name is in trouble and needs financing for transformation. I can't take this 10 million. You can keep it for your own use. Fearing that she would refuse, Lin Fan immediately changed the subject. Let's talk about the investment. Now you should believe in my financial strength, right? I can help you. After I invest, I will not interfere in anything. I will just be a shareholder, okay? Tsutomu hesitated for a few seconds, but still put the check back into her wallet. Do you really want to invest? I'm sure. What? Just tell me if you have any difficulties. If 500 million is not enough, 1 billion will be fine. Even if you want me to be your lickspittle, I'm willing to do that. Lin Fan simply spoke out. Tsutomu stared at him with a strange expression. Do you have any weird hobbies? Do you like being a woman's lapdog? Lin Fan smiled and said in a pretentious manner, when I first met you, I was deeply impressed by your temperament, and you didn't have a good impression of me, which made me want to challenge you. Challenge? So you are being so attentive just to win my favor and heart? Tsutomu looked at him in disbelief. I wonder if the richest people have some hidden habits. He is so rich, why does he need to be my bootlicker? There are so many people prettier than me in this world. My cousin likes you very much. She told me last night that he hinted at you several times, but you didn't respond to her. She felt very frustrated. How about you challenge him? Momo said dimly. She? Lin Fan was stunned. I didn't expect that Ouyang Chi was not testing herself on behalf of Tsutomu last night, but was expressing her true inner reaction? If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have pretended to be so reserved. Are you regretting now that nothing happened between you and her last night? Tsutomu seemed to see through his thoughts, and a cunning smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Well, I'm not very interested in her. Lin Fan raised his head seriously, implying that he was a gentleman. What about the female anchors in your company? They are all beautiful. Don't they have any thoughts? Suemo smiled faintly. This time, Lin Fan could tell that she was testing him, and he did not hide it. If I say I have nothing to do with them, would you believe me? The purpose of starting a company is just to complete system tasks, not to pick up girls. So far, I have only had a relationship with Gu Qingcheng. No need to explain, I understand. Which rich man doesn't like to attract women? Especially a super rich man like you. You spent 3 billion yesterday. I heard that many people were shocked. Now many people in the circle are asking for your news. Tsutomu rolled his eyes in disdain. Lin Fan stared at her closely. Fortunately, her favorability did not drop and remained at 10. But he was also surprised. I didn't expect that this woman was as broad-minded and open-minded as Zhang Yi. Come to think of it, any man with billions of wealth will reveal his true nature. He will eat and drink to his heart's content, party every night, be fickle, and get bored with the old and fall in love with the new. This is the normal behavior of rich people. When one reaches Tsutomu's level, she has seen too many men and will naturally become more open-minded. Then when will you consider signing the contract? The longer you delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for the company, right? Lin Fan returned to the topic. My situation is different from that of the Imgrand Group. Although I am the manager of the company, I do not have the final decision-making power. My father and others are responsible for taking care of it. Being a manager is just to train the abilities of my generation. Do you understand? Tsutomu's eyes suddenly became complicated and profound, with a hint of helplessness and even a hint of humility. Seeing that there was something else behind her words, Lin Fan pondered for a long time before he figured out what was going on. Tsutomu's elders want to find her a partner of equal status. Fortunately, he asked Wang Jiangwo about the Su family's background yesterday, otherwise, he really wouldn't understand her hidden meaning. Chapter 42. Tsutomu must have told his family about his desire to buy shares. This led the Su family to think that he wanted to pursue Tsutomu, but after investigating his background, they became hesitant. Now it is not Tsutomu who is testing Lin Fan, but the Su family who is testing him. After all, his original purpose was to find the Su family as a backer, and what the Su family wanted was a marriage alliance. Both sides anticipated their own predictions, and ended up overthinking. Then what did your old man from the Su family say? Lin Fan shook his head somewhat depressed. How come that profit-seeking old man from the Su family would also interfere in this matter? After returning home last night, he checked the Su family's background on the internet. The Su family is now headed by Su Yanen. This old man is notoriously greedy for profit. Under his management, his several children, including nephews and nieces, have either become business tycoons or high-ranking officials in the government. For the sake of family interests, he can sacrifice his children's happiness. For example, the eldest son of the Su family had been in love with his childhood sweetheart for more than 10 years when he was young, but the girl's family was of average financial status, and they were eventually forcibly separated by the old man Su, who forced the eldest son of the Su family to marry the son of a high-ranking official. Ouyang Chi's father, Ouyang Ming, is Su Yanen's nephew. At the strong request of his father, he divorced his wife and married a local rich girl in Hangzhou. This is also why the Su family has become a top family with a considerable background in Hangzhou. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are a wealthy aristocratic family. However, the economy has been in a downturn in recent years, real estate development has been slow, and many industries have a large amount of debt. The hotel industry on which the Su family depends for its survival has been hit hard. The holiday hotel chain that Tsutomu is in charge of has been closed down and transferred one after another in the past 1 or 2 years. Now there is an opportunity to turn the situation around. That is the Suediheo Group, which has transformed the Holiday Inn chain into a large-scale diversified hotel that integrates supermarkets, entertainment, shopping, hotels, and restaurants. What she lacks now is not just 300 million, but the continuous investment in the future. The 300 million is just the initial financing, an attempt to find the development funds for the first batch of large hotels. He said that you can become a shareholder, but you can't pursue me. The contract needs to be ready in 2 days. Momo had a calm expression. The implication is that if Lin Fan doesn't like it, he doesn't have to join in the fun. Lin Fan suddenly remembered the gossip he had asked Wang Jiangwo last night. Did your grandfather arrange a blind date for you and ask you to go on a blind date with the young master of the Zhu family? How do you know? Currently, only our Su family knows about this matter. Where did you hear the news from? Su Wuma frowned slightly, looking surprised. The richest man in Hangzhou told me that he knows someone from the Zhu family. Lin Fan told the truth. I can see that you don't like him. Lin Fan looked at her with a gossipy face. As the saying goes, the rich family is as deep as the sea. Everyone likes to watch the marriage of rich children. He really wanted to know Tsutomu's attitude. More importantly, if he could mediate, he might be able to win Tsutomu's heart. He really wanted to complete this slightly difficult system task. According to the system's judgment, increase Tsutomu's favorability towards the host to 50 is a 3-star difficulty task. This means that to complete this task, it will cost at least 3 billion yuan. However, strategy to conquer Zhang Yi is of 1-star difficulty. The cost is relatively low, and it can be achieved with 1 to 10 billion. You're not going to interfere, are you? What a weird habit. Are all the women around you poached by you? Sumo teased. I'm not that bored, I just feel bad for you. Lin Fan laughed. He now felt a little sympathetic towards this woman. It turned out that the so-called ice beauty was just her disguise. I didn't expect you to be able to read people's expressions. No wonder you have such a high EQ. Sumo smiled faintly. At this time, Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised to see that Tsutomu's favorability towards him had increased by 5 points to 15. It turns out that for a beauty like her, the best thing to do is to win her heart. But the prerequisite is to have enough money to get her approval. So Lin Fan changed the subject. I also heard that you sold the 2 luxury houses under your name in order to raise funds. Now you have no place to live. Are you living with Ouyang Qi? You are quite well informed. I underestimated you. Su Wunma raised his eyebrows. Why, you want to give me a house? Lin Fan rolled his eyes and asked directly, do you like swimming? Su Momo nodded expressionlessly. Do you like sports? Lin Fan continued to ask. No, I prefer reading. When I have a break, I stay in the study to practice calligraphy, read novels, etc. When I have read enough, I go to the swimming pool to relax. Tsutomu briefly talked about his interests and hobbies. Lin Fan nodded in understanding, took out his cell phone and sent a message to Zhou Tong, asking him where the most expensive mansion in Hangzhou was. Zhou Tong replied to him quickly and even sent him the details of the mansion. How about I give you a villa in Longquan Villa? Lin Fan looked at her hopefully. Do you know how expensive the houses there are? They are among the top 10 in China. A strange light flashed in Sumo's eyes. Lin Fan immediately caught this subtle expression. It was obvious that she liked the villa in Longquan Villa. Seeing that she did not deny it, Lin Fan struck while the iron was hot and said, Longquan Villa now has the most expensive 3-story villa with a swimming pool and tennis court. In addition, there is also a small library. It covers an area of 10 acres. It is also a half-mountain villa located on Longquan Mountain, overlooking a quarter of Hangzhou City. Every time he spoke a few words, Sumo's eyes would flash with a strange light. Such an expensive super-luxury house, I'm afraid the price is an astronomical figure. I heard that the luxury houses there are at least 100 million, and the fully decorated ones are probably more than 300 million. No one has bought this villa yet. Scarcity makes things valuable. Only such a rare mansion is worthy of a goddess like you. Lin Fan said firmly. Whether Tsutomu agrees or not, he will buy this house and give it to Tsutomu. He finally realized that Tsutomu preferred luxury houses to antique calligraphy and paintings. Are you really going to buy it for me? Su Momo asked again. Just wait for the key. Lin Fan raised his chin and said confidently. Su Tomo suddenly fell silent, looking absent-minded, and no one knew what he was thinking. After lunch, Lin Fan wanted to take her to Longquan Villa to see the most expensive villa in Hangzhou, but Su Tomo declined on the grounds that she still had to work. Whenever Lin Fan went to Longquan Villa alone, he had become accustomed to Su Tomo's cold attitude. Longquan Mountain is a big mountain in the center of Hangzhou. There is a temple and a high tower on the north side of the mountain, and the south side has been developed into high-end villas, and each villa covers an area of more than 2 acres. The largest of these is located at the top of the mountain. Villa number 1 covers an area of 10 acres and has a swimming pool and a court. It was worth 400 million 3 years ago, but still no one bought it. It is now worth 300 million, but still no one is interested in it. Chapter 43. At the entrance of Longquan Villa, Lin Fan had just gotten out of the car and was about to enter the sales office. Unexpectedly, a BMW suddenly rushed out from the side and almost knocked him down. You are blind. Before Lin Fan could open his mouth, the other party poked his head out and started cursing. You. Lin Fan was about to curse back, but he was stunned when he saw the face opposite him. The other party was someone he knew. I haven't seen Zhao Xinshu, my class monitor during college, for over a year. Oh, it's Lin Fan. Long time no see. Although the two knew each other, Zhao Xinshu's tone was full of contempt. Zhao Xinshu got out of the car, and then a woman in formal clothes got out from the back seat. Lin Fan had seen this woman in Zhao Xinshu's circle of friends. She was Zhao Xinshu's wife, Xinyu. The two met in their senior year. Xinyu is 2 years older than Zhao Xinshu and is a native of Hangzhou. When Zhao Xinshu got married, he invited all his classmates, but Lin Fan did not go. He was busy working at the time and really had no time to go. Both of them were wearing formal attire, and Lin Fan could tell at a glance that they were sales staff from Longquan Villa. It seems that Xinyu's rank is slightly higher than Zhao Xinshu's. Her name tag shows that she is the deputy manager of the sales office. Why did you come back here? You're not here to look for a job, are you? Have you and Stephanie Chen broken up? I also saw her post a video on Douyin, saying that you abused him and were lazy. Zhao Xinshu talked a lot incessantly, making Lin Fan feel very embarrassed. Is this what an old classmate is like? He points out people's weaknesses as soon as he meets them? Just because Lin Fan didn't cover for him at the beginning, this guy has been holding a grudge against him. When he was a junior, Zhao Xinshu was cooking food in the dormitory with an electric hot pot. As a result, he was inspected. Zhao Xinshu wanted to hide the electric hot pot in Lin Fan's suitcase, but was rejected by Lin Fan. As a result, Zhao Xinshu was questioned by the counselor and his position as class monitor was cancelled and replaced by someone else. Since then, Zhao Xinshu ignored Lin Fan. During his senior year, he didn't say more than 10 words to Lin Fan. Not to mention that he hasn't attended Zhao Xinshu's wedding yet. She was deliberately slandering me. I never abused her. I was planning to sue her in court. Lin Fan suppressed his unhappiness and forced himself to explain. But Zhao Xinshu's wife Xinyu looked at him with disdain and snorted, "You deserve to be smeared by her. I heard that when you were pursuing Chen Yanzi, you were like a dog. When others advised you to open your eyes, you scolded them for being narrow-minded? Now that you've been kicked out, are you going to come to Zhao Xinshu for help?" Lin Fan was stunned and looked at her in confusion. I don't know why she is so sarcastic towards me. Don't mind it, my wife is just like that. She's a local. Several old classmates came to me for help in finding jobs, which annoyed her. Zhao Xinshu smiled awkwardly, and then asked, "Are you here to ask me for help too?" Lin Fan looked at the two of them in even greater astonishment. So they thought they were here for help. In the entire class, the boy who performed best was Zhao Xinshu. The worst is Lin Fan. Zhao Xinshu got engaged to Xinyu right after graduation. With the help of his father-in-law, he joined a real estate company and became a manager. Both husband and wife are now sales managers, but they work in different places. It was the afternoon working hours, and Zhao Xinshu was just sending his wife to the sales office. Unexpectedly, he ran into Lin Fan when parking the car. "No, I'm here to look at the house," Lin Fan blurted out. Hearing this, Xinyu rolled her eyes and chuckled, "I didn't expect you to be a security guard here, not bad." The security guard's salary in Longquan Villa is indeed much higher than other places. After all, this is a wealthy area and the most expensive villa area in Hangzhou. The security guard's salary alone is more than 10,000 yuan, and the work is very easy. Lin Fan lowered his head and looked at himself. He was wearing a shirt and trousers and looked like a salesman, but he looked more like a security guard. Although the couple were dressed similarly to him, they were both managers and wore name badges, which revealed their occupations and identities at a glance. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was dressed too simply. Hearing this, Lin Fan had no choice but to raise his voice. "I'm not a security guard, I'm here to buy a house." "Buy a house?" the couple exclaimed in unison, with disbelief written all over their faces. "Lin Fan, you are kidding, right? Or are you like us, a real estate agent? Helping the rich to look for houses?" Zhao Xinshu looked at Lin Fan with disdain and suspicion. "I buy houses as gifts." Lin Fan was getting a little impatient. How much do this couple look down on me? Even though they are old classmates, they are still so disrespectful to me. It would be fine if it was just rumors, but it was also so contemptuous. These days, leaders tend to be ambitious but lack the ability to achieve their goals. This is also the reason why he doesn't like dealing with his old classmates. He was enrolled in Hangzhou Normal University, in the same class as Zhao Xinshu, Zhang Yi, and others. But half of the students in the class were either locals or from the economically developed coastal areas of China, and they looked down on poor people like Lin Fan who came from the countryside. "Lin Fan, I think you are daydreaming. You know this is a wealthy area, right? You can't afford any of the houses here even if you earn all your life. Even the housing prices in the several communities at the foot of the mountain are incredibly high. You can't even afford the gift money to marry Stephanie Chen, and you still want to buy a house here. What a joke!" The two of them sang in unison, their words full of contempt and indifference. "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." Lin Fan completely lost his patience and didn't want to waste time talking to this weird couple. He snorted, turned around and walked towards the sales office. This guy, he's not happy even after hearing a few words about him. He's really petty. Xin Yu pursed her lips and snorted angrily in dissatisfaction. Don't bother with a useless toady like him. See what he wants to do in there. Is he going to eat and drink for free, or take a video to show off or something? Zhao Xinshu quickly agreed. In this kind of wealthy area, people often come to the vicinity or inside the sales office to shoot videos. The two thought that Lin Fan might have come here to shoot a video and pretend to be a rich man to commit fraud online. It is worthy of being a top-notch luxury residence. The sales office alone is decorated as luxuriously as a banquet hall. At first glance, you would think you have come to a star-rated hotel. Welcome. Sir, are you here to see the house? As soon as he entered the door, a beautiful woman about his age greeted him with a professional smile. Lin Fan was immediately struck by the beauty of the female salesperson. Couldn't help but check out her profile. Name, Miao Tian Tian. Age, 23. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 9.2 points. Purity, 97. Favorability, 5 passerby A. He didn't expect that in this small sales office, there would be such a beautiful goddess. More importantly, her purity is still very high, 97. This means that she has only been in contact with 3 men. Chapter 44. Lin Fan found it hard to believe that a 9-point goddess could still be so pure in such a working environment. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to be subject to unspoken rules in the workplace. Especially when the other party is doing a job like a salesperson, which involves hidden rules. Either the other party has just graduated and started working not long ago, or they specifically hired those top-notch beauties as a gimmick and selling point. After all, the only people who can buy the Longquan Villa are wealthy people with assets exceeding 100 million. I want to go to the top of the mountain to see the most expensive villa number 1. Lin Fan directly stated his purpose. Miao Tian Tian was stunned for a moment, looked at him, and said hesitantly, Sir, we have a rule here. Whether you buy or not, we have to check your assets before going to see the house. Isn't it just proof of assets? I understand. Of course Lin Fan knew these rules. Ever since he became a rich man, he discovered that the world of the rich is also full of rules and regulations. After all, there are many scammers who pretend to be rich people. What's more, the price of villas in Longquan Villa is in billions. Here's my bank balance. Is this okay? Lin Fan took out his mobile phone and opened the interface of China Merchants Bank. The balance on this card is the cashback from his spending, and he now has a deposit of 29.61 million. Seeing this, the beautiful sales clerk looked embarrassed. Sir, to be honest, the minimum deposit required here is 50 million. You don't have enough assets, so you can't go to villa number 1, but you can go to other villas to look at houses. Of course, if you have other assets, you can call the bank or the company's finance department and ask them to issue you an asset certificate. Miao Tiantian's tone was very gentle, without any impatience or contempt. It made Lin Fan feel very comfortable. Oh, thanks for clearing up my confusion. I'll give them a call. Lin Fan nodded to express his gratitude. But the next second, Zhao Xinshu and Xin Yu appeared in front of him. Lin Fan, I didn't expect you to be so good at pretending. You actually used screenshots to deceive people. Do you really have so much money? Why haven't I seen you show off before? You want to go to villa number 1 with less than 30 million? Is that a place you can go to? Zhao Xinshu began to belittle and ridicule Lin Fan. Xin Yu also attacked Miao Tiantian. Miao Tiantian, open your eyes next time and don't be fooled by this kind of cheap stuff. I really don't know what's wrong with your brain. You've been working here for more than 2 months, but you haven't even sold a single house. Other girls can at least sell one. Look at yourself? You come here to waste your time. Miao Tiantian was scolded so much that she couldn't even lift her head. She said aggrievedly, Manager Shen, someone else intercepted my client before. It wasn't because I didn't work hard enough. Humph. Don't think I don't know that Vice President Chen is your cousin, that's why you can come here to work. You only work a few hours a day and then leave. You're so pretty, but you can't even sell a house. It's such a waste to have this pretty face. Xin Yu's tone was harsh, full of jealousy and dissatisfaction. Miao Tiantian's face was a little pale. She was biting her lips, feeling aggrieved and helpless, but she didn't dare to open her mouth to retort. There were a few employees watching from a distance, as if they were already accustomed to Xin Yu's scolding. Isn't it a bit harsh to criticize your employees in public? Lin Fan couldn't bear to watch it anymore and couldn't help but speak up for Miao Tiantian. I teach my employees a lesson, it's none of your business. And you'd better tell me the truth. What on earth are you doing here? I just called the security department, and they said there's no one like you. Are you here to film a video and then scam people online? I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of people like you. Get out of here right now. Xin Yu is firing on all cylinders. She believed from the bottom of her heart that Lin Fan was just a self-media person, making videos pretending to be a rich man to show off his wealth online, and then committing fraud. Zhao Xinshu, who was standing by, was even more disappointed and said, Lin Fan, how did you become like this? You are a hopeless case. You can't marry Stephanie Chen, so you're trying to scam rich people? Can't you just find a job? Don't accuse me of not caring about our friendship. Get out of here before my wife calls the police. Lin Fan looked at this weird couple with abnormal thinking in astonishment. Just now I said he was narrow-minded, but now it seems that the two of them are narrow-minded. To be precise, they look down on the poor. Just because he was dressed in ordinary clothes, did people mistake him for a security guard or a self-media person who made fake videos to attract traffic? It's really inexplicable. Zhao Xinshu, why do you think I'm a fraud? I've made it very clear that I'm here to buy a house. Do you see anything on me that I can use to shoot videos? Lin Fan couldn't stand it any longer and responded angrily. Nowadays, those who are engaged in self-media and shooting videos only need a mobile phone. Do you think I don't understand this? Do you really not know, or are you pretending to be dumb? That's right, poor people like you have never been exposed to the world of rich people, so you don't know these rules. All the customers who come to Longquan Villa to buy houses are wealthy people. I have never seen them come alone to see houses, and they are dressed so ordinary. Before those wealthy people come, they will prepare all kinds of asset certificates and formalities. You have nothing, and you say you are not here to shoot a video? The cars of those wealthy people are all worth millions or even tens of millions of dollars. What car do you have? An electric car for delivering food? What a disgraceful waste. Zhao Xinshu cursed non-stop for a while. Lin Fan finally understood why his attitude was so cold. It was indeed that he was not well prepared and knew too little. When rich people go to look at houses, they all drive luxury cars and are picked up by special people, instead of going directly to the sales office like he did. Even if you come to the sales office, there will be a red carpet. I like to keep a low profile. As for the proof of assets you mentioned, I'll have my people deliver it right away. Lin Fan opened his phone again and sent 2 messages to Zhong Ziding from the finance department. Seeing this, Zhao Xinshu said aggressively, Lin Fan, can you please stop pretending? Even if you have 50 million, you can't afford a house here. Do you understand what I'm saying? The lowest price for a house here is 100 million. Even if you pay in installments, the down payment is 50 million. Do you know how much 50 million is? That's right, a fool like you can't even come up with 1 million, let alone 50 million. Stop talking nonsense with him, call the security and kick him out. There are weirdos every year, and there are especially many this year. You'd better stop associating with these old classmates in the future, so as to avoid them causing you trouble. Xinyu rolled her eyes and glared at Lin Fan with a disgusted look, as if Lin Fan had done something that made her very resentful. Why aren't you leaving? Do you really need me to get you out? Zhao Xinshu frowned, looking at Lin Fan with disgust, his tone extremely cold. Don't worry, I'll sit for a while, and then I'll leave on my own and won't bother you in any way. Lin Fan's tone was very gentle. Zhao Xinshu thought that he admitted his mistake and begged for mercy, and his face became even more smug. Chapter 45. Humph. You are such a fool who has never seen the world. No wonder you were fooled around by that woman Stephanie Chen. You deserve it. If you don't disappear from my sight within 10 minutes, I will teach you a lesson. Lin Fan didn't say anything, walked out of the sales lobby, found He Hongyu's phone number and called him. The call was connected quickly. Mr. Lin, good afternoon. How can I help you? He Hongyu's tone was still respectful, even a little excited. Lin Fan asked him to do something so soon, it seems that he will be needed more and more in the future. The more Lin Fan values him, the more Wang Jiangwo will value him. I went to Longquan Villa to buy a house today and met 2 ignorant people. As he spoke, Lin Fan told He Hongyu the names of Zhao Xinshu and Xinyu. Seeing Lin Fan returning to the hall from outside, Zhao Xinshu became a little angry. Didn't you hear what I just said? Get out of my sight right now, or I'll expose you online and make you a social wreck. Don't say that old classmates don't give you face. If you admit your mistakes and call me brother, maybe I can introduce you to a job, huh? Zhao Xinshu was simply teasing Lin Fan. Finding a job was impossible, he just wanted to play with Lin Fan like a dog. After he finished speaking, Lin Fan spoke slowly, Zhao Xinshu, you shouldn't be so arrogant. There are always some people in this world who have wealth and power that you can't imagine, but some people like to keep a low profile and won't deliberately show it off. Humph. You sound like you're quite rich. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to give me advice? Zhao Xinshu shouted angrily. Everyone, come and have a look. This is the most useless classmate of mine in college. He worked 4 jobs a day just to lick a gold digger, but he was still looked down upon by her. Now he comes to my place to film a video pretending to be a rich man. Zhao Xinshu even told about Lin Fan's past deeds. Everyone present looked at him with contempt. This guy is just too disgusting. He worked so hard to be a bootlicker, but in the end he was kicked out. It's so funny. In this world, the poor are destined to never rise up. The poor are poor for a reason. If I were Mr. Zhao, I would kick him out. Miao Tian is also a fool. She treats everyone she meets as if they are gods. No matter how nice she is, if she can't sell a house, it's all a waste of her breath. Several sales clerks pointed fingers at Lin Fan and made sarcastic remarks without any hesitation. Lin Fan ignored the group of people and turned to look at Miao Tian who was standing in a daze in the corner. Beauty, can you get me a bottle of mineral water? Seeing this, Xinyu on the side suddenly shouted, Miao Tian. If you dare to give her mineral water, believe it or not, I will fire you on the spot. How many times have I told you not to treat everyone as God? Do you think you are an angel? You even greet beggars with a smile. You are such a scheming bitch. It makes me sick. Miao Tian's eyes turned red from being scolded, and she turned around and bowed to Lin Fan. I'm sorry, sir. Please understand that I have to keep my job, otherwise I won't be able to make money. Actually, I'm testing you. Are you short of money? Lin Fan said calmly. He deliberately asked Miao Tian to get some mineral water just to see if her words and actions when receiving guests were just fake. In other words, he wanted to see whether Miao Tian was a scheming woman who would take advantage of others. Facts have proved that Miao Tian is indeed the naive person that others call her. Miao Tian Tian seemed to be hesitant to speak, not knowing where to start. I see you are so beautiful, your temperament and conversation are different from others. Is there any trouble at home, so like me, you also work several jobs? Lin Fan could see fatigue and anxiety on her face. This reminded him of his past self. If Miao Tian Tian was the kind of scheming woman who sought advancement through the help of a salesperson, he wouldn't care about her so much. How do you know? Now it was Miao Tian Tian's turn to be surprised. She and Lin Fan had never met before, but the other party seemed to know her background. You can't fake mental fatigue. You have a very good attitude towards others. Have you ever been a hostess or a model? Lin Fan rolled his eyes, looking thoughtful. I just graduated from the media college. My family did run into some troubles. My cousin happened to be the vice president here, so I came here to work part-time. I didn't expect that manager Shin was very jealous of me. He often made trouble and scolded me at every turn. Sigh. To be honest, I don't want to do this anymore. I might as well be an anchor. Miao Tian Tian had some favorable impression on him and couldn't help but express her grievances to him. Are you still the anchor? Lin Fan slapped his head, he almost forgot about this. I happen to own a media company. I wonder if you're interested in becoming a major anchor in my company, and forming a team with another popular anchor. Lin Fan said with a beaming smile. He just forgot that he had a hosting company under his name. He wanted to be a good guy and help this beautiful woman and find her a new job. I didn't expect that the other party is also an anchor. It is so suitable for him to be a full-time anchor in Chuancher Media. Your company? Miao Tian Tian looked at him in surprise and suspicion. She didn't expect that this ordinary-looking man, who was called a liar by Zhao Xinshu, actually had a hosting company under his name. Zhao Xinshu heard their conversation and couldn't help but interrupt. Lin Fan, can you please stop being so disgusting? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You still want to start a broadcast company? You can't even come up with a down payment of 380,000, and you still want to start a company. Your trick is too low level, and Miao Tian Tian is just a fool. I advise you to turn yourself in. I don't know how many people have been deceived by you until today. Zhao Xinshu, you are too self-righteous. Lin Fan's eyes were as sharp as knives, staring at him with shame and anger. Seeing this, Zhao Xinshu became even more furious. I don't know who you are. You're a bootlicker. You're a scumbag. You're a waste. You're a liar. You're selfish and have a bad temper. Am I wrong? It's almost 10 minutes away. If you don't get out of here, I'll take a picture of you and expose it online. Who do you think you are to fight me? He just took out his cell phone, ready to take a picture of Lin Fan making trouble. At this time, two men in suits walked in from outside, followed by several security guards. The leader was a middle-aged man in his early 40s, tall and imposing. The other one wore glasses, was gentle and elegant, and his features were somewhat similar to Miao Tian Tian. Boss Wang. When everyone saw the middle-aged man, they all bowed their heads and greeted him. The middle-aged man walked straight up to Lin Fan and looked him up and down. However, before he could open his mouth, Shin Yu suddenly jumped out again. Boss Wang. I'm sorry, I didn't expect the noise here to be so loud and alarmed you. I don't know where this person came from. Chapter 46. However, before she could finish her words, the middle-aged man suddenly raised his hand. That's enough. Shin-yu, I'm officially informing you that you're fired. After he finished speaking, Shin-yu looked at him blankly with a confused look on her face. What? Mr. Wang, why? Why was I fired? What did I do wrong? If I made a mistake, you can point it out and I will definitely correct it. The middle-aged man frowned and snorted angrily. Do you know who this Mr. Lin is? Shin-yu opened her mouth wide in shock. She sensed something was wrong from Mr. Wang's words. A dog looks down on people. President Wang glared at her unhappily, took 2 steps forward to Lin Fan, stretched out his hand, bent down and greeted Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry, I didn't expect you to come today. My employees failed to recognize you, causing such a big misunderstanding. I can't shirk my responsibility. In fact, he was also very depressed. It would have been fine if Lin Fan didn't say hello in advance, but he also called He Hongyu directly. He Hongyu called the chairman of Longquan Real Estate Group again, whereupon he was scolded by the chairman and almost fired. Longquan Villa is a high-end property developed by Longquan Real Estate, built for billionaires. Anyone who can buy a house here is either rich or noble. But Shen Yu and Zhao Xinshu didn't recognize him. Isn't this just looking for trouble? It's because I don't know the rules that such a big misunderstanding has occurred. However, I still want to criticize you. The vision and quality of your employees are really not that good. Lin Fan said in a deep voice. Yes, you taught me a lesson, and I will replace all the employees here later. Wang Jinwen smiled apologetically and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Hearing this, Xin Yu on the side spoke up again to express doubt. Mr. Wang, did you recognize the wrong person, or was he deceived? This guy is just a poor man. My husband knows him. Yes, his family is from the countryside. More than a month ago, he was still a social animal working multiple jobs a day. Zhao Xinshu also stood up and shook out Lin Fan's information. Now Tian looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. No wonder Lin Fan felt so sympathetic towards him. It turned out that their fates were somewhat similar. Zhao Xinshui was also interrupted by Wang Jinwen's angry shout before he could finish his words. It's true that you two look down on others. Just yesterday, Mr. Lin spent a huge amount of money to buy the Dihao Hotel under the Dihao Group. You two are not even qualified to be his dogs. Kneel down and apologize immediately. Otherwise, I will let the security guards throw you out. Wang Jinwen yelled hysterically. He wished he could tear the two men's mouths apart himself. What does it mean that trouble comes from the mouth? If the two of them hadn't been so arrogant, he wouldn't have been in such an embarrassing situation. In the past, he had never been so humble when facing customers who came to buy houses as he was today. He was the general manager of the sales department of Longquan Real Estate Group. In terms of identity and status, even the mayor has to be polite. Employees like Xin Yu and Zhao Xinshu are not worth mentioning in front of him. As a result, he was almost fired because of this weird couple's high expectations and poor skills. It was already very merciful not to tear the two people apart on the spot. Impossible. Mr. Wang, you must have recognized the wrong person. The Dihao Hotel is worth 3 billion. How could he have so much money? Even if he bought a lottery ticket, it is impossible to win 3 billion. Zhao Xinshu shook his head frantically, his face full of disbelief. The same is true for Miao Tian. The news that a mysterious tycoon spent 3 billion to buy the Imperial Hotel spread on the internet yesterday. But later, the news was suppressed by the Emgrand Group. The people of Hangzhou have been discussing all day long which rich man bought the Dihao Hotel. I didn't expect that it would be this ordinary, seemingly ordinary office worker in front of me. In this world, there are always people you can't understand. Maybe they are the sons of wealthy people, and they come here to experience life. Come on, drag these two out. Wang Jinwen became angry and waved his hand. Several security guards behind them immediately stepped forward and dragged the couple out of the hall without saying anything. Then, Wang Jinwen said to the others, everyone else, leave here immediately. I will personally entertain Mr. Lin. From tomorrow on, you don't have to come. My assistant will settle your wages later. Upon hearing this, Miao Tian and the others were suddenly at a loss as to what to do. I didn't expect him to speak so decisively. After he finished speaking, Lin Fan frowned to show his dissatisfaction. Forgive others if you can. Forget about the others. Yes, I was careless. Please forgive me. Please don't be angry. Wang Jinwen didn't dare to breathe, for fear that this mysterious rich man would be angry with him. At this moment, everyone else present looked at Lin Fan in shock. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan's words made Wang Jinwen respect him so much that he almost knelt down to serve him. It's unbelievable. Those people who had mocked Lin Fan just now didn't dare to look at Lin Fan directly. They hid behind others and dared not show their faces, for fear that Lin Fan would settle the score with them if he was unhappy. What is the origin of this person? Even a person like Mr. Wang is so servile. I have never heard of this person before. Anyone who can come up with 3 billion must be worth at least 10 billion, which would put him in the top 50 of China's richest list, but I've never seen him online. Maybe he really is the son of a wealthy man, but he was too low-key before and not well known. Anyone who can work as a salesperson in Longquan Villa is knowledgeable and highly educated. They know everything about the rich people on China's rich list, their assets, and even some gossip. But I have never heard of the existence of Lin Fan. At this time, Lin Fan looked at Miao Tian who had a silly look on her face beside him. This girl is pretty good. No matter who she is, she treats people like God. I'll ask her to take me to see villa number 1 in a while. No need to bother you. Hearing this, Wang Jinwen's face lit up, and he quickly winked at Miao Tian, as long as Mr. Lin likes it. Child, you must treat Mr. Lin well. If Mr. Lin can buy villa number 1, I will give you a 10% commission. Ah? Miao Tian was so surprised that she couldn't help but scream. A 10% commission is an astronomical figure for her. You know, villa number 1 in Longquan Villa is worth 300 million. If Lin Fan buys it, she will get a commission of 30 million. 30 million? It is still an amount of money that many ordinary people cannot earn in their entire lifetime. Don't worry, Mr. Wang, I will definitely entertain Mr. Lin well. Miao Tian reacted immediately and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. She is not really cute and adorable, she has a higher level of education than Lin Fan. Lin Fan attended a second-tier normal university, while she graduated from a well-known university in China with a first-tier university degree. It's just that her beautiful looks make people mistakenly believe that she got in through connections. Chapter 47. Wang Jinwen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, looked at her meaningfully, and left the sales office with his assistant. Mr. Lin, are we going to look at the house now? Miao Tian nodded and asked softly. She was now a little afraid to look directly into Lin Fan's eyes, and her heart was even in turmoil. Lin Fan specifically asked her to entertain him alone, and even a fool could tell the reason. This made her both flattered and very hesitant. What if Lin Fan is attracted by my beauty and wants to take advantage of me? Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to take advantage of you, I'm helping you. With a 10% commission, I think I can solve your problems, right? Lin Fan spoke slowly. No. That. Miao Tian's face suddenly turned red and she stammered. She didn't expect Lin Fan to say that. It turned out that she was just being too sentimental and imagining things. Let's go to the top of the mountain and take a look. Oh, and bring some food. The villa is so big that I may not be able to see it all in a short time. Lin Fan said seriously. I'll get ready right away, please wait. After Miao Tian bowed to him, she immediately went to prepare information and food. Afterwards, the two took a sightseeing bus to villa number 1 on the top of the mountain. After entering the villa, Lin Fan was also stunned by this top-notch luxury house covering an area of nearly 10 acres. He had also seen some house viewing videos online before, including large flats, hillside villas, sea view rooms, etc., with values ranging from millions to tens of millions. However, there are relatively few with hundreds of millions, and they can be counted on one's fingers. After all, a villa with such an astonishing price would not be displayed easily. After witnessing it with his own eyes today, he finally had a general understanding of the rich people on the rich list. The villa covers an area of 10 acres and is almost as big as an elementary school. The outdoor swimming pool alone made Lin Fan feel that it was almost as big as a swimming pool. There are also tennis courts, basketball courts, small gardens and so on. The most eye-catching thing about villa number 1 is the small library in the basement, which covers an area of 500 square meters. There are no books on the shelves now, but there are already quite a few books inside. Not to mention the interior of the villa, which is extremely luxurious. If Lin Fan had not seen the brand and value on the information, he would not have understood why these foreign brand furniture were so expensive. However, it was precisely because villa number 1 was too large that he disliked this large and empty villa. He still prefers a duplex villa of 300 or 400 square meters. Only a woman like Su Tumo would like this kind of manner. Tian, do you like this kind of villa? In the library, Lin Fan asked as he walked. Mr. Lin, I don't really understand luxury houses. Now Tian didn't know why Lin Fan asked her this question. She didn't know how to comment, so she could only give a more humble answer. From a female perspective, do you like the design of this villa? Lin Fan changed his words, actually just asking her for some help. Well, for girls, the bigger the mansion, the better. Girls don't like crowded houses. It depends on whether the hostess is a lively or quiet type. So this house, because it is so large, incorporates many design elements, combines movement and stillness, and has a variety of functions. No matter what type of girl you are, you will like it. Miao Tian simply spoke out her inner thoughts. Which woman doesn't like such a mansion? She couldn't help but wonder what kind of woman Lin Fan's partner was. Isn't she too lucky? If it were her, she would be willing to live in such a villa and work like a slave for Lin Fan. At this time, Lin Fan also noticed that her favorability towards him had reached 30. Do you want to reconsider what I just told you? Lin Fan suddenly changed the subject. Just now, when the two of them reached the top of the mountain, Lin Fan asked her about the situation at home. Miao Tian also told the truth. It turned out that her father was an official who was arrested for corruption and bribery. After the family company was seized and closed down, they owed a lot of money. She has an older brother who works with her mother in Shanghai to earn money to pay off debts. Miao Tian came to work part-time at the sales office of Longquan Villa. In fact, she had a glimmer of hope, which was to sell a luxury house worth hundreds of millions of yuan so that she could get a commission of millions or even more. However, the entire sales office only sold 3 villas in 2 months. Before, a customer was just like today. He was impressed by her service attitude and wanted her to treat him, but he was intercepted by Xinyu halfway, causing her to lose the opportunity to earn extra money. Afterwards, Miao Tian told this matter to her cousin, which was discovered by Xinyu. Since then, Xinyu has been targeting her everywhere and making things difficult for her. I actually have a boyfriend. Miao Tian hesitated for a few seconds, but finally told the truth. You're overthinking it again. I just said that I won't seduce you. I just think you have the potential and talent to become a big anchor. You're very eloquent and well educated. If I can make you into a top anchor, it will be very interesting. The female anchors in my company are mainly talented, and it's easy to get tired of them. If there is a talented woman who can tell stories in history, she will attract those stingy and taciturn male viewers. I belong to this type. Compared with singing and dancing female anchors, I personally prefer beautiful women who are academic masters. Lin Fan put forward all his thoughts. In fact, he wanted to make Miao Tian a big anchor as famous as Qiao Xinqin. In the future, it is possible for the two girls to form a sweetheart group to attract more traffic. One is a lively girl who sings and dances, and the other is a quiet and academically gifted female anchor. Yuan-Ti get tired of watching them by switching between them. He seldom watches the female anchors in his own company during their live broadcasts. It's because I watched it too much in the past and now I'm aesthetically fatigued. Instead, I like to watch female anchors who are good at studying talk about history and China's 5,000-year-old civilization. Take himself for example, he prefers literary young women who are eloquent and can speak eloquently. He prefers to give rewards and gifts to this type of female anchors. I'll go back and discuss it with my family. Miao Tian was still a little hesitant. Well, I won't force you. When you have made up your mind, you can contact me anytime. Then let's go to Villa number 2 and take a look. You want to buy 2 sets? Miao Tian exclaimed. I want to give you Villa number 2. Lin Fan said something shocking. When he came up just now, he took a rough look. The layout of Villa number 2 was the same as Villa number 1 on the top of the mountain, except that it lacked a garden and a swimming pool. However, Villa number 2 had an indoor swimming pool, which was all written in detail in the information. Give it to me, why? Miao Tian looked at him flattered, her expression complicated and cautious. Because I have a feeling that you will become the anchor of my company in the future. I just said that as long as the female anchors join my company, I will buy them a house and a car. This is a company benefit. Lin Fan smiled confidently. You're not going to support me, are you? Chapter 48. Puff. Lin Fan almost vomited out the water he had just drunk. You have a rich imagination. No wonder you look so sad. You really fit the image of an artistic young woman. Just don't think too much about it. I have a lot of money and I like to spend money on women, especially beautiful and talented women like you. In fact, he could also understand why Miao Tian suspected that he wanted to take advantage of her. After all, she is a 9-point goddess, so she must have no shortage of suitors around her, and she is also easily subject to unspoken rules in the workplace. Lin Fan was so nice to her for no reason and asked for a villa worth hundreds of millions as a gift, which inevitably aroused suspicion. You must have a lot of women around you, right? Miao Tian asked subconsciously. Forehead. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. There were many women around him, but that didn't mean they all had relationships with him. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing, please forgive me. Seeing that Lin Fan looked unhappy, Miao Tian immediately apologized. It's okay, the contract is ready, right? Villa number 1 is registered under the name of Su Tumo, the eldest daughter of the Su family. You should know her. You can send the contract and keys to her company later. I will give you the address and contact information. You can take a look at her reaction then. Lin Fan returned to the topic. Are you buying this house to give it to her? Miao Tian was surprised and suspicious. The implication was that Lin Fan was actually pursuing a rich girl who was a little famous on the internet. And he bought this top-notch manor covering 10 acres just to win Su Tomo's heart? If you like, I can buy villa number 2 and give it to you later. Lin Fan continued to hint. He has made up his mind to recruit Miao Tian to his company no matter what. Mr. Lin, you'd better stop joking. Miao Tian smiled awkwardly and politely declined Lin Fan's kindness. Afterwards, the two went straight to Longquan Real Estate Group to find Wang Jinwen to confirm the details of the purchase. Lin Fan paid 300 million for the house on the spot, and Wang Jinwen also fulfilled his promise and transferred 30 million to Miao Tian as compensation. When the two came out of the building, Miao Tian looked dazed, as if she had had an extremely unrealistic dream. Is this 30 million enough to pay off your family's debts? Lin Fan asked calmly. Mr. Lin, you have helped me so much. I really don't know how to thank you. I will treat you to a meal. Miao Tian replied, deeply moved. At the same time, her favorability towards Lin Fan also increased to 50. Host consumption bonus has been issued, wealth value plus 30 million. Wealth, 59.61 million. Seeing that his wealth value increased by another 30 million, Lin Fan was very happy. He originally wanted to buy 2 sets and give the other one to Miao Tian. In this way, you can get 50 million in consumption rebates within 1 day. Unexpectedly, Miao Tian is quite self-aware. However, Lin Fan noticed that she did not answer his question. It seems that 30 million is still not enough to pay off the debt. Think carefully about whether you want to join my company in the next 2 days. I have something else to do. If you want to have dinner, let's make an appointment another day. At this time, Lin Fan just received a message from Zhu Ruoxue saying that Chen Wei went to her house with 1 million to propose to her, which gave her a headache, and she hoped that Lin Fan could help him with some advice. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner when you're free. A trace of loss flashed across Miao Tian's eyes. After watching Lin Fan leave, Miao Tian stood there in a daze, muttering to herself, it must be another woman who asked her out. Alas, it seems that I am just being too sentimental. Yes, he is a billionaire, and he can just buy the most expensive manor in Hangzhou and give it to someone else. I am really daydreaming. Lin Fan did not return to the company, but went directly to Zhu Ruoxue's home. Zhu Ruoxue lives in an apartment in an old neighborhood. When he arrived at Zhu Ruoxue's house with a gift box, he happened to see Chen Wei sitting on the stairs next to him, holding a huge bouquet of roses. It's you! Chen Wei was surprised when he saw Lin Fan. What are you doing here? I still want to ask you, what are you doing here? Didn't Zhu Ruoxue tell you that there's no hope for you too, and yet you still come to pester her? You're like a dogskin plaster, so annoying. Lin Fan glanced at Chen Wei with disdain. He now has no good feelings towards Stephanie Chen's family, especially Chen Wei. It would have been fine if Chen Wei had just scolded him as a coward to his face, but he also tried to attack him, causing Lin Fan to have some hatred towards him. If it weren't for Chen Wei, her brother who was a parasite and incompetent, Stephanie Chen would not have increased the betrothal gift from more than 300,000 to 500,000. Many things were caused by this incompetent waste. Unfortunately, the old couple Chen's father and mother are very partial to their son and are profit-driven. They would rather sacrifice Chen Yanzi's happiness and let Chen Wei marry Zhu Ruoxue. What did you say? Chen Wei jumped up immediately, staring at Lin Fan with eyes full of hatred. Then the door opened and Zhu Ruoxue walked out. She ignored Chen Wei and said with a smile, Lin Fan, you're here, come in. Etc. Chen Wei suddenly roared. Ruoxue, I waited outside for an hour and you didn't open the door. Why did you let him in as soon as he came? What is your relationship? It has nothing to do with you. We have no relationship at all. Please don't come to my house again in the future. Zhu Ruoxue glanced at him impatiently. Chen Wei was stunned for a moment, then he immediately figured it out. It turns out that you two had been hooking up for a long time. I was wondering why you ignored me. Zhu Ruoxue, you really disappoint me. Hearing this, Zhu Ruoxue was furious and said, is there something wrong with your brain? I never agreed to marry you. It's your wishful thinking. You can't even meet my parents' requirements. How can you give me happiness? Don't you even know what kind of moral character you are? Before you said you wanted a betrothal gift of 500,000 yuan, and I said I could give it to you. Now it's increased to 1 million yuan. I'm trying to get it together. I didn't expect you to have this attitude. Are you playing with my feelings? Chen Wei was furious and shouted with his face red. Watch your wording. What do you mean by playing with your feelings? Nothing happened between us, not even a relationship. It was you who kept pursuing me. My parents asked for a dowry, but you found all kinds of excuses to barely get it together. It seems like someone else paid for the dowry. If you're talking about playing with feelings, don't your family also play with other people's feelings? Zhu Ruoxue rolled her eyes in annoyance. Humph. You're a loser and you don't admit it. Not only do you live off your parents, but you also refuse to go out and find a job. No wonder Ruoxue has always looked down on you. Even if you offer a large gift, she won't pay any attention to you. I advise you not to have such wishful thinking. Lin Fan snorted with disdain. Chen Wei has never been able to win Zhu Ruoxue's favor, or he is too incompetent. Zhu Ruoxue had given him many chances, but this guy still didn't make progress, so she had no choice but to break up. After being scolded by the two men, Chen Wei was furious and stared at Lin Fan with a ferocious face. Chapter 49. So after you became rich, you took revenge on me and deliberately poached my people. So what? Have you forgotten how your Chen family treated me? You even have the nerve to speak so shamelessly in front of me. I didn't teach you a lesson because of our past friendship. Lin Fan grinned with disdain. This is how the world is, the strong prey on the weak. If you had any ambition, Zhu Ruoxue wouldn't have ignored you. I can only say that you asked for it, you wimp. Hearing that Lin Fan dared to call him a coward, Chen Wei was furious and completely furious. I'm going to beat you to death, you damn scumbag. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped up from the stairs and rushed down like a tiger pouncing on its prey. But the next second, there was a loud bang, and Chen Wei missed his attack and fell heavily to the ground like a ball. The moment he jumped up, Lin Fan reacted immediately and avoided his attack. The screams echoed in the stairwell, startling Zhu's father and mother who were in the house and rushed out. After seeing that it was Chen Wei, Zhu's father started cursing even more. Why is this good for nothing here again? Get out of here. Otherwise I'll call the police. He comes to harass my Ruoxue every day. I really want to break his legs. So it's Lin Fan, come in quickly, just come if you want to, why bring a gift? We don't need to bother with that dead dog outside. After seeing Lin Fan, Zhu's father's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, and he smiled brightly. Without saying a word, he pulled Lin Fan into the house. Lin Fan no longer cared about Chen Wei. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the couple, he asked in confusion, didn't Ruoxue use her salary to buy a large flat? Why didn't you move in? When he gave the house to Zhu Ruoxue, he told Zhu Ruoxue not to say that he bought it when she returned home, but to say that he had paid a large sum of salary in advance and Zhu Ruoxue used the salary to buy the house. I read online that new houses usually have odors, and it takes a year or two for the toxic odor to dissipate before they are suitable for moving in. Zhu's father answered with reason and evidence. Lin Fan was speechless because he bought a fully furnished house, which had been decorated a long time ago, so there was no toxic smell left. One can only say that the couple is too cautious, or they plan to use the new house as Zhu Ruoxue's wedding house. Today, Zhu's father specially invited Lin Fan to visit his home. Zhu Ruoxue used to work in a TV station with a very low salary. After being signed by Lin Fan and becoming a host, she suddenly became a rich and beautiful woman. Not only is her work easy, but her salary is higher than that of the whole couple combined. They felt that Lin Fan and Zhu Ruoxue had a mutual affection for each other and wanted to test Lin Fan's attitude. But Lin Fan did not answer this question directly. Instead, he said that his company was in the startup and development stage and he had no time to think about marriage and it might take a long time. After dinner, the couple asked Zhu Ruoxue to take Lin Fan out for a walk, which was actually a date to enhance their relationship. Ruoxue, you have to find a way to improve your relationship with Lin Fan. He is still single and there are so many women in the company. You have to seize the opportunity and don't let others get there first. When it was time to go out, Zhu's father quietly came to Zhu Ruoxue's bedroom and gave her meaningful instructions. Dad, I'm still so young, it's too early to get married. If I rush to get married now, I might lose fans. Zhu Ruoxue was extremely unhappy. She had long seen that Lin Fan had little interest in her, and with the addition of Gu Qingcheng who considered herself the boss lady, she cut off other people's fantasies, so now she only wanted to become a big anchor. But Zhu's father didn't understand any of this and his attitude was a little tough. What fans or no fans? No matter how many fans you have, it's better to marry well. I think Lin Fan is a good person, not a playboy. If you can marry him, won't you not have to work? In the future, you can eat and drink well, play whenever you want, and you don't have to worry about your next life at all. Isn't that good? There are so many women around him, many of whom are better than me, how can it be my turn? Zhu Ruoxue was completely confused. Because there are so many women in your company, you have to seize the opportunity. Anyway, I have said what I need to say. Think about it carefully. Is it more important to be a host or to be a rich man? Father Zhu winked at her and went out. When Lin Fan and Zhu Ruoxue came down from upstairs, they just walked out of the unit door and ran into Chen Wei, who was still staying there. You haven't left yet. Get out of the way. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. Because he saw Chen Wei holding a steel pipe in his hand. It was obvious that this guy was going to take action against him today. There were still scars on Chen Wei's face from falling on the stairs, and the red and swollen parts had turned purple. Lin Fan, not only did you steal my woman, you also hit me. If I don't beat you into a cripple today, I won't be called Chen Wei. I will also expose your identity online. I will ruin your reputation. You're a loser, but you still refuse to admit it. What else can you do besides fighting? You can't do anything, you're a useless piece of shit. You deserve to never get married. Lin Fan was not afraid at all. After saying that, he protected Zhu Ruoxue behind him. Instead, Zhu Ruoxue's favorability towards him doubled, increasing from 60 to 80. In the company, there are only a handful of female anchors who admire Lin Fan very much, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they have a secret crush on him. Like Xiao Xinxin, Zhu Ruoxue was impressed by Lin Fan's wealth and a few words of justice, and her favorability rating for him was over 80. In other words, as long as Lin Fan expresses his love, his favorability will rise directly to 100. Nima. Chen Wei could no longer bear it and was furious. In the past, he was the only one who beat and scolded Lin Fan, and Lin Fan didn't even dare to fart. Today, Lin Fan humiliated him time and time again, which made him feel murderous. He just swung the steel pipe and smashed it down on Lin Fan's head. Even the system reminded him that an enemy with a hatred value of 80 was detected. Ding! It is detected that Chen Wei's hatred value towards the host has reached 80, favorability 80, and the host will be in danger of life. The host can exchange the item Golden Armor from the system mall, and will not receive any damage in a short period of time. Lin Fan had already seen the Golden Armor in the system mall. This is a limited time item with armor effect. It can make you invulnerable to swords and guns and immune to 5 poisons within 2 hours. Its effect is stronger than a bulletproof vest. But it costs 100,000 fortunes to exchange it. These props in the system mall, whether low level or high level, require wealth points to redeem. The higher the item level, the higher the wealth required. Most low-level props have a limited use period, while some high-level props will become permanent props after exchange and can be reused for a long time. However, the system mall is currently at level 1 authority, and high-level items have not yet been opened. The only items that can be exchanged are low-level items with a wealth value of 100,000. The Golden Armor is just one of them. In addition, there are acceleration cards, blood bottles, magic pills, camouflage cards, etc. These are all low-level props that can be exchanged for only 100,000 wealth points. Chapter 50. An acceleration card is a tool that can quickly learn knowledge or skills. For example, if you want to lose weight, normally it takes 1 or 2 months for dieting and exercise to show results. But after using the accelerator card, the effect can be seen in just a few days. Or you can learn a certain skill, write code, read a book, use acceleration card props, and you can understand the knowledge in the book in just one night. Previously, when Lin Fan was reading a book, he had spent 100,000 yuan to exchange for an acceleration card and verified its effect. It was exactly the same as described. The Qi and blood bottle is exactly the same as the props in the web game. When you encounter danger or are injured, you can exchange it for the Qi and blood bottle to quickly restore your physical strength and heal quickly, which is equivalent to having superpowers. The Divine Power Pill can have extremely strong attack power within 2 hours. The stronger the power, the more powerful the effect. It is suitable for use when fighting with the enemy. Most of these low-level props have a 2-hour usage effect. Lin Fan has only redeemed the acceleration card once and has not redeemed other props. At this moment, facing Chen Wei's sudden attack, Lin Fan decisively followed the system's advice. He spent 100,000 fortunes to exchange for the golden armor item. After all, the system's judgment is more accurate than that of humans. Obviously, the system had a premonition that he would suffer a serious blow. Ding! The host has consumed 100,000 wealth points to exchange for the golden armor item, and the item will take effect immediately. Ding! Wealth value 100,000. Current wealth value, 59.51 million. The next second, Lin Fan repeated his old trick, sliding sideways and avoiding Chen Wei's surprise attack. Another attack missed, and Chen Wei's anger level increased a lot. He seemed to be full of energy, and swung his hand back with a ferocious look on his face. This time Lin Fan failed to avoid it. First, he has no practical experience so far. He has only mastered the skill of Tai Chi, but he has never practiced it. Secondly, Chen Wei already had murderous intent and used all his strength from the moment he started. In addition, he used a steel pipe instead of his bare hands. The power of the steel pipe was amazing. When it hits a person, it is more powerful than a wooden stick. Just one move can tear a person's skin apart. In addition, Lin Fan was too confident in himself. He felt that after his physical strength increased, he might be able to withstand this attack. But he still felt some pain when the steel pipe fell on his arm. As if I got an electric shock, my arm spasmed and stung for a second. However, thanks to the protection of the golden armor, the stinging pain quickly disappeared. Without the protection of the golden armor, the stinging sensation will gradually become stronger, thereby reducing reaction speed and resistance. Realizing that Chen Wei was ruthless, Lin Fan was no longer merciful. You asked for this. While Chen Wei was still holding back his hand, Lin Fan quickly grabbed the steel pipe with both hands and pulled it out of Chen Wei's hand with a whoosh. I have been so tolerant of you time and time again, but I didn't expect you to be so arrogant and even want to kill me? You are a scumbag. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Lin Fan cursed loudly. He didn't expect this guy to be so vicious and cruel, so he simply used all his strength and hit Chen Wei on the shoulder with a backhand move. Chen Wei howled miserably, and his face instantly turned from red to pale white. The corner of his mouth twitched violently, and he felt like his shoulder blade was about to break. After he fell to the ground, Lin Fan kicked him in the stomach again. You spend your days idling around without any ambition and only want to live off your parents. How much money did I give you before? If not 100,000, at least 50,000 or 60,000. How dare you threaten me? You're looking for death. As he said this, he kicked him again. Ah! I was wrong, stop hitting me, my bones are broken. Chen Wei was so frightened by Lin Fan, who was as ferocious as a tiger, that he quickly begged for mercy. It is said that honest people should not be provoked. When an honest man gets angry, blood will splatter 5 steps away. He had never seen such a ferocious side of Lin Fan, and was afraid that Lin Fan would get angry and beat him to a cripple. Now you know you're wrong, but you just threatened to kill me, didn't you? Lin Fan knew him well. This guy was a coward who used his strength to bully the weak and was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. When he meets someone stronger than himself, he turns into a coward and even dares to bully his parents and Stephanie Chen at home. When he was outside with other gangsters, he either bowed and scraped or spoke in a humble manner. When I was delivering takeout before, I had seen Chen Wei acting like a dog in front of the old gangster many times, even more humble than him acting like a bootlicker. Now he wished he could return all the cold violence that the siblings had inflicted on him before. But he was stopped by Zhu Ruoxue. Lin Fan, if someone gets beaten up, it will be terrible if someone dies. Don't bother with this loser. You're right. There's absolutely no need to bother with this piece of trash. Lin Fan knew that Chen Wei would not let him go easily. This guy was a scum who never knew what was good for him and would never let go of his grudges. Really? He had just thrown the steel pipe aside when Chen Wei suddenly got up from the ground like a dead dog, grabbed the steel pipe and whipped Lin Fan's calf. Caught off guard, Lin Fan was hit by the steel pipe again. Thanks to the presence of the golden armor, he still didn't feel much pain, and the pain disappeared instantly. Bang! The next second, Lin Fan kicked the steel pipe away, bent down, grabbed Chen Wei's hair with one hand, and slapped him in the face with his right hand. A dog will always eat shit. I gave you a chance but you insisted on asking for a fight. Snap! 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 Lin Fan slapped Chen Wei several times in a row until he passed out. Zhu Ruoxue didn't expect Chen Wei to be so stubborn and launch sneak attacks one after another. She simply didn't care whether Chen Wei lived or died. Humph. I really want to break his legs so that he won't run out and hurt people again. It's good for him to stay at home and be a cripple. Lin Fan suppressed his anger and cursed angrily. Don't worry about him, let's go, are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup? Zhu Ruoxue went forward, hugged his arm and checked his injuries. It's okay. I've practiced martial arts. It's nothing. Lin Fan waved his hand, looking calm and composed. What's more, the protective effect of the golden armor item is better than he imagined. Even if he was beaten up by more than 10 thugs with sticks, it would be like a tickle to him. You also know martial arts? That's amazing. I was wondering how you could dodge his sneak attack. You're amazing. Upon hearing that Lin Fan also knew martial arts, Zhu Ruoxue admired him even more. Lin Fan discovered that Zhu Ruoxue's favorability towards him had increased to 90. If you work harder, you will be able to conquer Zhu Ruoxue. Lin Fan's heart moved, and he decided to capture Zhu Ruoxue tonight. Originally, he had no feelings for Zhu Ruoxue, but Chen Wei came to trouble him again and again, which made him very angry and he wanted to vent. In that case, he might as well be a scumbag. Of course I can. If I didn't have some skills, how could I start a company? I'm in a good mood today. Shall we go to the movies first and then go swimming? Your birthday is coming up in a few days. I'll take you to Baichen Shopping Mall tonight, just pick whatever you want, I'll pay for it all. This time, Lin Fan took the initiative to hold her hand and looked at her lovingly. Zhu Ruoxue's face turned slightly red, and her heart was beating like a deer. As you say. Chapter 51. Zhu Ruoxue felt very sweet in her heart. She thought Lin Fan had little interest in her, but it turned out that her charm was no less than Gu Qingcheng and others. In the evening, Lin Fan specially bought some brand-name clothes and cosmetics for Zhu Ruoxue. When they arrived at the hotel, the two people who were in love even checked into the same suite. When he woke up early the next morning, Lin Fan glanced at Zhu Ruoxue who was sleeping beside him, and felt a little guilty. He didn't want to take Zhu Ruoxue at first, but after being ambushed by Chen Wei last night, he developed a vengeful mentality and he didn't want Chen Wei to get Zhu Ruoxue. Why not get there first? Ding! The host successfully captured a goddess whose favorability reached 100, and was rewarded with 5 attribute points. Attribute points have been issued, the host can allocate them by himself. Wait. Since I conquered a goddess, why didn't my system level increase? Lin Fan felt depressed and couldn't help but question why the system only rewarded attribute points but did not increase the level. He also thought that after upgrading, the rebate for his dog-licking gold consumption would increase to 11%. If the host wants to improve his personal level, he needs to complete tasks instead of conquering the goddess. Conquering a goddess does not mean you need to have sex with her. As long as you can make the goddess favorability reach 100, it will be considered a success. The host needs to complete the tasks triggered by this system before you can improve your personal level. You have to complete tasks to level up? Damn it! Did I waste my feelings before? Lin Fan didn't expect the system to reply in this way. He had always thought that he needed to conquer his favorite goddess in order to increase his level and rebate value, but he didn't expect that conquering his favorite goddess would only reward him with attribute points. Wouldn't that make him a scumbag? Forget it. Let's see where is the best place to add attribute points first. Lin Fan now completely understood the rules of this system, which he had never been able to figure out clearly before. Let's add it to the skills. After attacking Gu Qingcheng for the first time, he added all 5 attribute points to physical strength. His reaction speed and ability to withstand blows did improve, but he did not master any martial arts, only elementary Tai Chi. Elementary Tai Chi cannot be used for fighting, it is used for physical exercise. All martial arts skills are divided into 3 levels, elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Lin Fan upgraded his Taekwondo to the full level and his Wing Chun to the intermediate level. Skills: Tai Chi Elementary upgradable, Taekwondo Advanced maxed, Wing Chun Intermediate upgradable. After looking at his current skills, he found that he had mastered all the moves of Taekwondo and Wing Chun in his brain, and these moves were imprinted in his mind based on actual combat. In other words, after he activated these 2 skills, he instantly learned these 2 basic martial arts. There are more to come, such as internal boxing and the 18 types of weapons. It seems that I have to max out all the basic skills before I can upgrade the skills later. There is actually an internal energy technique? Are there still people in this world who practice internal energy? Lin Fan was also surprised to find that the skill column actually contained internal skills that could only be seen in novels, and even light skills, assassination techniques, etc. He couldn't help but wonder whether there were other worldly masters in this world that ordinary people could not understand. On second thought, he has such a buggy system, so it is normal for there to be strange people in the world. However, to learn these internal skills and super martial arts, you need to max out the most basic elementary and intermediate martial arts. There are 6 types of elementary martial arts, namely Tai Chi, Taekwondo, Wing Chun, 5 Fists and 13 Schools, 18 martial arts, and internal martial arts. There are 3 types of intermediate martial arts, hard Qigong, Shaolin skills, and Bodhidharma external skills. After learning the 3 intermediate martial arts, you can learn advanced martial arts. Advanced martial arts have reached the pinnacle of martial arts, and include a variety of skills, including Chen Kuan internal power, Arhat magic power, and 9 Yin and 9 Yang magic power. After completing Tsutomu's mission, I will be able to fully acquire all the elementary martial arts skills. This system is really good at customizing missions. Lin Fan now has a general understanding of the principles of this system. At this time, he heard the breathing sound of Zhu Ruoxue beside him, and he complained in his heart, "Ruoxue, don't blame me for being fickle, it's really because you are too charming that I can't control myself." He wasn't making excuses for himself. After possessing this system, he always wanted to turn evil and become a playboy who flirts with women everywhere. During this month, he had only had relationships with Gu Qingqiang and Zhu Ruoxue. It's not that he hadn't had thoughts about other women. He also wanted to be a rich man with countless women around him who all licked his boots. It's just that he wants wealth and power more than women. Sooner or later, the dog money will be spent. What if the system suddenly disappears one day? Taking this possibility into consideration, he must possess wealth that he can truly control in reality and that is continuous and inexhaustible. Genesis Media, Emperor Hotel, these are far from enough. His ultimate dream is to become the richest man, a super boss with immense power and wealth that can rival a country. While Zhu Ruoxue was still sleeping, he wrote a few messages and left the hotel quietly. At noon, he sent a message to Tsutomu, asking her if she liked the villa he gave her. Tsutomu still did not reply directly, but told him that she had a party tonight, which was a party of the supercar club. One of her cousins was the president of the supercar club. A new 4S store was opening in Hangzhou, and she was going to support it in the evening and invited Lin Fan to join. Lin Fan said he would definitely attend. 7 o'clock in the evening. Rolls-Royce 4S dealership on Linjiang Road. A grand opening ceremony was being held on the grass behind the car shop, which was also a small gathering of the supercar club. The guests who come here are all wealthy people who have purchased supercars. In addition, there are also owners of luxury cars from several cities around Hangzhou. These car owners are all well-known local wealthy people, including top second-generation rich people like Tsutomu. Because the car shop was already full of cars, people who came later could only park their cars on the road outside. He was about to enter the venue empty-handed, but was stopped by the security guard at the door. "Excuse me, sir. Only customers with invitations can enter tonight's opening ceremony. Do you need to show me an invitation?" Lin Fan found it a little hard to understand. "I was invited by Miss Su Wenmosu." Lin Fan raised his head and answered with a proud look on his face. "Miss Su invited you?" The security guard looked Lin Fan up and down with doubt. After several seconds, he came to his senses, took out his cell phone and made a call. "You can come in now." Seeing the security guard's disgusted expression, Lin Fan felt very depressed. Even a security guard at the door behaves like this. I wonder what those rich second generations and wealthy people inside will think of him. He didn't dress up, thinking that tonight's party was just a small banquet. Chapter 52. Only after coming here did I realize how grand the opening ceremony was. After he entered the venue, he found that he seemed out of place with the other guests. All the guests were either second-generation rich or wealthy people who collected luxury cars. They were dressed exceptionally, either wearing famous brands or jewelry. It seems like these people are here to show off their wealth. Lin Fan realized that this opening ceremony was a place for the rich second generation to show off their wealth, and only a very small number of people came to make friends. As he was looking around, Ouyang Chi suddenly appeared behind him. "Why are you dressed so casually? Didn't your cousin tell you that tonight is a party for the supercar club?" "I like to keep a low profile," Lin Fan said with a proud look on his face. He didn't know in advance that the opening ceremony would be so large in scale. He thought it was just a small event among the local rich second generation. He didn't expect so many people to come. Well, the 5 words supercar club clearly tell you that the people who come to the party are extraordinary. You don't even understand this, do you? Ouyang Chi was very puzzled. Lin Fan was confused, he really didn't know this rule. All I can say is that the world of rich people is unimaginable to ordinary people. He was poor before, but now he is rich, but he still can't hide his poverty. The other guests were either from powerful families or wealthy. Many of them were second-generation rich people who grew up with a silver spoon in their mouths. Their temperament and conversation were full of aristocratic air. A mortal like him appearing here is like a country chicken falling among a flock of phoenixes. Ouyang Chi did not ask any further questions, just thinking that he was indeed low-key and unpretentious, and took his arm and went to the party location. Some open-air bars and pavilions were temporarily built on the grass, just like an open-air KTV. There is a dance floor in the middle, where a group of handsome men and beautiful women are dancing to the music. After crossing the grass, the two came to the lobby of the car shop. On the sofa in the reception area, Su Tomo was chatting happily with others. "Oh Yang, this is your new boyfriend. He's a bit ordinary, isn't he?" One of them saw that half of Ouyang Chi's body was almost sticking to Lin Fan, and said jokingly, "Don't be arrogant. Don't underestimate him. The wealth of all of you combined is not as much as his." Ouyang Chi rolled her eyes and let go reluctantly. Lin Fan glanced at Su Tomo. Su Tomo was still dressed very conservatively tonight, just a white suit, and her makeup was not as exquisite as other women. But a beauty like her, with her natural beauty, fair skin, and extremely high looks, can outshine other women with her temperament even without makeup. On the contrary, unrestrained women like Ouyang Chi always wear belly-bearing clothes and loose flared pants on the lower body, looking like a cowgirl. In his heart, Lin Fan actually prefers women like Ouyang Chi who have a lively personality, and doesn't like cold and aloof women. But in order to activate the power function and complete the task, he will do everything he can to lick Su Tomo, just like before. "Oh, so it seems that your new boyfriend's family is more powerful than the richest man in Hangzhou? This person is Lei Hao, a well-known rich second generation from Jiangyang City next door. His family is a major shareholder of a well-known Chinese car company, which ranks among the top 5 among all car companies. His family assets are also over 10 billion. He is a friend of Su Tomo's cousin Ouyang Xiaojun, and also knows Ouyang Chi and Su Tomo, so he can make jokes about Ouyang Chi at will. You know what, he is even more powerful than Chairman Wang. Even Chairman Wang has to meet him in person. You know the Dihao Hotel, right?" However, before she finished her words, another person smiled disapprovingly. Chairman Wang is a top-tier billionaire with assets of hundreds of billions. If he is more powerful than Chairman Wang, why haven't we seen him before? These second-generation rich people all have their own circles. Even if they are rich second generations who have not been exposed on the internet, or even the illegitimate children of wealthy people, or other scandals, they can all be found out within the circle of these rich second generations. What these second generation rich people like to do most is to make friends with their peers in the same circle. In other words, they curry favor with the second generation rich people or officials who are stronger and have more background than themselves. There are so many things you don't know. Look at how capable you are. You seem to think you know everything. But in fact, you are just looking at the world from a narrow perspective. Ouyang Chi and Lei Hao are also quite familiar with each other, so they won't be ridiculed even if they criticize each other in person. Besides, everyone knew that Ouyang Chi was a sea queen who was looking for a rich husband, so even if Lin Fan looked ordinary, it would not be surprising. The two of them sat down. The others asked Lin Fan all kinds of questions, just like asking a household registration, trying to find out his background. Lin Fan told the truth, saying that he was from the countryside and had won the lottery, but he did not say that he had bought the Dihao Hotel. Lin Fan also clearly felt that the people present were very cold towards him. After asking these boring questions, I ignored him. Several important guests arrived during the trip. Ouyang Xiaojun, the owner of the car shop and the president of the supercar club, stood up to entertain the guests. Only Lin Fan, Su Tomo and several other rich second generations were left at the seats. Ouyang Chi also followed Ouyang Xiaojun to greet the guests. The two are brother and sister. This car shop was invested and opened by their Ouyang family. If I had known, I would not have invited you here to avoid embarrassing you. Su Tomo took the initiative to open the conversation this time, but her tone was still very cold. Lin Fan noticed that her favorability towards him remained at 15 and had not increased. Even though he gave her a luxurious manor worth 300 million, it didn't increase her favorability, which made Lin Fan very depressed. Spending 300 million didn't increase her favorability at all. I'm afraid I'll have to spend 10 billion on her to make this unknown man fall in love with her. It's okay. It's just a good opportunity for me to broaden my horizons. I've always been curious about the lives of rich people. Today I finally know what these second-generation rich people usually do. No wonder so many people envy them. Lin Fan smiled self-deprecatingly. A nouveau riche like him really can't be compared with these rich second generations. But it's not a wasted trip. After knowing these rules, I will know how to integrate into the circle of rich second generations in the future. Actually, it's not Tsutomu's fault. Tsutomu thought that since he was a hidden rich man, he should be very familiar with the rules of these circles. If she knew that he knew nothing, she would naturally not invite him. By the way, do you like the manner I gave you? Lin Fan tilted his head and said hopefully. Thank you for your kindness. It's too big. I plan to keep it as a wedding room and move in when I get married in the future. Suemo smiled and nodded. As long as you like it. Lin Fan also smiled. It was the first time he saw Tsutomu smile so brightly. Before, this woman always had a look of world weariness on her face and seemed difficult to communicate with. So do you like luxury cars? Lin Fan glanced at the various supercars on display in the hall and asked again. After saying this, Suyuma's eyes flashed with excitement. Actually, when I was a kid, I really wanted to be a racing driver. I felt that being a racing driver would be very exciting, and I usually like to watch racing movies. Chapter 53. I didn't expect you to have such hobbies? Lin Fan was very surprised. It turns out that this woman also likes exciting sports. They have a car race tonight. Even though it's illegal, I'll join in for a bit. Su Wonma's eyebrows danced with joy, and there was a hint of excitement on her face. Lin Fan suddenly realized that it was no wonder that she came back to attend the opening ceremony tonight. It turned out that she came here to seek excitement. This woman's mind is really hard to figure out. So when the time comes, you're going to drive that Porsche to compete? Lin Fan wondered, and suddenly he remembered that Tsutomu's car was a white Porsche. He learned from Ouyangchi that Tsutomu also liked to collect luxury cars before, but because of the poor management of the company, he sold all the luxury cars in his collection and only kept a white Porsche as his car. I just want to satisfy my craving. I don't have to run the whole course with them. Do you want to join in? Besides, this race is for charity. The winner will donate the money to charity. Tsutomu became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he was already speeding in the car. Hearing this, Lin Fan curled his lips in a strange manner. I just feel it's a bit ironic. Illegal car race, the prize money is donated in the name of charity? How ironic. So, in the eyes of these rich second generations, doing charity is just a hobby? How much is the prize money? Lin Fan asked casually. 10 million, half of which will be paid by the organizers, and the other half will be raised by donations from the participating rich second generations. The winner will donate the money to a charity or hope school in his or her own name. 10 million? Then I'll join in too. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. 10 million yuan for a good deed would mean that tonight's trip was not in vain. Now it was Tsutomu's turn to be stunned. You don't want to drive that Mercedes-Benz GLC, do you? SUVs are very slow on the road, not as fast as other luxury cars. If you really want to try it, I can ask my cousin to lend you a sports car with good performance. I have another one. I'll make a call and have my people deliver it over. After saying that, Lin Fan took out his cell phone and sent a message to Gu Qingcheng, asking her to drive the Bugatti Son of the Night in the garage here. But Tsutomu disagreed and said, even if you have a sports car, you can't outrun those amateur drivers without the skills. In addition to some rich second-generation drivers who are going to participate tonight, there are also some drivers who have participated in rally competitions and amateur competitions. But tonight's race is divided into two groups. The first group is for amateur drivers, and the second group is for drivers who just want to have fun. For example, amateur drivers like me and the second-generation rich who like racing all drive very high-performance sports cars. People like us will just drive them for fun and at most run 20 to 30 kilometers before it's over. Seeing her talking a lot, Lin Fan was sure that this woman's interests and hobbies were indeed different from other women. I feel that she is more like an introverted and quiet rich boy, rather than a fair, rich and beautiful girl. Maybe the old man of the Su family raised her as a boy, so her interests and hobbies are so weird. How about I buy you another sports car now? I'll give you a sports car with better performance so you can drive it around when you have nothing to do. Lin Fan said with hope. Okay. This time Tsutomu did not hesitate. Before, when Lin Fan said he wanted to buy shares and give her the manor, she was ambiguous in her attitude. At this time, Ouyang Chi and his sister returned to the hall. Lin Fan stood up and said, "Bosso, I want to buy a supercar for Miss Su now. I wonder which is the most expensive supercar in your car shop." After these words were spoken, everyone present was amazed. It's too extravagant to buy a supercar just because of a disagreement. One can't help but suspect that he is pretending to be cool. The most expensive supercar in his car shop is worth 60 million. It's a Pagani Huayra with 800 horsepower and a mid-engine. It's really overkill for tonight's race. Lei Hao was the first to speak and introduce the luxury car to him. He was also one of the shareholders of the car shop. Seeing Lin Fan's confused look, the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. If you speak English to him, he won't understand. The word he reacted to was Fengshen, Pagani Fengshen, the 6th highest luxury car on the supercar list. But, does he really have 60 million? Everyone here, even Mr. Lei, has to consider their wallets. A sports car worth 10 million should be no problem. The others couldn't help but tease Lin Fan. After all, it was obvious that he didn't understand supercars. He just said he wanted to buy the most expensive one. What a typical layman. Anyone who plays with supercars knows that the more expensive a sports car is, the better it is. The best sports car is the one with the best performance. Especially when they saw that Lin Fan didn't seem to know what brand Pagani was, they became even more certain that Lin Fan was a nouveau riche. What this means is that the nouveau riche's money will run out sooner or later, but these second-generation rich have abundant assets and will never spend all their money no matter how much they squander. Lin Fan could also see that these second-generation rich people were not comparable to the third-rate second-generation rich people like Ling Feng. After all, the Su family is the top wealthy family in Hangzhou, and those who can enter the exhibition hall are among the most wealthy families in their respective cities. They have very high standards and naturally look down on ordinary people like Lin Fan. Even Ouyang Xiaojun advised him to be reasonable, that Pagani is still sealed in the box. I plan to use it for exhibition. You should look at other cars, such as the Lamborghini Reventon Spider behind you. With insurance and taxes, it only costs 13 million. He said this so as not to embarrass Lin Fan and also to save his face. Lin Fan should be able to afford a luxury car worth 10 million. But Lin Fan just shook his head and said he wanted the most expensive one. No. I'll just buy that Pagani Wind God and give it to Miss Su to satisfy her craving. I have my own car, the Son of the Night, which will be here soon. What? Son of the Night. His words once again set off the whole audience. Brother, you are kidding, right? Do you know what brand of car the Son of the Night is? How much is it worth? You know what? I heard that there is indeed a Son of the Night in Hangzhou. It seems that someone took a photo of it before. I wonder which rich man bought it. Do you think the owner of the Son of Night will appear here tonight? He won't miss such a rare banquet, right? Hearing this, Lin Fan once again made a shocking statement. That Son of the Night is mine. I drove it a few times and then parked it in the garage. I personally feel that it is not very easy to drive. The chassis is too low. Although the horsepower is high, the maneuverability is not very comfortable. There are problems with the cockpit design. You make it sound as if you really own this car. Ouyang Chi questioned. Do you know what kind of car the Son of the Night is? Lin Fan nodded seriously. It was only later when he searched for information online that he realized how special the Son of the Night was. Limited to 3 units worldwide. The first one is collected by Bugatti in a museum, the second one is collected by the world's richest man, and there is still no news about the third one, although the official statement is that the third one was bought by a mysterious Chinese tycoon. Chapter 54. But so far no one has seen the third Son of the Night appear in the country. Until a month ago, someone photographed the Son of the Night appearing in Hangzhou, but then disappeared inexplicably. Even the supercar enthusiasts present thought that a car company had rented the Son of the Night to participate in the auto show. However, Lin Fan said that the third Son of the Night was in his hands, which was unbelievable. That is a supercar worth 100 million. Although it is not the most expensive supercar in the world, it is a limited edition supercar with extraordinary significance and cool design, and is deeply sought after by luxury car enthusiasts. It is said that the Son of the Night in the collection of the world's richest man would not be sold even if someone offered 500 million. Its value has exceeded its original price. Don't worry, you will see it soon, Lin Fan said without changing his expression. He really didn't like the Son of the Night, and he wasn't pretending to be cool. After driving it a few times, I found that supercars are not suitable for driving in crowded urban areas. They are only suitable for racing on highways. It is more appropriate to drive an SUV in urban areas because it has a high line of sight and good passability. At this time, Lei Hao on the side couldn't help but complain. Oh Yang Chi, your new boyfriend seems to like to brag. The Son of the Night is in his hands? This is probably the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. The others nodded in agreement. Even Ouyang Xiaojun looked at Lin Fan strangely, as if doubting his identity. He didn't know Lin Fan's identity, and he had never heard Ouyang Chi and Su Tumo mention it before. Although he and Ouyang Chi are siblings, they do not live together. Today is their reunion after 2 months of separation, and they have no idea about Lin Fan's background. But Su Tumo and Ouyang Chi were the only 2 girls who did not laugh at Lin Fan. It's true that you are frogs in a well. Do you know who bought the Dihao group? Could it be him too? Lei Hao widened his eyes and put on a funny face as if he didn't believe it. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. She really wasn't kidding. At this time, Su Tumo suddenly spoke. The laughter stopped abruptly. Lei Hao and the others' faces instantly became filled with disbelief and uncertainty. They all knew Su Tumo's character and he never joked. If what the 2 women said was true, then they became clowns. Lin Fan turned to look at Ouyang Xiaojun and said again, Boss O, why don't you sell me the Pagani Wind God? You can raise the price by any amount. I want to give it to Su Tumo. I can transfer the money now. Ouyang Xiaojun stared at him in a daze, and it took him a long time to recover. Seeing this, Ouyang Chi grabbed his arm and hurriedly reminded him. Brother, what are you still standing there for? This is the first order for the car shop after it opened, we must not miss it. Lin Fan is the richest of the rich. Although he was very suspicious, he still chose to believe that Su Tumo and his sister were not joking. Less than 2 hours after opening, the first order came. If it were someone else, they would have worshipped Lin Fan like a god. Then, Ouyang Xiaojun took everyone to the garage behind the sales hall. After the staff drove the Pagani Wingo worth 60 million yuan out of the cargo box, Ouyang Xiaojun immediately handed the prepared car purchase contract, insurance and other documents to Lin Fan with both hands. This is my gift to Miss Su. She will sign for it and I will be responsible for paying for it. Lin Fan crossed his arms and said calmly. Ouyang Xiaojun turned to Su Tumo awkwardly. Su Tumo also calmly picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract. Without saying a word, Lin Fan took out his cell phone and transferred 70 million yuan to Ouyang Xiaojun's account. Including the car price, insurance and taxes, the total value of this Pagani Huayra is exactly 70 million. When Ouyang Xiaojun saw the text message from the bank, he was shocked again. It turns as soon as it is said, clean and neat, so generous. The others stood there in a daze, disbelief written all over their faces. Ouyang Chi was extremely envious and jealous. Wow! Cousin, I envy you so much. He first bought you a house, and now he's giving you a car. Why don't I have such a blessing? Lin Fan, can you give me one too? I don't want an expensive one, 10 million will do. I only have a BMW, which is less than 1 million. If you give me a Ferrari, I will do whatever you want. Ouyang Chi, do you have to be so realistic? You are blinded by money. Ouyang Xiaojun was the first to jump out and express his opposition. When she opens her mouth, it's like she's asking for a luxury car worth 10 million. What's the difference between this and being flirty? Lin Fan grinned, no problem, I'll give you one in the name of Su Tumo, not to mention 10 million, 30 million will do, ask her if she's willing? After saying that, Lin Fan turned and looked at Su Tumo. Seeing this, Ouyang Chi immediately threw herself on her again and acted like a spoiled child. Cousin, can you just agree? Lin Fan likes you so much, and treats you like a bodhisattva, a compassionate bodhisattva. Please have mercy on me. I, your cousin, can't even afford a luxury car. How can I survive in the circle in the future? How can I find my ideal husband? Okay, I'll ask him to give you one. Don't be so cheesy. Act normal. It's not nice to be seen as such a lunatic. Su Tumo really couldn't do anything with her. After getting her consent, Ouyang-chi really chose a red Ferrari. Lin Fan also transferred the car purchase money to Ouyang Xiaojuan's account without hesitation, a total of 14 million. The two cars together cost 84 million. In less than 10 minutes, Ouyang Xiaojuan's account had an additional income of nearly 100 million. He stood there in a daze for a long time, more surprised than anyone else. The others were like the wronged young wives, with extremely embarrassed faces and nothing to say. To be exact, I was so shocked that I couldn't speak. Lin Fan didn't even blink when he transferred the money, and more importantly, he didn't even bargain with Ouyang Xiaojun. People who know the business know that the premium for luxury cars is too high, and you can actually bargain when buying. But Lin Fan never asked about the price. Ouyang Xiaojun was the one who reported all kinds of insurance, taxes, and fees throughout the whole process. After that, Lin Fan decisively completed the transfer. It flows smoothly and is done in one go. If it were them, even if they were buying a luxury car worth 10 million, they would have to bargain with the car dealer for a while, and they would hesitate for a long time when paying. Everyone felt as if they were slapped hard in the face by Lin Fan. They became more and more convinced that what Ouyang-chi had just said was true. "Hey, Lin Fan, thank you for giving me such a wonderful gift." Bah! After signing, Ouyang-chi couldn't help but kiss Lin Fan on the face. The favorability level even soared to 70. Lin Fan looked at Tsutomu first, wondering if seeing this scene would reduce her favorability towards him. Fortunately, Tsutomu was not jealous and her favorability is still 15. This made Lin Fan feel very hurt. Even though he behaved like this, his favorability rating didn't improve at all. Chapter 55. She is indeed an iceberg beauty, it is really hard to melt her cold heart. Post-consumption rebate has been issued, please check it yourself. Wealth value plus 84,000,000. Wealth, 67.81 million. After hearing the prompt from the system, Lin Fan's mood did not improve at all. After such a long time, the wealth has only accumulated to more than 60 million, which is still a big gap from 100 million. It takes time to become a billionaire. The others were puzzled when they saw his indifferent expression. He spent nearly 100 million yuan and won the favor and hearts of two goddesses, but he is still so calm. How rich is he? These rich second generations can be excited for several days after spending 10 or 20 million yuan. Lin Fan spent more than 80 million, but he was not happy at all. Was it because he spent too little? It really costs too little. Lin Fan wanted to buy the entire car shop and give it to Tsutomu, but if he really did that, Tsutomu would probably be unhappy. By the way, cousin, why did he give you a sports car? Ouyang-chi asked curiously after getting the car keys from his brother. I said I wanted to participate in a competition later to satisfy my craving, so he sent me off. Tsutomu said calmly. Wow. He's so nice to you, he's just a licker. Ouyang-chi blurted out. But the next second she immediately apologized to Lin Fan. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing, please don't mind it, what I mean is, you are too good to your cousin, right? Do you really want to marry her home? I can help you with some advice. However, Lin Fan didn't care at all. You're right, I really am a dog licker. I just like to spend money on goddesses like Su Yuma. The more money I spend, the happier I am. Lin Fan smiled and said. You still have this fetish? Then you can come and lick me, or I can be your lover. Ouyang-chi put her arm on Lin Fan's shoulder, looked at him with slit eyes, and her words were still very cheesy. Ouyang-chi, you are so disgusting. Tsutomu couldn't stand it anymore. This was a blatant attempt to steal her girl. For her, she still prefers this way of pursuing women by spending money. After all, someone of her status doesn't like sweet talk, but prefers reality. Being practical means being willing to spend money on women. Ouyang-chi pouted and had to change the subject. Lin Fan, are you going to participate in the competition too? If you win first place, you will get a prize of 10 million. But 10 million is a drop in the bucket for you, right? Participation is what matters. I also want to try my luck. My driving skills are terrible, so I don't think I can get first place. I heard that there are amateur drivers participating. Lin Fan shook his head modestly. Amateur drivers have other rewards. The 10 million is for us enthusiasts who want to have a try. The routes are different. The first group of amateur drivers will drive on a closed provincial road, while we will drive on the highway. After listening to Ouyang-chi's explanation, Lin Fan thought to himself, it turns out that rich people know how to have fun. Today I have broadened my horizons again. After that, Ouyang Chi leaned close to his ear and whispered, "My cousin likes excitement. If you join the first group and win first place in the provincial road race, it might increase her favorability. When you have time in the future, you can take her out for a drive or something." "Is that so?" "Well, let me compete with the amateur drivers." Lin Fan immediately became interested. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xiaojun and Tsutomu expressed their opposition. "Let's not do that. The amateur race route and duration are very long, and there are certain risks involved. If something unexpected happens, I can't take responsibility. Yes. Let's just go on the highway and experience the feeling of racing." Everyone has a rebellious mentality. Lin Fan is no exception. He wanted to prove himself, and more importantly, instigated by Ouyang Chi, he really wanted to win Tsutomu's favor. Another reason is that he is confident that he can get first place. Because there is an item MasterCard in the system mall, which can allow him to acquire some professional master level skills within 2 hours. For example, if he wants to participate in racing, by using the MasterCard, he can have the championship level of strength of a professional racing driver. Beating amateur drivers is not a problem at all. It's okay, just for fun. I don't expect to get first place anyway. Lin Fan smiled innocently. Seeing that he was determined to do so, Tsutomu and others didn't say much. Half an hour later, the competition was about to begin. Lin Fan, Tsutomu and others came to the grass outside to register. Because it was a non-professional competition, the second group was almost just racing. The route was on an unfinished highway, about 40 kilometers long, enough for racing for 10 to 20 minutes. The route for the first group of amateur riders and other enthusiasts was on an almost abandoned provincial road in the suburbs. After Lin Fan signed up, the organizer learned that he just wanted to satisfy his addiction and put him at the back of the list. "Hey, Lin Fan, you're not going to drive that Mercedes-Benz GLC on the provincial road, are you? Aren't you afraid of overturning it? Why don't you put on a racing suit, it's safer." Ouyang Chi came to Lin Fan again and asked with concern. Her favorability towards Lin Fan has now reached 70, which is the level of secret love and admiration, and she is just one step away from directly confessing her feelings to Lin Fan. Moreover, Lin Fan first gave her perfume and then a sports car worth tens of millions. She wished she could turn into a pendant and stay by Lin Fan's side, so that she could enjoy the good life and never have to worry about food and clothing. As they were talking, a deafening roar suddenly came from outside the crowd. Then, someone was heard cheering and shouting. "Holy crap! Am I seeing things? This car is actually a Bugatti Son of the Night. This car is actually in Hangzhou. I thought it was somewhere else. I wonder which young master collected it. It's so luxurious." Lin Fan, Ouyang Chi and others came to the parking lot and saw a beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam, with a graceful figure and stunning appearance getting out of the car. Then she stood by the car door looking left and right, as if waiting for someone. The owner of the car is actually a beautiful woman? Am I seeing things right? Or is she just the driver? The owner of the car is hiding among us? I didn't expect that the owner of the Son of the Night would show up here tonight. How impressive. Bosso must be so generous that he could actually invite the owner of the Son of the Night. Everyone present was stunned and drooling at the extremely cool supercar that was flashing with eerie light. They gathered around the Son of the Night, admiring this rare limited edition supercar like a pilgrim. Everyone was talking about who the real owner of the car was. Lei Hao and others were more shocked than others after seeing this car. I didn't expect that someone really sent the Son of the Night here. Tsutomu also looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. She didn't know that Lin Fan had collected this car. Just now, when Lin Fan said that the Son of the Night was parked in his garage, she knew that the rumor was true. But when I saw the Son of the Night with my own eyes, I was still extremely surprised. She really has a special liking for supercars even more than ancient paintings, and there is a strange light flashing in her eyes. This is true for everyone. Chapter 56. Just as everyone was staring at the Son of the Night with longing and excitement, Lin Fan squeezed out of the crowd from behind and slowly walked forward. After seeing Lin Fan, Gu Qingcheng handed the car keys to Lin Fan. After Lin Fan gave the Mercedes-Benz car keys to Gu Qingcheng walked away gracefully with an elegant catwalk. Wow! This Son of the Night is really yours. How much did you pay for it? You didn't rent it, did you? When Lin Fan returned to the crowd, Ouyang Chi asked the first question. At this moment, Lin Fan had become the focus of the entire audience, and everyone's eyes were on him. Still need to rent? Lin Fan burst out laughing. At this point, do you still think he is pretending to be cool? Just now, he spent 84 million to buy sports cars for her in Sutomo without saying a word. He didn't even blink an eye at a luxury car worth only 100 million. Of course, this son of the night is actually a reward from the system. That's awesome. Can I go up and test drive it? Ouyang Chi was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. Wait until the game is over. Lin Fan knew that she also wanted to experience the thrill of test driving a luxury car worth hundreds of millions. However, there was more awe and inferiority in the eyes of Ouyang Xiaojun and others when they looked at Lin Fan. Just now they were full of doubts and looked down on Lin Fan, but now they are very curious about his background and identity. Who on earth is this family? They just spent over 80 million to give them a car, and now they're showing off the son of the night that many people want. I'm afraid their identities are not simple. Nonsense. The one who paid 3 billion to buy the Dihao Hotel is the richest of the rich. It really proves the saying that there is always someone better than you. What do you think? Could he be the illegitimate son of the richest man Lin? They have the same surname, but he is so generous? In today's China, the richest people are only those in the top 10 on the list. At Lin Fan's urging, the game started early. The first group of amateur drivers invited a professional coach to provide guidance. The organizers sent route maps to all participants and reminded everyone not to try forks and small roads other than those specified, otherwise they would bear the consequences at their own risk. The provincial road is about 50 kilometers long and the race lasts about an hour, which is enough time for these rich second generations to have a good time. As for the few amateur drivers who came to join in the fun, they ran in the front to clear the way for the rich second generation and supercar enthusiasts behind them. To put it bluntly, they were acting as guides. Lin Fan was at the end of the line. After getting on the car, he found the master card item in the system mall. Ding! Do you want to spend 100,000 wealth points to redeem a MasterCard, which is valid for 2 hours? Confirm to redeem this item. Professional champion driver skills are loading. Wealth value, 67.71 million. After a few seconds, Lin Fan felt a huge stream of information flowing into his mind. I didn't expect driving a racing car to be so complicated. There is actually such professional knowledge. While Lin Fan was amazed, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. See how he surprises everyone later. Boom! The engine sounds of various supercars and luxury cars echoed on the road, making a deafening roar. The starting point is at the intersection outside the bike shop. After making a circle on the provincial road, you return to the starting point. Sutomo and the others did not follow them outside to see how Lin Fan set out. They would also go on the highway in another direction to have some fun soon. The top amateur racer set off first, followed closely by Lin Fan and more than 30 other rich second generations. But as soon as he started, he rushed out like an arrow from a bow, shocking the others and onlookers. How come this guy is faster than the amateur racers? Is he going to be first? This is the son of the night. Isn't it normal for him to run so fast? If he runs to the end, it would be a waste of resources. The amateur drivers in front are no pushovers. Although they are not as good as the professional drivers, their skills are far superior to those rich second-generation drivers behind them. I'm afraid they won't be able to take first place. However, what surprised everyone was that Lin Fan rushed to the first place in just 5 minutes after he started, and left the leading amateur driver far behind at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Sutomo, Ouyang Chi and others were also preparing to get on the bus. Cousin, look, the message in the group is that Lin Fan's son of the night has already rushed to the first place. The anchor said that Lin Fan's skills are too powerful and too professional. He is just like a professional driver. The amateur drivers in the lead can no longer see his taillights. He's so awesome. Sutomo was shocked. Lin Fan's performance tonight opened her eyes. Tell me, why is he trying so hard to get first place? The 10 million bonus is just for being the leader, there's no need to work so hard, right? Ouyang Chi was very puzzled. A professional racing commentator was invited to tonight's race, and he also opened a password room to broadcast live the first group's race to the spectators. Moreover, just in case, the organizers installed a locator on each car, so that the audience and listeners who entered the live broadcast room could see the trajectory of each luxury car. Ouyang Chi also entered the commentary room and saw the son of the night in the front rushing at an extremely alarming speed. She almost screamed in fright. In previous competitions, no one has ever run faster than 120 km/h, but Lin Fan's speed has exceeded 130 km/h. The key point is that this was at night. Although the provincial highway had been closed, many sections of the road actually had no streetlights and were completely dark. If you look at the route map, there are still many bends, and he didn't even slow down when he passed them. It's too much. We are already more than 10 kilometers ahead, and the gap is getting bigger. We haven't even gotten on the car yet, but they have already run 1/5 of the distance. Wow, what a god! Not only Ouyang Chi, but also Ouyang Xiaojun and others were stunned after seeing Lin Fan's real-time trajectory. As one of the organizers and sponsors of the race, Ouyang Xiaojun did not join in the fun. After seeing Lin Fan's performance, he went straight to Su Tumo. Lin Fan's background is not simple. Tumo, don't miss this opportunity. He may help you get out of the company's predicament. Su Tumo glanced at him meaningfully and said hesitantly, based on my understanding of Grandpa, he won't like Lin Fan. Grandpa values power more now. Lin Fan's education is very ordinary and he can't catch the old man's eye. No matter how high your education level is, it doesn't mean you have high moral character. Ouyang Xiaojun replied with a hint of meaning. After he finished speaking, he immediately realized that what he said was wrong, and changed his words. I can feel that Lin Fan has a good impression of you. I just heard from Xiaoqi that he bought you a house and gave you paintings, and spent hundreds of millions on you. If I had such a suitor, I would be so happy. Cousin, don't hesitate. If you let him invest, you can solve the hotel's management difficulties. If you let him go, you won't even have time to cry. Ouyang Chi on the side also took advantage of the situation to give advice. Chapter 57. Let's talk about it after we finish the ride. Su Tumo decided to think about it. Half an hour later, Lin Fan drove the Son of Night back to the car shop first. At this time, Su Tumo and others were still enjoying the thrill of racing on the road. There is no doubt that Lin Fan took the lead and won the first place in tonight's competition, and the prize of 10 million yuan also fell into his pocket. After the two motorcades returned to the car shop one after another, Lin Fan became the focus of tonight's opening ceremony and party. Everyone was talking about his background, and they increasingly suspected that he was the illegitimate son of the former richest man in China. But when everyone compared the appearance of the two, they found that Lin Fan looked completely different from the richest man who was rich enough to rival a country. Miss Su, why don't you donate the 10 million bonus to charity? Lin Fan came to Su Tumo with the medal and said in a flattering manner. Seeing this, the others were stunned. Am I seeing right? This guy is trying so hard to get first place in order to donate his prize money to Su Tumo? Is he flattering Su Tumo so much? What's so strange about this? Su Yuma is a well-known white, rich and beautiful girl in Hangzhou. Her looks are no less beautiful than those of celebrities. If I had money, I would also pursue her vigorously. But he has plenty of money, so he doesn't need to lick that iceberg beauty. He can get as many women as he wants with just a wave of his hand. Tell me, if Su Tumo's ex-boyfriend knew that she found a new lover so quickly, would he fly back from abroad? That guy seems to be a very rich man. Su Tumo never expected that Lin Fan would give the bonus to her. She thought Lin Fan really came here to have some fun, but she didn't expect that in the end it was for her. Since you insist on giving it to me, I'll accept it. You're thoughtful. Although Su Tumo couldn't understand why Lin Fan tried every means to please her, she still had to give him face. In addition, Lin Fan's performance tonight really impressed her, and her favorability towards him increased a lot. It's no big deal to make 10 million while racing. Lin Fan smiled happily. In his heart, he was extremely happy, because he found that Su Tumo's favorability towards him had increased from 15 to 25. This is a huge improvement. He only needs 25 points of favorability to complete Su Tumo's mission. However, Su Tumo was more curious about how he had such professional racing skills. Your skills are comparable to those of a champion racer. Even the anchor and coach say you are gifted. Where did you learn it? Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. His astonishing racing skills were achieved by using a limited time prop card. If he answered that he learned it abroad, Su Tumo would definitely not believe it. After all, Su Tumo had already investigated his background. I usually like racing movies, and I often fantasize about being a professional racer and winning the championship. I also drive around in my spare time. I didn't expect that after I got on the road tonight, I found that the drivers behind me were very lenient with me, so I was lucky enough to get first place. Lin Fan chose an answer that showed great emotional intelligence. But in the eyes of those amateur drivers, Lin Fan was just showing off. They tried their best to chase after him in the second half, but were already left far behind by Lin Fan. People watching the live broadcast can clearly see the real-time speed of each car, and anyone with a discerning eye can tell whether they are deliberately giving way to him. However, Lin Fan still attributed the credit to driving a new and powerful supercar, which helped him win over the others. There will be an outdoor barbecue later. Do you want to sit in the back for a while? Su Tumo took the initiative to extend the invitation. Tonight's party was going to last until midnight, and she had wanted to go home after the drag race. But thinking that Lin Fan had given her a car and a bonus, she took the initiative to show her goodwill. However, Lin Fan unexpectedly declined. I have something else to do at the company, so I may not be able to play with you guys tonight. Let's do it another day. I'll treat you another day, so you must show up then. Lin Fan turned the passive situation into active one and pretended to be regretful. Well, let's talk about it next time. Su Tumo forced a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Fan drove away in the sun of night in a leisurely manner. Cousin, do you think he is playing hard to get? After winning your favor tonight, he is inexplicably distant and cold to you. Is he actually trying to get you to lick him back? Ouyang Chi looked at the car speeding away and hesitated. You are too cunning. If he really liked to play with people's feelings, he would have eaten you up long ago. Su Tumo rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. Unconsciously, she actually spoke well of Lin Fan for the first time. On the way home, Lin Fan drove the son of the night leisurely. Along the way, many passers-by stopped to watch and marveled. I only need 25 points of favorability to complete the mission. I have already given away everything I need. The next step is to buy shares. If successful, I may be able to unlock the power function. Lin Fan whistled happily and muttered to himself. According to the system introduction, after the power function is turned on, he will have the aura of a superior, and powerful people will actively approach him to seek cooperation. In other words, after activating the power function, he no longer needs to actively look for backers, but powerful people will come to him on their own initiative. After returning home, Lin Fan and Gu Qingcheng had a tender moment. It was already midnight, but Lin Fan was still not sleepy at all. He was still thinking about Miao Tian Tian. When I talked with Miao Tian Tian in the afternoon, I learned that she was a host on a platform called Starlight Live. They also signed a one-year contract, and Lin Fan said he could pay the penalty for breach of contract, but Miao Tian Tian said she wanted to discuss it with her boyfriend because her boyfriend was an employee of the Starlight Platform Operations Department. Thinking of this, Lin Fan turned on his computer to look up information about Starlight Live. I unexpectedly discovered that the Starlight Live streaming platform is actually a live streaming platform under Superstar Culture Media. Starlight Live is an emerging live streaming platform. Although it still has a big gap compared with the two largest live streaming platforms, Tuya and Douyu, it can be foreseen that Starlight Live has the opportunity to become a live streaming giant second only to the two major live streaming platforms. The female anchors under him are now broadcasting live on the Douyu platform. He signed a third-party cooperation agreement with Douyu, and had to pay an additional sum of money to Douyu every month so that Douyu would promote his female anchors to a prominent position on the homepage. But apart from Gu Qingcheng, Xiao Xinxin, and a few other extremely good-looking female anchors who can sing and dance and have other talents, who occupy a relatively large amount of traffic, other female anchors are basically deliberately restricted by the Douyu platform in terms of traffic and are ranked at the back, which resulted in the overall performance in the first month being in the red. Although the loss was in the dog-licking money, which had no impact on him, in order to make a profit, he still had to invite good-looking female anchors to support the show. After all, in the live streaming industry, it all comes down to looks, followed by talent. A few days ago, he followed the #1 anchor on the Douyu platform. It was a girl group with 6 members, all of whom were very good-looking. The number of followers reached an astonishing 20 million. In terms of the number of fans alone, she far outnumbers all the female anchors under him. Chapter 58. He wanted to create a pure girl group with Xiao Xinxin as the core. But except for Xiao Xinxin, no one else in the company is good enough to match her in terms of age, appearance, and talent. After seeing the stunningly beautiful Miao Tian Tian today, he came up with the idea of poaching her. If Miao Tian Tian could be recruited to join the company's performance would definitely be taken to a higher level. After he downloaded the Starlight Live broadcasting software, he registered a new account with the nickname The Richest Mortal. Soon he found Miao Tian Tian's live broadcast room. Welcome new brothers, you can order any song you want to listen to. The host is from the School of Communication. She can sing any song, including English songs. Thank you for your attention. Here are some small gifts for you. Lin Fan watched for a while. Now Tian didn't have much experience in live streaming. Her interactions with the audience were very templated and polite. She wasn't like experienced big anchors who could mingle with the audience. After all, Miao Tian is a new anchor who just signed the contract and has less than 30,000 followers. But there are also many freeloaders. During this time, Lin Fan saw several uncomfortable comments. Yuanfinu 521, can the host sing a song called The Moon Represents My Heart? I like the host so much. I wish my girlfriend was as pretty as the host. Ever changing, where is the anchor sister? Can we make an appointment offline? Anonymous ID, the guy above, please stay away. He doesn't give gifts but still wants the anchor sister to sing. He is just trying to get a toad to eat a swan's flesh. Lin Fan also discovered that there was a super administrator in the live broadcast room who would directly block some of the big talkers and freeloaders, or even ban their accounts. In other words, if you want the anchor to sing, you must first give him gifts, starting at least 10 yuan. He specifically looked at the super administrator's information and found that the super administrator only followed Miao Tian. It's no wonder that this super moderator is probably Miao Tian's boyfriend. In order to test whether Miao Tian was just a scheming girl who was playing along, Lin Fan directly gave her a gift worth 100 yuan. Thank you for the gift from the richest mortal brother. I wonder what song Brother Mortal wants to listen to. Seeing that Lin Fan gave her a reward of 100 yuan, Miao Tian was instantly a little excited and smiled. Seeing this, Lin Fan's heart moved and he sent a barrage of comments. Ms. Anchor, I've been heartbroken recently. Can you sing a song called Mouse Loves Rice? Seeing the comments, Miao Tian was stunned for a moment, then she said seriously, Brother Fanrun, don't be sad. If you don't like her, you can find another one. I will sing a song Mouse Loves Rice for Brother Fanrun. If you like her, you will feel better. Hearing this, Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. I didn't expect Miao Tian to be so sensible and good at comforting people. Compared with the old anchors recruited later by his company, their interactions with the audience are very formulaic. To put it bluntly, they are too cold, not considerate enough, and not enthusiastic enough. After Miao Tian finished singing, Lin Fan made a new request. Can you dance, Miss Anchor? A glass cleaning dance? I can dance this dance, but my clothes are too tight. It may not be suitable for me. I may need to change it. Miao Tian said tenderly. The implication was that if Lin Fan continued to give her rewards, she would consider it. Lin Fan is an experienced person, so how could he not hear the hidden meaning behind the words? But he was deliberately testing Miao Tian, so he pretended to be stupid and replied, can't I just jump? If I can't jump, forget it, I'll go to other live broadcast rooms to watch other girls. Seeing the barrage of comments he sent, Miao Tian was obviously a little panicked. Lin Fan was the viewer who gave the most tips in this half hour. None of the previous audience tips exceeded 100. Other audience members also spoke up. Anonymous ID, ordinary people are the richest. If you want to watch the anchor dance, you have to continue to give rewards. It's just talk and no practice. Hey, that's right, this live broadcast room doesn't welcome those who talk nonsense. I gave 50 tips before, and the host just sang one song. If you want the host to dance, you need to give at least another 100 tips. Even the super administrator posted a comment, give rewards first and then show your talent. If you become a VIP, I can add you to the group. Lin Fan chuckled. I didn't expect Miao Tian already has so many loyal fans. It really is an age where looks matter. But he didn't like the tone of the super manager's speech. It feels like, if you don't give a tip, you don't deserve to enjoy Miao Tian's singing and dancing. Just now, the super administrator has banned more than 10 people who just talk big and take advantage of others. It is obvious that he wants to purify the die-hard fans and attract viewers with higher consumption to join the group. As for those small accounts that only gave rewards of a few dozen yuan, he ignored them all. Thinking of this, Lin Fan directly sent a very domineering barrage. I'm not short of money. As long as the anchor lady does a glass wiping dance for me, I'll give her a big rocket. Seeing this comment, Miao Tian raised her eyebrows. Brother Fanrun, if you can keep your word, I will go change my clothes right now. If I lied to you, I'd be a puppy. Lin Fan replied with a smirk. Miao Tian turned around and went to change clothes without saying a word. Then, he saw the super administrator directly called him by name. "Brother Mortal, please send a rocket first. It will take some time for the host to change clothes. I will let the host jump for a while." "Jump first, I'm not short of money. Are you afraid that I'll get it for free?" Lin Fan continued to send a barrage with an unhappy expression. After posting, he thought of something and asked again, "The super administrator and the anchor have a couple profile picture. Do you live with the anchor? Are you a couple? Why are you asking so many questions?" Immediately, Lin Fan expressed his dissatisfaction directly. "The richest mortal, I was already heartbroken, but I didn't expect the anchor girl to have a boyfriend. I won't watch it anymore, bye." Just as the barrage was sent out, the next second, Lin Fan found that he had been blocked by the super administrator. Other viewers immediately launched into a barrage of insults and obscene criticisms. Anonymous ID, another freeloader. I hate this kind of small account the most, I don't know where this idiot came from. Lenka Bayonim, how can our little sweetheart dance for all kinds of losers? Too self-righteous, there are so many fools these days, next time she should be banned directly. Da Zhuge Liang, I gave more than 300 yuan in tips before, but Xiao Tian didn't even dance for me, woo woo. Seeing these comments, Lin Fan suddenly felt unhappy. I didn't expect Miao Tian's boyfriend to be so picky and only look down on viewers who have given him rewards. Those who haven't given him rewards will be blocked directly if they post comments similar to his. Although it is normal to purify fans, Miao Tian has not yet grown into a big anchor with millions of fans. It is simply stupid to rush to purify so early. It can be seen that her boyfriend has a strong desire to control her, which will limit her development. If we want to recruit her to the company, we must first make her break up with her boyfriend. Wait for me to go to other live broadcast rooms to show my presence and see how they react. Chapter 59. After thinking it over, Lin Fan decisively left Miao Tian's live broadcast room. He watched several live broadcast rooms one after another, but the appearance of the female anchors was very average, either their appearance score was less than 9 points, or they were anchors from other platforms. In addition to the female anchors signed by Starlight Live's own company, there are also big anchors from other platforms who broadcast simultaneously to Starlight Live, mainly to attract traffic to Starlight Live. After all, Starlight Live is now in its rising stage, investing a lot of advertising and traffic, and even cooperating with other platforms and media companies to allow big anchors to broadcast on multiple platforms. Only anchors like Miao Tian, who have been bought out and signed by Superstar Culture, can only broadcast live on one platform. Soon, Lin Fan found a female anchor who was as pretty as Miao Tian, nicknamed Chen Baby. Name, Zhang Yichen. Age, 21. Height, 156 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 9.3 points. Purity, 96. He checked Shin Baobao's personal information and found out that she had just signed the contract. She introduced herself in the introduction column, saying that she was a student at the Shanghai Drama Academy and currently a voice actor. Lin Fan was attracted by her cute voice that sounded like that of a naive girl. Moreover, her makeup is also very delicate, and she looks like a beautiful girl of 15 or 16 years old, with her eyes blinking, very pure and beautiful, very moving. She has neither the deliberately pretended charm of a big anchor nor the allure of performance. In short, she looks like the girl next door who is naive and inexperienced in the world. Because I am a newcomer, the current number of online viewers is not very large, only about 1,000 people, and the number of followers is less than 3,000. It took Lin Fan a long time to finally see her, which shows that she was photographed at the end and was not easy to be seen. Today's live streaming platforms tend to promote big anchors with a large number of fans, while new and small anchors are basically in the corners and are not paid attention to. Seeing the few comments in her live broadcast room, Lin Fan immediately sent a comment. Mortals are the richest, can the anchor lady do a glass wiping dance? I'll give you a big rocket. After seeing his comments, Shen Baobao tilted his head and asked sincerely, Brother Fanrun, is that true? If I jump, will you really send me a rocket? Are you lying to me? Hearing her sweet voice, Lin Fan was amused. This girl is so innocent and cute. The richest mortal, I lied to you and said I was a puppy. Well, I'll dance for you. You have to give it to me, or I'll be angry. After saying that, Baby Chen stood up from the chair and started dancing to the dynamic music. But after the dance, Lin Fan was still hesitant in giving the gift. Baby Chen was indeed a little unhappy. Woo woo, liar. Big liar. You're wasting my feelings. I'm going to block you. Seeing that Chen Baobao did not show the violent emotion he expected, Lin Fan knew that this girl was indeed very simple and her cute side was not fake. Just when Chen Baobao was about to block Lin Fan decisively sent out 3 rockets. She was immediately stunned. Wow! Thank you, brother mortal, you are the most handsome. I thought you were teasing me. I'm so sorry for what I did just now. It seems like I can perform whatever brother mortal sees. I can sing and dance, and I can play some instruments, such as piano and drums. Baby Chen became a chatterbox and took the initiative to interact with Lin Fan. And he even sent him a private message. Warning, baby applies to add you as a friend. Chen Baobao, brother Fan Run, this is my WeChat. Thank you so much. I've only been on the air for 6 days and you've sent me 3 rockets. I'm so happy. Lin Fan was very satisfied with her performance and decisively added her WeChat. He tried to check Chen Baobao's circle of friends, but didn't see any updates. It was obvious that this was just her smooth account. Moreover, although she had accepted the friend request, she did not take the initiative to send a message to say hello. Apparently, she doesn't like to actively hook up with fans. However, Lin Fan started poaching people online. Mortal is the richest, Miss Anchor, have you signed a contract with Starlight Live? Are you interested in becoming a big anchor in my company? I am a talent scout and I am amazed by your appearance. If you agree, I can pay the penalty for breach of contract and buy you a house and a car. Brother Fan Run, you are kidding, right? Or do you want to support me? I don't accept support. Seeing her serious look, Lin Fan was completely amused by this naive girl. She actually dared to ask such a straightforward question in the live broadcast room. I have to say, she is too straightforward. This is very similar to Chao Xinshin. If I send you 100 rockets, can we meet offline? I really want you to come to my company. Chen Baobao raised his head and looked at the ceiling. After being stunned for 2 seconds, he said without hesitation, if you can really give me 100 yuan, I can consider it. But as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Fan started the combo mode. 10 shots in a row. 20 rounds. 30 rounds. Immediately afterwards, Chen Baobao's live broadcast room was covered by endless rocket special effects. Wow, brother mortal, you are so generous, thank you. Baby Chen even stood up, thanked Lin Fan and bowed to him, with an unstoppable look of joy on his face. At the same time, eye-catching barrages appeared in the middle of all the live broadcast rooms on the Starlight Live broadcast platform. Mortal Zuefu gave away 30 rockets in Chen Baobao's live broadcast room. Go and watch. Mortal Zuefu gave away 50 rockets in Chen Baobao's live broadcast room. Click to watch. Mortal Zuefu sends out 100 rockets in Chen Baobao's live broadcast room. Come and watch. Most rich mortals send out 150 rockets in Chen Baobao's live broadcast room. In the next 10 minutes, Lin Fan kept clicking. Above all the live broadcast rooms, there were continuous comments of people quickly watching the scene, shocking everyone in the room. For a moment, all the viewers flocked into Chen Baobao's live broadcast room. Everyone was amazed to see rockets flying all over the screen. ZXH, damn. This rich guy actually gave me 200 rockets. Phoneling 9R, still giving away. Is he going for 200 rockets? Which rich man is throwing money around online? I envy the anchor lady so much. Shasha Gongzi, oh my god, almost 300 shots, and he hasn't stopped yet. This mortal must be a second-generation rich man, he's so generous, the whole platform is shocked. Screaming goddess, I envy the anchor so much. This is the first time I've seen a rich man send 300 rockets in a row. He immediately became the most popular live broadcast room on Starlight Live. In addition to the exclamations of the onlookers, Chen Baobao was also surprised and speechless. She had already said enough to express her gratitude, and the rest was filled with shock. At the same time, the audience and super moderators in the Xiao Tian live broadcast room were also shocked by the barrage of comments floating in the middle. Anonymous ID, the richest mortal? Damn, could it be that freeloader who was blocked just now? God Zhuge Liang, let me see what's going on. They actually sent more than 300 rockets. Chapter 60. At Cancer, I didn't expect that the richest mortal was actually a local tycoon. I thought he was a newcomer. If the super administrator hadn't blocked him just now, Xiao Tian's popularity would be number 1 now. Not only the audience in the live broadcast room, but even Mao Tian felt very regretful. After changing her clothes, she realized that the richest mortal had been blocked by the super administrator. But unexpectedly, the richest mortal now actually sent more than 300 rockets in someone else's live broadcast room. And looking at this trend, it seems that there is no sign of stopping. Now Tian couldn't sit still anymore, so she questioned her boyfriend Bai Jiahao directly on WeChat. That richest mortal was fine just now, why did you block him? I didn't know he was a rich guy. I saw he was using a fake account, so I thought he was just bragging? How about, you send him a private message, send him your WeChat ID, maybe he'll change his mind and come back to your livestream? Bai Jiahao felt so aggrieved that he came up with a bad idea. Of course Miao Tian didn't want to. The meaning of giving her WeChat account is self-evident. She is a host and she doesn't sell her body but her art. Seeing that she refused, Bai Jiahao brainwashed her again. What are you afraid of? You two don't have to meet offline. As long as he doesn't come to see you, you can keep him hanging and ask him to keep sending you gifts. After your performance goes up, you can sign an exclusive contract with the company. At that time, the company will train you specifically, and your traffic and other things will naturally go up. Seeing the strong hints in her boyfriend's words, Miao Tian became even more unhappy. You're treating me like a commodity? Are you asking me to seduce someone? Bai Jiahao continued to change the concept and explained the reason. This is not seduction, this is normal operation. You also know how those top anchors have so many fans and rich VIPs, right? Your popularity is too low now. If you want to attract fans and attention, you have to lower yourself. In fact, these things are very common in this industry. Just relax a little and listen to me. I am doing this for your own good. This reply made Miao Tian laugh so hard that she was completely pissed off. She was already dissatisfied with Bai Jiahao, but now, for the so-called performance and traffic, she has to take the initiative to seduce the rich man. To put it bluntly, this is no different from a slutty woman. It's not me who blocked him. If you want to seduce him, do it yourself. I don't care. Miao Tian was a little angry. After blaming her boyfriend for a few words, she continued the live broadcast. But seeing the constant barrage of comments from Piaoge made her feel very depressed. If she hadn't changed her clothes and had just started dancing, she might have been the most popular anchor on the entire platform now. If you want to blame someone, blame your boyfriend for having high expectations but poor skills. Out of curiosity, she couldn't help but enter the live broadcast room of Chen Baobao. Baby Chen was as happy as a rabbit, and kept bowing and thanking the richest mortal. Mortal brother is so handsome, Mua. At the same time, barrages of comments were also flooding the screen like crazy. The star, who is the richest mortal? He is about to get 500 rockets. That's a full 500,000. Apocalypse X War God, I envy the anchor so much. Now almost all the viewers and anchors from all platforms have come to the live broadcast room. It is the most popular one. Gentleman Yang, can the anchor sisters pay attention to each other? Because of the sudden popularity and the entire audience, Zhang Yichen was unable to adapt all of a sudden. However, she quickly interacted with the audience, and it was obvious that she was a host with strong adaptability and was good at interaction. The reason why Lin Fan was so generous was, on the one hand, to test Zhang Yichen's ability, and on the other hand, to increase her popularity and prove his own strength. Zhang Yichen also did not say in the live broadcast room that the richest man in the world sent so many gifts in order to recruit her to his company. After all, such private matters cannot be discussed openly. Privately, she still sent a WeChat message to Lin Fan. Brother Fanrun, thank you for giving me so many gifts. I'm really happy. Brother Fanrun, do you want to meet me? Only after sending 500 rockets did Lin Fan reply to her message. Of course, I can come to the Magic City to see you and talk about changing jobs. I wonder if you are willing. Okay, no problem. When are you free? I'm always free. This time, Zhang Yichen did not hesitate at all. Not long after he sent the message, Zhang Yichen immediately replied to him. After all, they sent 500 rockets in a row, and this sincerity completely moved Lin Fan. Then the day after tomorrow, I'll come to Shanghai on the weekend, let's meet. Okay. By the way, Brother Fanrun, this is my cell phone number, you can call me directly. When Zhang Yichen sent the message again, she also included a few emoticons. It was obvious that he had no wariness towards Lin Fan and even had some trust in him. Lin Fan also checked her information in the system. Name, Zhang Yichen. Appearance, 9.3 points. Purity, 96. Favorability intimacy, 30 close friend. This girl is too realistic. Just because I sent her 500 rockets, she thinks I'm her best friend. She's really naive. Lin Fan was secretly delighted. The more silly, cute, and pure the girl is, the more attractive she is to the audience. Before he came, there were only 1,000 viewers in Zhang Yichen's live broadcast room, but now there are more than 200,000 viewers. The number of fans skyrocketed to 50,000. You know, for a newcomer who just signed the contract a few days ago, their luck is even more exaggerated than buying lottery tickets. For a newcomer like her, it would take at least 20 days to reach 50,000 followers. Now, it only took more than 10 minutes to become the most popular anchor. Of course, Lin Fan himself is also the subject of heated discussion. His number of followers is also increasing, and now he has more than 1,000 followers. Moreover, the day after tomorrow I received messages and private messages from many female anchors requesting to add me as a friend. For you, brother mortal, can you come to my live broadcast room and take a look? I know more than others. Innocent little lowly, brother Fanrun, this is my WeChat, I am also from Hangzhou, please follow me. Sharan, brother Fanrun, this is my photo. If you want to see more, you can add me. Some female anchors not only sent him their WeChat numbers, but also sent him many revealing and seductive photos. But Lin Fan ignored it. He is only interested in female anchors with a beauty score of 9 or above and high purity. Everyone loves beauty, and he is no exception. Besides, he came to Starlight Live to poach people. If he wanted to expand Schwancher Entertainment, he had to recruit more beautiful female anchors. Just then, he saw that Sweetheart also sent a message. Brother Fanrun, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I didn't know the super administrator had blocked you. Well, I've changed my clothes. If you want to see me do the glass wiping dance, you can come to my live broadcast room. Seeing the apology message sent by Miao Tian, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. If it weren't for that stupid super moderator, Miao Tian would definitely be the most popular person right now. But I still want to continue testing Miao Tian. Chapter 61. He did not reply to Miao Tian, nor did he go to Miao Tian's live broadcast room. Instead, he used another mobile phone to re-download the Starlight Live software and used the small account to enter Miao Tian's live broadcast room. The big account of the richest mortal just gave a reward of 500,000 yuan. It has a very high level and will bring special effects when entering any live broadcast room. He used his secondary account to see that Miao Tian's live broadcast room was very quiet, with only about 100 people. At this moment, she did not interact with the audience, but lowered her head to play with her mobile phone, obviously communicating with her boyfriend. The audience in the live broadcast room are all die-hard fans, and the comments are all blaming the super administrator for blocking Fanren Zuifu just now, otherwise it would be obvious that Xiao Tian would be the most popular. Miao Tian was in an even more difficult situation. Because her boyfriend Bai Jiahao actually asked her to follow the example of other female anchors and send some seductive and explicit private photos to Fanren Zuifu, perhaps to make Fanren Zuifu change his mind. Bai Jiahao, you are going too far. Didn't we agree before that we would go for the pure route? Now you are asking me to be flirty? You don't respect me at all. Miao Tian directly expressed her attitude to her boyfriend, saying that she would never cross the bottom line or sell out her dignity for the sake of making money. After receiving the news, Bai Jiahao immediately expressed his attitude. He's a super rich guy, he gave you 500,000 at once. If he can come to your live broadcast room and you express your feelings, maybe he can give you a reward of 1 million. What's dignity in front of money? You've seen the top female anchors flirting in the live broadcast room, and some even called the number one brother godfather or dad in public. You just posted a few photos. Seeing her boyfriend's reply, Miao Tian felt more and more heartbroken. Now her boyfriend only cares about money and doesn't consider her feelings at all. She has always respected and loved herself, and just wanted to be a Buddhist anchor. She would never degenerate into a bottom-line-less internet beggar. Unexpectedly, not long after the live broadcast, her boyfriend's demands on her became higher and higher, making her increasingly dissatisfied. Isn't this typical PUA? She is not her boyfriend's slave. Thinking of this, Miao Tian replied angrily, if you want to post it yourself. It was obviously you who blocked him first. It would be fine if you didn't apologize, but you still want me to send him private photos? Bai Jiahao, am I just a commodity in your eyes? However, Bai Jiahao only replied briefly, don't you want to pay back your debt? Seeing this message, Miao Tian bit her lip, her face looking aggrieved and hesitant. After half a minute of silence, Miao Tian suddenly spoke. I'm sorry, everyone. I have some personal matters to attend to right now. I may have to go offline. Hearing this, Lin Fan knew that she must be struggling with her conscience and was probably having a quarrel with her boyfriend. Then, he used his big account to enter Miao Tian's live broadcast room and sent her a rocket. The richest mortal drove a Lamborghini into Miao Tian's live broadcast room. Come and watch. Most rich mortals sent out a rocket in Xiao Tian's live broadcast room, attracting a lot of attention. Because of his large size, he is now the focus of everyone's attention. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, two eye-catching colorful bullet comments floated across the center of the screen. All of a sudden, all the viewers rushed into Xiao Tian's live broadcast room. I want to see if Lin Fan will continue to send rockets. Miao Tian was about to end the live broadcast, but when she saw Fanrun Zuefu enter the live broadcast room, she immediately became excited. Brother Fanrun, I'm so sorry for what happened just now. The super administrator accidentally blocked you. I apologize to you. I hope you don't mind. Brother Fanrun, I have changed my clothes. Do you want to see me dance? I can continue to dance the glass wiping dance for you. Hearing Miao Tian apologize to him in public, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a little contemptuous. This girl is really realistic. But in terms of adaptability and eloquence, she is not inferior to Ariel Zhang. He took a look and found that he had been unblocked by the super administrator and could continue to speak. That super administrator should be your boyfriend, right? How stingy. Lin Fan had an idea and deliberately asked a trap question. Forehead. Seeing his speech, Miao Tian was indeed stunned. I didn't expect him to ask such a question. Lin Fan was testing whether she would lie. Since he started his company, he has learned the unspoken rules of the live streaming industry. In order to gain attention in traffic, many female anchors will falsify their backgrounds and conceal various information. Some anchors, in order to create a pure image, lie that they are single, but in fact they are Aquaman-type women who have multiple relationships and hook up with company bosses. Such phenomena are common. Coincidentally, Miao Tian's character is also that of a pure girl. Now that there are so many audiences coming, if she lies and denies it, her image will inevitably collapse and she will be criticized. In this case, Lin Fan would consider giving up trying to recruit her to his company. Brother Fanrun, to be honest, I do have a boyfriend, and he is also my super administrator. He was wrong just now, and I apologize to you. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the live broadcast room instantly became excited. Lenka Bao damn. The anchor girl actually has a boyfriend, ah. My heart is broken. Anonymous ID, Mr. Mortal, are you trying to poach people online? Tang Xiao's 2018, the above, does the mortal boss still need to poach people? There must be a lot of female anchors who will send him private messages. Xiaomi Real Estate, it can be seen that the mortal boss must like Xiao Tian. If the boss also gives 500 rockets, it would be fine to make the live broadcast girl break up with her boyfriend. With the attitude of watching the fun and not minding the trouble, Lin Fan came up with a plan and struck while the iron was hot, sending out a barrage that shocked everyone. I do like Xiao Tian. If Xiao Tian breaks up with her boyfriend, I can give her 10 million tonight. When these words were spoken, not only Miao Tian but also Bai Jiahao was shocked. The audience started to boo. Be careful of the pitfalls on the ground, 10 million? Super rich. Boss, are you going to support Xiao Tian? Wang Pa sells melons. If I were the anchor lady, I would kick my boyfriend away. Throw him into the arms of a rich man. 10 million, if it were me, I wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing in my next life. Different, miss. What are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and agree to it. When the boss leaves, you won't even have time to cry. Good luck comes 123. It turns out that the big guy has fallen in love with the fairy girl. Are they going to break up online? Come and have some fun. At this time, the popularity of Miao Tian's live broadcast room reached an unprecedented first. All viewers and anchors on the Starlight live streaming platform knew about this. Hearing that the richest mortal would give a reward of 10 million, everyone flocked to Miao Tian's live broadcast room to see what Miao Tian would choose. Bai Jiahao was also stimulated after seeing these comments. He didn't want to miss out on the big fish, Lin Fan, so he immediately sent a message to Miao Tian. Hurry up and agree. What are you still standing there for? This is a god-level tycoon. If he really gives us 10 million, then we can get 5 million. Now Tian was stunned for a few seconds, then came to her senses and questioned him immediately. Chapter 62. By Jiahao, do you love money so much? You treat love as a joke for money. Can you break up with me? Now Tian was a little angry and embarrassed, and even Lin Fan could see that something was wrong with her expression. Bai Jiahao even directly reminded her not to anger the rich man away. It's not a real breakup. We can act and pretend to break up. If the richest mortal really gives you 10 million, I'll let you call me daddy. That's 10 million. On the entire Xinguan Live broadcasting platform, there has not been a tycoon who has donated 10 million yuan so far. We can get 5 million yuan, and we can do a lot of things. Seeing that her boyfriend only had eyes for money, Miao Tian was completely heartbroken. What was even more unexpected to her was that Bai Jiahao announced his breakup with her in public. Super moderator number 112, hello everyone, I am Xiao Tian's boyfriend. I hereby officially announce my breakup with Xiao Tian. If the mortal boss is willing to make Xiao Tian famous, I will voluntarily withdraw. As this barrage appeared, the audience in the live broadcast room was excited again. Everyone was cheering, asking Fanran to give the most tips and asking Miao Tian to dance. Miao Tian had a cold face and did not interact with the audience. Seeing this, Bai Jiahao sent a message to urge Miao Tian. Hurry up and dance. If the boss leaves, you'll miss the chance to make a fortune. If he really gives you 10 million in tips, you'll be the top live streamer on Starlight Live tomorrow. The company will definitely support you and even let you debut as a star. Miao Tian couldn't stand it anymore and replied directly, Bai Jiahao, I want to break up with you. This is not a joke, nor is it an act. At this moment, Lin Fan saw that her face was changing from gloomy to bright, and guessed that she must be in a state of confusion. So he posted another comment, if I'm not mistaken, the anchor girl's boyfriend must be trying to persuade you to cooperate with the acting, right? As soon as this barrage appeared, countless viewers accused the super moderator and Xiao Tian of acting. Smeb, a big boss is a big boss. He can actually tell that the anchor is acting. He is indeed an acting genius. Shinjuga Liang, it turns out that the anchor is an actor. What a waste of my feelings. I unfollowed him. Small town test taker, you mortal should stop wasting money. With the 10 million, you might as well support other girls. For example, the baby Chin just mentioned is pretty good. She is a sweet, innocent girl. Miao Tian was flustered by these questioning comments. Suddenly, she thought of something and picked up her phone to send a WeChat message to Lin Fan. Boss Lin, are you watching my live broadcast now? That richest mortal is your account, right? Lin Fan didn't expect that she would guess his identity so quickly, so he confessed directly without hiding it. Yes, it's me. I'm here to test you. Your talent, appearance, and adaptability are all good enough. Excuse me, but your boyfriend has limited your potential. You should switch to another platform. Seeing that Lin Fan admitted that he was the richest mortal, Miao Tian was a little puzzled, but still said that Lin Fan's trick made her feel a little uncomfortable. It was as if she was being manipulated like a commodity. Seeing this, Lin Fan asked directly, I guess your boyfriend must have asked you to find ways to please me, right? In fact, I am not only interviewing you, but also testing your boyfriend. I think you should have an idea now. After saying that, Lin Fan recharged 10 million to the Starlight Live broadcasting platform, and then started sending rockets crazily. The richest mortal fired 10 rockets for Xiao Tian, go and watch. The richest mortal fired 100 rockets for Xiao Tian, come and watch. The richest mortal fired 200 rockets for Xiao Tian, and everyone came to watch. Lin Fan downloaded the automatic clicker and let the software automatically click to send rocket gifts. The news about him giving away rockets kept floating in the middle of the barrage, which once again set off the entire live broadcast platform. I gave Chen Baobao 500 rockets before, which caused a sensation. And now, he sent more than 1,000 rockets directly to Xiao Tian, and there was no intention of stopping. This action not only alarmed everyone on the platform, including the audience and all the anchors, but even the official people called him directly. Ask him whether he is himself and whether he is in the country or abroad. Lin Fan knew that the authorities suspected that he might be laundering money, so he simply revealed his identity, saying that he was a rich second generation and had taken a fancy to Xiao Tian. After a few words of evasion, the official customer service determined that he was indeed a wealthy man and directly gave him super administrator privileges. Of course, with Lin Fan's current level, even if he is not a super administrator, whenever he goes to any live broadcast room, all the live broadcasters will treat him like a god. At the same time, Lin Fan also received more private messages. Contact information, private photos, phone numbers, etc. sent by various female anchors. Even a male anchor sent him his contact information. Half an hour ago, he was just a nobody. Now he has become a well-known rich man on the Xinguan live broadcast platform, with more than 100,000 fans, far more than the middle-level anchors. No matter they are big anchors or new anchors, they all hope that Lin Fan can go to their live broadcast room to take a look and show some favor. The richest mortal sent 5,000 rockets to Xiao Tiantian. When the number of rocket gifts reached 5,000, Bai Jiahao could no longer control his emotions, and the message he sent to Miao Tiantian was full of madness and sarcasm. 5,000 rockets. This mortal boss is so awesome. I tell you, you'd better dance for the mortal boss right now. If you can hook up with this boss, maybe you can pay off your family's debts. It's a pity that he gave us 10 million, but we can only get 5 million. If he gave us 10 million directly, should we move to a bigger villa? The general manager called me just now and said that we will discuss the re-signing of the contract tomorrow. When Miao Tiantian saw the money-filled messages from her boyfriend, she felt sick. Just because a rich man she had never met before wanted to give her 10 million yuan in reward, her boyfriend asked her to sell her dignity and deceive the boss. What is the difference between this behavior and that of online beggars and scammers? She suddenly felt that it was a good thing for Lin Fan to test her. Let her see her boyfriend's true face. She did not reply to Bai Jiahao, but decisively blocked him and even turned off her phone. Then he calmly resumed interacting with the audience. Sorry everyone, I was just replying to messages. Thank you, Brother Fanrun. Since Brother Fanrun likes to watch me dance, I will show you my ugly side. Afterwards, Miao Tiantian danced several times in the live broadcast room and even sang a few songs. She has figured it out. Since Lin Fan came to recruit me, I have to show my talents and let Lin Fan see my strength. Because she has a dream of becoming an actress. The reason for signing with Starlight Live is that the parent company behind the Starlight Live platform is very strong. It has created several internet celebrity anchors with great potential and sent these anchors to the entertainment industry as small actors. Superstar Culture Media also established a film and television company. Chapter 63. Any anchor with potential may become a child actor. But she also knows that to enter the entertainment industry, she needs to endure various unspoken rules. The only way without selling your dignity and body is to pave the way with money. Her current dilemma is to earn money to pay off her family's debts, but the debts have not been paid off yet and her boyfriend is already considering letting her sell her body to buy a house and a car. A typical selfish personality. She felt that Lin Fan was much better than her boyfriend. Although she suspected that Lin Fan had ulterior motives, at least Lin Fan did what he said and was never vague. If you say you'll get a reward of 10 million, then take action instead of just making empty promises. More than 10 minutes later, the number of rockets sent by Lin Fan really reached 10,000, which completely detonated the Starlight Live broadcast platform. The richest mortal sends 10,000 rockets to Xiao Tiantian. All the hosts and viewers in the live broadcast room went crazy after seeing this comment. ACE King, wow. The boss is awesome. 10 million. He gave it away as soon as he said it. The world of the rich is unimaginable. Hip Hop Quintet, woohoo, it would be great if the mortal boss could come to my live studio. I would call him Daddy. No, Grandpa is fine. Stubborn pig, it turns out that this is a world where looks matter. If you are good looking, you will be favored by the boss. If I had 10 million, I wouldn't have to work for the rest of my life. Seeing that Lin Fan really gave a reward of 10 million, Miao Tiantian was deeply moved. If this was considered an interview, then in Lin Fan's eyes, she should have passed. The only pity is that she can only get half of the 10 million in rewards. And Lin Fan is now very busy. The account Fan Renzuofu reached the maximum level directly because of the reward of 10 million. Not only did the manager of the Starlight Live broadcasting platform call him directly to ask if he wanted to buy shares. Lin Fan did not hesitate at all and directly agreed to the other party's investment. But we will discuss the relevant matters in detail tomorrow. In addition, anchors of all sizes on the entire live broadcast platform sent various private messages to Lin Fan. Especially at the beginning, Shen Baby Zhang Yichen directly questioned him if he didn't like her anymore, and why he turned around and gave Xiao Tiantian a reward of 10 million. Baby, to be honest with you, I have met this little sweetie offline. I have long wanted to recruit her to my company as a big anchor. I gave her a reward today to show my sincerity. Lin Fan gave a brief explanation. Soon, Zhang Yichen started to act coquettishly and asked him to give her a reward of 1 million yuan as well. Since you want to poach me too? Then why don't you give me 1,000 rockets? I can do anything you ask me to do? After seeing this message, Lin Fan was speechless. This little girl is too realistic. She's asking him to spend money before the contract is signed? She's taking him for a ride? In order to tease the other party, Lin Fan asked seriously, anything is fine? Aren't you afraid that I will eat you? You want to support me? Sure. I dream of being a rich, beautiful woman. Holy crap? Is this girl serious? Seeing Zhang Yichen's reply, Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought Zhang Yichen was pretending, but judging from the words and expressions, this little girl seemed to be a real naive person. In other words, she is a naive, dreamy, and materialistic girl. But he was used to it. Which girl doesn't worship money these days? Then I'll come to see you in the Magic City the day after tomorrow. I'll bring the company's finance department with me to discuss the contract. What do you think? Lin Fan didn't continue teasing her and went straight to the point. Zhang Yichen agreed immediately. After finishing the conversation with Zhang Yichen, Lin Fan returned to Miao Tiantian's live broadcast room again. Miao Tiantian is still interacting with the audience, and occasionally some audience members send her rockets, and she will dance, sing or something. He looked at Miao Tiantian's information again. Name, Miao Tiantian. Appearance, 9.2 points. Purity, 97. Favorability, 30. The favorability has reached 30 so quickly? It seems that recruiting her to the company is a natural thing. I'll meet her tomorrow and see. Lin Fan muttered to himself. At the same time, he also received a system prompt. Tonight I gave 2 beautiful girls a tip of 10.5 million, both of them are 9-point goddesses, and I received a total of 1.05 million in consumption rebates. Then, he sent a message to Miao Tiantian, asking her to visit his company tomorrow when she was free to see if she was willing to change jobs. But Miao Tiantian didn't look at her phone, obviously it was turned off. So Lin Fan directly posted a barrage. I sent you a message, check your phone. As soon as this barrage came out, the audience in the live broadcast room was excited again. ACE King, wow. Has the mortal boss already made an appointment for a live broadcast? Is he going to an event tonight? Liuxing chasing the moon, did the mortal boss really poach the girl? Did the anchor really break up with her boyfriend? Anonymous ID, I am a long-time viewer of the anchor. I can tell from the lady's expression that this is a sign of a breakup. Miao Tiantian ignored the comments from the onlookers and opened her phone in front of everyone. As soon as I turned on the phone, my boyfriend Bai Jiahao called me. Miao Tiantian had to leave the camera and go to the bathroom to borrow a phone. The call was connected, and her boyfriend Bai Jiahao shouted in a tone of strong blame and questioning, "Are you really going to break up with me? Really? I'm not kidding you. I see through you. In your eyes, I'm just a tool." Miao Tiantian has made up her mind to break up, and her tone is very resolute. Just because the richest mortal gave you 10 million? You want to break up with me? Miao Tiantian, you are too realistic, aren't you? Am I not good to you? How can I say I am not short of money? How much money I gave you, have you forgotten? Bai Jiahao became more and more excited as he spoke, even mixed with anger. Yes. I am so realistic. People go to high places and water flows to low places. I can't live broadcast for the rest of my life, right? I also have dreams, but it's a pity that you don't respect me. So that's it, I will pay you back the money I borrowed from you before, and I'm going to hang up now. Miao Tiantian. I don't agree. No matter what you say, I will not agree to break up. Have you and that richest mortal known each other for a long time? Have you met offline? Bai Jiahao roared angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? He and I are just ordinary friends, nothing happened. Before he finished speaking, Bai Jiahao shouted angrily, nothing happened? Then why did he give you 10 million? Why did he ask you to break up with me? Humph. Is it that the richest mortal who wants to support you? You want to break up with me, right? You borrowed more than 2 million from me before, pay me back now, Otherwise, I will expose all the videos and photos of you in bed. Hearing this, Miao Tiantian turned pale with fright. After a few seconds of silence, she suppressed her anger and asked harshly, "Bai Jiahao, you are shameless. How dare you do this to me? Ha, I knew that a woman like you would change her mind sooner or later. Luckily, I secretly took some videos before. You should think about it. If you don't agree, wait for it to be exposed on the whole internet." Chapter 64. Bai Jiahao, you bastard, you are so disgusting. Miao Tiantian cried out in frustration. She never expected that her boyfriend, with whom she had been together for over a year, would scheme against her for money. If I talk about disgusting things, you are the most disgusting one. You broke up with me just because a big shot gave you 10 million in tips. You are too realistic. Bai Jiahao sneered. Since he had the handle in his hand, he could control Miao Tiantian. How dare you tell me about reality? Didn't you ask me to pretend to break up in the beginning? You didn't take me seriously at all, did you? In your eyes, I'm just a commodity. I'm so disappointed in you. Fortunately, he tested you, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to see your true face. Miao Tiantian gradually calmed down, and her tone was full of resentment. Bai Jiahao disagreed. Humph. I knew you and him had been hooking up for a long time. Since he's so rich before 5 p.m. tomorrow, you give me 2 million and I'll delete all the videos and photos, and we'll write off everything and go our separate ways. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Miao Tiantian was so angry that she stood there motionless, her face turning pale and blue. At this moment in the live broadcast room, all the viewers were calling on Xiao Tiantian to come online quickly and continue the live broadcast. However, most of the audience were speculating wildly that Xiao Tiantian might be preparing to meet Lin Fan offline. At this moment, Lin Fan was preparing to take a shower. Suddenly I received a WeChat call from Miao Tiantian. After Lin Fan answered the call, Miao Tiantian told him directly what had just happened. I didn't expect him to do this to you. Don't be afraid, I will help you settle this matter. Ask him to come to Xingguan Live Broadcasting Company at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon and tell him that I will give him the money then. Lin Fan comforted him and proposed a solution. But Miao Tiantian was very hesitant. You want to give him money? From what I know about him, he will definitely not let it go. He is a man with many tricks, and he is also a rich second generation in Hangzhou. Hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but be startled, and he could tell that there was something else behind Miao Tiantian's words. Does he have a strong background? Miao Tiantian was stunned for a few seconds, and said hesitantly, have you heard of the 4 heavenly kings of Hangzhou? He is one of them. These words startled Lin Fan. I didn't expect that Miao Tiantian's boyfriend had such an extraordinary background. When he was still in college, he had heard of the names of the 4 heavenly kings of Hangzhou. The so-called 4 heavenly kings are actually 4 notorious rich second generations. The reason why they are said to be notorious is that these 4 people are well known for their life of debauchery, philandering, speeding, picking up girls, fighting, bullying the weak, and all kinds of evil, and they are also in collusion with gangsters from the underworld. Can I ask, how did you get to know him? Lin Fan expressed curiosity. It was because he pursued me so hard, and my family had not suffered any problems at that time, so I had no worries about food and clothing. I liked excitement, so I was attracted to him. I was too young. Boss Lin, if you can help me solve this problem, I can be your lover, that's fine too. Miao Tiantian's last sentence was as soft as a mosquito's voice, intermittent, and one could tell that she was struggling inside. Lin Fan's heart was pounding. I didn't expect this girl would say something so shocking. It is totally incompatible with her angelic, pure, and charming appearance. Maybe this is what is called contrast. However, Lin Fan is not very interested in this goddess with a huge contrast, but since she has asked him for help, he also wants to recruit Miao Tiantian to his company as a big anchor, then she will be his. No matter what, Miao Tiantian must not be allowed to suffer any injustice. It's a small matter. Don't worry, I will find someone to take care of it. It's almost time. You should also go off the air and take a rest. Lin Fan said a few more words of comfort and ended the call. The next day, Friday. After lunch, Lin Fan drove to the Starlight Live Broadcast Company. He checked the information last night. Starlight Live is just a live broadcast platform in which Superstar Media participated in the investment. It is not a company under Superstar Media. It's just that some young actors and anchors from Superstar Media have settled on the Starlight Live platform, so many people think that Starlight Live is a live broadcast company under Superstar Media. Superstar Media is a large industry with its head office in Shanghai and branches in several first-tier cities. It has film and television companies, entertainment companies, game companies, etc., and is also a listed company with a market value of 30 billion. It is currently the 10th largest media giant in China. Stephanie Chan signed with an entertainment company under Superstar Media, which specializes in creating a unique persona. She only broadcasts live and posts videos on the Douyin platform to gain traffic and sell goods through live streaming. And if a beautiful female anchor like Mao Tian becomes a big anchor in the future and is favored and discovered by a superstar film and television company, it is possible that she will be signed as an actress. Before last night, Lin Fan was planning to build his Chuanxue Entertainment into a large company that trains anchors. But after arriving at Starlight Live today, he changed his plan and planned to acquire Starlight Live. For this purpose, he specially invited Su Tumo to check for him. Although they said she was checking, in fact, they wanted to use her background and influence to successfully complete the acquisition. He told Su Tumo everything on the phone, and she did not refuse. Lin Fan had given her a house and a car before, which made her feel bad, so Su Tumo was happy to do him a favor. Unexpectedly, while he was sitting on a rattan chair in the outdoor cafe in front of the Starlight Live company waiting for someone, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking up from the passage of the underground parking lot. "It's you again, you useless piece of shit. What bad luck that I run into you here." The person who came was Stephanie Chen. Lin Fan never dreamed that he would meet this bitch here today. Stephanie Chen next to her is still the old man whom she met at the Dior store last time. Through her video, Lin Fan also learned that this old man, named Seduction, owns 2 supermarkets, a winery and a food factory, and his assets are indeed over 100 million. The goods sold in Stephanie Chen's live broadcast were alcoholic beverages and health products, which were exactly the products produced by the factory owned by Seduction. He has seen the products sold by Stephanie Chen during the live broadcast, and they are all fake. Whether it is alcohol or health products, they are all counterfeit and shoddy products, with extremely high return rates and bad review rates. Lin Fan simply turned his head and pretended not to see the 2 people. But Stephanie Chan refused to give in. She was furious when she saw that Lin Fan actually ignored her. "Lin Fan, don't play blind. Let me ask you, why did you hit Chen Wei?" Stephanie Chan stood in front of Lin Fan with an arrogant look and questioned him aggressively. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was immediately displeased and angrily said with a cold face, "He attacked me by surprise, so I can't fight back? Does that mean I should be bullied by him? What do you mean? Come and call me to task." Stephanie Chen snorted angrily and glared at him viciously. "Since I met you here, let's settle this account. You beat Chen Wei so badly that his face was bruised and his bones were broken. You must compensate him. If you don't, I will expose you." Hearing this, Lin Fan was stunned and laughed out of anger on the spot. "So you're here to ask for money?" Chapter 65. Stephanie Chen, you are really crazy because of poverty. Money is all you care about, right? You should know why I beat Chen Wei. Lin Fan didn't want to pay any attention to her. This woman is more materialistic than Zhu Ruoxue, Miao Tian, and other girls. Although women like Zhu Ruoxue also worship money, they are not arrogant and look down on others. But Stephanie Chan is different. Not only does he have no self-awareness, but he also has the word money worship engraved in his bones. In other words, everything she said and did was for money. Lin Fan, don't think you are great just because you have a few bucks. The man I'm looking for now is much more capable than you. Your little money will be squandered in no time. My current man is extremely wealthy, and I will never have to worry about food and clothing in my life. You are not even qualified to carry his shoes." Stephanie Chen cursed in anger. By the way, she also praised the old man next to her. After that, she turned around and hugged Su Daqiang's arm tightly, and said coquettishly, "Husband. This loser bullied my brother, what do you say I should do?" Su Daqiang raised his finger and pointed at Lin Fan's nose without saying a word. "Boy, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll make sure you're in big trouble." Thinking of how he was humiliated by Lin Fan in the specialty store last time, Su Daqiang couldn't help but gnashed his eyes in anger, wishing he could skin Lin Fan alive. "Old man, do you still want to fight me with your body? Aren't you afraid of dying and going to see the king of hell? By then, this woman may steal your property." Lin Fan sneered with disdain. "Lin Fan, don't be so arrogant. No matter how rich you are, you can't compare to powerful people. My husband knows several directors, it would be easy for him to control you. I order you to kneel down and kowtow to us and apologize immediately. Otherwise, I will ask my husband to have someone beat you up. I will let you know that there is always someone better than you. Stephanie Chan laughed in frustration. She couldn't wait to prove herself as a strong woman who could decide Lin Fan's fate. It was more of a way to vent Chen Wei's anger. The director is so great? Then why don't you call him over and give it a try? Lin Fan glanced at her with disdain. This woman could not change her domineering and self-righteous character. Lin Fan suspected that she might be bragging. Okay, kid, just wait for me. Su Daxiang was so angry that he took out his cell phone and made a call. Lin Fan heard what he said to the person on the phone, asking the other party to arrange a few men to help him teach that person a lesson. Hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but look Su Daxiang up and down. I didn't expect that this old man was in collusion with evil forces. He's not simple. Stephanie Chen, you're really making me look at you in a new light. How could Stephanie Chen not hear that he was being sarcastic? Lin Fan, you are just a rage. I advise you to be sensible and not to make trouble for yourself. Don't say I am heartless and ungrateful. As long as you kneel down and admit your mistake now, I will let you go. Stephanie Chen raised the corner of her mouth and sneered twice, with an expression of a smug villain. Hearing this, Lin Fan could no longer bear it. Stephanie Chen, you really are like a pug, biting whoever you catch. You are so mean, I should take you to court. It seems that I am still too kind. Stephanie Chen was so angry that her mouth was trembling, but she was not afraid at all. I'm still going to expose you. The videos I posted before have already received hundreds of thousands of comments. Many netizens want to know who the scumbag I'm talking about is. As long as I expose you, I can make you completely socially ruined. Just try it. Lin Fan stared at her with a gloomy expression and an extremely cold tone. As soon as Stephanie Chen took out her cell phone, she saw his terrifying look and she was so scared that she retracted her arms. She had never seen this kind of expression on Lin Fan's face before. In the past, Lin Fan was her bootlicker. If she told Lin Fan to go east, he would never dare to go west. She could be said to have let him do whatever he wanted. But now she actually saw a hint of murderous intent and endless hatred on Lin Fan's face, which made her feel a little guilty. But he still refused to give in. Are you trying to scare me? I have someone to back me up now. What do you have? Just some filthy money. I can kill you with money. Lin Fan snorted angrily, enunciating each word. Ha ha. Lin Fan, you are really crazy. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You and I are no longer from the same world. You will be a loser all your life, and I will soon become a billionaire. Stephanie Chen still grinned and mocked without any hesitation. Just then, several people walked out of the Starlight Live Company building and headed straight towards the corridor. As soon as Su Daxiang saw the man in a suit leading the group, he took the initiative to wave. Boss Su. The man in the suit greeted politely. Su Daxiang continued, have you considered what we talked about the other day? I plan to ask my girlfriend to be the top anchor of your Xinguang Live and let her also broadcast live on your platform. What do you think? The man in the suit glanced at Stephanie Chen and looked embarrassed. Boss Su, the situation has changed. Our Xinguang Live broadcasting company was acquired by someone today, and the other party will come to sign the contract soon. I am no longer the general manager, but the deputy manager. This matter. I can't make the decision. It's only been a few days, and someone has acquired your company? Who is so rich? Your company is valued at least 2 billion. Who is so wealthy? Su Daxiang asked curiously. To be honest, this person is the mysterious tycoon who recently acquired the Imperial Hotel. More importantly, the one who came to replace me this time is the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Tumo. The mysterious tycoon offered very generous conditions, adding an extra 500 million to acquire my company for 2.5 billion. The man in the suit said this in a secretive manner. He didn't say the whole thing. But Su Daxiang understood the hidden meaning. The other party had no room for consideration due to the power of the Su family, and coupled with the mysterious tycoon's generosity, he had no choice but to sell the company. At this time, Lin Fan, who was sitting at the edge, spoke softly. You must be manager Shi Jieshe. The mysterious rich man you mentioned is exactly me. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone present turned around and looked at him with different expressions. Stephanie Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Fan, did you take the wrong medicine today? You've come to the wrong place to show off. You didn't even think about bragging before you started. Do you know how much 2.5 billion is? Seduction also followed suit. Boy, I think you are here to cause trouble today. Wait until my people come and I will let you know how powerful I am. After he finished speaking, the man in the suit quickly came up to him, looked respectful, and asked tentatively, "Are you Lin Fan, Mr. Lin?" Lin Fan nodded and smiled. "We talked on the phone for more than an hour this morning." Hearing this, Jia was shocked. He immediately smiled and nodded, saying, "I recognized your voice right away. I came out to greet General Manager Lin. It's windy outside, how about we talk inside?" Chapter 66. The Black Jade Compass is one of the most valuable treasures of the Yi family, but it suddenly appeared at the venue tonight. He suspected that someone was playing tricks. Unexpectedly, when I turned around, I saw Chen Ji. He also has some grudges with Chen Ji. But in fact, it can't be considered a grudge. The two of them fought in a competition held in the 4 major war zones of China, and Chen Ji was easily defeated by him. To be precise, it was he who suddenly appeared, made a stunning debut, and snatched away the glory that originally belonged to Chen Ji. If he had not appeared, Chen Ji might have become the youngest successor to the god of war. Because he was defeated by Chen Ji, he had been sarcastic to him in front of others many times, saying that he took shortcuts and relied on taking medicine to have the strength to step into the ring. If Yi Chen hadn't taken the medicine, he would be no match for him at all. Yi Chen even challenged him, but Chen Ji never dared to accept his challenge. "I'm talking to you. You're treating me like air? Damn it!" Gu Fei yelled. "I didn't expect Yi Chen to dare to ignore me in public. This is simply unbearable." Yi Chen came back to his senses, frowned and looked at him impatiently. "Why, you want to compete with me here? You are not qualified to compete with me." When these words fell, the crowd watching was in an uproar. This guy is too arrogant. That's the Gu family, one of the most affluent families in Zhangbei. Any expert they invite is a Tai Chi master. Did he take the wrong medicine? I heard that he was in Jinling and wiped out several families one after another. Even the president of the Dongyang Chamber of Commerce died in his hands. His strength is unfathomable. Gu Fei is not someone you can easily mess with. He is one of the most valued disciples of the Medicine King Valley Master. He reached the Grandmaster level at the age of 32. Even in the entire martial arts world, he is a rare genius. Do you have the guts to come outside and compete with me? Gu Fei pointed directly at Yi Chen and shouted with gritted teeth. "I don't have time to waste with a fool like you." Yi Chen still had a look of disdain on his face, with a hint of meaning in his words. "Nima." Gu Fei was furious and swore on the spot. He didn't expect that Yi Chen would dare to call him a fool. It was simply blatant contempt and ridicule. Gu Yu beside him also felt extremely humiliated and his fists were clenched until they made crackling sounds. The two brothers were so enraged that their faces turned red, and they exuded murderous intent, wishing they could cut Yi Chen into pieces. Everyone stepped back consciously, ready to watch a good show. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a gray robe and about 1.9 meters tall walked quickly out of the crowd. "Master Gu, isn't it inappropriate for you to take action in the meeting place? What's wrong?" Gu Fei glared at the man. But when he saw the man's face clearly, his expression changed. "It turns out to be President Sunday. I didn't expect you to come to Jinling. I'm so sorry." At the same time, Yan Shengxian on the side also saluted towards this person with his fists. "President Sun, why didn't you tell me you were coming to Jinling so I could host a banquet for you? I just arrived as well. I came here today just to meet Yi Chen. He is my fellow disciple from the Divine Doctor Hall." The man glanced at Yi Chen with a smile on his face. He had an elegant temperament and was dressed in an ancient style, like an ancient teacher. Only then did Yi Chen realize that he actually had long braids and was wearing a hat. Could they be descendants of the royal family? When this person appeared, everyone present was even more shocked. Am I seeing things? It's actually Sun Quan, the president of the Chinese Medicine Association? Isn't it said that he rarely shows up now? How come he's here? This guy is dressed so strangely, how come he looks like an ancient person? Even President Yan is so polite to him, is he very prestigious? More than just a high status, he is a wealthy noble in the capital. He is even higher up than the Gu family. The Gu family is a wealthy family, and this president's son is a true aristocrat with royal blood. His ancestors were imperial doctors who specialized in treating the emperor. He is now the president of the Chinese Medicine Association, and he is also the deputy head of the Divine Doctor Hall. While everyone was discussing Sun Quan's identity, they were also wondering what the relationship between Yi Chen and him was. The most surprised person was Gu Fei. Now that Sun Quan showed up at this time, he had no reason to attack Yi Chen. The other party is an old senior who is powerful and capable. If Yi Chen is really a fellow disciple of the Divine Doctor Hall, he has to consider the consequences of taking action. Sun Quan walked straight up to Yi Chen and bowed to him. I heard from War God Jun Lin that you are the master's successor. Why didn't you go to the Divine Doctor's Hall to find us? I'm not familiar with the others. Although I inherited the old Hall Master's legacy, I'm not an apprentice of the Divine Doctor Hall, and I don't have any proof. I'm afraid it will cause misunderstanding if I go. Yi Chen also bowed to him respectfully. The proof he was referring to was the old Hall Master's ring and letter of introduction. He only learned medical skills from his second master. Although his second master claimed that he would make him the head of the Divine Doctor Hall in the future, Yi Chen had no intention of doing so. His current goal was to avenge his family. Besides, the second master is still alive, he is just trapped in that place with several other masters and can't get out. You are being too modest. Since the old Hall Master has passed on all his skills to you, then you are his successor and a member of my Divine Doctor Hall. When saying this, Sun Quan deliberately raised his voice so that others could hear it. Did I hear correctly? This Yi Chen is actually the descendant of the head of the Divine Doctor Hall? Unbelievable. Everyone looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. This murderer is actually a miracle doctor? Not only Gu Fei, but also Chen Ji and the crowd in Qinhao, Shen Shiner and others behind him all felt incredible. The head of the Divine Doctor Hall had been missing for 10 years and there had been no news since then. How did he get in touch with the old head? The term successor of the Master of the Divine Doctor Hall means that Yi Chen's medical skills have reached a level that is unparalleled in the world. Just based on this identity, he can get the protection of the king, and no one dares to touch him. But Yi Chen denied this identity in public. President's son, you are too kind. I am not the successor of the old Hall Master, but just one of his disciples. I am lucky enough to learn some medical skills from him. In terms of medical skills, I cannot compare with masters like you. You are too kind. Yi Chen complimented him modestly. He doesn't know what's going on in the Miracle Doctor's Hall now. I don't know if there is any fighting within the Divine Doctor Hall for the position of Hall Master. If he takes a stand without knowing why, he might be used as a tool by others. His words were just to show his position and identity, and he didn't want to have too much interaction with the Divine Doctor Hall. When Gu Fei heard this, he suddenly understood. He cursed Yi Chen several times in his heart. Your mother thought you were the heir of the Divine Doctor Hall, but it turns out you were just bluffing. Just wait and see how I kill you. However, Sun Quan's next words made Yi Chen realize that he was overthinking. You misunderstood. I came all the way to you to ask for your help in curing the disease, not to ask you to go back. Everything is peaceful in the Divine Doctor's Hall. Besides. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Gu Fei. President's son, can we talk about this later? I want to settle my personal grudge with him first. Chapter 67. Stephanie Chen immediately chased after him, hugged Su Daxiang's arm and quickly admitted her mistake. Bang! But Su Daxiang turned around and slapped him again. Get lost. I'm not your bootlicker. You've cheated me out of so much money. You really think I'm a fool? Su Daxiang roared angrily. Although Su Daxiang is rich, he is not a fool who can be easily deceived. If Stephanie Chen hadn't revealed it herself, he would have had no idea that she was a liar. I didn't lie to you. Didn't you say you wanted to marry me? Only a fool would marry a bitch like you. Don't come to me, or I'll beat you up. Su Daxiang became more and more angry as he spoke, and even hit and kicked Chen Yanzi, knocking her to the ground. Watching Su Daxiang leave angrily, Stephanie Chen finally realized that she had been too clever and had failed. You deserve it. Seeing Stephanie Chen slumped on the ground, Lin Fan felt pleased and couldn't help but sneer. Hearing this, Stephanie Chen gritted her teeth and glared at him with disgust. Lin Fan, don't be so arrogant. With my looks, I can find a man who is richer and more powerful than you. And the fact that you beat up Chen Wei, I will definitely expose this account. I will make you socially dead. Do you think anyone will believe your lies? You look like a gossiper in the vegetable market. Those smart rich men will never be interested in someone like you. Lin Fan snorted disdainfully and turned to walk towards the door. Lin Fan, I hate you. I curse you to die a miserable death. Stephanie Chen yelled in frustration. She felt both regretful and furious. She had never dreamed that Lin Fan would become a wealthy tycoon today. If she had not pressed him at the beginning, perhaps she would have been living a life of wealth and beauty. But rather than regret, she felt more hatred in her heart at this moment. If it weren't for Lin Fan, she wouldn't have been kicked away by Seduction today. After entering the hall, Lin Fan then asked Shijie why Qing Yanzi came today. Shijie explained that it turned out that Stephanie Chen came here today because she wanted to join Starlight Live and multiple live streaming platforms. Arriving at the conference room, Tsutomu just sat down and said, I didn't expect your ex-girlfriend to be so cheap. You have such bad taste. Lin Fan pursed his lips. He didn't expect to be teased by Tsutomu on the spot. Then, she hesitated and said, maybe, she might expose you on Douyin if she's desperate. I'm afraid it will be a big trouble. It doesn't matter. With my current status, even if she is exposed, she will be the one to be questioned in the end. Lin Fan waved his hand, disagreeing. He didn't realize that there was another hidden meaning behind Tsutomu's words. Tsutomu considered that he might be the illegitimate son of Mr. Lin, the richest man. If this matter were exposed, it might have a great impact on him and Mr. Lin, the richest man. The best way was to cover it up. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't understand the hidden meaning behind his words, Tsutomu continued, I suggest you do a good deed in advance to prepare for the possible public opinion crisis in the future. Assuming that she really exposes your true identity, you can report your good deeds in the form of news. This will make it more likely that her actions to smear you are a script. Lin Fan was stunned for a few seconds, and finally figured out the hidden meaning of her words. That makes sense. As expected of a master's degree holder from overseas, you have solid expertise. Lin Fan gave a wry smile and did not forget to flatter him. It seems that I made the right decision to invite you to be the general manager. How about you consider leaving your Su family and becoming a manager here? I heard that there is a lot of internal fighting in your Su family. Lin Fan said calmly. He also talked to Tsutomu for more than half an hour in the morning. He planned to acquire Starlight Live in the name of Tsutomu and invite her to invest and serve as general manager. One is to give the company to Tsutomu, and he can get a consumption rebate of licking the dog gold. If it is acquired in the name of an individual, there will be no consumption rebate. Second, he had asked He Hongyu for detailed information about the Su family in the past 2 days and learned that the Su family had been fighting internally over the issue of succession. Several industries under the name of the Su family had long had financial problems. If he invested 500 million yuan in shares, after Tsutomu resolved the problems of the hotel chain, he would be put on the spot by the Su family. In other words, after Tsutomu solves the hotel's problems, she will inevitably be forced by others to become the family agent. By then, she will face more troubles. In simple terms, the Su family would never allow a woman like her to come to power. On the contrary, they would try to drive her out of the Su family by overpraising her. Once Tsutomu loses power, he will not be able to climb up to the high branch of the Su family. I underestimated you. You are indeed not simple. Tsutomu looked at him meaningfully. At this point, Lin Fan no longer hides anything. He said bluntly, we both just get what we need. I've been thinking about it for a whole morning and decided not to invest in your hotel. It's very complicated and it's not good for us. I think you should retreat in order to advance. I acquired this company and gave you the shares, which are worth exactly 500 million. If Xingguang Live can go public in the future, you can cash out and save your Su family's company. After saying this, a strange light flashed in Sumo's eyes. She became more and more suspicious of Lin Fan's identity. Let me ask you a question. What is your relationship with Mr. Lin? You are not suspecting that I am the illegitimate son of Mr. Lin, are you? Ha ha. Lin Fan laughed and replied humorously. The reason why he wanted to hand over the company to Tsutomu was actually because he had heard inside information from He Hongyu that was unknown to the outside world. He now figured it out. If you want to win Tsutomu's favor, you don't need to spend money to please her, but help her get to the top. Even Wang Jiangwo, the richest man in Hangzhou, commented that she was a very talented but also very ambitious woman. Especially since she was the eldest daughter of the Su family and the helmsman of the third generation of the Su family, she would be ostracized within the family. So he asked Wang Jiangwo for advice, and Wang Jiangwo suggested that he help Su Tumo get promoted, so that he would have a chance to win Su Tumo's heart. In fact, what he just said was said to him by Wang Jiangwo. It wasn't what he thought. Naturally, his talent is far inferior to Su Tumo, let alone a veteran in the business world like Wang Jiangwo. I agree. After considering for 3 minutes, Su Tumo agreed to Lin Fan's suggestion. Then let's sign the contract. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Su Tumo's favorability towards him had increased by another 5 points. The favorability has reached 30 points. There are still 20 points left to complete the task. Sure enough, his guess was verified. Su Tumo was a unique woman and she could not be pleased with the usual methods. Just as the two were dealing with contract matters with Shi Jie, Lin Fan received a message from Miao Tiantian. She is in the lobby on the first floor right now. At the same time, Shi Jie's secretary also knocked on the door. Manager Shi, the eldest son of the Bai family, said he wanted to see you for something, so he went to your office on his own. Chapter 68. What is he doing here? Shi Jie raised his eyebrows, and a trace of fear flashed across his face. He came for me. Lin Fan answered casually. Have you offended him? Su Tumo looked at him puzzledly. I guess so. I poached his girlfriend to work for my company, which made him unhappy. But maybe that girl is just one of his many girlfriends. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Do you want me to help you settle it? The Bai family is a first-class family in Hangzhou, and they have a strong background. Su Tumo said meaningfully. Lin Fan waved his hand and smiled. He's just a dandy boy. I'm not afraid of him. After saying that, Lin Fan stood up and left the meeting room. He first went to the lobby on the first floor to pick up Miao Tiantian, and then took him directly to Shi Jie's office. Shi Jie did not go with him. He remained in the conference room to deal with contract matters with Su Tumo. As soon as he entered the door, Bai Jiahao, who was sitting on the sofa, shouted loudly without even raising his head, Manager Shi, you are too slow. I have been here for such a long time, and you are just late. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Fan and Miao Tiantian appear in front of him. Bai Jiahao looked back at the door, then turned back to stare at Lin Fan and Miao Tiantian. He was stunned for several seconds before coming back to his senses and hesitantly asked, Are you the richest mortal? Miao Tiantian didn't dare to look at him directly and stood behind Lin Fan with her head down. Lin Fan sat down by himself, crossed his legs, and looked at him with a joking look on his face. He said, Shi Jie is now the deputy manager, because just now I have acquired his company. Now I have the final say. As soon as these words came out, Bai Jiahao and Miao Tiantian's faces changed drastically, and they both looked at him with disbelief. Miao Tiantian soon felt relieved. She saw with her own eyes yesterday that Lin Fan bought the most expensive manor in Hangzhou without changing his expression. 2 billion was probably just a drop in the bucket for him. But Bai Jiahao didn't believe it at all. Impossible. This company is valued at billions. How could you possibly have the money to buy it? You're such a show-off. You almost scared me. Do you know who I am? You just stole my woman, and I made you die without knowing how. Now I give you 2 choices, either kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake, or I make you disappear from Hangzhou. Bai Jiahao issued a death ultimatum without any further ado. Hearing this, Lin Fan frowned. I wonder if all the dandies nowadays are so rampant. They want people to die at the slightest provocation. However, when I think about the news often showing people getting into car accidents or making troubles by claiming to be the son of a certain director or knowing a certain mayor, it is not an exaggeration to say that a playboy like Bai Jiahao could directly issue death threats. In addition, he already knew Bai Jiahao's background, so this guy was definitely not just talking big. Then just give it a try and see who disappears first. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Fuck. Are you threatening me? Bai Jiahao yelled with his face flushed. Aren't you threatening me? I heard that your Bai family is a first-class family in Hangzhou, with family assets of tens of billions? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Also, from now on, Miao Tiantian is mine. I advise you not to cause trouble for yourself. If you are smart, delete those videos and photos. Lin Fan said without changing his expression. You are so arrogant. In my entire life, no one has ever dared to speak to me in such a tone. I don't care who you are, I will definitely let you know how powerful I am. Bai Jiahao roared angrily. Are you all so self-righteous, you dandies? There are many people in Hangzhou who are more capable than you. Lin Fan smiled contemptuously. Whether it is the Su family or Wang Zhangguo, their level is one level higher than the Bai family. In the upper-class society, the higher the level, the less qualified people of lower level are to carry shoes for the other person. I really don't know where his confidence comes from. Humph. With my status and position, it only takes a word for me to control you. Bai Jiahao was a little angry and embarrassed. He didn't expect that an ordinary person who didn't look like a rich second generation at all would dare to challenge him. He wished he could cut Lin Fan into pieces right now. What Lin Fan didn't know was that because he asked Miao Tiantian to break up online in the live broadcast room last night, people who knew Bai Jiahao laughed at him for being cuckolded, which made him unbearable. That's why he threatened Lin Fan so much today. After that, he looked up at Miao Tiantian and said with a sinister smile, "The same goes for you. I'll give you another chance. As long as you come back to me obediently, I can consider not having to pay back the 2 million you borrowed from me, and we can write off the debt." I don't. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Do you really think I don't understand anything? Miao Tiantian had already made up her mind to follow Lin Fan, so naturally she would not consider changing her mind. More importantly, she knew the relationship between Lin Fan and Su Tumo. With the Su family as his backer, Bai Jiahao really doesn't dare to act recklessly. But Bai Jiahao didn't know that he had never investigated Lin Fan's background at all. Although he also has a small stake in Xingguan Live, he has no say in the company. Last night, he asked Shijie about the details of the richest mortal, but Lin Fan had just opened a new account last night, and Shijie didn't know where he came from. Naturally, he had no way of knowing Lin Fan's details. Here's a check for 2 million. I'll pay you back for her. As I said before, you should know yourself and don't make things difficult for others. At this time, Lin Fan took out the check he had prepared in advance and placed it on the table. However, his actions completely infuriated Bai Jiahao. Are you humiliating me? Bai Jiahao was furious and roared with gnashing teeth. Bai Jiahao is a well-known second-generation rich man in the wealthy circle of Hangzhou. The pocket money his family gives him is usually in tens of millions. He did not expect to be humiliated by an unknown junior today, which made him unbearable. Aren't you here to ask for money? I'll give it to you, take it or leave it. Lin Fan rolled his eyes in annoyance. How come this guy is like a stupid kid with an underdeveloped brain? He was given money but he refused to take it. It's a typical sign of someone having a mental problem. He would never bother with this kind of playboy who gets angry easily and has distorted values. Most of the rich second generation lack family education, which naturally creates rich second generation with weird personalities like Bai Jiahao. There are only a very small number of outstanding young people like Su Tumo. Nima. Just wait for me, I will remember you. I will make you pay the price. Although Bai Jiahao has a bad temper, he is not a fool. Being able to give out gifts worth 10 million and also take out a check for 2 million at once, it was obvious that Lin Fan was not an ordinary person. But after being humiliated by Lin Fan, he had to save face. Why, you still want to do it? Lin Fan sneered nonchalantly. He had already seen that Bai Jiahao's favorability towards him had reached 70, which was the level of hatred. These second-generation rich people have always been action-oriented, and they will take action if they see someone they are unhappy with. Chapter 69. Just wait and see and you'll find out. Bai Jiahao stared at Lin Fan with a gloomy face, as if he wanted to eat Lin Fan alive. But just as he finished speaking, a cold question came from behind him. If you dare to do it, I'm afraid you won't even know how you died. Bai Jiahao's mouth twitched, and he was about to scold the person behind him. However, when he turned around, he saw that the person coming was Su Tumo, the eldest daughter of the Su family. His face immediately changed, and he became nervous and fearful. Miss Su, why are you here? I acquired this company with my partner today. I came here to handle the affairs. Why do you want to embarrass my partner? Su Tumo glanced at Bai Jiahao with extremely cold eyes, like a lone wolf. His domineering and calm temperament made even Lin Fan feel cold. Partner? He's your partner? Bai Jiahao muttered to himself and looked at Lin Fan in even greater disbelief. He seemed to understand why Lin Fan spoke to him in that tone just now. It turned out that he had Su Tumo as his backer. Why, do you have any objection? Su Mo asked aggressively. She didn't want to come at first, but thinking that Lin Fan might be hiding his identity and that he was facing a playboy with a weird personality and was extremely difficult to deal with, she finally came to the office and helped Lin Fan deal with Bai Jiahao. No. No. Just a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Bai Jiahao shuddered suddenly. No matter how arrogant he was still very afraid of Su Tumo and even had to be humble in front of him. The Su family is one of the two most powerful families in Hangzhou, and the top family among the wealthy and powerful. The Bai family is at the first level. When Su Tumo is present, he really doesn't dare to act recklessly. I remind you that it's best not to embarrass my friends, otherwise, I will make you suffer. Su Tumo glanced at Lin Fan and spoke in a loud voice, pausing each word. I understand. I understand. Bai Jiahao scratched his head with a forced smile. Seeing that he was about to leave, Lin Fan suddenly said, Here's the check. Your debt with Miao Tian is written off. Bai Jiahao was stunned for 2 seconds, and finally said nothing. He bent down with a stiff face, picked up the check, and then left the office without saying a word. As soon as he left, Su Yuma turned around and said, looking at his expression, I'm afraid he won't let this go. I can call his father, and he won't dare to embarrass you. But Lin Fan shook his head and said no. A rich second generation like him who is so arrogant will try to save face no matter what. No matter how much you warn him, he won't take it seriously. Believe it or not, he will immediately ask people to wait for me in the underground parking lot. Su Wuma frowned slightly, smelling a hint of gunpowder in his tone. Why, you want to play with him? I want to try out my skills. Lin Fan grinned and laughed strangely. Su Tumo wanted to talk but hesitated, and finally had nothing to say. In her opinion, these second-generation rich people just like to stir up trouble, bully the weak and look for trouble. Lin Fan is no exception. But she couldn't control Lin Fan. If Lin Fan was really the illegitimate son of the richest man Lin, his identity and status were far higher than hers, so she really couldn't control him. Besides, Lin Fan and Bai Jiahao are not the same kind of people, maybe they just want to practice boxing and kicking. Afterwards, Lin Fan, Su Tumo and Shijia discussed some matters again and confirmed that Lin Fan would be the largest shareholder, but he would not interfere in anything and would just be a hands-off boss behind the scenes. All matters would be decided by Su Tumo and Shijia. Originally, Superstar Media also held 1/3 of the shares, but the money given by Lin Fan was too much, and with Su Tumo joining, Superstar Media did not hesitate at all and took the initiative to trade the shares in its hands. Finally, Lin Fan asked Miao Tian and Shijia to sign a new exclusive contract, and in the future, he will promote Miao Tian as the candid anchor of Starlight Live. Of course, there are also the female anchors in his company. All the female anchors in Chuanxer Entertainment will also move into Starlight Live, but they will do so through multi-platform live broadcasts. There will be someone dedicated to handle these matters. By the time Miao Tian finished signing the contract, it was almost dark. Boss Lin, thank you so much for helping me today. I really don't know how to thank you. The two walked out of the Starlight building hand in hand. Miao Tian took the initiative to hold his arm, and they were as intimate as lovers. It's a small matter. You are mine now, so I will help you to the end. Lin Fan said casually. But to Miao Tian, his words sounded highly ambiguous and suggestive. Mr. Lin, are you married? Miao Tian suddenly asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Lin Fan stopped and turned to look at her in a daze, then he realized that he was speaking too exaggeratedly and casually. Although Miao Tian's appearance is not inferior to Su Tumo, if she dresses up carefully, she can compete with the top female stars in the entertainment industry. She is so charming that any man will be distracted when he sees her. But Lin Fan had no feelings for her. They regard Miao Tian as the company's cash cow. Helping her solve her problem is a piece of cake and it's reasonable. Unexpectedly, Miao Tian mistakenly thought that he wanted to treat her as his lover, which was a bit embarrassing. I'm single, but just as he opened his mouth to explain, several thugs immediately jumped out from the corridor next to him. Then, Bai Jiahao was seen climbing the stairs from another direction. I've been waiting for you for so long, and you finally showed up. I thought you didn't dare to come out. Bai Jiahao clenched his fists, shook his head, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Miao Tian immediately let go and hid behind Lin Fan in fear. You are quite patient. Lin Fan glanced at him, not expecting him to wait so long. If you want to play with me, I will accompany you to the end. I'm just afraid that you don't have the courage. Even if you have Tsutomu as your backer, so what? I'm not afraid of you. I guess you are probably a licking dog raised by Tsutomu. I really don't know how you got Tsutomu, a famous iceberg beauty. Although Bai Jiahao was very unconvinced, he was still surprised that Lin Fan could lick Tsutomu. Why not just use money to smash it? Lin Fan smiled calmly. These words are meant to mock Bai Jiahao. Although Bai Jiahao was rich, he was very stingy with women, and in the end he failed to gain Miao Tiantian's trust. If nothing had happened in Miao Tiantian's family, Bai Jiahao probably wouldn't have had the chance to win her over. You made me lose face, so I'll beat you in the head. Who do you think you are to fight me? Come on, beat him into a cripple. Bai Jiahao couldn't wait any longer and waved his hand. After I take care of you, I will play with her right in front of you and film it and post it online. He. This is what happens when you offend me. As soon as those words fell, the 7 thugs rushed forward and surrounded Lin Fan and the other person. Chapter 70. At the same time, Lin Fan exchanged a golden armor item card in the system mall without hesitation. Deduct 100,000 wealth points to exchange for the golden armor item card. The item will take effect immediately and will last for 2 hours. Current wealth value, 92.71 million. His wealth was previously worth 67.81 million. After spending 2.5 billion to buy Starlight Entertainment, his wealth increased by 25 million. Go in and hide for a while. After exchanging the golden armor item, Lin Fan instructed Miao Tiantian calmly. But Miao Tiantian was trembling with fear and was extremely frightened. He's not easy to mess with. How about I call the police, or call Miss Su? The police don't want to deal with people like him. Lin Fan saw things very clearly. At Bai Jiahao's level, even if he committed a crime, he would have a way to get away with it, not to mention that he might not even take Tsutomu seriously. Don't worry, I've practiced martial arts, and these people are no match for me. Seeing these people getting closer, Lin Fan had no choice but to explain that he knew Kung Fu. Then you must be careful. Miao Tiantian obediently retreated back into the building. She had decided that if something went wrong, she would call the police immediately or ask the company's security to come out for help. After she went in, Lin Fan turned around and glanced at the 7 thugs. It's no use using numbers to bully the few. Come on, one at a time. Lin Fan deliberately exposed a flaw. He was surprised by the group of people and felt afraid, but since he had something to do alone, he was not afraid at all. Let me practice with you. The leader was a sturdy man with a broad back and strong arms. It was obvious that he had practiced martial arts. He took a step forward and grabbed Lin Fan's face with his fists clenched. Its palms were like tiger claws. If a normal person saw such scary and large palms, he would have been scared away. But Lin Fan remained motionless. The man had just stretched out half of his arm when Lin Fan suddenly grabbed it in mid-air with his left hand. The sturdy man cried out in surprise and quickly stretched out his left hand to hit Lin Fan's shoulder. But again, as soon as he raised his arm, Lin Fan grabbed his wrist again. At this moment, the 2 men were like sumo wrestlers, with their hands entangled in mid-air, but if you look closely, you will find that the wrists of the muscular man were firmly clamped by Lin. Lin Fan sneered, and without any hesitation, he twisted with all his strength, and the strong man's arm was broken. A scream. The intense pain seemed to drain all the strength out of the strong man in an instant, and he knelt down on the spot. Seeing this, Lin Fan immediately let go of his hand and said sarcastically, "You are giving me such a big gift, I can't accept it." "Mr. Bai, my hand is broken, my hand is broken." The strong man wailed loudly. The others then realized that they had been tricked by Lin Fan. "Come with me." Bai Jiahao at the back roared angrily. He never expected that Lin Fan, who looked harmless and ordinary, could be so sinister and vicious. The remaining 6 people pounced on Lin Fan like hungry wolves without saying a word. However, Lin Fan dodged nimbly and took up an attacking formation. He kicked the 2 people in front of him away and then punched the 3rd gangster in the chest with several consecutive heavy punches. There were a few more screams, and the 3rd gangster's ribs were easily broken by Lin Fan. The 4th man punched Lin Fan in the back of the head from behind. However, what was strange was that the man felt as if his fist had hit the wall. Although he was clearly hitting the back of Lin Fan's head, he felt as if his fist was hit hard by a hammer. Is this guy's head made of iron? Just as he was wondering, Lin Fan turned around and hit him in the chin with an elbow. The tip of his tongue was actually bitten off by his own teeth. The next second, the last 2 people knocked him to the ground, but Lin Fan rolled over and then jumped up from the ground with a somersault. Without any fancy moves, he kicked out 2 consecutive kicks like lightning, kicking the last 2 people directly to the bottom of the stairs. In less than 2 minutes, the 7 men were lying on the ground wailing like dead pigs. One of them even spat out blood and stuck out his tongue. When Lin Fan stared at Bai Jiahao's face turned horrified and he shivered involuntarily. "You, don't come over here." He stared at Lin Fan in disbelief, his eyes as big as copper bells, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. 7 people were no match for Lin Fan. It's like Ip Man in the world. Lin Fan, on the other hand, seemed as if nothing had happened and continued to look at him calmly. He clearly saw with his own eyes that Lin Fan was attacked on the head by the 4th person from behind, so why didn't the sky fall down? This was totally against common sense. You rich second-generation guys are really hypocritical. You are allowed to bully others but not others to fight back? Lin Fan retorted angrily. Fortunately, he had the system and the protection of the prop card. If he didn't have these things, he would have died here today. You know what, the golden armor item card is quite useful. Basically, it is invulnerable to swords and guns, and immune to the 5 poisons. When the 4th thug hit him on the back of the head, he only felt a slight pain, as if his head had been blown off. You know, these 7 guys are all good at fighting, and their physiques are even stronger than him. Although this was his first time to fight a larger force than the rest, with the skills he had mastered, he easily managed to slightly injure the 7 men. The result was beyond his expectations. Don't you know who I am? I'm the 2nd son of the Bai family. My eldest brother knows the leader of the Hangzhou underground world. He can wipe out your entire family with just 1 word. If you dare to attack me, I'll let him skin you alive. Oh, that's so scary. Aren't you afraid that your Bai family will be reduced to its original form and lose everything? Lin Fan chuckled. As long as he wanted, he could talk to Wang Jiangwo and bring down the Bai family. Fool, go back and find out who I am, and then consider the consequences of offending me. I'll let you go today, but if you dare to harass me again, I won't be polite. Lin Fan pointed at his nose with a fierce look on his face and issued a final warning. But he still underestimated Bai Jiahao's character. After all, the other party was a dandy and arrogant young man. The more he said this, the more rebellious Bai Jiahao became and the more he refused to accept it. This matter is not over today. Just wait, I will make you pay the price. Bai Jiahao stood there with his fists clenched. But he was only able to feel helpless and furious, and did not dare to take any action. Lin Fan ignored him. At this moment, Bai Jiahao was like a cockroach in his eyes. He turned and entered the hall, taking Miao Tiantian away calmly. After getting in the car, Miao Tiantian said tremblingly, "I was really scared just now. Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to be so powerful." After she finished speaking, her eyes sparkled with stars as she looked at Lin Fan with admiration. Lin Fan glanced at her and saw her blushing face and infatuated look, then he realized that this girl prefers men who are strong and have a ruffian temperament. No wonder he was taken advantage of by that pig Bai Jiahao. Chapter 71. Of course, Lin Fan just felt it was not worth it for her. After sending Miao Tiantian back to her residence, Miao Tiantian even wanted to keep him, but Lin Fan declined on the grounds that he had to go on a business trip to Shanghai the next day, and promised her that he would buy her a large flat as a new home on Sunday. His current residence is too remote, and he is worried that Bai Jiahao might come to harass Miao Tiantian. After coming out of Miao Tiantian's house, Lin Fan felt a little unhappy. This woman is much more scheming than other women. I was deceived by her beautiful face before. What a mistake. However, she does have the potential to become a star. Whether in conversation or talent, she is far superior to Qiao Xinxin and other female anchors. She is suitable to be the captain in the future. Lin Fan plans to recruit 4 sweet girls to create a girl group called Sweetheart Baby. If the live broadcast effect is very good, he will consider promoting them into the entertainment industry. There is a very popular sweet girl named Xiaoshui in the entertainment industry. She was a member of a girl group. Lin Fan was also a fan of her before. Each member of that girl group has become a popular traffic star. He saw that girl groups can attract more traffic, so he planned to replicate a sweet girl group that is more popular than that girl group. Now we have found 2 members, Miao Tiantian and Xiao Xinxin. Tomorrow he will go to Shanghai to meet Zhang Yichen. If all goes well, Zhang Yichen will be able to successfully sign a contract with him. The next day, Lin Fan, the finance manager, and the celebrity agent, a group of 3, drove to the Magic City. The Magic City is very close to Hangzhou, only 2 hours drive away. He poached the financial officer from Huancher Entertainment, and the celebrity agent was recommended by Shi Jie. Bringing 2 people with him would appear more professional and would also help him gain Zhang Yichen's favor. If he went alone, people would inevitably suspect that he had ulterior motives or was a liar. Zhang Yichen sent him her personal information on WeChat. She is 21 years old and a student at Shanghai Drama Academy. Like Now Tian, she is also a new anchor who signed with Star Entertainment not long ago. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when we arrived at the Drama Academy. Lin Fan and the other 2 arrived at the agreed location, the Yunshuyo Chinese restaurant at the back door of the Comedy Academy. As soon as he got off the car, a girl in a pink Lolita skirt suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fan like a spirit rabbit. "You are Mr. Lin Fan, right?" Lin Fan took a look at her. She was about 1.5 meters tall, a bit shorter than him, with a petite figure, a fresh and refined temperament, and a childish face. She looked like a young and beautiful girl of about 16 or 17 years old. Last night and this morning, the 2 had chatted for a long time on WeChat and exchanged photos with each other. Lin Fan recognized her at a glance. "It's Zhang Yichen. But I didn't expect that she was even cuter and more charming than in the photo, like a girl next door." Lin Fan didn't expect that she looked so childish, so he didn't have any evil thoughts towards her. He had no interest in goddesses who were too small, but was more interested in mature ladies like Su Tumo and Ouyang Qi, who were very different from him. "You really live up to your name. You are the richest mortal, but you are not handsome enough. Nice to meet you." "Hello?" Zhang Yichen extended her hand and shook hands with him very familiarly, without any awkwardness at all. Lin Fan was speechless, thinking how could he praise someone like that when meeting someone for the first time. But you know what, this little girl is really a social star. If she is an introvert, he may have to hire a teacher to teach her about social etiquette. It really proves the saying that the woman in the live broadcast room has completely different faces from the one in reality. After a few simple pleasantries, the 2 of them entered the restaurant and discussed business in a private room. Lin Fan told Zhang Yichen truthfully about his plan to create a sweet girl group, and added Zhang Yichen to a group called Sweetheart Baby. In addition to Zhang Yichen and 3 other girls, the group also included the celebrity agent Li Ku who accompanied him on this occasion. Li Ku is also the professional agent that Shi Jie specifically asked him to find. She is also a woman and had previously been an agent for a 3rd or 4th tier female star. In the future, she will also serve as the agent of the Sweetheart Baby girl group. Seeing that Lin Fan was sincere, Zhang Yichen did not hesitate at all. Besides, Lin Fan had already acquired Starlight Live, so all she had to do was sign a new contract. Therefore, the 2 sides signed various contracts in less than half an hour. After the matter was over, the finance department and Li Ke left tactfully. "Don't you take a closer look at the contract? Aren't you afraid that I will cheat you?" Seeing that Zhang Yichen didn't check the details of the contract and directly put the contract into her backpack, Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Isn't this girl too bold? Fortunately, I met him just after my debut. If I had met someone else, I would have been deceived. I believe you won't lie to me. I've only been live streaming for a few days and you've given me so many gifts. This is the first time I've seen so much money in my life. I just bought this dress yesterday. You gave me over $1 million in tips, and I got hundreds of thousands, hee hee. Do you like me? That's why you're so nice to me? And why did you come all the way to the Magic City to see me?" Lin Fan was confused by her repeated questioning. He didn't expect her to be such a chatterbox. And he's a bit narcissistic. Just because he gave him more than $1 million in tips, he thinks he has a good impression of him? $1 million is just a drop in the bucket for him. I treat all the female anchors in the company like this, and I always respond to their requests. Lin Fan smiled shyly. Faced with such a cheerful and lively girl, he felt a little shy. In his eyes, Zhang Yichen is just an innocent girl next door, which makes him feel a strong desire to protect her. When they were chatting yesterday, Zhang Yichen told him that she came from a single-parent family and lived with her mother. She was a little girl who liked love very much and was quite sensitive in her thoughts and emotions. "Then you have a lot of girlfriends, right?" Zhang Yichen looked at him with sharp eyes, which made Lin Fan break out in a cold sweat. The question this little girl asked was too straightforward and I didn't know how to answer it. "Can you ask a serious question?" Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't underestimate Zhang Yichen because she looks innocent. This is also her protective color. She is more cautious and meticulous than anyone else. After all, those who can do live broadcasts need to know a lot of things and be much smarter than many girls. Are you married? Zhang Yichen continued to ask with a playful smile. Lin Fan wanted to leave. Was he here to interview Zhang Yichen, or was Zhang Yichen here to interrogate him? It's just like checking the household registration. As they were talking, a couple suddenly broke into the private room. Let me introduce you. This is my best friend Wang Yingfei, who was also on Starlight Live before. She was the one who recommended me to Starlight Live. This is her boyfriend Zhang Shuai. Zhang Yichen stood up and invited the two to their seats. Lin Fan glanced at the two of them. The girl had a typical internet celebrity face, a curvy figure, and outstanding temperament. In terms of figure, she was more graceful than Zhang Yichen, but her appearance was slightly lower. After all, the system won't lie. Name, Wang Yingfei. Age, 21. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Appearance, 8.0 points. Purity, 89. Chapter 72. Favorability, 0. Seeing Wang Yingfei's 89-point purity, Lin Fan understood why this girl gave him a feeling of being overly mature. She's only 21 years old and has already dated 11 boyfriends. How can she not be mature? The key is that Wang Yingfei's outfit today is also very fashionable, a burgundy off-shoulder miniskirt, a valuable watch on her wrist, and she is dressed in a dignified and elegant manner. Although her figure is slim and attractive, her temperament is very ordinary. Her dress and appearance are incompatible with her temperament. She is a typical socialite. Lin Fan has also come into contact with real socialites and wealthy ladies, such as Ouyang Qi and Su Tumo. Both women's figures and looks show no signs of artificial processing. No matter what they wear, they are always so dignified and elegant, even more feminine and elegant than models. The temperament of Wang Yingfei seems to be deliberately pretended, and she looks like a veteran who has been working in the fashion industry for a long time. As soon as the two sat down, Wang Yingfei said bluntly, "I heard from Yichen that you run a live broadcast company? Are you planning to sign her to your company?" Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. Why did this girl's tone sound like she was questioning him? Let me make it clear that we had already talked to the agent before you came, and the discussion went smoothly. Lin Fan said seriously. These words show that he has no feelings for Zhang Yichen. Yeah? Wang Yingfei also raised her eyebrows and stared at him intently. Instead, Zhang Shuai beside her took over the conversation. How big is your company? How many female anchors do you have? What are the benefits? However, just as Lin Fan said a word, Zhang Shuai turned his head and looked at Zhang Yichen again, saying without hesitation, "Yichen, you are still very innocent. You must be careful of some people with ulterior motives. Some people are very good at acting. Don't be fooled." Lin Fan looked at the couple calmly, feeling very unhappy. They are not Zhang Yichen's elders, so why do they act like they are interrogating a criminal? Could he possibly abduct Zhang Yichen away? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Zhang Yichen quickly tried to smooth things over. "Boss Lin, Sister Feifei treats me very well. She is just worried that you might ask me to go to Hangzhou to do live broadcasting, so she has been persuading me not to sign a long contract. Don't worry about this. All the conditions are written in the contract. Before the group is formed, you can live broadcast in Shanghai. After the group is formed, you will need to hire professionals for training. At that time, I will find a way to let you participate in variety shows or something." Lin Fan simply spoke in an official tone and in a serious manner. Zhang Yichen smiled awkwardly. If she had known earlier, she would have read the contract carefully. So this was what Lin Fan meant when he asked her to read the contract carefully. After saying a few words, Lin Fan found an excuse to go to the bathroom. Let Zhang Yichen explain things to them. He didn't expect Zhang Yichen to invite her best friend, but looking at Zhang Shuai's look, it seemed that she was a little disgusted with him. He returned to the private room a few minutes later, and the atmosphere was indeed much more relaxed than before. After the four of them had a quick meal, they decided to take a walk around the area. But Wang Yingfei brought the three of them to the brand street. This street sells all kinds of luxury brands, such as Dior, LV, Balenciaga, Chanel, etc. I just felt that if I told him, Wang Yingfei was deliberately testing him. The two women walked hand in hand in front, Lin Fan and Zhang Shuai followed behind, but Zhang Shuai deliberately kept a distance from him. Lin Fan could also see that Zhang Shuai was Wang Yingfei's bootlicker, and this guy seemed to be a rich second generation, and the clothes he wore were also very expensive. As his name suggests, he is also quite handsome, which makes Lin Fan wonder if he is a second-generation rich man in Shanghai. After all, Shanghai is a famous big city in China. Many local tycoons were born in the new century. Many of them got rich by demolition or rent collection, and many rich second generations were also born. Two women entered a Chanel women's bag store. A salesgirl who was about 30 years old came over immediately. "What do you two ladies need to see? The bags on the middle counter are the latest models." As expected, the experienced female shopping guide, after seeing the two boys behind the two girls, she knew that someone was going to make a big profit today, so she led the two girls directly to the middle counter. Getting bored with the old and loving the new is the most obvious characteristic of young girls. Especially when you see that the two girls are dressed very expensively, you know they are rich, so naturally they want the best things. Soon, Wang Yingfei set her eyes on a handbag worth 80,000 yuan. "Brother Zhang, I want this bag, can you buy it for me?" After he finished speaking, Lin Fan saw Zhang Shuai frowning and a hint of annoyance flashed in his eyes. But he pretended to be very happy. "No problem, I can buy anything you like." Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but wonder if this guy was pretending to be rich. When he first met Zhang Shuai, he gave him the same feeling as Wang Yingfei. His dress and manner of speaking were incompatible with his temperament. "I know my brother is the best to me." Wang Yingfei smiled and then looked at Lin Fan again. "Brother Lin Fan, our sister Chen also likes this bag. Can you give it to her?" Lin Fan took a look and saw that it was a women's bag worth 100,000. My goodness, this girl clearly did it on purpose. Lin Fan frowned slightly, and Zhang Shuai immediately smiled and said, "If you think it's too expensive, then choose a cheaper one. Don't embarrass yourself." "Shopping guide, do you have anything cheaper here?" "Yes. Look, the gray bag on the cabinet over there is worth 17,000. The female shopping guide also knew how to judge people by their appearance. She could tell at a glance that Lin Fan was not as rich as Zhang Shuai. Not only did he have an ordinary appearance, but he was also dressed in an old-fashioned way, like an old cadre. His temperament was similar to that of a delivery man. It was obvious that he was pretending to be a rich man to show off. Therefore, he was full of contempt for Lin Fan and his tone was very cold. Lin Fan had encountered this kind of situation several times before. What's more, this is a luxury store in Shanghai, and the shopping guide would not serve you differently based on your needs. "Which is the most expensive bag you have?" Lin Fan said shockingly without changing his expression. This statement shocked the rest of the people. There is not just one female shopping guide in the store, there are two others. The female shopping guide was stunned for a moment, then grinned. "The most expensive bag in our store is worth 800,000 yuan, and it's a limited edition silver crocodile leather bag. But ordinary people can't afford this. Besides this one, are there any others?" Lin Fan asked as he looked around. "The items in the glass cabinet over there are all worth more than 300,000 yuan. If you are sure you can afford them, I can ask the manager to open them and show them to you." The female shopping guide's words were sharp and contained a hint of sarcasm. Seeing this, Zhang Shuai said sarcastically, "Brother, things worth hundreds of thousands are not worth it. It's better to buy something cheaper. Don't force yourself." Lin Fan ignored him and pointed to the row of glass cabinets in the distance and said, "I want to buy everything in the cabinets." "How much do you want?" Chapter 73. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Zhang Shuai's mouth twitched, and he blurted out on the spot, "Brother, this is not the right way to show off. There are more than 30 bags on that row of cabinets, and they are worth tens of millions in total. You won't buy them and then come back to return them, right?" Wang Yingfei also looked at him with disdain, and whispered in Zhang Yichen's ear, "Why do I think this guy is a bit unreliable? Is he pretending to be so rich? Does he really have so much money? He is one of the shareholders of Starlight Live. This amount of money is just a piece of cake for him." Zhang Yichen replied without changing her expression. In fact, she hadn't told her best friend yet that Lin Fan had rewarded her with more than 1 million yuan the night before, including the 10 million yuan when Lin Fan injured Xiao Tian in her live broadcast room. Although Wang Yingfei also broadcasts live on the Starlight Live platform, she has now hooked up with the big fish Zhang Shuai and has not broadcast live frequently for a long time. She only broadcasts live when she is free. They didn't even manage the live broadcast fan group, so naturally they didn't know that Lin Fan had injured more than 10 million people on the Starlight Live broadcast. "I know that. What I mean is, I always feel that he is deliberately showing off in front of you, with the purpose of pursuing you, and he is only going for your body. What she meant was that she felt Lin Fan might be playing with Zhang Yichen's feelings. Zhang Yichen is a love-brained person. If she is fooled by Lin Fan, it would be a waste of time. Lin Fan didn't notice the two women talking about him. He turned to the female shopping guide and said, "I don't want anything below 300,000. Pack up all the bags above 300,000 for me." "Sir, our store does not support returns or exchanges. If you really want to return or exchange something, you have to go to the Bund flagship store." The female shopping guide was stunned for a moment, rolled her eyes, and replied with a fake smile. Lin Fan chuckled. No matter what kind of luxury store it is, they all support returns and exchanges. What the female shopping guide said was just a warning to him: don't pretend to be rich if you don't have money. Just tell me how much money you want. I don't need that little money. Lin Fan said as he took out his cell phone, indicating that he could transfer the money immediately. The female shopping guide gave him a strange look, but she was not sure whether Lin Fan was really rich. But what if her bet was right? "Please wait a moment, I will pack it for you right away." In the end, she decided to bet that Lin Fan was a low-key rich second generation, and her tone immediately changed to be respectful. After saying that, he quickly called the other two shopping guides to take out all the bags on that row of cabinets. But when Wang Yingfei and Zhang Shuai saw the scene, they couldn't sit still. "Brother, don't think you are great just because you are rich. The price of all these bags combined is not as valuable as my car." "Yeah, Lin Fan, there's no need to waste money just to show off. Just buy two. Yi Chen is not a vain gold digger." The two of them sang the same tune, mocking and ridiculing each other, their eyes full of disgust and contempt. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Zhang Yichen didn't know who to speak for. One is her best friend and sister, and the other is her financial sponsor. It would be very difficult to offend either of them. She suddenly had an idea and pretended to look innocent and helpless. "Just pretend to be dumb." Lin Fan naturally noticed this as well, and couldn't help but think to himself, he is indeed a student of the drama academy, his acting skills are unmatched. With her young and innocent face, she looks like a silly and innocent girl with no thoughts in her mind. Although he felt a little unhappy, Lin Fan still felt that he had chosen the right person. He glanced at the car keys on Zhang Shuai's waist and suddenly laughed strangely. "Really? Then why is there a tag on your car key? Did you rent it from a rental car dealership?" Zhang Shuai's face changed slightly, and he immediately forced an explanation. "All the cars in my house are Rolls-Royce. The license plates are too similar, so I put labels on them so I can tell which one is which." "I see. I didn't expect you to be such a big shot. I'm so sorry." Lin Fan pretended to be surprised, turned to Zhang Yichen and said, "Yichen, take a look and see if you want anything else. I'll pay for today, but don't take anything cheap. If you want to take something worth more than 300,000 yuan. I don't think a cheap bag is worthy of you." "Really? Then I won't hold back." Zhang Yichen laughed happily and suddenly asked, "Can I pick one more for Sister Feifei?" "No. I'm only willing to spend money on you." Lin Fan changed the subject. "Besides, she already has a boyfriend, and she's not short of money just like me. If I spend money on her, our relationship will be ruined." "Oh." Zhang Yichen said oh and sighed with disappointment. Seeing a shrewd look in her eyes, Lin Fan knew that he had underestimated this girl. She was such a good actress. But the performance was just right and the cooperation with him was very beneficial to him. Just for this reason, Lin Fan didn't mind her worship of money at all. Anyway, Zhang Yichen is a goddess with a 9-point appearance, and he can get consumption rebates by spending money on her. Wang Yingfei couldn't help but feel envious and jealous when she saw how generous Lin Fan was. "Honey, I also want a bag like the one on the cabinets. Can you buy me one?" Wang Yingfei immediately hugged Zhang Shuai's arm, half of her body pressed against Zhang Shuai, and acted coquettishly. Zhang Shuai's face was very stiff, and he was very hesitant. "Don't you think the styles on the cabinet are very ordinary? The new ones are more stylish, and I prefer new ones. But people like more expensive ones. I only need one worth 300,000 yuan. It doesn't have to be too expensive." Wang Yingfei jumped up and down, her tone impatient, with an expression of disappointment. "But, didn't I already buy you several before? Do you want more?" Zhang Shuai frowned, looking embarrassed. Seeing this, Lin Fan also retorted, "Brother, don't embarrass yourself if you don't have money. If she really wants it, I can lend you some. In this kind of situation, don't say you don't have money. The most important thing is a woman's happiness." After he finished speaking, Zhang Shuai's mouth twitched. This is a typical case of flattery. Lin Fan wanted to force him into a desperate situation. If he was really rich, would he have so many excuses? You don't really have no money, do you? Humph. Why did you bring me here if you didn't have money? I really admire you for making me lose face in front of my sisters. I don't care, you have to buy me one today, otherwise I will ignore you. Wang Yingfei even changed her expression at the speed of light. Seeing that Zhang Shuai had not expressed his opinion, he turned pale and tried to provoke Zhang Shuai to compromise. Lin Fan suppressed his smile and looked at the two of them with a gossipy face. He was very sure that Zhang Shuai was a fake rich second generation, and most of the things he had were bought with loans or rented. After being stunned for a few seconds, Zhang Shuai gritted his teeth and said calmly, I have money now. How can I not have money? Baby, don't be angry. I was just considering whether it's worthwhile to buy such an expensive bag. I really don't like those styles. Now that you've asked, I'll naturally let you get what you want. Chapter 74. Hearing this, Wang Yingfei once again demonstrated what a dramatic actress is and what Sichuan opera face-changing is. So that's how it is, husband, I'm so sorry for what I did just now, I misunderstood you. Then I'll go pick a good-looking one, and I'll definitely accompany you well tonight, Mua. Wang Yingfei happily kissed Zhang Shuai on the face, then turned around and ran to Zhang Yichen to choose bags together. Seeing Zhang Shuai's face turn purple, Lin Fan did not forget to be sarcastic. Brother, if you feel embarrassed, tell me. I love helping others. If you don't have enough money, I will lend you some. Otherwise, you will be embarrassed and make a fool of yourself if you can't pay later. No need. Don't be so hypocritical, I don't need money. Zhang Shuai glared at him unhappily. Lin Fan chuckled and thought to himself, just keep pretending, I want to see how long you can pretend. It's okay that you don't have money, but you even dare to mock me. I'll let you know what it means to shoot yourself in the foot. Soon, Wang Yingfei picked out a white sharkskin handbag. Honey, I really like this bag. It's worth 350,000 yuan. Is it a bargain? Cheap. Hearing this, Zhang Shuai's mouth twitched twice again. Lin Fan could even see him gritting his back teeth, with an expression as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. As long as you like it, I'm not like some people who buy outdated styles just to look cool. They don't understand art at all. I'll pay for you. Zhang Shuai smiled and nodded pretentiously. After that, he quickly walked to another shopping guide and asked in a low voice, shopping guide, can I pay with a credit card? I don't have that much balance in my bank card. Sure. The shopping guide looked at him with surprise, and instantly realized that this guy was pretending to be a rich second generation. He immediately lost his good face towards him. Wang Yingfei was still immersed in the joy of buying a valuable bag and did not notice Zhang Shuai's humiliation at all. Lin Fan not only saw it, but also heard the conversation between him and the shopping guide. On the other side, Zhang Yichen also chose a burgundy bag. Seeing that she only wanted one, Lin Fan became unhappy on the spot. I mean what I say. I'll buy all the bags on this row of cabinets and give them to you. When you go out in the future, you can always change the color or style you like. Shopping guide, have you figured it out? How much do these bags cost in total? Lin Fan waved his hand with a domineering look on his face. Sir, there are exactly 12 bags worth more than 300,000 yuan, with a total price of 7.9 million yuan. Sir, I suggest you get a half membership card here. There are discounts. You can get discounts no matter where you shop in any branch. The female shopping guide smiled and nodded in response. No need for a discount, I don't need this little money. What's the account number? I'll transfer the money right away. Lin Fan was not ambiguous at all. After the female shopping guide showed her account number, Lin Fan immediately transferred 7.9 million to the account. Sir, if you have any other needs, please let us know. We promise to satisfy you. I was rude just now, please don't take it to heart. Do you need some snacks? We have a nice table here, you can go over there and take a rest. After seeing the payment information, the female shopping guide's expression changed again. She became very respectful, and she almost wrote the words "You are my grandpa" on her face. Zhang Yichen and Zhang Shuai were both stunned when they saw this amazing reversal. I didn't expect that Lin Fan actually bought all the most expensive bags in the store. Post-consumption rebate has been issued, please check it yourself. Wealth gold plus 780,000. Current wealth value, 93.49 million. Seeing that his wealth value increased by 780,000, Lin Fan felt a little delighted. I'm still more than 6 million away from becoming a billionaire. Moreover, he can withdraw his wealth into his bank card, which is cash that he can actually control and use. However, what surprised him more than the increase in wealth was that Zhang Yichen's favorability towards him increased to 50. A favorability level of 50 is at the level of total admiration. To some extent, he can now be considered Zhang Yichen's best friend. He and Ariel Zhang met for the first time, and this sweet girl fell in love with him instantly. Before the system was added, he would never have dared to do this in his dreams. He planned to strike while the iron was hot and see if he could make Zhang Yichen's favorability towards him reach 100% within one day. Thinking of this, Lin Fan came back to his senses and asked, "Yichen, are you renting a house outside now?" "Yes, I rented a house in an apartment outside the school, so it is convenient for live broadcast." Zhang Yichen answered very honestly. But she didn't know if Lin Fan had other intentions in asking this question, and then added, "I live with Sister Fei Fei." Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. This little girl was quite cautious. Was she afraid that he would eat her? "I plan to give you a house so that you don't have to spend money to rent it. I'd like to change it to a bigger one so that it will be more convenient for live streaming. Do you accept it?" Lin Fan asked seriously. "Really?" Zhang Yichen once again pretended to be flattered, shy and surprised, with a pure look in her eyes without any affectation. If an ordinary woman hears that a man is giving her a house, she will definitely be extremely surprised and overly excited. But she behaved like a child with a childish expression of joy when receiving a gift from an adult. To put it simply, Zhang Yichen does not behave like an ambitious, scheming materialistic woman. It made it look like Lin Fan gave it to her willingly, rather than her actively asking for it. In this way, she could accept it with peace of mind, without any sense of guilt or shame for taking advantage of someone. Of course it's true. I rarely tell lies. Are you satisfied with my performance just now? Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said in a flattering manner, "That looks like a dog licking." Wang Yingfei and the other female shopping guides were very envious and jealous. Why haven't they met a bootlicker like Lin Fan? "Yes, Mr. Lin, you are so nice to me, so I will obey your command." Zhang Yichen laughed, her face full of innocence, which made Lin Fan want to give her a moa. After the female shopping guide packed the 12 women's bags, Lin Fan did not have them delivered to Zhang Yichen's rented apartment immediately. Instead, "I plan to wait until I buy a new house and then have the shopping guide deliver it to me." The implication is self-evident. He specially gave these bags to Zhang Yichen, not to Wang Yingfei. However, given the relationship between the two women, Lin Fan knew that Zhang Yichen might still give one or two to Wang Yingfei in private. He said this on purpose to remind Zhang Yichen to keep her distance from Wang Yingfei. The four then left the Chanel store and went to an apartment near the school. Zhang Yichen hasn't graduated yet and will probably stay in Shanghai for another year or so. If she can own a house of her own, she won't have to spend any extra money. Besides, this is also one of the conditions in the contract. Chapter 75. Finally, Zhang Yichen chose a large flat on the top floor of a luxury apartment closest to the drama academy. But unfortunately, there are no fully furnished units for sale in this apartment, only a few second-hand units. Lin Fan originally wanted to buy a second-hand house and give it to Zhang Yichen, but was declined by Zhang Yichen. Maybe she won't be able to live here for long. In the end, Lin Fan simply rented the duplex apartment on the top floor and paid off nearly 2 years' rent in one lump sum, which was about 2 million. After Lin Fan paid the landlord, Zheng Shuai started to act sarcastic again. "You're such a boaster. Just now you vowed to buy a house, but now you can only rent it?" "That's right. The housing prices in the Magic City are so high. Any house costs several million, not to mention the top luxury houses in the city center, which are worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Even if you are rich, you can't afford it." Lin Fan glanced at him disapprovingly and chuckled, "Then why don't you rent one for me? I see you don't even have 100,000 yuan on you. I just saw you pay with a credit card." Hearing this, Zheng Shuai glared at him fiercely and pretended to be calm in his defense. "My credit card can be overdrawn for millions, which is more than the money in your bank card. I didn't expect your family is quite rich." Lin Fan laughed strangely. "I didn't expect this guy to have a credit card with such a large limit. No wonder he can rent luxury cars and buy famous bags. Apparently, his family is at least middle class. I don't know why he would spend so much money to date Wang Yingfei, a gold digger who only cares about money." Lin Fan secretly looked at Wang Yingfei a few times and found that this girl was only 22 years old, but she had a strong smell of worldly and infinite charm. If the boy is a young man who has never dated women, he will definitely be seduced by her. Maybe Zhang Shuai was the one being PUA'd by Wang Yingfei. But for the sake of face, he insisted on pretending. Thinking of this, Lin Fan came to the balcony and said to the two girls who were looking at the school scenery in the distance, "Yichen, do you have a driver's license? I want to give you another luxury car." After the group is formed, you may have to travel back and forth between Hangzhou and Shanghai frequently. It will be much more convenient to have a private car. I haven't got a driver's license yet. Zhang Yichen shook her head stupidly and answered in a coquettish voice. It's okay. As your boss, I will assign you a task now. Get a driver's license within 3 months. We will go to a nearby car shop and I will reserve a luxury car for you. Wow, Mr. Lin, you are so nice to me. How can I be so embarrassed? Zhang Yichen was extremely shy, her eyes sparkling with admiration, and she looked at Lin Fan with an infatuated look on her face. The only thing missing is the words "Please support me" written on her face. Wang Yingfei standing by was even more envious and jealous than before. If it were her, she would not miss such a good thing. Seeing that Zhang Yichen did not refuse, Lin Fan turned to look at Zhang Shuai. Brother, do you see any car shops nearby? Can you take us there? I'll treat you guys to dinner tonight. Zhang Shuai frowned slightly. He didn't understand what Lin Fan was trying to do. I always feel that Lin Fan has some ulterior motive. But for the sake of face, he still forced a smile and said, I know there is a Bentley 4S store nearby. In addition to Bentley, there are also Rolls-Royce and Porsche. However, these are all high-end luxury cars worth millions. There are no toy cars that are less than 300,000. What? Are you afraid that I can't afford it? I wouldn't even blink an eye at a bag worth 8 million, let alone a car worth several million. Lin Fan laughed. How much this guy despises himself. He has already spent 10 million on Ariel Zhang, and this guy still thinks he can't afford a luxury car? Just because you look like a nouveau riche, you think he is not as rich as you? Come to think of it, everyone loves to compare with others, let alone rich people. Zhang Shuai was speechless. He wanted to see what kind of luxury car Lin Fan could buy. On the contrary, the two women saw the two men bickering with each other and had no intention of trying to stop the fight. They seemed to be happy to see their dogs spending money on them. Yichen, I see that Lin Fan is particularly concerned about you. Do you really want to be supported by him? Wang Yingfei asked sourly. I was wondering why I had never met a bootlicker like Lin Fan. I'm just thinking about it. Didn't you suggest that I should be brave enough to accept it? There aren't many rich second generations who are willing to spend money generously on girls nowadays. Zhang Yichen quickly denied it. Although Wang Yingfei was her best friend, she could tell that Wang Yingfei was being jealous of her. She felt unhappy but could not say it to her face. After the group of 4 left the apartment, they waited at the gate of the community for a few minutes. Finally, they saw Zhang Shuai appear in front of them driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wang Yingfei got into the passenger seat without saying a word and proudly invited the two to get in the car. Zhang Shuai, how much is your car? It was Zhang Yichen's first time to ride in such a luxurious car. As soon as she got in, she was stunned by the luxurious interior and couldn't help but marvel at it. This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The Metropolitan Collector's Edition. I heard it costs 13 million. Wang Yingfei spoke first. Hearing this, Zhang Shuai added, although this car is a model from a few years ago, it is not comparable to the ordinary version of the Phantom. The new model is far less valuable than the old model. Seeing him talking a lot, Lin Fan was very sure that his Phantom was rented. Although he doesn't know much about luxury cars, he has read some related news. Rolls-Royce sells no more than 2,000 cars a year in China. Customized and collector's editions like the Phantom only sell about 500 to 600 units a year, but you can often see rich second generations and internet celebrities showing off their cars online, and most of them are Rolls-Royces. In addition, the interior of the car was so clean, and there was even a label on the car key, so it was definitely rented from a car dealership. 20 minutes later, the 4 arrived at the car shop Zhang Shuai mentioned. But as soon as he got off the car, Zhang Shuai received a call. After seeing the phone number, he immediately walked to the corner. Zhang Shuai, I'm manager Luo from Tianxia Car Rental Company. Your car rental expired the day before yesterday. You said you wanted to renew it, but I haven't received your transfer today. Don't play tricks on me. There's a locator on the car, I can call someone to drive the car back at any time. Manager Luo, I will definitely be able to transfer the money to you before 12 o'clock tonight. I'm working on something now and will tell you later. Don't worry, I'm not short of money. Zhang Shuai covered his mouth, afraid that Lin Fan and the other two would hear what he said, while he glanced at the three of them cautiously. Stop talking nonsense. I don't have the time to waste with you on how long it will take. Lin Fan was standing a few meters away. Seeing Zhang Shuai's embarrassed look, he immediately pricked up his ears. His senses are now many times stronger than before. Although he did not hear clearly what the person on the other end of the phone said, he could guess from the heavy tone of the person on the other end that the other party was most likely a debt collector. Chapter 76. He was all too familiar with that tone. Besides, if they were his relatives or friends, Zhang Shuai would not have to sneak around to make a phone call. If something was out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. Lin Fan didn't have time to wait for him to call, so he brought the two women into the store early. After entering the store, a male salesperson immediately came to greet me. Lin Fan immediately asked the male salesperson to take the three people to see luxury cars suitable for ladies. Sir, the luxury cars we sell here don't have any particularly small ones. But there is one that is more suitable for the two beauties around you. Bentley Continental. This is a luxury car that is quite popular among ladies in our store. Even a small lady can drive it smoothly. It is low-key and luxurious, and its interior is not inferior to that of a Rolls-Royce. Just as the male salesperson was introducing the product, Zhang Shuai also walked into the store. Since this car shop is located in the city center, there are relatively few models of cars in the shop, and Zhang Yichen has no opinion on luxury cars. After looking at several cars, she decided to buy the Bentley Continental recommended by the male salesperson. Miss, you have a good taste. We have several other colors in the garage. I wonder which color you like. Zhang Yichen thought for a while and decided on pink. But the one that came out of the car shop was white, and the pink one had to be picked up from the garage. We're here to make a reservation today, but I can pay in full. How much is it? Lin Fan asked bluntly. With insurance, taxes, and so on, the total will be 4 million. The male salesperson answered very straightforwardly. But Zhang Shuai at the side couldn't help but say, it's only 4 million. I thought you were going to buy a Phantom. It would have been better if he didn't say this. As soon as he said it, Lin Fan became unhappy on the spot. Do I need you to give me advice on what car I should buy? However, he did not confront her directly, but looked at Wang Yingfei. Brother, look, I bought a Continental for HN. You're richer than me, so shouldn't you show your appreciation by buying one for your girlfriend, too? She just picked out a Porsche. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the male salesperson again, winked at him, and then asked in a pretentious manner, then the Porsche should be as expensive as the Continental, right? The male salesperson is an experienced veteran. How could he tell that Lin Fan and Zhang Shuai were fighting openly and secretly? Lin Fan is so wealthy and powerful, it is obvious that Lin Fan is the stronger party. Mr. Lin, that Porsche is much cheaper than this Continental, but there is a model that is similar to the Continental, the Maybach GLS Silver version, which is more suitable for this lady's temperament. The Panamera is too small and doesn't match the lady's temperament. Or the Maserati MC20, which is the favorite model of many female stars and second-generation rich people and is highly praised by conservative young people. It is about the same price as the Continental and has a very lively temperament, which is very suitable for this lady. The male salesperson flattered Wang Yingfei crazily. After saying that, Lin Fan struck while the iron was hot and said, Brother, why don't you just give her a Maserati as well? This way, it will make us look more fair. Otherwise, she will feel so unbalanced when she sees her best friend driving a Continental out. After being praised so highly by him, Wang Yingfei really wanted Zhang Shuai to buy her a luxury car. Honey, why don't you buy me one? I just got my driver's license. Wang Yingfei looked at Zhang Shuai with hope and started to act coquettishly again. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuai's face instantly froze. Baby, this is too expensive, we can't afford it. Zhang Shuai shook his head in embarrassment. He really didn't want to be a sucker. A $3 million car. It's almost killing him. He rented the Phantom outside, at 30,000 a month. He had previously spent 300,000 yuan to buy a bag for Wang Yingfei at the Chanel store, which had already cost him a lot of money. The two of them had only been together for less than 3 months, and the money he spent today was more than all the time combined. But now Wang Yingfei actually wants him to buy a luxury car. It is obvious that she is treating him like a fool. Seeing this, the male salesperson said, "Then you can buy a Porsche." Porsche is also very popular. Many rich second-generation couples like this kind of dream car. They usually go for a drive, take photos, go to banquets, etc. It's very cool and eye-catching to drive. This lady is a professional model, right? Many models also like to drive this kind of car, or high-end luxury cars like Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, Bentley, etc. The more he talked, the more Wang Yingfei felt itchy. Not only her, but even Ariel Zhang and Lin Fan want to test drive Ferrari, Bentley, and other luxury cars. However, Lin Fan had already experienced luxury cars, and he was not interested in them, so he had no intention of buying more. "Brother, why don't you just buy one? You can't embarrass your girlfriend, right? This amount of money is nothing to you. You can even buy a Phantom worth 13 million, so can't you afford a luxury car worth 3 million? Lin Fan chuckled twice, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shuai clenched his teeth tightly, not wanting others to see his loss of composure. He had already greeted Lin Fan several times in his heart. How come I met this weirdo today? I didn't bother him, but he always went against me. Honey, if you don't have 3 million, a Porsche will do. I like any car. Okay? You don't want me to lose face in front of each end, do you? She bought her a car. If I don't have anything, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Wang Yingfei leaned close to Zhang Shuai's ear again, urging him while acting coquettishly. Zhang Shuai's face suddenly darkened. I couldn't help but curse in my heart, why are you buying a ball? I'll give you an ambulance, do you want one? You silly bird, you should go to the hospital and have your brain checked out. Let alone 1 million, he can't even take out 100,000 yuan now. I maxed out my credit card when I bought that $300,000 bag. There was only more than 20,000 yuan left in his bank card, not even enough to pay for the 30,000 yuan car rental. He had originally planned to cash out the credit limit on his credit card in the next 2 days, but he didn't expect to spend it all today. Lin Fan could see that he was very anxious and regretful. I couldn't help but sneer in my heart, you little brat, you pretend to be rich in front of me, I really don't know who gave you the courage. Since you look down on me so much, then I will expose your true colors. If Zheng Shuai hadn't made sarcastic remarks to him when they first met, Lin Fan wouldn't have bothered with him at all. As a result, this guy didn't know what was good for him and insisted on belittling him. Brother, do you know anyone from other car shops? I also want to buy myself a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Look at that Phantom outside, can I buy it for 13 million? Suddenly, Lin Fan pointed at the Phantom outside the store and asked loudly. The male salesman stared at the Phantom for half a minute, then shook his head in confusion and said, this Phantom is an old model from a few years ago. It's not worth 13 million now. Moreover, this car is obviously a second-hand car that has passed through several hands. Based on my experience, it must be at least an 8th-hand car. Bullshit. Don't talk nonsense. Chapter 77. Zhang Shuai roared impatiently. I bought this Phantom from a rich second-generation guy 2 months ago. Although it's an old model, it has a lot of new features. It's a customized version. I can even show you the invoice. Seeing that he was eager to prove that he was rich, Lin Fan almost couldn't help laughing. This guy is more vain than the 2 girls. For the sake of so-called face and status, you keep making up lies. Aren't you afraid that your lies will be exposed? The male salesman was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Zheng Shuai to be so angry. He had no choice but to look at Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, I'm a professional. I've been selling cars for so many years. I can tell at a glance if there is any problem with the car. He knew that Lin Fan and Zhang Shuai were competing with each other, but he was afraid of offending people. What if Zhang Shuai was a local rich second generation? If you offend him, he might just run away. Lin Fan smiled faintly and gave him an affirmative look. Of course, to be a salesperson in a luxury car dealership, you must have a keen eye and real ability. Some people insist on pretending to be rich, but end up with flaws all over their bodies. Hearing this, the male salesperson knew that Lin Fan allowed him to expose Zhang Shuai's false face. He was already accustomed to people like Zhang Shuai who pretended to be rich. In the end, he still stood on Lin Fan's side. I've bought a lot of Rolls-Royces before, and I've worked with a lot of influencers. Your car is indeed 8-hand owned, or even more than 8-hand owned. After all, it's an old model from a few years ago, and I don't know how many owners it has gone through. Besides, since it has been modified, it must have been in a car accident. Its value is definitely not 13 million. 3 million is probably the minimum. I even suspect that this car was bought from a rental car company or a second-hand dealer. After he finished speaking, Zhang Shuai suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. What the male salesperson said was exactly the same as the actual condition of the car. He subconsciously defended himself. I have the receipt, it's definitely not an 8-hand car. Then you might have been cheated. To be honest, I know how many of these old phantoms there are in Shanghai and who the owners are. I have a friend who is the manager of a Rolls-Royce store. He can tell the origin of this phantom with just one look. The male salesperson said in a loud voice. After saying this, Zhang Shuai couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Lin Fan immediately took advantage of the situation and pressed the issue. You didn't rent this car from a car rental company, did you? I heard that the keys of luxury cars in car rental companies are all labeled. That's right. This is to prevent some unscrupulous people from mortgaging or reselling the car. Putting a label on it is indeed a behavior that only car rental companies would do. Upon hearing this, the male salesperson immediately agreed wittily. Seeing Lin Fan looking at him jokingly, Zhang Shuai got furious on the spot. I didn't rent this car from a car rental company. I have several cars at home. I hate people like you who pretend to be cool. You can't afford one yourself, but you suspect that other people's luxury cars are rented? This is what unsophisticated people do. Typical hatred of the rich. Having said that, he turned the topic to Zhang Yichen. Yichen, I suggest you be careful when dealing with him. This guy is a liar from beginning to end. I can see at a glance that he is pretending to be rich. I wonder if the 10 million is used to launder money for others. You must be careful and don't let him cheat you out of your money and sex. After saying this, everyone present stared at Lin Fan. Lin Fan grinned and said aggressively, whether I am a liar or not is not your turn to judge. On the contrary, you can't even afford the car rental fee. The phone call you just received outside the door was from the car rental company, right? Did you max out your credit card? The credit limit on your credit card is probably only a few $100,000, right? Maybe the clothes you're wearing are also rented, right? The series of questions made Zhang Shuai feel guilty, angry, and even more shocked. He was clearly very far away from the three of them when he made the call just now, so how did this guy hear it? Could it be the wind-hearing ear? Just when he was about to blast Lin Fan, his cell phone rang again. After seeing the number, Zhang Shuai was shocked again. He turned around and walked out pretending to be calm. Hello? Mr. Luo, I'm Zhang Shuai, I'm outside now. Seeing that he was still acting, Lin Fan couldn't bear it anymore. He turned to the male salesman and muttered, Brother, ask your friend if he can find the owner of the car rental company and ask him to drive the car back. Tell the owner what I just said, and I will give you a reward of 100,000 yuan later. Hearing Lin Fan being so generous, the male salesperson took out his cell phone without saying a word and went to make a call. Yichen, it seems that your best friend made the wrong friends. She actually found a fake rich guy who pretends to be a rich man. I wonder if he was cheated of his money and sex. Lin Fan returned to the two women and spoke calmly with a fake smile on his face. Hearing this, Wang Yingfei's face suddenly became uncertain, sometimes blue and sometimes pale. It was obvious that what Lin Fan said came true, she was seduced by Zhang Shuai. Zhang Yichen couldn't help but pinch him secretly. Although she didn't like pretending to be rich, she felt sympathetic for her best friend being cheated. It can only be said that Lin Fan went a little too far. He chose to expose others in such an occasion. It is hard not to suspect that he did it on purpose. Lin Fan held back the pain and glanced at her calmly. Deep down, he also didn't want Zhang Yichen and Wang Yingfei to have a close relationship. This kind of prostitute will sooner or later lead Zhang Yichen astray. Judging from the fact that Zhang Yichen likes to take advantage, loves to compare, and is a bit materialistic, she is most likely influenced by Wang Yingfei. Although he is not short of money and is willing to spend 100 million or 200 million on Zhang Yichen, he does not want to be a sucker. Humph. Sister Feifei is so smart, how could she possibly lie? Besides, she's so pretty, there are so many rich second generations courting her, at worst she can just find someone else. Zhang Yichen didn't want to embarrass her best friend, so she tried to smooth things over. Wang Yingfei pursed her lips, seeming to want to say something but stopped herself, and ultimately had nothing to say. At this time, Zhang Shuai hurried in again and pretended to be calm and said, Baby, I'm sorry, an important guest suddenly came to my house, and I have to go back to greet him. I'm sorry, I'll ask you to go to the Bund to watch a movie tomorrow, bye. After saying that, he got into the car without looking back and drove away. At this time, the male salesperson had not finished his call. Lin Fan sneered in his heart, this guy was indeed guilty, his acting was so fake, he was a total clown. I'll take you to the movies later. This is my first time in Shanghai, and I haven't been to the Bund yet. Lin Fan changed the subject in a few words, and the atmosphere suddenly changed. After the male salesperson finished the call, Lin Fan asked him to produce the receipt, and Lin Fan completed the transfer on the spot. A Bentley Continental, a total of $3.5 million. When everyone saw him transfer the money in one breath, they realized that he was the real rich man. Before leaving, the male salesperson drove a Maybach to take the three of them to the Bund. Chapter 78. After sightseeing until the evening, Lin Fan checked into the hotel alone and returned to Hangzhou early the next morning. The next day was Monday. Lin Fan is at Bihu Villa, studying business administration on the computer. This was the advice Su Tumo gave him. He graduated from Hangzhou Normal University, majoring in programming. He originally planned to stay in Hangzhou to find a job after graduation, but he had no family background and ended up becoming a social animal. Now he owns hotels and entertainment companies, which are quite large in scale. The knowledge he has is not enough to support him in managing so many industries. Of course, we must keep up with the times and learn new knowledge. Now he usually doesn't go back to the company in the morning, and basically studies at home. At 11 o'clock, he suddenly received a call from Ms. Sun from the finance department, informing him that Chuancher Entertainment was being investigated by relevant departments. They said that they had received a report that Chuancher Entertainment was suspected of broadcasting unhealthy content. After receiving the news, Lin Fan immediately rushed to the company. When he arrived at the company, he found that there were several staff members from relevant departments. What was even more incredible was that there were people from the security department. 12 o'clock noon. In the Fengqing Western restaurant opposite Chuancher Entertainment. Su Tumo arrived late. As soon as she sat down, she took out a file bag from her bag and said with a strange look, "I found out for you. It was Bai Jiahao who did it. I spoke to the head of the Bai family on the phone before I came here. But besides him, there is another person who also reported your company. His name is Zhou Zhang." Lin Fan glanced at the documents in the file bag. Inside are various compliance documents that Su Tumo obtained from relevant departments. The documents are more complete than before. With these documents, we will not be afraid of being reviewed by relevant departments in the future. An hour ago, he told Su Tumo about this and asked for her help. Su Tumo immediately helped him find out who was behind it and also helped him get all the documents. That Zhou Zhang doesn't seem to be a serious person. Su Tumo asked in an interrogative tone. He is the behind-the-scenes boss of Huancher Entertainment. As he spoke, Lin Fan recounted the grievances between himself and Huancher Entertainment. It's a small company worth tens of millions, and you want to buy it? Su Tumo didn't know why he wanted to acquire a small company with no future. Of course Lin Fan couldn't tell her that this was a task assigned by the system. I could only jokingly explain, just think of it as a bad taste. That small company made me very upset before, and I want to take revenge. Su Tumo rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. Remember to go to the meeting at Starlight Entertainment. I'm going to kick out the previous small shareholders and reorganize the shares in management. Do you have any objections? No problem. You are the general manager now. You have the final say. Lin Fan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Although he acquired Starlight Live and held the largest share, he handed over the management rights and voice to Su Tumo. Professional matters should be left to professionals. After lunch, Su Tumo left in a hurry. She has been very busy recently. In addition to financing and transformation of her own hotel, she also has to manage Starlight Entertainment part-time, which has doubled her pressure. But Lin Fan had previously given her a car and a house, as well as shares in Starlight Entertainment, which made it difficult for her to refuse. After Su Tumo left, Lin Fan muttered to himself for a while. I almost forgot about the revenge mission assigned by the system. It seems that the uncle and nephew are still unwilling to give up. Since you want to provoke me, don't blame me for being ruthless. In order to complete the mission, I have to be the bad guy. After thinking about his revenge plan, Lin Fan first called Zhou Xiaodong and asked him if he knew any private detective. He wants to use a private detective to find evidence of the crime committed by Zhou Zhang and Wang Deji, uncle and nephew. When he was still in the company, he had heard some gossip from other employees. For example, Wang Dizhi used all kinds of dirty means to take advantage of female anchors and force them to provide massage and other services to underground forces. Zhou Zheng fought and was suspected of money laundering, etc. It took Zhou Xiaodong less than 3 hours to collect all kinds of evidence against Zhou Zhang's uncle and nephew. Afterwards, he called He Hongyu and asked him to expose the evidence online. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Fan was driving to Starlight Entertainment when he suddenly received a WeChat call from Zhang Yi. "Lin Fan, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to a movie. Last time you gave me 2 skirts, so it's my turn to treat you this time." Hearing this, Lin Fan took the initiative. "I'll treat you, but I have to go to a meeting at the company now. You can come to Xingguang building later. It's right in the city center and there are 2 movie theaters nearby. This way it's more convenient." He understood from Zhang Yi's tone that Zhang Yi obviously had something to tell him. These days, Zhang Yi would occasionally send WeChat messages to ask about his situation. But since Lin Fan has become a wealthy man now, Zhang Yi has become the weaker party, and she will not chat with Lin Fan for no reason. Being so proactive today, it's obvious that he has something to hide. It was already 6:30 after the meeting, and Shurjia's secretary reminded him that Zhang Yi had been waiting in his office for a long time. He also has an exclusive office in Star Entertainment. This is the privilege of being a major shareholder in Chairman. "You're here so early, are you leaving get off work early today?" Seeing Zhang Yi wearing a white short skirt and dressed like a college student, Lin Fanjun felt like he was basking in spring breeze. After all, she is the white moonlight in his mind. No matter what kind of clothes she wears, she is always so extraordinary and beautiful. He felt that with Zhang Yi's looks, she would be able to beat those 3rd and 4th tier female stars if she became a star. "I'm in a publicity position, which doesn't involve much work. I didn't expect you to be the chairman of a large company. I never dreamed that you would achieve such success. But even if you won the lottery, you can't have so much money." Although Lin Fan had told her before that his money came from winning the lottery, it would be impossible to acquire a company worth more than 2 billion without a net worth of 10 billion. "I met a noble person. By the way, I have a gift for you." As he spoke, Lin Fan picked up the box he had prepared in advance from the coffee table. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment. The box was the same size as a file bag, so she knew without guessing that there was a necklace inside. But she still looked very happy, and asked knowingly, "What is this?" "You'll know if you open it." Lin Fan chuckled. He quite liked Zhang Yi's shy expression, which made her look charming and seductive. Zhang Yi opened it and saw that it was indeed an exquisite necklace. In the middle is a diamond the size of a fingernail. Although the whole necklace does not look high-end, it seems rather ordinary compared to those specially customized high-end necklaces. Lin Fan knew Zhang Yi's personality, and it would be too ostentatious for her to wear a high-end necklace. Besides, if she wore a high-end necklace to work, it would definitely cause criticism from others. But such a necklace that is both delicate and noble is just right for Zhang Yi's introverted and low-key temperament. "Do you like it?" "As long as it's from you, I like it." Chapter 79. Which woman would not be tempted by luxury goods? Even a woman like Zhang Yi who is not too materialistic is no exception. Whether it is jewelry or high-end clothing, it can enhance a woman's appearance and inner beauty. What's more, this is a necklace worth 200,000. Lin Fan personally put the necklace on her, which made Zhang Yi very emotional. That. A blush appeared on Zhang Yi's cheeks. Her heart was beating like a deer. She was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look directly into Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Fan's heart was also restless, wondering what would happen next. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. "Zhang Yi, I." Lin Fan put his hands on her shoulders, and Zhang Yi couldn't help but let out a coquettish sound. He noticed that Zhang Yi's favorability towards him instantly increased to 55. But just as he was about to confess, a cold ridicule suddenly came from the door. "Hey, which pretty female anchor did you hook up with again?" Hearing this, Lin Fan hurriedly explained, "She is not the company's female anchor, she is my classmate in college." After that, Lin Fan introduced Tsutomo to Zhang Yi. In fact, Zhang Yi also knew Tsutomo. After all, she is a well-known white, rich and beautiful woman in Hangzhou. She is well known in both the socialite circle and the wealthy circle. In addition, she is young and beautiful, making her the dream goddess of many men. Some even compared her to the princess of South Korea's tech giant Samsung. But after seeing Tsutomo, Zhang Yi felt ashamed of herself. She didn't know whether it was out of guilt or inferiority, and she quickly stuffed the necklace into her collar. Sutomo is a woman who doesn't like to wear gold and silver. Her unique classical temperament alone is so beautiful that she can be described as a beauty who outshines all other women. Although Zhang Yi is also a girl with a 9-point appearance and can be a charming woman when dressed up, she is still far behind a peerless beauty like Su Mo in terms of temperament. So this is the white moonlight in your mind. She is really beautiful. You have a pretty good eye. Sutomo looked at Zhang Yi indifferently. Although she is extremely beautiful, she will still feel jealous when she meets a woman who is as beautiful as her. Lin Fan also heard the jealousy in her tone. Fearing that Zhang Yi might misunderstand him, he quickly changed the subject. Miss Su, is there anything else? The day after tomorrow, there will be a charity auction called Warm Winter Action held at the Intercontinental Hotel. Many companies will participate. I suggest you go with me and donate tens of millions to help the disabled. This will help reverse your image in the future when a public opinion crisis occurs. Sutomo used an almost commanding tone, with an attitude that did not brook refusal. No problem. I'll follow your instructions. Is there anything else you want to add? Lin Fan asked, pretending to be calm, but he was actually feeling a little upset. He was about to confess his love to Zhang Yi, but he didn't expect her to suddenly appear and ruin his plans. It would be strange if I could be in a good mood. He wished Sutomo would leave immediately. But Sutomo seemed to want to tease him, and deliberately said in a sarcastic tone, "Don't just spend your money on wine and women and flirt with other girls. When you were pursuing me before, you gave me cars and houses. Now you are hooking up with the former class beauty. Are you using the same trick again? Learn more." Okay, I've said everything I need to say, I'm leaving. After saying that, Sutomo floated out of the office like a gust of wind. As soon as he left, Zhang Yi asked him bluntly, "You actually want to pursue her?" Lin Fan looked carefully and was horrified to see that Zhang Yi's favorability towards him had dropped from 55 to 50. The favorability level dropped by 5 points instantly. How could I possibly pursue her? We are not a good match. I recruited her to be a manager in the company and tried to curry favor with her. I never thought of pursuing her. She was teasing me on purpose. Lin Fan forced himself to explain, feeling guilty. Naturally, he could not admit the fact. He gave the car as a gift just to increase Sutomo's favorability towards him. To put it bluntly, it was to complete the task. But Zhang Yi was really jealous this time and she refused to believe anything he said. I've heard before that Sutomo is an icy beauty who hardly interacts with men. I didn't expect you to be so generous. In addition to giving her a house and a car, did you give her many other things to win her heart? Zhang Yi looked at him with disdain. She thought it was normal for Lin Fan to be a little romantic after becoming rich, but she didn't expect that he would pursue her while flirting with Sutomo, which clearly showed that he didn't value her enough. It turns out that in Lin Fan's heart, she is far inferior to Sutomo. You think too much. I only treat her as a friend and a partner. I have never thought of pursuing her. I am sincere to you. Lin Fan scratched his head, not knowing how to explain to make Zhang Yi change her mind. Since you are so busy, I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave first. Seeing him hesitating, Zhang Yi immediately became jealous. Without saying a word, she grabbed her bag and strode out. Zhang Yi, please listen to my explanation. I gave her a car and a house just to deal with her. I need the support of the Su family. She helped me a lot today. Today, Chuangshi Entertainment was investigated by the relevant departments. Lin Fan followed her closely and told her what happened today. He also emphasized that he fawned over Sutomo only to get close to the Su family. At this time, the two had already arrived at the lobby on the first floor. Aren't you very rich? First it was the Dihao Hotel, now it's this company. Do you still need to curry favor with her? Zhang Yi crossed her arms, her tone full of resentment, and she was puzzled. You have to know that in China, even if you have money, you may not be able to settle some things. Money is nothing compared to power. With your family's situation, you can understand these principles. Lin Fan explained it with both emotion and reason. Zhang Yi figured it out a little, but she still couldn't understand why Lin Fan could spend so much money to give Sutomo so many things. He is so rich that he can even give away mansions and estates worth hundreds of millions. Lin Fan finally realized that Zhang Yi was jealous of Sutomo. If she wasn't jealous, Lin Fan would really be nervous. Since she was so jealous, it meant that she also wanted to be favored by Lin Fan. So, Lin Fan stopped explaining and switched to dog-licking mode. I was wrong. You are the white moonlight in my heart. Whatever you want, I will buy it for you. Not to mention a mansion worth hundreds of millions, I can even buy you a private jet. Please forgive me, okay? As long as you ask, I will buy it and send it to you immediately, even if it means I have to learn to bark like a dog. Zhang Yi rolled her eyes at him in annoyance, but she would never change her mind just because of his sweet words. She pointed to an antique restaurant across the street and said, "Can you buy that Chinese restaurant across the street and give it to me?" "No problem. Let's go now. In 10 minutes, I will make you the boss of Kanyuan." Lin Fan didn't care whether she was talking in anger or not. He pulled her across the street and rushed into this famous Chinese restaurant in Hangzhou. Chapter 80. Kanyuan is the only Chinese restaurant in the city center that has been rated as a 3-star restaurant. A few years ago, when takeout was not yet popular, Kanyuan was considered a popular check-in spot for internet celebrities. But precisely because of its high standards, slightly higher per capita consumption, and high-end dishes, which ordinary people cannot afford, the business has plummeted in the past 2 years. From being well known in the beginning, it is now deserted and can barely survive. It was dinner time. When the two entered the restaurant, there were nearly 30 tables in the first floor hall, but only 5 of them were occupied. Not to mention the private rooms upstairs, you can tell from the lights that there are not many people there. "Welcome." The waiter greeted the two of them politely and immediately brought them the menu. But Lin Fan asked bluntly, "Is your boss in the store? I have something important to discuss with him." "Just say you are a shareholder of Starlight Entertainment across the street and want to meet him." "Wait a moment." The waiter went upstairs immediately. Lin Fan took Zhang Yi to the private room on the second floor and ordered a few dishes. But at this time Zhang Yi couldn't sit still anymore. "You're not really going to buy it, are you?" I was just saying that in anger." Zhang Yi hesitated and said, she just pointed casually, but she didn't expect Lin Fan to take it seriously. "No matter if it's just an angry remark or not, as long as it's something you like and as long as it's within my ability, I will do what I say," Lin Fan answered confidently. Zhang Yi looked at him blankly. Deep down, she admired Lin Fan's ambition to keep his word. During his 4 years in college, Lin Fan performed well and ranked among the top students. He always maintains a humble and studious attitude, which is also what Zhang Yi likes about him. But in Hangzhou, an environment where everyone relies on one's parents, background and origin to get a good job, even if one has good grades, one may not necessarily be able to secure a bright future. Now that Lin Fan is financially independent, she thought that he might have lost his original heart, but she still saw that he still had the desire to keep working hard and a humble character, so her liking for him doubled. "Sir, are you looking for me?" At this time, a middle-aged man in a white shirt came to the private room, very curious about why Lin Fan was looking for him. Lin Fan made a gesture of invitation and then got straight to the point. "Boss, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Fan, and I'm one of the shareholders of Starlight Entertainment Company. I want to buy your restaurant. Are you willing?" After introducing himself, he got straight to the point. The restaurant owner also introduced himself and asked him what his intention was in buying the restaurant. "To be honest, I bought the hotel to give to my girlfriend. I accidentally made her angry just now, and she said that if I could buy your hotel, she would forgive me." Lin Fan looked at her straight and told her everything. When Zhao Rumen heard this reason, he was immediately confused. "This is the first time I've heard such a strange reason in my life. He bought the restaurant just to please his girlfriend? It's something I've never seen or heard of." Zhang Yi glared at him angrily, and even blamed him in his heart for telling this matter. "Isn't this a joke? Boss Xiao, can you give me a price? I can't wait any longer." Zhao Rumen scratched his head. In fact, he had long wanted to sell this restaurant and run another one that could still make a profit. Many people had come to him before to ask for the price, expressing their willingness to buy the hotel, but the offer was never satisfactory to him. "Mr. Lin, my store is a century-old store. Whether it's the decoration or the master chefs in the kitchen, they are all moving signs. You may not find another one like this in Hangzhou. And the location here is not bad, in the city center. Although the flow of people is much less, if we connect to the food delivery platform, the business can still recover as before." Listening to him talking endlessly, Lin Fan thought to himself, isn't it just to ask for a high price? Is it necessary to be so long-winded? Just make an offer boldly. This 80 million, what do you think? The wood used for the decoration here is quite valuable, and many of them are imported from abroad, including the decorations, which are also very valuable. Zhao Ruman held up two fingers, told the price he had in mind, and continued to talk. Lin Fan curled his lips helplessly. Obviously, 80 million is just a low price in Zhao Ruman's mind, and he may want more. 100 million. Lin Fan stretched out a finger and said tentatively. Upon hearing this number, Zhao Ruman and Zhang Yi both widened their eyes. The former had an incredible expression on his face. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so wealthy. Zhang Yi couldn't understand it. Logically, Lin Fan was the buyer and could bargain, so why did he raise the price? Did he have too much money to spend? 100 million, this. Zhao Ruman scratched his head. To be honest, this restaurant is worth at most 70 million. He raised the price to 80 million so that he would not suffer any loss when Lin Fan bargained. He didn't expect Lin Fan to raise the price to 100 million. Instead, he was flattered and hesitated. Could it be that Lin Fan is here to launder money? However, money launderers would not use such a bizarre method. Many financial criminals launder money through quick methods. If you buy a restaurant and use it to launder money, you might end up losing everything. Lin Fan didn't know what he was thinking. He thought Zhao Ruman was still not satisfied with the price of 100 million, so he continued, then it's 120 million. After he finished speaking, Zhao Ruman stood up quickly. That's enough. That's high enough. I'm very satisfied with this price, Mr. Lin. No, Boss Lin, from now on, you are the new owner of Kangyuan Restaurant. I'll go get your contract now, please wait. Zhao Ruman finally realized that Lin Fan was a real rich man. He didn't care how much this restaurant was worth, he only cared about not making Zhang Yi angry. The price of 120 million was 50 million more than the 70 million in his heart. Enough for him to reopen a branch somewhere else. My lady. I can see that Boss Lin loves you very much. If he has done anything wrong, please forgive him. He is definitely a rare talent. Zhao Ruman couldn't help but flatter Lin Fan a few words, then left with a smile on her face. After he left, Lin Fan asked seriously, I bought the restaurant in your name. After you sign the contract, you will be the owner of this restaurant. How is it? Have you calmed down? This is the first time I've seen someone bargain like this. Isn't it a waste? Zhang Yi rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, feeling delighted. Lin Fan was willing to spend so much money on her just to make her not angry. Based on this alone, she had absolutely no reason to be angry. She remembered that her grandfather once told her that money is a man's confidence. If a man is willing to spend all his financial resources on a woman, he is either a fool or he has a special liking for this woman. Obviously Lin Fan is the latter. This means that her position in Lin Fan's heart is higher than that of others. Don't waste it. As long as you like it, I can buy it no matter how expensive it is. Seeing Zhang Yi smiling and no longer resentful, Lin Fan was also very happy. Chapter 81. Because he saw that Zhang Yi's favorability towards him had increased from 50 to 60. Facts have proved that when spending money on women, don't be stingy. The more generous you are, the more appreciation and favor you will get from her. Soon, Zhao Ruman handed the drafted contract to Lin Fan. Zhang Yi wanted to refuse, but after Lin Fan's repeated requests, she signed her name. If Lin Fan signed it himself, he would not get any rebate of the bootlicker money. After completing the transfer, Zhao Ruman immediately changed his words and called Lin Fan brother. Brother, you are so generous. I have lived in Hangzhou for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen such a generous rich man. Zhao Ruman really expressed his feelings. In less than 10 minutes, he earned 100 million. This is even more magical than winning the lottery. How can it not be exciting? He originally planned to sell it for the lowest price of 60 million if someone lowered the price this time. I didn't expect that Lin Fan's offer was twice his lowest psychological price. He is truly a rich and inhumane person. I've bought the hotel, but I'd like you to stay here. After all, it's an old brand. If you change people, the business will probably get worse. Lin Fan suggested that Zhao Rumming continue to be the boss, and Zhang Yi would just be the boss behind the scenes, collecting profits while Zhao Rumming would still have to do all the work. After all, she still has a job. It was naturally difficult for Zhao Rumming to refuse. Lin Fan gave him tens of millions more. Not only could he continue to serve, he could even let him work as a chef in Zhang Yi's house. After Zhao Ruman left, Zhang Yi still looked dazed. In a short while, she had a restaurant worth hundreds of millions under her name. The total assets of her family barely exceeded 100 million. With just a few words from Lin Fan, she had assets worth over 100 million, which made her feel incredible. From now on, she doesn't have to do anything and can receive millions of profits a month. A true winner in life, better than those rich second generations. It's true that the food here is delicious, worthy of being made by a state banquet chef. If we can use the internet platform to sell it well, we can still turn losses into profits. Lin Fan has already thought of some plans that can quickly turn Kang Yuan restaurant from loss to profit. Seeing him talking incessantly and looking very satisfied, Zhang Yi began to admire Lin Fan even more. She suddenly remembered the purpose of coming to see Lin Fan tonight. Are you free during the National Day? My cousin is getting engaged, and I'd like you to go with me. Last time you gave me 2 sets of gift bags, my mother saw them and asked me if I had a new boyfriend. I told her about your situation, and she asked me to take you to her home. Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled smugly and said, "We're meeting the parents so soon? I'm not even ready yet. It's just a matter of meeting the parents. It's hard to say whether it will work." Zhang Yi rolled her eyes at him shyly. Lin Fan smiled but said nothing. At this point, Zhang Yi must have already decided on him in her heart. After all, they almost became lovers before, and now he has endless money, so it is only a matter of time for him to win Zhang Yi's trust. Afterwards, Zhang Yi briefly introduced the situation of her family. Lin Fan also asked her parents what their hobbies were so that he could prepare gifts in advance and gain some favor in front of their family. After dinner, the two went to see a movie. After Lin Fan sent her home, he did not return directly to Bihu Villa, but drove to Huancher Entertainment. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. After his Huancher Entertainment was investigated in the morning, Huancher Entertainment was also investigated in the afternoon. To be more precise, it was closed down. After all, it was Su Tomo who helped him behind the scenes. Zhou Zhang had no background, and with the various evidences provided by Lin Fan, the uncle and nephew were taken away directly. But Lin Fan heard from several female anchors who had worked in Huancher Entertainment before that the uncle and nephew paid a lot of money for bail and were released from the police station in the evening. It goes without saying that the uncle and nephew will clean up all the evidence and close the company. Most live broadcast companies work at night. When he arrived at Huancher Entertainment, the uncle and nephew were indeed directing the employees of the moving company to clean up the site. Apparently, the uncle and nephew are planning to make a comeback after their fame has passed. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't let them succeed. He plans to complete his revenge mission tonight. As soon as Lin Fan appeared, Zhou Zhang spotted him immediately. "What are you doing here? You did it!" Seeing Lin Fan's gloating expression, Zhou Zhang immediately became furious and insisted that it was Lin Fan who reported it. "I did it, what can you do?" Lin Fan snorted with disdain. Since he was coming here naturally, he had already expected that Zhou Zhang would immediately suspect him. Seeing him admit it, Zhou Zhang became even more furious and stared at Lin Fan with flaming eyes. "I'm going to kill you today. Uncle, tell someone to close the door." Wang Dizhi immediately ordered people to block the exit and even asked people to stand guard at the windows. "You bastard. I didn't expect it was you, a loser, who was responsible for making me poor overnight. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Zhou Zhang directly found a fruit knife from the cabinet, pointed it at Lin Fan, and roared ferociously. Lin Fan was unusually calm, while looking around at the movers who surrounded him. These workers can be seen as thugs at a glance, and they must be the subordinates of the so-called underworld boss he mentioned before. Many of the thugs who are attached to those big guys usually work as movers, security guards, bar waiters, etc. Everyone stared at him like tigers, bloodthirsty and vicious, as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. But Lin Fan was not afraid at all. Before going upstairs, he spent 100,000 gold coins and exchanged them for a golden armor item card. He has verified the effect of the prop card and found that it is invulnerable to swords and guns. He is not afraid even when facing more than 20 thugs. Your bank card has been frozen, your property has been seized, and you don't have a penny left, right? I have an idea. If you transfer the company to me, I will give you a sum of money, which will also make you look more respectable. At least you won't have to starve. How do you think?" Lin Fan said calmly. "Respectable?" Zhou Zhang was so angry at his words that his mouth twitched. This is a naked humiliation. He was so angry that he was shaking all over. It would have been fine if this guy had just reported him, but he actually went so far as to humiliate him so harshly? This is intolerable. "Fuck you, I'm going to kill you." Zhou Zhang roared, raised the knife in his hand, leaped up like a tiger, and pounced directly at Lin Fan's head. But the next second, there was a muffled bang. Zhou Zhang's body suddenly flew backwards like a ball and hit the cabinet behind him. Before the others could see Lin Fan's actions clearly, they heard Zhou Zhang howling in pain. "What are you still standing there for? Go ahead. Kill him. I'm going to skin him alive." Zhou Zhang sat up with a look of pain on his face and roared ferociously with a hideous expression. He was horrified to find that several of his ribs had been broken by Lin Fan, and the severe pain made it impossible for him to get up. Chapter 82. The rest of the people came to their senses, picked up the weapons around them, and rushed forward. However, the following scene made Zhou Zhang and Wang Dizhi, uncle and nephew, so frightened that their eyes almost popped out. Lin Fan was like a killing god. With his bare hands and fists, he beat more than 20 movers to a pulp. During this time, the two also saw someone hitting Lin Fan on the back and head with wooden sticks, iron rods, and the like, but Lin Fan seemed fine, as if those fatal attacks did not hurt him at all. This time, Lin Fan did not hold back like he did before. He left no strength unturned and attacked with all his might. Almost everyone suffered internal injuries, broken bones, disfigured faces, or skull cracks. It was a horrific sight. In just 5 minutes, Lin Fan beat all the thugs until they lay on the ground and screamed like dead pigs. Even Wang Dizhi was not spared. Lin Fan crippled Wang Dizhi's third leg out of revenge. He only used one kick to crush Wang Dizhi's lower body. Wang Dizhi fainted on the spot and became the most seriously injured person in the audience. When Zhou Zhang saw Lin Fan walking towards him, he was so scared that he trembled. In a hurry, he knelt in front of him. "Brother! Spare my life. Please let me go. I can give you whatever you want, just don't kill me." Zhou Zhang was frightened to death by Lin Fan's terrifying fighting power. Others didn't dare to howl or scream, for fear of making Lin Fan unhappy and having him kill them all. No one could figure out how Lin Fan did it. It's like a body of bronze and arms of iron, invulnerable to swords and spears. It's so terrifying. In a society ruled by law, I dare not kill anyone. Lin Fan smiled sinisterly. "Didn't I just say that? I can make you look decent. You transfer the company to me, including the female anchors under it. I will take them all. I will also give you 500,000 yuan and let you go to the hospital to treat your injuries. How about that? Is that fair?" Hearing this, Zhou Zhang's mouth twitched suddenly. He cursed Lin Fan's family 100 times with hatred in his heart. "What the hell? Are you trying to trick me? Just paying me 500,000 yuan? Why, you're not happy?" Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "With pleasure. With pleasure." Zhou Zhang was frightened by his look and trembled all over, and nodded in agreement quickly. Even without money, he was willing to hand over the company. After all, life is more important than money now. "That's good enough, then go and check your contract." Lin Fan nodded contentedly. The reward of 500,000 was naturally to humiliate him. He doesn't want this company, as it's almost been emptied out. What he wants are the female anchors under it. The contracts of those female anchors are still in Zhou Zhang's hands, so Zhou Zhang still has a chance to make a comeback. But the revenge mission arranged by the system is to acquire the entire Huancher entertainment, which naturally includes these female anchors. Although the appearance and talent of these female anchors do not meet his requirements, they are much better than those ugly ones on big platforms such as Douyin and Douyu. With some packaging, they can still attract many otakus and viewers. Zhou Xinxiang endured the severe pain and drafted the contract, but Lin Fan was not satisfied at all and asked him to make changes. After revising it several times, Lin Fan was finally satisfied. After Zhou Zhang signed and put his fingerprints on the document, Lin Fan transferred 500,000 yuan to the account he designated. Finally, he left happily with the contracts of the female anchors, account books, transaction contracts and other information. When he got back to the car, Lin Fan recalled the long-lost system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the revenge mission, rewards are being distributed. The reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host for winning a set of Binhai Park villas, worth 50 million. 2 luxury cars worth tens of millions are already in the villa garage, please check for yourself. Finally, I have my own mansion. Lin Fan was so excited that he started the car immediately and rushed to the Binhai Park Villa district as fast as possible. But the only drawback is that the Bin Hai Park Villa district is not in the city center, but a little far from the city center. It is located next to the canal. It takes more than half an hour to drive from the Bin Hai Park to the city center. While he was still on the way, he received a call from the real estate company that developed the seaside villa. The other party said that they had arranged for someone to hand over the keys, property certificates, and other items to him when he arrived at the villa. 40 minutes later, Lin Fan arrived at the Bin Hai Park Villa, and in front of villa number 55, he met the manager that the developer mentioned. The other party handed him the keys, property certificate, and other documents and then left. Entering the villa, Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect it to be such a fully furnished house. If it was a mud house, he would have to pay for the renovation himself. After walking around the villa, he went to take a look in the garage and saw two luxury cars worth tens of millions, a Cullinan and a Lamborghini Aventador, commonly known as the Big Bull in the car circle. After taking a look at the Land Rover parked outside, Lin Fan still felt that a luxury car worth tens of millions was more attractive. Even sedans worth hundreds of thousands of dollars pale in comparison to supercars. The next day, noon. Lin Fan was driving his Lamborghini to Starlight Entertainment to discuss with Shi Jia about taking over and merging the small anchors under Huancher Entertainment. But as soon as the car came out of the garage, it was suddenly rear-ended by a car behind. As soon as I got off the car, I saw a short-haired woman in a white shirt walking towards me quickly. "I'm sorry, I was driving too fast and hit you." The moment he saw this woman, Lin Fan was stunned on the spot. Isn't this the former top female star in the entertainment industry, Li, the #1 star in Hawaii? Unexpectedly, a well-known but out-of-date superstar would live next door to him. He has also seen many movies starring Li. This top actress has also appeared in many American blockbusters and has been popular in the entertainment industry for nearly 20 years. What is most well known is the scandal between her and the brothers of Hawaii media, so she was given the title of Hawaii's #1 sister. But in recent years, with the gradual decline of Hawaii media, this once top star has also lost his star power, appeared in fewer and fewer movies, and has been in a state of retirement in the past 2 years. In addition, as she got older, there were rarely any updates or news about her on the internet. It was rumored that she kept a young man, but they broke up after less than half a year. After all, this female star is an old lady who is almost 50 years old. She once revealed on the show that what she needs is not a young man who can take care of people, but a romantic and artistic partner, even if the other person is ordinary. The car paint was scratched a little. The repair cost must be high. I'll compensate you. You tell me the amount. Lily took a look at the collision site and saw that part of her Lamborghini was dented. She felt guilty and asked for compensation. "No, I was careless and didn't notice anyone here." Are you Lily who played Justice Bao? I'm your fan, can I take a photo with you? No need to compensate. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. It was indeed his carelessness, as he did not see the car next to him because he was blocked by the garden fence. Chapter 83. It's just a dent, the paint hasn't peeled, and the repair cost is no more than $6,000 or $7,000. There's no need to haggle with a big star over a few $1,000s. Can. Lily readily agreed to take a photo with him. However, Lin Fan was very self-aware and only took a group photo before the two parted ways. "By the way, what's your name? What do you do?" Lily turned around and was about to get in the car and suddenly asked. "My name is Lin Fan, and I run a live broadcast company." Lin Fan waved and glanced at her message inadvertently. Name, Li. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Appearance, 9.0 points. Purity, 66. Favorability, 5. It seems that these top celebrities in the entertainment industry really have a lot of fun. The rumors are not false. Lin Fan shook his head and chuckled twice, very surprised. He didn't expect that Lily would be judged by the system as a goddess with a beauty score of 9 points. He had seen Lily's early morning photos before, and they were very ordinary, just like a country girl. He didn't expect that she was really so beautiful. What really surprised him was the purity. This was the first time he had seen a woman with a purity level below 70, but when he thought that Lily was an actress, he felt relieved instantly. But after getting in the car, the system suddenly sounded a reminder again. Ding! It is detected that there is a top celebrity in the entertainment industry around the host, triggering the charm task. Host, are you willing to choose Lily as the target of your strategy? Raise her favorability to 50 and gain a lot of charm points. What is charm? Lin Fan was puzzled. He didn't expect there would be such a strange task. Charm value can improve the host's temperament. The higher the charm value, the more attractive it is to women. The higher the temperament, the more others will think that the host is a person of high status and background. Hearing this, Lin Fan instantly understood the system's explanation. You mean, if I have a charm value, I won't be regarded as a country bumpkin by others? The higher the temperament, the more I look like a rich person. Increasing the charm value can also improve the appearance? Is that what you mean? Yes. Lin Fan was instantly attracted. He is now just an ordinary man with neither temperament nor charm. No matter how rich he is still a country bumpkin in the eyes of many people, and no matter how beautiful a woman is, she will not look down on him. Even if he wears luxurious clothes, he can't hide his rustic temperament. He had thought about plastic surgery before, but he felt that plastic surgery was a complete waste of money. But improving your charm value is equivalent to invisibly improving your appearance and adding identity to yourself. You can improve your status and temperament without having to dress up elaborately or undergo surgery to change your appearance. This is something you can't ask for. I want this mission. Lin Fan decided to take on this task. New task has been generated. Charm value task: increase Lily's favorability towards the host to 50, and reward 20 charm points. After that, the charm value will increase by 10 points for every 10 points of favorability increase. If Lily's favorability towards the host can reach 100, the charm value will be directly maxed out. When the charm value reaches the maximum level, the protagonist will become a man who is loved by everyone and flowers bloom wherever they see him. The favorability has reached 100? Damn, is this really outrageous? What's the difference between this and Lily? Lin Fan was speechless. This system has a really strong taste. When the favorability level increases to 50, it reaches the level of close friends and confidants. Moreover, Lily is a top celebrity, and becoming her close friend is a 5-star difficulty level. But he looked at the description of the mission difficulty and found it was of medium difficulty, which meant it was very easy to complete. That being said, the other party is actually a big name in the entertainment industry and a wealthy woman. If you want to gain her trust, I'm afraid the price you pay will be much higher than Tsutomu. He instantly regretted not taking into account that Lily was a wealthy woman with plenty of money. Unless he invests money in Lily to make a movie, this will increase Lily's favorability towards him. But nowadays, it is impossible to make a blockbuster movie without 300 or 400 million yuan. Forget it, I can just not do this mission. Lin Fan smiled bitterly. He was not some handsome young man. With Lily's eyes, she would definitely look down on him. The next day, Wednesday. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Fan drove to the Intercontinental Hotel. Following Tsutomu's instructions, he bought a suit that would make him look elegant and like an elite to attend the auction, and even drove a Cullinan. But after arriving at the hotel, Lin Fan discovered that the scale of this auction was even larger than he had imagined. He thought this auction was as small as the antique auctions he had seen, but he didn't expect there to be a red carpet at the entrance of the hotel. There were even news media recording interviews outside the venue. Since he was attending as an entrepreneur, he held an invitation letter and came directly through the back door. After finding Tsutomu in the hall, I realized that this auction was a little unusual. Didn't I tell you to dress more upscale? Why are you dressed so old-fashioned? As soon as Tsutomu saw him, a hint of disgust appeared in her eyes. Ouyang Chi, who was standing by, also laughed and said, with his appearance, no matter how luxurious a suit he wears, it can't hide his ordinary temperament. His appearance is very average, unless he is going to have surgery. Lin Fan was speechless for a while. He bought this suit specifically at the Dior store, and it's worth 100,000. It turns out that when he wears it, it looks worthless. Xiao Mo, this is Mr. Lin Fan Lin, right? At this time, a middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament and a square face walked over from the side and glanced at Lin Fan. Let me introduce you, this is my father. Hearing this, Lin Fan immediately put away his expression, stretched out his hand and nodded in greeting. Hello, Mr. Su. He had heard of Tsutomu's father a long time ago. He was one of the directors of the Su Group and also the president of the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce. He also held important positions in relevant departments. He was a well-known tycoon in Hangzhou's business community and could stand on equal footing with Hangzhou's richest man, Wang Zhangwo. I've heard a lot about you. Mr. Lin is indeed an extraordinary, humble, and low-key person. No wonder Xiao Mo has a good impression of you. Su Hongyu smiled and said a few polite words. You're too kind. Compared to Miss Su, I'm still far behind. Lin Fani followed up with a few meaningless polite remarks. Lin Fan glanced at Su Tumo and saw that he was trying to hold back a laugh. That expression seemed to be saying that his bearing was too ordinary. I suddenly felt a sense of frustration. When he saw Su Hongyu for the first time, he realized how big the gap was between ordinary people and the wealthy. It was a world of difference. Su Hongyu was the one with extraordinary bearing. Regardless of how gentle and elegant his appearance was, and his handsome figure, just his heroic and aristocratic aura was enough to make Lin Fan feel ashamed and dare not look directly at him. No wonder some people say that the temperament of the rich second generation is innate. Temperament not only brings them confidence and charm, but also makes them receive attention like stars. The guests who were entering the hall couldn't help but look sideways when they saw Su Hongyu. This shows that he has an extraordinary temperament. Chapter 84. Just then, there was a cry of surprise from outside. When everyone looked back, they saw a short-haired beauty in a silver dress walking in with a powerful aura that amazed everyone and was elegant and graceful. Wow, it's Li Li Ye. I didn't expect she would come to participate in this charity auction. When Ouyang Chi saw the person coming, he couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Fan was also surprised. The two of us had only met once before, but I didn't expect to meet Li Li again today. He glanced at Ouyang Chi. If this woman knew that he lived next door to Li Li, she would definitely ask him to invite her to stay at his home for a few days. Li Li was only present tonight as a spokesperson for the sponsor and went upstairs quickly. Seeing that the people around him were all well-known figures in Hangzhou's business community, Lin Fan realized that the charm value tasks arranged by the system were meaningful. Let's go in too, the auction is about to start. Su Tumo said seriously. The venue was a very large banquet hall with grand decorations, and the guests were seated around the tables. What Lin Fan didn't expect was that the people from the Su family were not only Su Tumo and the other two, but there were actually a few others as well. As soon as he sat down, a man with glasses sitting next to Ouyang Chi stared at Lin Fan. Su Tumo, your vision is so poor that you actually chose such an ordinary man. Compared with the previous Mr. Zhou, he is a million miles away. TSK, your vision is as poor as your ability. The man with glasses sneered without any hesitation. Hearing this, Su Mo retorted with a cold face, Su Qianlong, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Ha! Am I wrong? Big brother, what do you think? Su Qianlong snorted in dissatisfaction and turned to look at the handsome man next to him who looked like a celebrity. What Qianlong said is indeed correct, Tumo, you are the daughter of our Su family, a well-known businesswoman in Hangzhou. It is impossible for you to marry an ordinary man, right? At least he has to be a young man from a noble family with a wealth similar to our Su family, hee. The man grinned, his tone full of sarcasm. The two of them didn't even look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan kept a straight face and said nothing. From the moment he sat down, he felt that everyone in the Su family, except Su Tumo and the other two, was very hostile towards him. Lin Fan had read the information of all the Su family members present on the internet. The man with glasses is called Su Qianlong, and the handsome guy next to him is called Su Mingxian. They are brothers and sons of Su Shishang, the second son of the old man of the Su family. The old man of the Su family has three sons, Su Hongyu, Su Shishang, and Su Jie. Su Tumo is older than other people of the same generation, and is therefore the eldest daughter of the Su family. Even though she is nearly 30 years old and has not yet married, she is always talked about by the elders of the Su family. The men next to the two brothers are Su Shishang and his wife. The ones coming to the Su family tonight are the eldest and second sons, whose status in the family is second only to the old man. Lin Fan also saw some gossip about the Su family on the internet. The second son of the Su family has always wanted to become the head of the family. To this end, he won over the people from the faction of Su Yanan's brother-in-law and seized the voice and shares of the Su group. The Ouyang family that Ouyang Chi belongs to is actually from Su Tumo's grandmother's family. The three generations of the Su family have been looking for partners who are either from wealthy families or from prominent noble families. But precisely because of this, the internal struggle within the huge Su group is extremely fierce. Even though the family seems harmonious now, they are actually fighting against each other all the time. Especially when the Su family learned that Lin Fan wanted to invest in the hotel chain under the Su group, they all tried their best to stop it. Because once Su Tumo saves the hotel, Mr. Su will promote her to the management level of the board of directors. At that time, the chances of Su Shishang becoming the head of the family will be greatly reduced. It was precisely because of this that Lin Fan planned to change his strategy and stop investing, but instead let Su Tumo retreat in order to advance. The Su family now knows all of Lin Fan's background. When they learn that Lin Fan has money but no power, they all think that Lin Fan is trying to curry favor with the Su family and look down on him. The Mr. Zhou mentioned by the brothers is actually Su Tumo's ex-boyfriend Zhou Jai, the young master of a first-class family in Shanghai. Mr. Zhou and Su Tumo met when they were studying in the United States. They were together for 3 years, but Su Tumo found that Mr. Zhou was a playboy with nothing but beauty, so she broke up with him decisively and remained single for several years. The two of them brought up Su Tumo's past in front of him, clearly trying to belittle Lin Fan. But Lin Fan's face remained calm, without any emotion visible on his face, and he could be said to be unable to show his joy or anger. Lin Fan, don't mind it. The two of them have always been at odds with my cousin. Don't be fooled by their handsome looks. They are actually scoundrels who only know how to play tricks. Ouyang Qi even leaned close to his ear to comfort him. You think too much. I won't bother with two childish ghosts. Lin Fan chuckled. Not long after, Lin Fan was suddenly patted on the shoulder by someone behind him. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. Lin Fan turned around and saw that it was Li Li. At this time, more than half of the people looked over, their eyes all fell on Lin Fan and Li Li. Miss Li, what a coincidence. Lin Fan greeted Li Li with a smile. Li Li looked at him with admiration. Tonight's charity auction invites all the celebrities in Hangzhou. I didn't expect you to be among them. It seems that I am blind. It can be said that almost all the people on the invitation list are billionaires. Not to mention business celebrities like Su Hongyu, any one of whom is a tycoon with assets of tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Although Li Li is also a wealthy woman, her assets are really insignificant compared to those of businessmen, so she naturally dare not underestimate Lin Fan. You're exaggerating. I'm just here to join in the fun. I'm nowhere near as good as those big guys. Lin Fan laughed at himself. After saying this, he suddenly remembered the system task and changed the subject. Ms. Li, I would like to auction off a few items in your name and donate them to organizations for the disabled to help them find jobs and get medical treatment. What do you think? In my name? Li Li expressed doubts. Lin Fan got straight to the point. Actually, I am your fan. I especially like watching your movies. I heard that you have done a lot of charity in the past. I also want to learn from you and help the disadvantaged groups. Of course, we should do our part for society and the disadvantaged groups. Li Li readily agreed. Lin Fan then asked, after the auction, can I invite you to have a meal together? No problem. I feel bad about what happened last time. I will definitely show you my favor this time. After the two exchanged a few polite words, Li Li left. Lin Fan turned around and returned to his seat. Ouyang Qi asked with a strange look on his face, Lin Fan, are you really hungry? You actually like a woman like Li Li? You don't want to pursue someone too, do you? She's a big star, so it's normal for me to chase her at the scene. Chapter 85. Lin Fan forced himself to explain without changing his expression. But Ouyang Qi saw through his thoughts at a glance. Don't pretend, I can see that you are interested in Li Li, otherwise you wouldn't try so hard to please her. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. Ouyang Qi was indeed the queen of the sea. She was experienced and could actually see through him. You're not interested in old women, are you? Li Li is almost 50. But I heard that she particularly likes young men. Maybe she's interested in a young man like you, and she's not married yet. Ouyang Qi smiled strangely and even encouraged Lin Fan to bravely pursue Li Li. Lin Fan glanced at Su Tumo standing beside him and saw him looking at him with jealousy and contempt. He felt guilty and hurriedly explained. You're overthinking. How could I possibly pursue her? Isn't it good for me to pursue a little girl? I suddenly had an idea. If I invite Li Li to join Starlight Live, it will enhance the reputation of Starlight Live. Besides, I acquired Starlight Entertainment with the intention of bringing a few female stars into the entertainment industry in the future. Lin Fan directly revealed his plan. Do you have too much money to spend? Ouyang Qi was surprised. That's true. I can spend a fortune to buy you a luxury car, so I can naturally spend hundreds of millions to win the favor of big stars. It's my own money, so I can spend it however I like. Lin Fan smiled mysteriously. Trillions of dollars in bootlickers' money may not be spent in this lifetime. These words were also a strong counterattack against the Su Qianlong brothers who mocked him. How could the two brothers not hear that he was pretending to be cool and showing off, and they couldn't help but ridicule him again? No matter how rich you are, without power and influence, you may not be able to succeed in the business world. Su Mingxian sneered. Su Qianlong stared at him intently and sneered, "With your appearance, you still call yourself a young hunk? I think you are just a country bumpkin. You want to pursue a big star. You are just like a toad trying to eat swan meat. You know what? You can tell at a glance that he's a country bumpkin. Looking at his appearance just now, he looked more like a bootlicker. He is quite suitable to be a dog. He spent hundreds of millions to buy a manor for Su Tumo. What a fool! Excuse me, even if he spent tens of billions, Su Tumo would not like him. They are not a good match. Su Tumo's standards are higher than those of big stars." The two brothers laughed uncontrollably and mocked Su Tumo as well. "Don't go too far, both of you. You are so arrogant and self-righteous. People don't take you seriously at all." Su Tumo responded strongly. "Am I wrong? Some people can't hide their rustic temperament no matter how carefully they dress up. Everyone who comes to the auction tonight is a well-known celebrity. If I didn't tell him his identity, I would have thought he was a hotel waiter." Su Qianlong rolled his eyes in displeasure. Ouyang Qi, who was standing by, also echoed, "Even if Lin Fan is a bootlicker, he has the capital to lick beautiful women, but do you two have the capital? Your pocket money combined is not even a fraction of his. Why are you so arrogant?" "That's right. There will always be someone better than you." Su Tumo snorted. The two brothers were speechless after being scolded by the two women. It's not that they don't have the fighting power. After all, Su Tumo is the eldest daughter of the Su family and has the most say. They will always be suppressed by Su Tumo. Not long after, the auction officially began. Lin Fan noticed that although the auction was held on a large scale, the items being auctioned were not up to standard and were far inferior to those of professional auctions. The items auctioned on site were all porcelain antiques, which were relatively small. There are relatively few calligraphy and paintings, jade articles, antiques and the like, and their value does not exceed 1 million. To put it bluntly, such charity auction parties are nothing more than a place for fame and fortune, where businessmen and celebrities can communicate and gather together. Just show up and do some charity publicity. Speaking in plain language is for the sake of face and business. As for the so-called charity auction, it is nothing more than a spice for the banquet. No one will donate money to help the disadvantaged groups. Only those with a conscience will make a symbolic donation. After the auction started, bigwigs like Su Hongyu and Su Shishang were either communicating with others or sitting at the table chatting, and did not participate in the auction at all. The next item to be auctioned is an oil painting of a lakeside villa collected by the Hangzhou Disabled Persons Federation. The starting price is 64,000. The host on the stage was also not in high spirits. Although there were not many bidders, she was still very serious about the bidding. After he mentioned the starting price, Lili, who was sitting at the table next to him, suddenly raised her hand. "Ms. Lili, 64,000. Does anyone want to raise the price?" Seeing this, Lin Fan raised his hand and shouted, 100,000. After saying that, he turned and looked at Lili. "Sister Lili, if you like something, you make an offer first, and I'll bid on it and give it to you. Since this is charity. I'm also a businessman, and I want to make a contribution to society." Lili smiled sweetly and nodded at him with appreciation. "The gentleman on the left is offering a price of 100,000. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price?" The host glanced at Lin Fan twice and looked around the audience. At this moment, Su Qianlong suddenly raised his hand. 110,000. This customer wants 110,000. Is there anyone willing to raise the price? The host fixed his eyes on Su Qianlong, then looked at Lin Fan with hope. "I'll offer 200,000. Lin Fan followed closely. But Su Qianlong raised his hand again without waiting for the host to speak. 210,000. 300,000. Lin Fan was unwilling to be outdone. 310,000. Su Qianlong had a sneer on his face. As long as Lin Fan opened his mouth, he would immediately raise the price. 400,000. 410,000. 500,000. When Lin Fan increased the amount to 500,000, Su Qianlong was about to speak, but Su Tumo couldn't stand it anymore and slammed the table lightly. Su Qianlong, stop making trouble. I suggest you leave here. You are not suitable to stay here. Su Tumo suppressed the anger in his heart and warned Su Qianlong with sharp words. The suggestion is invalid. I'll give you 510,000. Su Qianlong simply ignored Su Tumo, glanced at her disapprovingly, raised his hand and shouted. At this moment, everyone present stopped communicating and turned to look at the table where the Su family was sitting. Everyone looked at them with gossipy expressions. Those who knew the Su family a little bit had strange looks on their faces, with a hint of contempt in their eyes, as if they were watching a joke. Almost everyone present knew about the internal strife in the Su family. Seeing this family throwing tantrums like children in such an occasion, they all regarded them as clowns. Su Tumo was thin-skinned. Seeing everyone's cold and contemptuous looks, she felt ashamed and embarrassed. She lowered her head and dared not look at anyone else. On the contrary, Su Qianlong raised his head with an arrogant look on his face, as if he wanted to let everyone in the audience know that he was the second young master of the Su family. Moreover, he is also one of the 4 kings of Hangzhou. Among the 4 kings of Hangzhou, he ranks 3rd, Bai Jiahao ranks 4th, and the first 2 are Ma Taoyang and Su Lin. The family behind the 4 people is also a first-class family in Hangzhou and belongs to a wealthy family. Of course, in addition to these 4, there are several other top-notch wealthy families in Hangzhou. Chapter 86. I'll give you 1 million. Lin Fan set a price that surprised everyone. Everyone was talking about it. Isn't this guy from the Su family? Why is he competing with Su Qianlong? He can speculate worthless things for millions. What idiots! Why do you worry about this? Everyone here is rich. 1 million is just a drop in the bucket for them. Besides, the money will eventually be donated to charity. I wonder if Su Qianlong dares to raise the price further. This guy raised so much all at once. What if after Su Qianlong raises the price, he doesn't raise it anymore? Wouldn't Su Qianlong be fooled? Su Qianlong naturally heard this as well. He wanted to continue bidding, but he also suspected that Lin Fan might be able to counterattack, so he decisively stopped raising the price. If Lin Fan didn't raise the price, he would have to donate 1 million. He doesn't give money to charity. There was silence for a long time. Seeing that Su Qianlong did not continue to raise the price, the host asked several more times before finally announcing that the painting was bought by Lin Fan. Lin Fan went on stage to receive the framed painting and transferred 1 million to the official account. Afterwards, Lin Fan brought the painting to Li Li. Sister Li Li, you have good taste. This painting matches your temperament very well. Could it be that you are also interested in oil painting? Lin Fan turned on his bootlicking mode again and fawned over Li Li. I am now retired, and I learn to paint in my free time. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry for your expense. Li Li really likes the tone of Lin Fan's voice. He is not as arrogant and self-righteous as the rich second generation. He is gentle and elegant, which is exactly the type she likes. You're welcome. Even if this painting is worth tens of millions, I will buy it. The more money we make, the more we can help the disadvantaged, right? As far as I know, there are tens of millions of deaf-mute people in our country. Some of them only need an operation worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan to recover, or an assistive device worth 100,000 or 200,000 yuan to make them like normal people. Our relevant departments and charities usually pay more attention to children and patients with incurable diseases, but ignore these vulnerable groups who are in great need of help. Lin Fan talked a lot. This prompted Li Li to give a thumbs up again. Li Li also invited him to sit next to her. There were almost no male guests at Li Li's table, only women. In addition, Lin Fan's performance just now won praise from a group of women. Although he looked ordinary, his conversation was extraordinary and not at all pretentious. Instead, he won the favor of all the women at the table. Su Qianlong, who was sitting at the next table, saw Lin Fan talking and laughing with a group of beauties, and jealousy grew in his heart. This guy is such a good actor, so fake and disgusting. I really don't know why those women let him sit with them. Su Qianlong muttered unhappily. What you said is as foul as your mouth. He can donate 1 million, can you? You are just petty and make a fool of yourself. Do you really take yourself seriously? Su Tumo immediately counterattacked vigorously. Ha! I didn't expect you would speak well of him. It looks like you two have already done that, right? Su Qianlong rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. After saying this, Su Wonma slammed the table in anger. But everyone was frightened by her and turned back. Su Tomo was about to say something but stopped herself and could only stare at Su Qianlong with a vicious look. Su Qianlong pursed his lips in dismay and said no more. Among the next few auction items, Lily also took a fancy to a landscape embroidered screen worth 500,000 yuan. According to the host, this was completed by several congenitally deaf-mute ladies. Because it is so large, it was eventually bought by an artist and turned into a folding screen, but the artist donated it tonight. Landscape embroidered screen, starting price 500,000, anyone interested? As soon as the host finished speaking, Lily raised her hand again. 600,000. Hearing this, Lin Fan said, "Let me take a picture of it and give it to you." How can this be so embarrassing? You've already spent $1 million on that painting. I can't let you spend any more money. Lily wanted to decline politely, but Lin Fan used his unique dog-licking skills. Sister Lily, we are going to have dinner together later. You don't know how long I have been waiting for this opportunity. It's rare for us to meet at a charity auction. I think such an opportunity is worth any amount of money. Before, Buffett spent 50 million on a meal, and now I have dinner with Sister Lily and donate several million. It's worth it. Lily was overjoyed when she heard Lin Fan compare her to the world-famous rich people. He even took the initiative to put his hand on his shoulder to express his appreciation. The women around couldn't help but make fun of him. Lin Fan, you are really good at praising people. I didn't expect that you could praise our sister Lily so much. This is definitely the ceiling for star chasing. If I had fans like this, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. There were a few people at the table where Lily was sitting who were stars like her, and a few others were wealthy ladies from sponsors who sat with Lily just to chase after their idols. Then, Lin Fan raised his hand and offered 700,000. But then, an uncomfortable sound was heard in the venue. I'll give you 710,000. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in a white suit appearing from the corner and looking towards Lin Fan. The corners of his mouth were grinning with a sinister smile. Lin Fan's eyes changed. He didn't expect that Bai Jiahao would also appear here. After Bai Jiahao gave Lin Fan a sinister sneer, he turned around and looked at Su Qianlong. There was a sinister flash in the eyes of both of them. Everyone present was a smart person, so how could they not see that there was a conflict between Lin Fan and the two rich second generations? Lily naturally also smelled an unusual scent of hatred. She is a professional actress and is good at observing people's expressions. Others may not have caught the expressions on the faces of the two rich second generations, but she noticed it. Who is that guy in the white suit? He's so annoying. Lily was very dissatisfied with the man who had a violent look on his face and looked like a typical playboy. I know that guy. He is the second young master of the Bai family, Bai Jiahao. He is a well-known playboy. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a scumbag. A woman who knew Bai Jiahao introduced Bai Jiahao's background to everyone on the spot. Lin Fan also learned some more unknown gossip from them. Before, he only found out on the internet that Bai Jiahao was a rather stingy rich second generation, and even Mao Tiantian did not reveal too much to him. Instead, today he learned about Bai Jiahao's true character from several rich ladies. It turns out that Bai Jiahao is not as rich as imagined. The Bai family made their fortune in the internet industry. The market value of several companies under their names seem to be very high, but in fact their profits are far less than those of industrial companies. This is a common problem of internet companies. To put it simply, it is just like a pyramid scheme company. It has a big name but doesn't make much money. So there is a huge gap between the Bai family and the Su family. However, Bai Jiahao still has a certain reputation in the circle of rich second generations in the Jiangnan region. Chapter 87. I'll give you 1 million. Lin Fan raised his hand and shouted. Everyone in the audience turned around and looked at him, but there was a bit of contempt and ridicule in their eyes. Is this guy really stupid, or is he trying to play a trick on Bai Jiahao? Something worth 500,000 is priced at 1 million? Did his money fall from the sky? Maybe this guy really wants to attract everyone's attention. Judging from his appearance, he is probably a nouveau riche who wants to enter the upper-class circle, so he uses this kind of grandstanding method to please the public. At this time, Bai Jiahao continued to bid, unwilling to be outdone. 1,100,000. 2 million. Lin Fan shouted with great pride. 2,100,000. 3 million. 3,100,000. 4 million. 7,100,000. 8 million. 1 minute later, Lin Fan raised the price of the embroidered screen to 8 million. Everyone present couldn't sit still anymore. Damn it! Which landlord's stupid son is this guy? He raised the amount to 8 million in one go. Doesn't he feel sorry for the money at all? Maybe he's trying to play a trick on Bai Jiahao. What if he suddenly stops raising the price when the price reaches 10 million? Then Bai Jiahao will have to donate 10 million. I think it's a good thing. Anyway, the money is used for charity. These second-generation rich people only know how to spend money on wine and women and don't know how to give back to society. They should be made to vomit blood. Bai Jiahao also heard the discussions of the others and frowned. He was also a little scared at this moment. What if Lin Fan doesn't continue to raise the price? He decided to gamble again, and immediately raised his hand and shouted, 8,010,000. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan shouted loudly, 9 million. He was so confident that he seemed to be able to overturn the ceiling of the hall. Everyone present was excited at this moment, and everyone was talking about his identity. 9 million, does this customer want to raise the price? The host looked at Bai Jiahao with burning eyes. The two of them were competing against each other and bidding against each other, which ignited the atmosphere of the whole audience. Everyone looked at Bai Jiahao, expecting whether he would continue to raise the price. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, even Lin Fan was staring at him. Although Bai Jiahao was very excited, he suddenly felt guilty and broke out in a cold sweat. Even his brother Bai Wenbin at the side stopped him. Don't mess around, what if he messes with you too? In the end, you will be the clown. Bai Jiahao was shocked all over. He had made the malicious bid with the intention of teasing Lin Fan, but he did not expect that Lin Fan was not afraid at all and raised the price to nearly 10 million in one go. His monthly pocket money is less than 3 million. If this embroidered screen falls into his hands, he will become a laughingstock in Hangzhou. He didn't dare to gamble anymore, so he just lowered his head, like a puppy who had admitted defeat and didn't dare to look at other people's eyes. Bai Wenbin's face turned even more pale, as he also knew about the conflict between Lin Fan and Bai Jiahao. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan was a wealthy man and was full of confidence throughout the whole process. Bai Jiahao was completely frightened by Lin Fan's aura. Congratulations to Mr. Lin Fan for winning this embroidered screen for 9 million. The host did not confirm with Bai Jiahao whether he wanted to raise the price. The moment she saw Bai Jiahao lower his head, she knew that Bai Jiahao had surrendered and directly announced that Lin Fan had won the item. Then, under the gaze of everyone in the audience, Lin Fan stood up and strode towards the stage. And complete the transfer cleanly and neatly. At this time, the total donation amount for the charity auction reached 20 million, half of which was contributed by Lin Fan alone. When Lin Fan was about to leave the stage, Su Yuma suddenly stood up and asked, Boss Lin, your donations account for half of the total donations tonight. Do you have anything to say about this? Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't expect Su Tumo to do this suddenly. But he immediately realized that this was a chance for Su Tumo to show off, and he smiled calmly and said, My personal strength is very limited, but if everyone shows a little love, many people will be helped. As for these two items, I think art is priceless, and similarly, charity is priceless. Even if this screen is worth 20 million, I will buy it without hesitation. After saying that, Su Tumo took the lead in applauding. Bang bang bang. The others followed suit and applauded. Just now, many people thought that Lin Fan was the stupid son of a landlord, but after his speech, everyone thought that he was the one with the highest vision. You know what? This guy's attitude is worthy of praise. With just one sentence, charity is priceless, he slapped Bai Jiahao and Su Qianlong in the face. He stole the limelight at the right time and won the applause of the whole room. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. He is much smarter than those two dandies. After Lin Fan came down from the stage, he gave Su Tumo a look of gratitude. If Su Tumo had not cooperated so well, he would not have won the applause of the whole audience. After Su Tumo sat down, Su Hongyu beside him couldn't help but praise, this Lin Fan is indeed a man who can't be judged by appearance. He is polite and has an extraordinary demeanor. Tumo, you must make friends with him. Like everyone else, Su Hongyu had previously doubted Lin Fan's motives for currying favor with Su Tumo. Now it seems that Lin Fan is a trustworthy friend. Dad, don't doubt your daughter's vision. With Lin Fan as our financial sponsor, our Su family will be able to move to a higher level, so don't underestimate him. After saying that, Su Tumo glanced at Su Qianlong's family next to him. Her words were both a domineering declaration and a slap in the face to Su Qianlong. Fighting with a super-rich second generation is simply overestimating one's own abilities. Su Hongyu's heart moved, and he asked in cooperation, is he really the illegitimate son of Mr. Lin? Not sure. Su Tumo smiled mysteriously. Even a powerful family like hers, the Su family, cannot verify this matter. After all, the background of Mr. Lin, the richest man, is already extremely powerful in China, and the Su family is not even qualified to carry shoes in front of Mr. Lin. The richest man Lin has been in seclusion for many years now, and even his whereabouts are hidden. No one knows about it. Even if other people are well informed, they cannot find out this secret. When Su Qianlong's family heard her words, they looked very uncomfortable. Su Qianlong's face turned green with anger. He just thought he could play a trick on Lin Fan, but he didn't expect Lin Fan to just use money to hit them so hard that they couldn't resist. Now he is the one who gets slapped in the face. After Lin Fan returned to his seat, Li Li and the other women began to flatter him again. Wow, Lin Fan, I didn't expect you to be so generous and kind-hearted. You donated 10 million without hesitation. What do you mean by pattern? Being handsome is useless, being rich is the way to go, right? Sisters. Hearing this, Lin Fan nodded in agreement with the rich woman and said, Sister, what you said is so true. With money, even a toad can become a Prince Charming. Don't you see, isn't the current richest man Ma also said to be a handsome guy? Ha ha ha. Lin Fan's words made all the women at the table burst into laughter. Although he is not very good looking, after some operations, he becomes a handsome guy in front of a rich woman. Chapter 88. During the meeting, several wealthy ladies also asked about Lin Fan's family background and interests and hobbies. Lin Fan also told them one by one, saying that he was born in the countryside, had the help of a noble person, and now owned a live broadcast company and a hotel, and that he liked to practice martial arts. He said this on purpose for Li Li to hear. Sure enough, Li Li's favorability towards him has increased to 20. At the same time, the 10 million yuan he spent was also rebated to his account. The host spent 10 million dog money for Li Li, the rebate has been issued, please check it yourself. Wealth value, 103.49 million plus 1 million. The two items he bought were given to Li Li, and he received rebates for both. Su Qianlong and others at another table were naturally envious and jealous when they saw Lin Fan chatting and laughing with a group of beauties. Su Qianlong thinks that he is a rich second generation with good looks and temperament, so why can't he win the favor of beautiful women? Have women's aesthetics changed nowadays? Do they prefer ordinary men? Even Su Tumo was a little confused and couldn't help asking her cousin beside her. Ouyang Qi is also a socialite, but tonight's charity auction is not her stage. After all, she doesn't know many people there, and she can't fit into the celebrity circle or the rich women's circle. She belongs to the socialite circle, but the first two circles are obviously a level higher than the socialite circle. Cousin, women's aesthetic standards have indeed changed a bit nowadays, because everyone has a common understanding that handsome men are more likely to be unfaithful and cheat, especially those self-righteous rich second generations. On the contrary, although Lin Fan is ordinary, he is much better looking than Mr. Ma, and he is gentle, refined, and eloquent, so he is naturally popular with women. Ouyang Qi explained it and did not forget to make sarcastic remarks to Su Qianlong. Hearing this, Su Qianlong snorted coldly, what a bullshit. Isn't it just sweet talk? To put it bluntly, you are just a bootlicker. He's a bootlicker, he can get a big star, can you? You can't. You don't even have 10 million. Ouyang Qi rolled her eyes and responded angrily in a cold tone. Su Qianlong's mouth twitched with anger. Su Mingxian on the side retorted, but he is just rich. He has no talent. An old woman like Li Li's age likes talented young men. What can he do? Can he draw? Can he dance? Can he play the piano? You understand now? Look how capable you are. Since you know it all, why don't you show it off in front of some big star? You can only talk big. Ouyang Qi pursed her lips in disgust. Who said I can only talk? After the auction is over, I will go and perform for you. Su Mingxian was not convinced at all. Half an hour later, the auction ended and the banquet began. But before the food was served, Su Mingxian suddenly stood up and came to Li Li. Ms. Li Li, I'm also your fan. Can I take a photo with you? Li Li readily agreed, and after taking the photo, Su Mingxian got straight to the point. Ms. Li Li, as a fan, I would like to dedicate a song for you called The Blue Danube. I hope you will like it. As he said that, he turned to look at Lin Fan and asked with a fake smile, "Hey, do you know the Blue Danube?" Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. How could he not see that Su Mingxian was deliberately trying to embarrass him? But he remained calm and showed no sign of fear. Isn't it just a piano piece? I can do it too. He knew that these second-generation rich people had received elite education since childhood and had taken many extracurricular interest classes, such as magic, musical instruments, martial arts, etc. Many rich second generations also like to use their hobbies to look down on ordinary people who know nothing. This is the chain of contempt. Those who have received elite education despise exam-oriented education and education for the poor. They feel they are superior to others. Then can you tell me the origin of the piano piece The Blue Danube? Su Mingxian asked aggressively. After he finished speaking, Ouyang Qi stood up and immediately took over the conversation. The Blue Danube was composed by Austrian pianist Johann Strauss. The whole piece is elegant and gorgeous in style, with a brisk rhythm. It is one of the more famous piano pieces in the world, but it is not difficult to play. It is a piece that all art students can play. Su Mingxian turned around and glared at her. He didn't expect Ouyang Qi to speak up and join in. But he remains confident. I don't believe he can play this song. Miss Lily, there is a piano here. I will play it for you. I hope you will like it. After saying that, Su Mingxian strode towards the small stage next to him, where there was a grand piano. As the sound of the piano rang out, Su Mingxian also attracted the attention of everyone present. Many women also exclaimed in amazement. I didn't expect the song to be so elegant and beautiful. It's true that talented men are the most handsome. Nonsense, he is Su Mingxian, the eldest son of the Su family, of course he has talents. There are many rich second generations here, and they all have some talents. Lily listened for a while and nodded with satisfaction to express her appreciation. Su Mingxian had a smug smile on his face and gave Lin Fan a provocative look. Seeing this, Ouyang Qi stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Lin Fan, can you play the piano? If not, I can go up and play 2 songs for you. I'm a teacher at the School of Media. Piano and other things are my strong points, so it's a piece of cake for me." Ouyang Qi also didn't want Lin Fan to lose face, so she planned to stand up for him. But Lin Fan declined. "Piano, I can play the piano." Lin Fan said calmly. "You can do that, too?" Ouyang Qi was stunned. She and Sutomo knew every detail of Lin Fan, including what elementary school he went to, his grades, and his college entrance examination score. Sutomo had gone through all these details carefully when she was looking for someone. How could he play the piano when he was born into an ordinary family? Lin Fan smiled mysteriously. "I also have some hobbies, and I learn faster than ordinary people. This is not bragging, but I don't like to show off deliberately. Talents are used to cultivate sentiments. Of course, professional skills are another matter." I don't believe it. Now it was Ouyang Qi's turn to not believe it. "I'll play 2 songs for you later. What do you think?" Lin Fan smiled confidently. After saying that, he spent 100,000 gold coins in his mind and exchanged them for a MasterCard item. Ding! Deduct 100,000 wealth points to exchange for the MasterCard item. What kind of talent does the host want to learn? Piano. Piano master level talent loading. The item takes effect immediately, and the host will have master level piano skills in the next 2 hours. 100,000 wealth points have been deducted, current wealth value, 104.39 million. Soon, Su Mingxian finished playing. More than half of the people in the hall applauded. Then, Su Mingxian came down from the stage, but just as he was about to speak, Lin Fan stepped forward. "Sister Lily, I'll play 2 songs for you. I like songs that are a little more difficult. One is Moonlight 3 and the other is Flight of the Bumblebee. I hope you like them." Chapter 89. Hearing this, Ouyang Qi exclaimed in surprise, "Did I hear it right? Moonlight 3 and Flight of the Bumblebee? These are among the top 10 most difficult piano pieces in the world. It is difficult to play them perfectly without master-level skills. Are you sure you can play them? It's a piece of cake." Lin Fan smiled confidently, and after he finished speaking, he walked onto the stage with confident steps. This guy is such a boaster. I don't think he can even play the less difficult Flight of the Bumblebee, let alone Moonlight 3. Maybe he doesn't even know who composed these 2 piano pieces. What a boaster. Su Mingxian was very unhappy when he saw Lin Fan's aloof and indifferent expression. But as soon as he finished speaking, a passionate, fast, high-pitched and classical piano sound rang out on the stage. Oh my god! It really is Flight of the Bumblebee. This style is indeed very close to the master level. Is he pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? As soon as the rhythm started, Ouyang Chi couldn't help but exclaim. She is a professional teacher and you can tell her level just by listening. But Lin Fan's level really made her drop her jaw. She couldn't describe it in words, she could only say that Lin Fan's level was almost on par with internationally renowned performers. Not only her, but everyone else was so amazed by the amazing piano music that they forgot to eat. Which master is here for the banquet? I haven't heard such a high level of performance for a long time. Am I seeing things? It's actually that Lin Fan? Is his piano playing level so high? He's close to the master level? This is incredible. Compared to what Su Mingxian played just now, there is a world of difference. I guess Lin Fan must have received guidance from a master. Just the rhythm, the progression and transition of emotions, even a professional teacher who has played for 10 years can't compare to it. There are still many knowledgeable amateur pianists on the scene. One can tell the difference between Lin Fan and Su Mingxian at a glance, there is a world of difference between them. Even someone like Su Tumo, who doesn't know much about the subject, could hear that the quality of Lin Fan's performance was so high that it was no exaggeration to say that the sound was lingering in the ears. Not to mention Lili and several other actresses, who have many talents, have learned musical instruments, and have listened to famous pieces performed by well-known masters. They can all tell that Lin Fan's playing level is professional. It's totally at the master level. After Flight of the Bumblebee was finished, the 15-minute-long Moonlight 3 began. When Lin Fan was playing, everyone in the banquet hall forgot about eating and looked at Lin Fan on the stage. After he finished playing, many people stood up and applauded Lin Fan. Handsome guy, one more. Can you play Butterfly Lovers for me? This is a famous Chinese piano piece. I love it the most. One of the guests even came on stage and asked Lin Fan to play Butterfly Lovers. Lin Fan did not refuse. After Liang Zhu finished his performance, there was continuous applause. When Lin Fan returned to his seat, he saw that the brothers Su Qianlong and Su Mingxian had disappeared long ago, as well as Bai Jiahao, who had also disappeared into the banquet hall. Lin Fan, I didn't expect your piano skills to be so high. Can you teach me? Lili looked at Lin Fan with admiration, her eyes almost tearing. Sister Lili, do you like piano too? No problem, I can teach you anytime I'm free. Lin Fan was naturally happy to have a good relationship with her. Although Lili had not filmed a movie for almost 2 years and was not very active on the internet, every time she attended various activities, she still managed to attract a lot of traffic and occupy the top of the hot searches. For example, at tonight's charity auction, there are many media and paparazzi guarding outside. By now, Lin Fan had received the news on his mobile phone that Lili was attending the Hangzhou charity auction gala. But the media reporters and paparazzi outside could not enter the inner venue, so naturally they had no idea what was happening inside. Su Tomo, who was sitting at another table, felt jealous when she saw Lin Fan and Lili chatting happily together. Cousin, you're not jealous, are you? Ouyang Chi saw a look of loneliness and envy on her face and asked jokingly. How is that possible? I don't like him, why should I be jealous? Su Tomo answered decisively, as if trying hard to clarify her relationship with Lin Fan. I understand. The more talented a man is, the more attractive he is to women. If Lin Fan has a full facelift, maybe his temperament will be greatly improved. By then, he will be a man who attracts many women. If you want to pursue him, you'll have to wait in line. Ouyang Chi chuckled. I'm not going to chase him, what's the point of you telling me this? Suemo rolled his eyes at her in annoyance. Having said that, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Lin Fan every once in a while. The two girls only found out from the conversation between Lin Fan and others that Lin Fan and Lili were actually neighbors. No wonder they knew each other. More importantly, the Binhai Park Villa where Lin Fan lives was the best property in Hangzhou 10 years ago. Although Longquan Villa is expensive, it is far less expensive than Binhai Park Villa. 10 years ago, the average price of villas in Binhai Park was 50 million, which is incomparable to the current housing prices. Those who can live there are either rich or noble, especially celebrities. Moreover, the houses were sold out several years ago. There are very few second-hand houses on the market. I don't know how Lin Fan bought one. The party lasted until the end of the night at the hotel. Lily left early because she had interviews and meetings with sponsors, but she and Lin Fan agreed to have dinner together after National Day. Since Lin Fan came alone, he saw off Tsutomu and his group before going to the parking lot alone. Unexpectedly, as soon as I walked to the front of the car, a group of people suddenly jumped out from behind me. "Boy, you've been pretty crazy lately." When he turned around, he saw Bai Jiahao leading a few thugs to surround him. "First you stole my woman, and now you're stealing my limelight? You seem pretty cool." Bai Jiahao snorted angrily with ill intentions. "Your limelight? Did you get limelight tonight?" Lin Fan looked at him and said with disdain, "I guess it was Su Qianlong who instigated you to cause trouble for me? Your family should have warned you, but you still come to cause trouble for me? The 4 heavenly kings of Hangzhou are from the same circle and even share women." This was the news he heard at the table. Tonight he slapped the brothers Su Qianlong and Su Mingxian in the face, so naturally they would not let him go. But I didn't expect that the 2 brothers would use Bai Jiahao, a fool, as a shield, while they hid behind and watched the show. "You were used by them, and you still feel proud?" Lin Fan smiled contemptuously. "None of your business. Even if they don't come tonight, I will still teach you a lesson. In Hangzhou, we 4 kings have the final say. Who do you think you are?" Bai Jiahao roared in anger. It would be fine if Lin Fan stole his woman, but now he is giving him advice. It's obvious that they don't take him seriously. This is really too much. So what do you want to do? Just say whatever you want and don't waste my time. Lin Fan went straight to the point and didn't want to waste any time talking to this idiot. "What? Can't you see?" Bai Jiahao twisted his neck and smiled sinisterly with a ferocious look on his face. Chapter 90. Just these few guys? Didn't you learn your lesson last time? Lin Fan glanced at these thugs and didn't take them seriously at all. "Stop being so arrogant. These guys are different from the previous thugs. They all know real kung fu. They are all taekwondo masters. Almost all of them have been in the ring before. They can kill a person with one punch. They are not comparable to those thugs who just want to get by." Bai Jiahao naturally did not forget what happened last time. "Therefore, we specially found several martial artists this time, and each of them is a tough guy." He didn't believe that Lin Fan could beat these people to death this time. "How about practice?" Lin Fan frowned. But just as he was about to exchange for the golden armor item card, a stern shout sounded again from behind him. "Bai Jiahao, you are quite amazing. If you dare to disrespect Mr. Lin, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your father." Lin Fan looked back and saw a young man in a suit and tie, slightly plump, with an elegant appearance, walking towards him with a hostile look on his face. Behind him followed a tall and muscular man with a broad back and a vicious face. He looked so imposing that the 2 men were intimidated. Even Lin Fan could sense the powerful aura and intimidation emanating from this bodyguard. It turns out to be Mr. Wang. "I am so sorry for my disrespect." When Bai Jiahao saw this man, his expression changed instantly, and he even took a step back, smiling with a fearful look on his face. Lin Fan had seen this man on the local news on WeChat. He was Wang Silai, the only son of Wang Jiangwo, the richest man in Hangzhou. A rich second generation who was so low-key that even Lin Fan feels inferior to him. In the world of wealthy people, second-generation rich men and playboys like Bai Jiahao are very common, but truly talented, low-key and humble elites like Wang Silai and Tsutomu are very rare. It is no exaggeration to say that they are rare. Especially Wang Silai, all the comments about him on the internet are positive. He is different from ordinary rich second generations. This man is well-read, talented, intelligent, and his academic qualifications far exceed those of other rich second generations. At the age of 15, he was admitted to the junior class of China's top university. It can be said that Wang Silai is a true genius and has been married for a long time. There is not even any information about his wife on the internet. A low-key person who never shows off his background and often does charity, even a nouveau riche like Lin Fan has to respect him. For tonight's charity auction, Dihao Group is the largest sponsor and organizer. To tell you the truth, Mr. Lin is a friend of my Wang family. If you dare to embarrass him, your Bai family will not have an easy time either. You should know yourself. Mr. Lin, this is our business card. If you run into any trouble, you can always come to me. As long as it is within my ability, I will do my best. After he finished speaking, Bai Jiahao's face turned as pale as liver, and without saying a word he fled with those martial artists. Afterwards, Wang Silai handed Lin Fan a business card with a smile. Lin Fan was not polite. After thanking him, he said calmly, "In fact, I'm not afraid of him. Last time, I beat up the thugs he hired. A few martial artists are no match for me." He glanced at Bai Jiahao, who had already run away, and laughed secretly in his heart. This guy is really a dog that can't change its bad habits. He is a complete clown who bullies the weak and fears the strong. When you meet someone more powerful than you run away faster than anyone else with your tail between your legs. In fact, he also knew that what Bai Jiahao was afraid of was not Wang Silai himself, but Wang Silai's background. There are rumors online that Wang Silai's wife is the descendant of a high-ranking official in Kyoto. It is no exaggeration to say that she has great power and occupies a high position. Could it be that Mr. Lin is also a martial artist? You really can't judge a person by his appearance. You are multi-talented. I guess I have to learn from you. Wang Silai laughed jokingly. Thank you for the compliment. I was just showing off a little bit. Lin Fan replied with self-mockery. He really couldn't be compared with a genius like Wang Silai, who had an extremely high IQ. Even though he was a guest of honor in the Wang family, he didn't dare to put on airs. After all, he only has money now, but no power or influence. In the eyes of people like Wang Silai, he is just a bug that can be manipulated at will. He didn't even see Wang Silai tonight, which shows that he is as low-key as an invisible man. People like this are the most terrifying. After exchanging a few polite words, the two went their separate ways. But what Lin Fan didn't expect was that not long after he set out on the road, he felt someone was following him. Doesn't that guy have a long memory? Lin Fan felt a little annoyed. While waiting for the red light, he turned back and stared for a while, only to find that the other person was not Bai Jiahao, nor a gangster, but a paparazzi. Because he saw that the other person was holding a camera in his hand and taking pictures of him secretly. What's going on? The paparazzi actually came to secretly take pictures of me? Could it be that the picture of me and Lily together was taken and uploaded to the internet, so the paparazzi became interested in me? After some analysis, Lin Fan felt that this possibility was more likely. He usually reads a lot of gossip news, and there are even posts online on how to identify paparazzi. The paparazzi who followed him were exactly the same as described on the internet, wearing masks, dressed warmly, driving a small car worth tens of thousands of yuan, and usually acting in pairs. Even after returning to the seaside villa, Lin Fan discovered that the other party had indeed followed him outside the villa area. This once again confirms that the other party is the paparazzi who took the photos. Not long after arriving home, Lin Fan received a message from Zhang Yi. When he opened it, he saw that Zhang Yi had posted a photo of him and Lily, arm in arm, talking and laughing, and questioned him why he was with such a big star. Lin Fan immediately explained that he was going to participate in a charity auction. As for hooking up with Lily, it was because he wanted to make friends with Lily and planned to sign Lily to star Live in the future to increase the company's visibility. He even confessed that he lived next door to Lily's house. I didn't expect you to live next door to her? How many things are you hiding from me? Do you have a canary somewhere? After seeing this message, Lin Fan was so scared that he almost threw his phone away. He hurriedly checked Zhang Yi's favorability in the system. Sure enough, Zhang Yi's favorability towards him dropped by another 5 points. The favorability has returned to 55 points. Obviously Zhang Yi is jealous again. There is no canary. I just bought this villa 2 days ago. If you don't believe me, you can come and see the property certificate. If you like, I can also add your name to the property certificate. Lin Fan quickly responded with a reply. After a while, Zhang Yi replied, I'm not coming here. Who knows what you will do? I'm not going to do anything, just let you visit this villa. It has a swimming pool, a garden, and is adjacent to the canal. It has a beautiful view. To be honest, I'm too lonely living alone. I hope to have a hostess. Are you willing? Lin Fan deliberately sent a flirtatious message. What the hell? Go find another woman. There are so many female anchors in your company, any one of them is prettier than me. Although Zhang Yi's favorability towards him dropped by 5 points. But there are more emoticons in the messages sent. Chapter 91. The two have been on a hot relationship recently and they chat on WeChat every night before going to bed, like a couple in love. Lin Fan would also tell her about his daily work content, and Zhang Yi would ask him how many beautiful female anchors he had hooked up with. Although Zhang Yi has repeatedly stated that she has no right to control Lin Fan's private life, judging from the decline in her favorability, Zhang Yi still cares a lot. But he is surrounded by all kinds of beautiful women every day. It would be a lie to say that he has no thoughts. He was really not afraid of Zhang Yi getting jealous. The more jealous she was, the closer their communication would be. What he was afraid of was that Zhang Yi would not care about his work and life, which would be like keeping her on suspense. Just like Su Tumo. Even if Ouyang Qi flirted with her in front of her, Su Tumo's favorability towards her would never change. It has remained at 30 points until now, which means that this woman only sees him as a friend. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she is not as important as you in my heart. When I become successful, I will marry you in style. Lin Fan expressed his feelings again. Humph. You're becoming more and more talkative now. Why didn't I see that you would be this kind of person before? Zhang Yi replied with a disdainful expression. Lin Fan immediately replied, there's nothing I can do. Men will become bad when they have money, and I'm no exception. If it were you, you wouldn't be able to control yourself either. You're saying it as if you're right, that it's money that corrupts the heart? If you control your desires, won't you not be tempted by beauty? Zhang Yi asked back seriously. Lin Fan did not deny that if he had no money, he would never have thought that he would have the chance to pursue Zhang Yi. I can't control myself. It's precisely because I can't control myself that I can't help but fall in love with you, hee hee. Lin Fan responded quickly. You dead face. I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. I'm going to take a shower and get ready for some rest. Bye. After Zhang Yi sent a message with a flying kiss, she never replied again. However, Lin Fan saw from the system that her favorability towards him had returned to 60. As expected, sweet talk can still improve bad impressions to some extent. It seems that I have to prepare well for the National Day. It's the first time I meet her parents, so the gift must be something generous. Lin Fan couldn't help but mutter a few words narcissistically. At noon the next day, when Lin Fan came out of the coastal villa area, he saw the van again, parked far away on the roadside. As soon as he came out of the community gate, he saw a person in a car picking up a camera and taking pictures of him. It made him very annoyed. He sent a message to Lily last night, asking him how to deal with paparazzi. But he was deeply surprised by Lily's reply. Lily actually suggested that he should warn the paparazzi or give them some money to get rid of them. Because paparazzi will maliciously fabricate facts, to put it bluntly, they will deliberately spread rumors and slander. Lin Fan is a major shareholder of Starlight Live. Once his identity is discovered and exposed by the other party, it will damage the company's image. Starlight Live has already gone public. As a listed company, its stock price will fluctuate due to a little news. Su Tomo also mentioned this to him, asking him to always pay attention to his external image. Second, it will cause serious interference to their psychology and life. Many celebrities have had their work and lives affected by some non-existent rumors, and their image and reputation have plummeted. Lin Fan also felt deeply about this. He had been maliciously slandered and defamed by Stephanie Chen before, and until now, the videos released by Stephanie Chen have not been taken down. It has been almost 2 months since the first video was released, and until now many people have left comments every day asking Stephanie Chen to expose the scumbag. But recently, for some reason, Stephanie Chen has not continued to post videos, as if she has disappeared. Lin Fan also often paid attention to Stephanie Chen's movements. However, since Su Daxiang announced the termination of cooperation with Stephanie Chen stopped live streaming to sell goods and posting videos. But he wished that Stephanie Chen would disappear. He originally wanted to eat at the restaurant opposite the villa area, but after thinking of Lily's reminder, he changed his mind and went straight to the van. The two men did not expect Lin Fan to suddenly turn back. Just as they were about to get in the car to escape, Lin Fan appeared in front of the car. Why are you running? Who ordered you to take secret photos of me? Lin Fan's eyes were as sharp as knives as he stared at the two people in the car. What? Brother, you got the wrong person. We were just passing by and were just taking a selfie. The two of them actually played dumb and denied everything 3 times in a row. Selfie? Do you really think I'm a fool? Do you think I can't tell you're paparazzi? Tell me, who ordered you to take pictures of me? Lin Fan gradually lost his patience. These paparazzi are really annoying, and their acting skills are no worse than those of the female anchors in the company. Brother, we are from out of town. We came to Hangzhou for a few days and happened to stop here. Did you misunderstand? Yes, We were taking pictures of the scenery, not of you. If you don't believe me, you can check our phones. The two of them worked in unison, trying their best to conceal their identities, and even took out their cell phones for Lin Fan to check. But Lin Fan did not take it. He won't be fooled easily. I advise you to be careful. Don't blame me for not reminding you that taking secret photos without permission is illegal. Lin Fan did not say anything harsh. He knew that the other party might be recording him, so he had to be very careful with his words, otherwise he would fall into the other party's trap and be caught by the other party. I had no choice but to use official statements to warn the other party. After saying that, he turned and left. After the warning, the two men did not follow him again. But he was still worried, so he sent another message to Lily to inform her of this. Lily quickly replied to him that these two paparazzi might not be paparazzi in the entertainment industry. Lily has extensive connections in the entertainment industry, so paparazzi don't dare to take photos of her easily. These two paparazzi were most likely arranged by someone else to follow him, most likely a business rival. Lin Fan suddenly remembered what happened last night. After dinner, he did not go directly to the company, but went to Tsutomu's office. Although Tsutomu also serves as the general manager of Starlight Live, his office is in a hotel owned by his own company. A few days ago, she voluntarily gave up the position of general manager of the hotel and retreated behind the scenes, but she did not go to the Starlight building to be a full-time manager. She still handles the affairs of Starlight Live remotely in her office. In addition to Jie, she also arranged for her secretary to go to Star Entertainment to help her handle affairs. The G2 hotel chain is an industry under the Su Group. There are G2 hotels in several cities around Hangzhou. Although it is not large in scale, due to its late entry into the market and the downturn in the hotel industry in the past 2 years, the G2 hotel chain's performance has seriously declined this year and has continued to suffer losses. Even after Tsutomu became the general manager and proposed some measures, the company was still unable to turn losses into profits. In response to this, Su Yenin, the old man of the Su family, proposed a solution: whoever can raise funds to solve the dilemma will be appointed as the general manager. In addition to Tsutomu, Su Mingxian is also actively looking for connections to raise funds. Chapter 92. Before Tsutomu found Lin Fan, Su Mingxian had already raised 200 million. Tsutomu originally planned to let Lin Fan invest 500 million yuan so that she could secure the position of general manager. But since Lin Fan analyzed it with him, this position is a hot potato, and the amount required for the transformation of the entire hotel is far more than 500 million. After weighing the pros and cons, Tsutomu gave up the financing, took a step back to advance, and voluntarily gave up the position of general manager. The headquarters office building of G2 hotel chain. Lin Fan came to Tsutomu's office and saw her reading a book. He couldn't help but admire her. In the circle of rich second generation, there are still many talented elites like Tsutomu who really do practical things. These people not only win at the starting line since they were born, but also work very hard and will never waste their extra time on eating, drinking, and having fun. In fact, he also wanted to be such a person, but he felt that he was not talented enough. Whether in terms of determination or vision, he was far inferior to people like Tsutomu and Wang Silai. What's more, he now has a unique system. Even if he has no talent in this area, he can obtain all kinds of unimaginable skills through cheating. In simple terms, 99% of the problems can be solved with money. After Lin Fan politely said hello, he got straight to the point: is your office safe? Has anyone installed a bug or something like that? After he arrived, he had already told the person on the phone about being followed and secretly photographed. Suyuma nodded with a serious expression and said, I have already thought of everything you can think of. It is absolutely safe. After saying that, Lin Fan expressed his bold guess. You mean, the two people following you are the brothers Su Mingxian and Su Qianlong? Tsutomu was incredulous. She didn't expect that he would suspect the two brothers. I have only offended these three people now. Bai Jiahao is more violent than the two brothers. His methods are more direct. He directly asks someone to make me suffer. But the two brothers are more tactful. To put it bluntly, they are plotting. I suspect they want to take action against me and try to seize Xinguang Entertainment. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the three of them worked together. I'm here to remind you to be more careful, and secondly, to ask, if it were you, how would you solve it? Lin Fan looked at him calmly. He didn't want to get involved in the infighting among the wealthy families. He was just a nobody now. If he was dragged into it, he might die a miserable death. Of course, he has the system, so he doesn't have to worry about any accidents. What he was afraid of was that Starlight Entertainment, which he had spent $2.5 billion to acquire, would eventually be snatched away by the two brothers. That would be even more painful than killing him. He came to see Tsutomu specifically just to know her attitude. If Tsutomu didn't want to care about the brothers' lives, he could just end it on his own and deal with the brothers. If Tsutomu thought about family affection, he would not get involved. After a long silence, a hint of madness and cruelty flashed in Tsutomu's eyes. They are provoking you, it has nothing to do with me. I can't control what you want to do to them. Tsutomu smiled indifferently. Hearing this, Lin Fan felt a chill on his back. The woman's subtext was telling him that she didn't care no matter how he dealt with the two brothers. Her goal is to take the position of chairman. This woman is really ambitious and ruthless. Lin Fan thought to himself, but smiled and said, if something really happens, your father won't be furious, right? He only cares about the interests of the family. As for us descendants, he doesn't care about marriage, life and death, happiness and misfortune. Tsutomu chuckled, with a hint of sadness flashing across his lips. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect her to be so decisive. It seems that he is ready to fight the two brothers at any time. Then how do you think I should guard against them? Lin Fan returned to the topic. Don't trust anyone other than me about Starlight Entertainment. They might take action, such as buying off people, bugging your office, or using various tactics, such as honey traps, poisoning, assassination, etc. You can either learn from me and work remotely, or find a professional bodyguard to protect you. Lin Fan's heart started beating wildly at her words. Is this a business war? Even more exciting than the ones in TV dramas? It sounds like it could kill you. Lin Fan smiled bitterly. Isn't that what business wars are all about? There are all kinds of conspiracies. Either it's straightforward competition, such as buying off people's hearts and minds, splitting up management, or deliberately spreading rumors and making up some news to make the stock price fall. Or they'll hire someone to kill you behind your back, leaving you with an unclear death. However, this kind of method is prohibited in the business world. It's a red line. If anyone crosses the red line, no matter how capable they are, they can't get revenge. Su Wonmo Rao explained patiently. Lin Fan nodded in understanding. No wonder this woman said those frightening words just now. It turns out that she secretly hopes that the two brothers will cross the red line so that she can use him to get rid of them, and then she can succeed in getting to the top. I'll find 2 people to check your company and your home to see if there are any bugs. Be careful in the future. Many people will be watching you in this circle. Compared to the company's falling stock price, infiltration of management, and power being hollowed out, these are still minor matters. Good health is the most important thing. Also, don't mess around. There are a lot of women in Starlight Entertainment. You have to control yourself and don't create any gossip. Tsutomu stared at him meaningfully. I'm not the kind of playboy who spends his time drinking and partying everywhere, don't worry about that. Lin Fan smiled awkwardly. Tsutomu rolled his eyes at him with disdain and gave him a look that said you understand it yourself. After chatting for a while, the person Tsutomu was looking for arrived downstairs. After Lin Fan said goodbye, he went to Starlight Entertainment with the other party. On the way, Lin Fan found out that the other party was actually a professional from the relevant department, and was specially invited by Tsutomu through her connections. After arriving at the company, Shurjie saw that he was visiting with a few friends and asked a few unnecessary questions, which made Lin Fan suspicious of him. Fortunately, he was smart and lied that these people were just ordinary friends and sent Shurjie away. Those people went to his office and checked, but did not find any bugs. However, some signs of tampering were found on his computer. This made Lin Fan suspect that Shurjie had been bribed. Before those professionals left, they were determined to teach Lin Fan a lesson and gave him some equipment that could prevent him from being eavesdropped and tracked. In the evening, Lin Fan and Tsutomu had a phone call to inform each other of the test results. Tsutomu said that she would find someone to secretly keep an eye on the brothers Shurjie and Su Qianlong. After returning to the seaside villa at night, Lin Fan found that the 2 people who had followed him were still there, but they had changed a car, which further confirmed that it was the Su Qianlong brothers who did it. According to Li Li, if the paparazzi are from the entertainment industry, they will usually disappear immediately after being discovered or warned. Chapter 93. Because paparazzi dare not offend big shots with backgrounds, but it is different for professionals. Their whereabouts will be extremely secretive and they will act more professionally than paparazzi. Even if they are caught on the spot, no evidence will be found. However, Lin Fan did not go directly over this time. Even if he went over and beat these two men to a cripple, the Su Qianlong brothers would find two new people to continue to follow them the next day. It seems that these two people are trying to find the time pattern of my going out and coming home, so as to find an opportunity to attack me. You really put a lot of thought into this. No wonder some people say that real business wars are often very plain and simple. With the IQ of these two brothers, they definitely didn't expect me to be so alert. You like playing with your brain, right? Then I'll play with you. Lin Fan pretended not to see the two followers and did not go out again after returning to the villa. This made the Su Qianlong brothers very worried. 9 o'clock in the evening. Inside a luxurious villa on the top floor of the Blue Sky building in the city center. Su Qianlong and Bai Jiahao each held the beauty in their arms, touching them all over and chatting happily. Suddenly, Bai Jiahao mentioned Lin Fan. You two brothers are planning to seize his company. Do you have a good chance? Don't worry. Everything is in my eldest brother's plan. He has bribed Shi Jia, the former manager of Starlight Entertainment. That guy is really a profit-seeking person. I only gave him 20 million and he actually obeyed my orders. I also found two people to keep an eye on Lin Fan. When the time is right, they will sneak into his house and poison him. Su Qianlong took a sip of the red wine in his hand and laughed sinisterly and complacently. But Bai Jiahao was a little impatient. So what's the situation now? I'll make a phone call and ask. Su Qianlong took out his cell phone and made a call. But after hanging up the phone, his face instantly became very ugly, and he had no choice but to kick out all the female companions around him. What's wrong? What happened? Bai Jiahao was confused by his behavior. The two men just reported to me that the guy had spotted them at noon. He seemed to be very defensive. Besides, the security level of the neighborhood where he lives is also very high. I'm afraid it will be difficult to take action. Damn it! I underestimated that bastard. Is there any other way to deal with him? Bai Jiahao slapped his thigh. He was very indignant on the surface, but he cursed Su Qianlong severely in his heart. Anyone with sharp eyes can see through this level of trickery. Do you really think Lin Fan is a fool? Idiot! Achoo! Su Qianlong sneezed. He didn't know that Bai Jiahao beside him called him a fool. He smiled smugly and said, there are many ways to subdue him. He is so rich, of course we can't let him die quickly. We have to play with him slowly to death. Isn't he rich? My brother's idea is to get all the money he has into our hands. If sneak attacks and poisoning don't work, then let's seduce him. Didn't this guy acquire Starlight Live? He must be very lustful. I plan to find a top-notch person to seduce him, and then use drugs from the black market to knock him out, and then complete mental control through brainwashing, and then it will be a success. Su Qianlong became more and more proud as he spoke. The corners of his mouth are almost reaching behind his ears. Even Bai Jiahao couldn't help but slap his thigh. You are really good at playing. You even thought of the honey trap. This is a good plan. That guy stole my woman. I must make him fall into the hands of a woman. I will torture him slowly. Hearing this, Su Qianlong suddenly thought of something, licked his lips and asked, he stole your woman, so you can expose your old videos to disgust him. Bai Jiahao's mouth twitched, his face full of indignation. Don't mention it. After that woman Su Mo called my father, I had no choice but to delete the video. My father even scolded me for it. That woman is really meddling in other people's business. Su Qianlong looked depressed and cursed Bai Jiahao in his heart for being a fool. Why did he only have a backup? That woman really likes to act pretentiously. She relies on herself to be the boss and bosses us around. She's almost 30 years old, but she's still pretending to be noble. Who knows how messy she is in private? After he finished speaking, a bold idea came to Bai Jiahao's mind. Should we find an opportunity to get rid of that woman Su Yuma? He didn't finish what he was saying, just made a point. The two looked at each other, and Su Qianlong immediately understood the meaning of his words, but Su Qianlong was not angry that he dared to set his sights on Su Tumo. Instead, he shook his head to indicate that it was very difficult. If I really knock her out, my old man will definitely kill me. He will really be ruthless. You should know my old man's temper. Seeing his attitude, Bai Jiahao curled his lips indifferently. We can put the blame on Lin Fan. Isn't he very interested in Su Tumo? Even the outside world is discussing whether he is pursuing Su Tumo. Besides, I have coveted her body for a long time. Don't you realize that she is also a top-notch beauty? The most famous beauty in Hangzhou, the dream goddess of many men, don't you want to give it a try? Su Qianlong pinched his nose and pretended to be thinking. I really wanted to beat Bai Jiahao to death. No wonder Bai Jiahao is so bold and tempted by beauty. The truth was that both of them had been drinking, and they had just had fun with a few women and hadn't let off steam yet. Now when Su Tumo, that stunning beauty, was mentioned, even his cousin began to have some dirty thoughts and was ready to make some move. Let's see it again when we have a chance. Su Qianlong was a little hesitant. After all, she is his cousin and the daughter of the Su family. If Su Tumo is violated or a scandal breaks out, not to mention that the image of the Su family will be greatly damaged, if the matter is ever held accountable to him, he will die a miserable death. The next day, Friday. In the afternoon, not long after Lin Fan arrived at the company, Shijie came to Lin Fan's office with a hot and beautiful woman. Boss Lin, these two are the new anchors I just signed. They are twins. I plan to promote them as big anchors on the platform. What do you think of taking a look? As he spoke, Shijie handed over the twins' information. But Lin Fan did not look at the information, he just looked up at the two beauties in front of him. With just one glance, the system gave more detailed and real information than the information in the data. Name, Gao Xiaoqin, Gao Xiaofeng. Age, 22. Height, 154 centimeters, 155 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 9.4 points. Purity, 97. Favorability, 50 contains strong murderous intent, has ulterior motives, the host needs to be on guard. Ulterior motives? What does that mean? Seeing that the favorability was negative 50, Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately became alert and asked the system what was going on. Ding! It is detected that these two beauties have evil intentions towards the protagonist. Warm reminder, they are very likely trying to seduce the host. It is detected that the two are carrying perfume that can control the brain. There is a high probability that they will use psychotropic drugs to control the host's mind. Chapter 94. It is recommended that the host redeem that anti-brainwashing item, which can permanently prevent the host from being mentally controlled by people with bad intentions. It's rare for the system to send out a thoughtful reminder. It's so humane. Okay. Then exchange it for the anti-brainwashing prop card. Without any hesitation, Lin Fan exchanged an anti-brainwashing prop card from the mall. He needs this prop so much. From now on, you don't have to worry about being seduced or being fooled and brainwashed by people with ulterior motives. People like him who lack self-control and have average knowledge can easily be brainwashed by those highly intelligent elites. With this, he will not be afraid of being fooled. He had read a lot of news before, and many wealthy people had been defrauded of staggering amounts. For example, many second-generation rich people are deceived into investing in startup businesses by various scams and fraudsters, and eventually lose all their fortunes. This kind of news is not uncommon. He is also afraid that he will encounter a pig-killing scam in the future, so he will read some psychology books when he has time, but they are far less practical than prop cards. Ding! Deduct 100,000 wealth points to exchange for the anti-brainwashing prop card, and the prop will be effective permanently. Current wealth value, 104.39,100,000. After the prop card took effect, Lin Fan did feel that his brain became much clearer and calmer. Boss Lin, I won't bother you anymore. They both have some unique talents to show off. Boss Lin, you can enjoy them. Shijie's words brought Lin Fan back to reality from his trance. Oh, well, I want to see what's so special about these twin sisters. Lin Fan pretended to cooperate and nodded to show his satisfaction. Seeing this, Shijie smiled with satisfaction, turned around and left the office without saying a word. This guy, I gave you so much money, but you still betrayed me. Since you have been bribed by them, I want to see what you are up to. Looking at Shijie's back, Lin Fan felt very annoyed. He left a small amount of shares to Shijie, and with this small amount of shares, Shijie received a salary of tens of millions a year. I didn't expect this guy to be a traitor and be Su Qianlong's dog. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Gao Xiaoqin. My name is Gao Xiaofeng, let us introduce ourselves first. At this time, the twin sisters began to introduce themselves. But Lin Fan's mind was not on the two women. Although this pair of twin sisters are the best, both in figure and appearance, they are priceless. It can be seen that Su Qianlong spent a lot of money to plot against them. The two women have extraordinary temperaments and are as beautiful as fairies. No matter who she is, her appearance is better than all the goddesses he knows, and her body is extremely hot and exquisite. Any man who takes a look at her will have wild thoughts and be distracted. The slender waist, thin and white long legs, and the pink and tender face of pure desire, the natural beauty, the moonshame. Not to mention they are twins who look exactly the same. If it weren't for his systematic body shape and the bonus of the anti-brainwashing card, he might have been eager to have something happen between him and the twin sisters. But in his heart he was wondering how to expose the two women. Got it. There seems to be a hypnosis card in the mall. I can use it to make them confess everything under hypnosis. Lin Fan saw the hypnosis card item in the system mall and immediately had an idea. However, the hypnosis card props are also valid for 2 hours. Fortunately, the system has such an extremely evil prop, otherwise, he would be really helpless. But at this moment, the system issued another reminder. Ding! Any prop card in the mall can only be used on one person. If the host wants to use it on twins at the same time, 2 prop cards need to be exchanged. Hearing this, Lin Fan's mouth twitched. He didn't expect there to be such a weird rule. Fortunately, it was just a small amount of money, just a small change. He spent 200,000 wealth points without hesitation and exchanged them for 2 hypnosis card props. Ding! Deduct 200,000 wealth points to exchange for the hypnosis card item. The item is valid for 2 hours. Target users, twin sisters. Current wealth value, 104.29,200,000. The sisters were still introducing themselves when they suddenly stopped, their eyes became strangely confused, and they stared blankly at Lin Fan. Now I order you to sit on the sofa. Lin Fan tried to speak. After that, the 2 girls walked slowly to the sofa and sat down like robots. It really works. After seeing the effect, Lin Fan was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. You are invincible with this dog-licking system. But he didn't want to do anything bad. Although these twin sisters were stunning beauties, they didn't belong to him. He will never be greedy if it is not his. He climbed up from an ordinary person and believes in fatalism. Some things, even if you try hard to get them, will eventually slip away from you. He wanted to find out what Su Qianlong's purpose was towards him, and he wanted to record the interrogation and use it as evidence for counterattack in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Fan took out his mobile phone and set it aside to take pictures. Afterwards, he took out the anti-eavesdropping tools given to him by the security department from the safe, and then found the mobile phones from the 2 women. After connecting to the 2 women's mobile phones, he indeed found the eavesdropping software hidden in the background. However, he did not delete the eavesdropping software. If you delete it, you will expose yourself. Then he began the interrogation while the camera recorded it. Who ordered you 2 to seduce me? What's his purpose? Besides you 2, who else is cooperating with you? After saying that, Sister Gao Shaoqin opened her mouth and told everything. We are Su Qianlong's kept lovers. Su Qianlong sent us to seduce you in order to have us brainwash you and manipulate your mind to turn you into a puppet. His goal is to seize all your property. In addition to Su Qianlong, Bai Jiahao and Su Mingxian are also involved. Our middleman is Shi Jie. After hearing this, Lin Fan was filled with anger. These 3 guys are really greedy. They actually want my money. Fortunately, I have the system, otherwise I would have fallen into your hands. However, you definitely didn't expect that I would play along with you. Since you like to play tricks, I will play along to the end. Lin Fan pondered secretly, and after coming back to his senses, he asked a few more questions carefully, only to find out that the 2 people who followed him were also arranged by Su Qianlong, and the mastermind behind the scenes was confirmed to be Su Qianlong. However, Bai Jiahao also had a plan to deal with him. He found a few martial artists and was ready to attack him at any time. He intended to beat him into a cripple. After asking all the questions, Lin Fan put away his phone contentedly and ended the hypnosis. The questioning process lasted for more than 10 minutes. After the hypnotic state was lifted, the 2 women came back to their senses and looked at him with confusion. Boss Lin, are you satisfied with us? Sister Gao Shaoqin didn't know why the 2 of them were sitting on the sofa. Although she was a little confused, her acting was still good. Chapter 95. Satisfied, but I have other things to do later. I will watch your talent show during the live broadcast. After saying that, Lin Fan called Shi Jie in. Shi Jie also asked him again if he was satisfied. Lin Fan did not give a direct answer. Instead, he was asked to sign a contract with the twins, and he was specifically instructed to buy a duplex villa far in the suburbs for the twins. Although this villa area was on the edge of the city, it was very close to the coastal villa area. After giving the order, Lin Fan left the company. Shi Jie did as he was told. After signing the contract, he took the two women to see the house. In the evening, Shi Jie reported the results to Lin Fan. He had arranged for the twins to live in a villa, which cost him 30 million yuan. Ding! The host spent 30 million on the twin sisters, and the dog-licking gold consumption rebate has arrived. Wealth value, 104.09 million plus 3 million. Although the twins had ulterior motives towards him, since they were 9-point goddesses, Lin Fan still received rebates when he spent money on them. Soon, Lin Fan received a message from the twins, asking him if he was free to visit the villa so that they could perform their talents for him in private. But Lin Fan only replied with a short message, saying that he was very busy recently and would go when he was free. 9 o'clock in the evening. The same location, inside the rooftop villa of the Blue Sky building. After Shi Jie and the twins reported Lin Fan's reaction to Su Qianlong, Bai Jiahao looked puzzled. Since this bastard has a mistress hidden in his golden house, why doesn't he go find them? How busy can he be? I asked someone to check the house in the seaside villa, and he is the only one living there. Could he have a mistress there? Su Qianlong asked while enjoying a massage from a beautiful woman. No, those two men waited outside his villa for 2 days and only saw him. No one else was there. Bai Jiahao couldn't hold back any longer. Logically speaking, given Lin Fan's lustful nature, he should be eager to have fun with the twin sisters. How come he has no reaction at all? It's really puzzling. Don't worry, this guy is quite good at pretending. Maybe he will sneak over in a couple of days. Anyway, I have asked Teacher Yen to control their minds and installed eavesdropping devices and cameras in the villa. His every move is under my control. I am just waiting for him to take the bait. Su Qianlong smiled sinisterly and disapprovingly. On the other side, Lin Fan was also reporting to Su Tumo about what happened today. His villa is now very safe. Yesterday, the security department installed various hidden cameras around the villa, and anti-eavesdropping equipment was also installed in the house. At this moment, he was having a video call with Su Tumo. After listening to Lin Fan's report, Su Tumo was very impressed that he was not moved. I just saw the twins. To be honest, even I would be moved. How did you manage to remain calm? Of course, Lin Fan couldn't tell him that he was able to stay awake because of the system. A good feature of this system is that it can detect malicious intent. Anyone who harbors malicious intent towards him will be detected. The perfumes on the sisters were specially formulated. I felt something was wrong as soon as I smelled it. Besides, Shi Jie didn't tell me about this before. He suddenly came to me with 2 girls without saying hello. It was a honey trap. Su Qianlong probably thought I was a lustful person and easy to fool. When his first plan failed, he resorted to this trick. Lin Fan found a more reasonable reason to explain it. Aren't you lustful? You're flirting with other girls everywhere. Su Tumo rolled his eyes in disdain. Now her relationship with Lin Fan has reached the level of close friends, and they can even joke with each other in private. However, her favorability towards Lin Fan never increased and remained at 30 points. This made Lin Fan very depressed. He has done what he should do and spent a lot of money. What else should he do to raise this woman's favorability to 50? Which man isn't lustful? I admit that I am also lustful, but I am definitely not the kind of stud who falls in love with every girl he meets. I have very high standards and I only fall in love with goddesses whose looks are above 9 points and whose personalities are also good. Lin Fan did not hide this fact at all. Women are equally lustful, not to mention men. Having said that, he returned to the topic. My idea is that we should also find someone to follow Su Qianlong, Bai Jiahao, and Shi Jie, just in case. If they become desperate in the future, we can also produce evidence and turn the tables on them. Su Tumo agreed, and then asked, since you can hypnotize the twins, you can try to hypnotize Shi Jie to get information. He is the middleman and will definitely communicate with Su Qianlong face to face. If we can get more information from him, it will be more beneficial to us. That's not necessary. Since Su Qianlong can control the twins' minds, it means he must have a professional by his side, maybe a psychologist. Since Shi Jie is his spy, he might also be on guard against Shi Jie's defection. If I really did that, if the professional noticed the clues, I would be exposed. Besides, Shurjia is just a money-grubbing, profit-seeking fool. He has little use value. All we need to do is collect enough evidence from him. Lin Fan analyzed it carefully and said that there was no need to worry too much, as everything was under control. After listening to his analysis, Su Tumo looked at him with ambiguous eyes. I find you are becoming more and more mysterious. Even Shurjia, the drama queen, can see that you are being bought. You are not simple. I still underestimated you. If it were someone else, they would have fallen into the trap dug by Su Qianlong by now. There's a saying that goes, people are greedy, and sometimes the more abnormal it is, the more it shows that there are traps around you. At your level, many people have ulterior motives and try every means to please you. Isn't it just for money and power? Lin Fan chuckled. After coming into contact with more people like Su Tumo, he discovered that the wealthy class was also full of sinister villains. Not to mention the internal strife in the Su family, he was schemed against by Su Qianlong, and even the company's management was bribed. It can be seen that money can corrupt people's hearts. These cases are reminding him to always be on guard against villains with ulterior motives. He also has to thank Su Tumo for this. Su Tumo likes to read books. When chatting, she would recommend Lin Fan to read some books related to business warfare and psychology. Besides, he likes to watch the news and is sensitive to words like pig-killing scam and rich second generation being hunted. Besides, he has too much money to spend and will be targeted sooner or later, so he dares not do anything wrong now. Of course, the more important reason is that there is an invincible system. After chatting for a while, Lin Fan hung up the video call. Although Su Tumo repeatedly suggested that since he knew hypnosis, it would be better to try to control Shurjia. If there was a chance in the future, he could even control Su Qianlong. But Lin Fan said he didn't have this ability. In fact, there are indeed mind control item cards in the system mall. Chapter 96. However, the mind control item card is an intermediate item and can only be redeemed in the secondary mall. The mall level is still level 1, and intermediate items cannot be exchanged yet. To upgrade the mall level, you also need to upgrade your character level. His character level is still level 1. According to the rules of the system, there are 30 levels for a character, and the character can be upgraded by 1 level every time he defeats 3 goddesses. In other words, he can only be upgraded by 1 level when the favorability of the 3 goddesses towards him reaches 100. He had already conquered Gu Qingcheng and Zhu Ruoxue, but he was still 1 step away. The favorability of other goddesses has not yet reached 100. But now he can't do anything wrong. After being targeted by Su Qianlong and by Jiahao, he naturally can no longer spend his time drinking and partying and taking women out to have fun. During the next 2 days of the weekend, Lin Fan strangely did not go out. He stayed in the villa and frantically studied business knowledge. During this time, he also tried to use MasterCards in an attempt to quickly master these skills. But he found that mastering knowledge in this way was cheating. Props were just props after all, and once their validity period expired, he would forget them completely. Only through learning can this knowledge be truly imprinted in the brain. Of course, he didn't do nothing. In his spare time, he would still look for a 4th girl on various live streaming platforms. The sweetheart girl group he wants to create is still missing 1 member. In the past few days, Xiao Xinxin, Miao Tiantian and Zhang Yichen have recommended to him girls they think are good, but they were all rejected by Lin Fan. First, their vision is not as good as Lin Fan and Su Tumo. They thought that the goddess had a 9-point appearance, but in Lin Fan's eyes, she did not meet the standard. Although some of them are good looking, in Su Tumo's eyes, they are either not smart enough or their talents are not up to standard. Su Tumo also joined this group. She was barely satisfied with Xiao Xinxin and the other 2 girls. Because of this, she had higher requirements for the 4th member. You have to be a talented woman with excellent acting skills, outstanding style, and good eloquence to pass the test with her. According to Lin Fan's idea, in order to create a girl group that can become goddesses for all the people, the styles of the 4 members cannot be too similar. Xiao Xinxin is labeled as the girl next door, with a natural temperament, pure and beautiful appearance, and a style that makes people feel spotless. Miao Tiantian is known as a talented girl, eloquent, and highly intelligent. As the team leader, her style is that of a queen-like goddess. So Su Tumo also suggested that she learn some business knowledge. Zhang Yichen is a cute goddess, adorable and charming, but also a little quirky. On the surface, she seems to be a dramatic actress, but in fact, she is a talented and professional woman. The fourth member needs to be diverse, able to be sweet or domineering, able to sing and dance, and have outstanding acting skills, and to pursue a career as a professional actor in the future. Lin Fan searched on various platforms for several days but found nothing that caught his attention. During this period, Tsutomu also suggested that Zhang Yi give it a try. She had met Zhang Yi and felt that Zhang Yi agreed with her style. But Lin Fan rejected it. He plans to marry Zhang Yi in the future, so naturally he cannot let Zhang Yi get involved in the muddy waters of the entertainment industry. And given Zhang Yi's personality, she probably wouldn't become an idol. Not to mention girls like Gu Qingcheng and Zhu Ruoxue, who are either too old or have no talent or acting skills, and are not suitable for training. On Monday, when Lin Fan went out at noon, he saw the two people who had followed him again. They were still squatting outside the community, and the two of them changed to a different car. Although they concealed their presence very well, they were still discovered by Lin Fan. But Lin Fan still pretended not to see it. After arriving at the office, Shi Jie went to him to report his work immediately. After he acquired Huanche Entertainment last week, he arranged for Shi Jie to take over the actresses under Huanche Entertainment. Although he completed the revenge mission, he did not close the previous Genesis Entertainment. They also planned to expand the scale of Chuangshi Entertainment and would relocate the original company address. After the staff was expanded, the personnel management had to be rearranged. Of course, Tsutomu was in charge of all of this. Due to Shi Jie's betrayal, he and Tsutomu were in charge of remote command and personal handling of many matters in the past 2 days. The only job left for Shi Jie was to merge the two small companies. After Shi Jie noticed something unusual, he came to test Lin Fan's attitude. Another reason was that Lin Fan had not gone to look for the twins in the past 2 days, which aroused Su Qianlong's suspicion. Boss Lin, I've already done what you asked me to do. The new company of Chuangshi Entertainment is located in Jinghu District, and this office building has been rented. Do you think you need to go over and take a look? Lin Fan took a look at the information. The address of the new company is very remote, it's obviously a fraud. But he knew that he could not refuse this time and had to take the risk and put on a show. Okay, then we can go take a look. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. When the two came out of the company, Lin Fan also received a text message from a man named Director Dai. Mr. Lin, Bai Jiahao is leaving Nianhua KTV with a few martial artists, so be careful. After seeing the content, Lin Fan sneered in his heart. This Bai Jiahao is not as patient as Su Qianlong. He really wants to make me suffer. How stupid. With your intelligence, you probably wouldn't have thought that I was targeting you. Well, it's a good thing that I don't look smart, so you underestimated me. Director Dai, who sent him the text message, was the head of the security department professionals invited by Tsutomu. They were also hiding behind the scenes, keeping an eye on Su Qianlong and Bai Jiahao for him and Tsutomu, and would immediately notify him if the two made any move. Soon, the two arrived at Tianfu Building in Jinghu District. Shi Jie rented 3 floors here as the office location for Chuangshi Entertainment, which is several times larger than the previous one. Although Chuangshi Entertainment is only a relatively small live broadcast company affiliated with Star Entertainment, it is the first company he founded after all. It has not been profitable until now, but Lin Fan still wants to make some achievements. One of the reasons is that when Zhang Yi introduced him to her parents, she said that Lin Fan was the boss of Chuangshi Entertainment, and did not disclose that he was the boss who bought the Emperor Hotel and Starlight Live. He wanted to prove to Zhang Yi's parents that he could make a career. As for why Zhang Yi refused to reveal that he bought the hotel and Starlight Live, one reason was that Lin Fan did not want to be too high profile. According to Zhang Yi, there are many people in their family who are overconfident and incompetent. If Lin Fan deliberately shows off, he might be hunted by Zhang Yi's relatives and friends. Besides, the two haven't officially confirmed their relationship yet, they are just lovers, and it is still unknown whether they can succeed. Another reason is that he is now being targeted by Su Qianlong and does not want to involve Zhang Yi. Keeping a low profile is also to protect Zhang Yi and other women. Although it was a weekday, there were very few people in Tianfu Building. After all, Jinghu District has just been developed and many surrounding real estate projects are still under development. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a ghost town. How is it, Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with this place? Shi Jie took him around and finally came to the balcony. Chapter 97. It's okay. You can start preparing for the decoration when you go back. I'll go around and go back by myself later. After saying that, Shi Jie left on his own. A few minutes later, Lin Fan heard a chaotic sound of footsteps behind him. However, before the other party could speak, Lin Fan said without even turning his head, "By Jiahao, you really are a dog that can't change its eating habits." You. Bai Jiahao was stunned on the spot. How did Lin Fan know it was him? However, he saw Lin Fan standing on the balcony, and thought that Lin Fan might have seen him bringing people up from below. I might as well stop pretending to be mysterious. You bastard. You were lucky enough to escape last time because Prince Wang protected you. Today, no matter what, I will make you kneel down and call me Grandpa. Just you? Lin Fan then turned around and looked at him with indifference. You really put a lot of effort into taking revenge on me. Unfortunately, you are too self-righteous. Have you ever heard that there are always people better than you? There are always some people in this world that you can't afford to offend. Lin Fan said with a hint of sarcasm in his words. Unfortunately, Bai Jiahao has strong limbs but a weak brain, so he can't hear the hidden meaning at all. You stole my woman and you still have the nerve to provoke me? Even if you are good at fighting, so what? Today I am going to make you lose a layer of skin. And then I will slowly play with you to death. Ha ha. Bai Jiahao smiled sinisterly and seemed to be hesitant to speak. He really wanted to tell Lin Fan that he was firmly under the control of Su Qianlong in him, but he absolutely could not say this. However, what he didn't know was that Lin Fan had already seen through him. Not only did I know their purpose, I also knew what was going on in this guy's mind. The difference between Bai Jiahao and Su Qianlong is that the former does not have high emotional intelligence and EQ, which can be seen through at a glance by the old hands, while the latter is, as his name suggests, a hidden dragon, who is more patient and extremely scheming, a level higher than the fool Bai Jiahao. Otherwise, he would not have been instigated and used by the two brothers. You know what? You brought 2 more people today than last time, a total of 7. They are all martial artists from martial arts schools. Come on, let me test your skills. Lin Fan simply ignored Bai Jiahao and glanced at the 7 people with disdain. The pockmarked leader stepped forward first. Don't be so arrogant. We brothers can kill people with 1 punch. Even if you are also a martial artist, your level is different from ours. You are just a novice, while we have been practicing martial arts for 10 to 20 years. You can't stop us. Before he could finish his words, Lin Fan interrupted him with a speechless look on his face. Can you please stop talking nonsense and just fight me if you want to? Stop nagging me. Nima. The pockmarked man was furious and roared. The next second, he rushed over like an arrow. It was the first time that Lin Fan faced a martial artist. He had no experience and could only bend down and dodge subconsciously. However, the pockmarked man was very fast. When he saw him bending down, he immediately threw a hook at his waist. With a bang. Lin Fan was pushed back 2 steps, but there was no expression on his face. The pockmarked man exclaimed in surprise, finding it unbelievable. Logically speaking, even if they were in the same industry, they wouldn't be able to withstand his full strength attack. Why does Lin Fan act like nothing happened? What's even more infuriating is that Lin Fan actually mocked him in return. Are you tickling me? You don't even have the energy to fight, and you're still a martial artist. Are you cockroaches? Let's do something exciting. Lin Fan chuckled. With the golden armor prop card, even if 10 people beat him together, they couldn't seriously injure him. The pockmarked man snorted angrily, his energy sank into his dantian, his fists clenched until they made a crackling sound, and a terrifying murderous intent burst out from his body. Seeing this, Bai Jiahao retreated 2 steps in fear and glared at Lin Fan with a smug look on his face. But what surprised him was that when the pockmarked man rushed forward to attack, Lin Fan seemed to be able to predict his attack and luckily dodged his moves. However, the pockmarked man still relied on his rich experience and amazing fighting power to hit Lin Fan's chest twice in a row. But the strange thing is that Lin Fan still acted as if nothing had happened. Hit him in the face. Big brother, hit him in the face. This guy is very tough, so he looks fine. Hit him in the face, he definitely can't stand it. Several companions behind him spoke up, reminding the pockmarked face to change the attacking part. But Lin Fan also had experience at this time. After being hit by a few blows, he realized that this guy was just very strong and only aimed at the armpits and chest, and his moves were relatively simple. Bang bang. After being hit by 2 more blows, Lin Fan turned around and used the standard hand technique of Wing Chun, taking the opportunity to hit the pockmarked man's throat. Ahem. The seemingly light palm strike almost broke the pockmarked man's throat. The pockmarked man took a few steps back in fear, covering his neck, his facial features distorted and his face full of pain. This scene shocked the others. Bai Jiahao's face changed drastically, and he shouted impatiently, "Come together! All of you come together!" The other 6 people rushed forward without saying a word. But after several rounds of fighting, Lin Fan was like a man of iron. Their fists did not seriously injure Lin Fan, but on the contrary, Lin Fan looked at them with a grin. "It's my turn." Lin Fan even became braver and braver as the battle went on, his blood boiling and his fighting spirit surging. After being hit dozens of times, he had accumulated a lot of experience and knew which moves were the most deadly, how to avoid those moves, and how to find the opponent's flaws. This is all thanks to the fact that he maxed out the 3 most basic skills, Taekwondo, Wing Chun, and Tai Chi. Although these 3 skills sound ordinary, if they are used by a skilled practitioner, they will create a completely different kind of combat power. What's more, his physical strength is also different from that of ordinary people. Although he cannot kill people with a full strength attack like these martial artists, but with the combination of Wing Chun and Tai Chi, he can achieve great results with just a little force and hit the opponent's weakness, making them fall down in agony and seriously injured. For those who practice martial arts, one punch can often break their ribs and injure their internal organs. In serious cases, they may be left with lifelong disabilities and sequelae. Lin Fan naturally showed no mercy. 10 minutes later, the 6 men were knocked to the ground by him. The pockmarked face had recovered by this time, but he was so frightened when he saw that his 6 companions had suffered severe internal injuries that they turned pale and looked out of their wits. "You! How can you be so strong? Have you practiced hard Qigong so that your body is as strong as a copper wall?" The pockmarked man stared at Lin Fan in a daze. Lin Fan was still as expressionless and calm as before. It was incredible that he could be like nothing happened even after being hit so many times. It kind of subverted his cognition. The only explanation is that Lin Fan might have practiced hard Qigong. But that is obviously something that only external masters can practice. It is difficult to master it without sufficient talent and time. It would take at least 20 to 30 years to practice to the point of being invulnerable to swords and spears, but Lin Fan was only in his early 20s. This was totally unreasonable. "Ha, didn't I just say that there are always people better than you?" Lin Fan smiled faintly, ignored him again, and looked at Bai Jiahao with eyes as sharp as knives. Chapter 98. Bai Jiahao's body trembled, and he was frightened by his eyes. "Still tough in words. Don't get complacent. I know someone who's more powerful than you. If you're brave, just wait and see. I'll find an outside expert to kill you." "External masters? You probably can't afford one. In the martial arts circle, external masters are elites. You can't hire one without $1 million or $2 million. Do you think I know nothing?" Lin Fan smiled contemptuously. From the moment he got the system, he knew that there were strange people in this world that he had only heard of on the internet before. For example, there are masters of internal strength who can fly over eaves and walls, there are martial arts masters who can perform hard Qigong and whose bodies are as strong as iron walls. There are many internal skills in various martial arts in the second-level mall, which is enough to prove that such people really exist in this world. What's more, even Su Tomo had mentioned these things to him. He knows more than Bai Jiahao, a fool who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun. Sure enough, after hearing what he said, Bai Jiahao felt like he was struck by lightning and looked at him in disbelief. Isn't it said that he was born in the countryside? How come this guy is so unfathomable? Not only is he terrifyingly powerful, but he also knows things that ordinary people don't know. Is he really the illegitimate son of Mr. Lin, the richest man? But thinking that he still had Su Qianlong as his backer, Bai Jiahao still gritted his teeth and threatened, "No matter how much you know, what can you do? I have countless ways to kill you, not only you, but also your company, the women around you, and all your property. I will take it away." He accidentally said what was in his heart. Lin Fan laughed in his heart. How could he be called a fool? He just seduced her and she said what was in her heart. She confessed without being asked. But soon, Bai Jiahao realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and immediately changed his words. "Fight with me. You are too young. Don't forget that I am one of the 4 kings of Hangzhou City. I am from the Bai family. My Bai family has many backers. Besides showing off and talking big, do you have any other skills?" Lin Fan was speechless. This guy was a typical bully who only knew how to talk big. "Anyway, you will die in my hands sooner or later. Just wait and see." Bai Jiahao roared with a ferocious look on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! It is detected that Bai Jiahao has a strong killing intention towards the host, triggering the Revenge 2.0 mission. Swallow the Bai family and become the richest man in Hangzhou. If you can complete the task, you will directly open the third-level mall. You can exchange for permanent prop cards. Reward: increase all attributes by 10 points. Reward: a villa in the center of West Lake. Lin Fan didn't expect that Bai Jiahao's threats to him would trigger the Revenge 2.0 mission. Thinking that Su Qianlong and Bai Jiahao might really want him to disappear, he decided to take on the task without hesitation. Ding! Revenge 2.0 mission has been opened. Bai Jiahao, you have successfully provoked my anger. I might as well tell you that I don't want to bother with trash like you, but since you want to kill me, I don't mind making your Bai family disappear from Hangzhou City. Lin Fan came back to his senses and looked at Bai Jiahao with a sinister grin on his face. Just so that he can directly open the third-level mall after completing the task, he will stick with it to the end. The third-level mall is full of high-level permanent props, such as the Golden Armor prop card. After the mall is upgraded to level 3, it will become permanent. After redeeming it, you will permanently have the effects of being invulnerable to swords and guns and immune to the 5 poisons. In addition, there are magical powers such as mind control, invisibility cards, underground escape cards, etc., which have only appeared in TV dramas. There are many of them in the third-level mall, and there are even various internal skills, elixirs, etc. Bullshit. I almost forgot that you still have your parents back home. If you dare to kill me, I will let you kill your parents. You can't afford to mess with someone like me. You are a nobody, a low-level office worker. You have no idea how powerful my class is. Bai Jiahao was filled with impotent rage. It was not known whether he was frightened by Lin Fan or just angry, but after cursing for several minutes, he slowly calmed down due to exhaustion. However, Lin Fan glanced at him as if he were a fool. Obviously, Bai Jiahao believed that Lin Fan had the ability to do so. After all, he bought a hotel and a company without any prior agreement, and that was worth tens of billions. Looking at the entire city of Hangzhou, there are only a handful of people who can come up with so much money at once. Not to mention that he now suspected that Lin Fan was the illegitimate son of the richest man, so he was naturally afraid that Lin Fan would do what he said. He would rather fight to the death with Lin Fan than let Lin Fan destroy the Bai family. That's why he is so crazy. No matter how great your ability is, can it be greater than the sky? In the future, I will become the sky of Hangzhou. I will become the king of this city. Lin Fan snorted angrily and issued a domineering declaration. The success and fame he had mentioned to Zhang Yi before meant becoming the richest man in Hangzhou and a powerful tycoon. Bai Jiahao sneered and said, "With your appearance, you still want to become the king of Hangzhou? You are dreaming. You can be the king if you want to. Without the consent of our 4 kings, you don't even have the qualifications to be the king. The 4 heavenly kings. I think they are 4 worms. I don't have time to waste with you here. Since you want to play, I will accompany you to the end. If you are not afraid of death." Lin Fan didn't want to waste any more time talking to this idiot, so he walked towards the elevator on his own. Bai Jiahao was scolded so much that he flew into a rage and yelled at the pockmarked man who was watching the show, "What are you still standing there for? Do it, damn it." The pockmarked man hesitated for 2 seconds, but finally rushed towards Lin Fan. But Lin Fan suddenly turned around and glared at him with a ferocious expression. "What? You're not afraid of death either?" The next second, the pockmarked face was so frightened that he stood there motionless. "You're a martial artist, but you're just like me. Fighting me is like an ant trying to shake a tree. You're overestimating your own abilities." Lin Fan snorted without looking back, turned around, and walked into the elevator, disappearing from their sight. But the moment the elevator door closed, the man with the pockmarked face swallowed his saliva. Looking down, I saw my palms were covered in cold sweat. Seeing this, Bai Jiahao was furious. "I paid you to come here, and this is the result? 7 people combined can't even beat 1 person." Seeing Bai Jiahao's helpless rage, the pockmarked face also looked helpless. "Master Bai, this guy is too strong. We are not at the same level as him. You just saw it. He was still alive and well after being hit so many times. Excuse me, I'm afraid only an outsider can deal with him. Why don't you go hire an expert? We don't want a penny of the money you give us. Waste." Bai Jiahao's face was twisted with anger. After coming out of the building, Lin Fan did not go straight back to the company or the villa, but went to the bus station and bought a ticket back home. Bai Jiahao's words just now also reminded him that he still had his parents in his hometown. He cannot let his parents fall into Su Qianlong's control, otherwise he will be easily controlled by Su Qianlong. Chapter 99. The next day Lin Fan returned to his hometown. He informed his parents of his breakup with Stephanie Chen, and told them that he had received help from a noble person and had founded a company. However, he had no plans to bring his parents to live in Hangzhou. The old couple are both from the countryside, with low educational levels. They are not used to living in the city and find it difficult to adapt when they arrive in the city. Their family had few relatives in their hometown, so Lin Fan transferred more than 5 million yuan into the old couple's account so that they could renovate their old house into a small villa. After staying in his hometown for 3 days, Lin Fan hurried back to Hangzhou during the National Day. During that period, he only called Su Tumo, and contacted the rest through WeChat. On the afternoon of the 1st, Lin Fan drove a Land Rover Aurora to Zhang Yi's house. After picking up Zhang Yi, the two went to Su City together. Suzhou is located in the south of Hangzhou, less than 200 kilometers away, and the drive takes about an hour. The engagement party of Zhang Yi's cousin was held at the girl's home, and all the relatives of the Zhang family went to Suzhou on that day. "Why are you so late today? Have you been busy recently? I heard you said you went back to your hometown a few days ago?" Zhang Yi asked with a bit of complaint. The original plan was to set off an hour early, but Lin Fan unexpectedly arrived an hour late for the first time. In her impression, Lin Fan was a very punctual person. "I went to Jinfu Jewelry to buy some gifts for someone. He will leave soon and may be a little later than us. I went back to my hometown to visit my parents. After all, I made some money and I had to honor them. I also installed a camera at home so I could know what was going on first." Lin Fan told the truth. There is no need to hide in front of Zhang Yi. When he returned, he also told the old couple that he was pursuing Zhang Yi. "I was wondering why you didn't call me. By the way, what gift did you prepare?" Zhang Yi nodded and changed the subject. "You will know when the time comes. In addition to your cousin and his wife, I have also prepared generous gifts for your parents." Lin Fan smiled mysteriously. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the two arrived in Suzhou smoothly. In a villa that was sold in Su City, Lin Fan followed Zhang Yi into the living room, carrying cigarettes and alcohol. Zhang Yi wore the burgundy dress worth 1 million yuan that he had given her before today, which made her look a bit gaudy. After meeting the Zhang family, Zhang Yi introduced relatives and friends to Lin Fan while exchanging pleasantries with others. After a while, he was brought to his parents. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Lin Fan greeted the two of them politely. This was the first time he met Zhang Yi's parents. Both of them were very satisfied with Lin Fan. But just as Lin Fan sat down, a woman holding a child next to him suddenly said, "Zhang Yi, didn't you say your boyfriend runs a company? Why did he only bring a few gifts?" When this woman saw that Lin Fan gave her expensive cigarettes and alcohol, she didn't like them at all. "How much is this little thing worth? The generous gift is still on the way. We asked someone to deliver it specially." Zhang Yi glanced at the woman indifferently. "You actually have to ask others to give you gifts? How much do you dislike your cousin? Didn't he claim before that he was the boss of some live broadcast company? Is that how little he has? He's too stingy." The woman looked at Lin Fan with disdain and contempt on her face. Lin Fan frowned. Why did this sound so unpleasant? This woman is really too ambitious. "Aunt, why are you so anxious? Anyway, the gift my boyfriend gave me is very expensive." "What did you give me?" After saying that, Zhang Yi pulled Lin Fan outside. "Don't mind it. She is my uncle's second wife. She has a strong personality and despises the poor and loves the rich. She looks down on rural people." Zhang Yi pulled him to sit on the rattan chair in the corner and explained with a depressed look on his face. "Your aunt seems very young. She looks like she's about 27 or 28 years old?" Lin Fan was puzzled. He noticed that the woman was not much older than him, with fair skin, beautiful looks, and a pretty temperament. She was well dressed, a typical white, rich, and beautiful woman. However, the tone of her voice made Lin Fan feel uncomfortable. She was a mistress and she was a bit scheming. "No one in my family liked her very much. But unfortunately, my uncle was completely fascinated by her and she even gave birth to a son for him. Hearing this, Lin Fan finally understood why Zhang Yi did not object to him flirting with other women outside after knowing that he was rich, and was very generous in her attitude. It turned out that her elder was a typical playboy. He even suspected that several other relatives of Zhang Yi were the same. Zhang Yi has several elders, and most of her male partners are very young. Even if they are her original spouse, they have nothing to say to each other when they sit together, and they seem to be in harmony but not in harmony. Zhang Yi had previously introduced her family situation to him. Half of the elders are officials, and the other half are in business. The officials they are in hold very ordinary positions and are not high-ranking officials. The scale of business of some of them is not large, and the highest net worth barely exceeds 100 million. And several of my relatives who are businessmen basically have connections outside. Her parents are quite normal, but her other relatives are a little hard to describe. Not long after, Zhang Yi's cousin and his wife began to distribute wedding candies to everyone. According to custom, people in the south have to give red envelopes to express their gratitude. When the couple came in front of Lin Fan and his friend, Lin Fan unceremoniously took out a check and stuffed it into Zhang Kai's hand. He was learning to write checks from other people. The gifts given by Zhang Yi's relatives were relatively large, starting at a minimum of tens of thousands. Lin Fan directly gave 500,000, which he had discussed with Zhang Yi. It doesn't seem to be ostentatious, but it also shows friendship. The young couple thanked the two men again and again, but at this time, the woman from before suddenly appeared again. You two are so generous. Why not give cash? Why did you have to give a check for $500,000? It's the highest in the room. Are you showing off that your boyfriend is wealthy? Aunt, what do you mean by this? As your cousin, it is completely reasonable for me to give so much. How can I show off? Then how much did you give? Don't talk without any hesitation. Zhang Yi couldn't stand it any longer, so he stood up and stared at the woman, neither of them giving in. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yi's parents immediately came over to help. Why are you fussing over it, Junior? 500,000 is not more or less. Didn't you also give me 300,000? That's right. Lin Fan is a guest today, not a member of the Zhang family. Just be polite and don't make trouble. Zhang Xiufeng had long disliked this woman. She had just deliberately spoiled Lin Fan's fun, which made him very unhappy. He firmly stood on his daughter's side and even defended his future son-in-law. What do you mean by looking for trouble? Her uncle gave her a total of 880,000 yuan. The most in the whole venue, but she only gave 500,000 yuan. Isn't that stingy? Didn't Zhang Yi say before that her boyfriend's company had assets worth tens of millions? How come he only has this little money in the end? I think he is marrying up to the Zhang family. After these words were spoken, everyone in the Zhang family looked very uncomfortable. On the contrary, the women looked at Lin Fan with strange eyes, with a hint of disgust in their eyes. Chapter 100. Lin Fan couldn't sit still any longer. He didn't expect that the girl's family background was even bigger than Zhang's. Zhang Yi didn't tell him in detail before, she just said that she wanted to have dinner today. Seeing this, Zhang Yi hurriedly explained, 500,000 is just a meeting gift. We have also prepared generous gifts, some jewelry and gold and silver jewelry, which are on the way and will arrive soon. If you can't deliver it, then don't deliver it. There's no need to force an explanation. We're all family here, no one will laugh at you. The woman chuckled with disdain, said something sarcastic, then turned and left. Snort! Zhang Yi snorted angrily and sat down on the chair angrily, feeling very depressed. Why does this woman seem to have a grudge against you and is always targeting you? Lin Fan was very confused. Zhang Yi glanced at him with a shameful look on her face, and hesitated to speak. Half a minute later, she spoke up, to be honest, my ex-boyfriend was introduced by her, but we broke up not long after we got together. Although his family is also in business, he is a bit lazy and has no ambition. After we broke up, she came to me and blamed me, saying that the man's family was well off, so why didn't you agree? Did you look down on them? I said a few words to her, and that made her unhappy. She would talk about me at every family gathering, saying things like I was a snob and a materialist. My dad once scolded her and asked her to apologize, and she ended up holding a grudge against me. Alas! Originally, they just came here to join in the fun and show their gratitude, but they didn't expect that this woman would deliberately find fault with them and embarrass her in front of everyone. Who is this woman? How come she is more powerful than your Zhang family? Lin Fan glanced at the bride's relatives. They were all very impressive and overwhelmed the aura of everyone in the Zhang family. After Zhang Yi explained, Lin Fan finally understood why that woman was so arrogant. The woman's family business is on the list of Suzhou City. It is engaged in electrical machinery manufacturing and has a market value of nearly 5 billion. Zhang Yi's cousin was indeed marrying above her station, and that woman happened to know the girl's younger generation. She was looked down upon in the Zhang family, so she deliberately made trouble at the engagement party this time in an attempt to save face. Zhang Yi's grandparents also came today and gathered with the girl's elders on the second floor. Because Lin Fan was an outsider and Zhang Yi had no sense of existence, after giving their gifts, they went to sit outside the villa. They didn't expect that the woman would chase them out of the house. Your Zhang family has given quite a lot of gifts, tens of millions in total, so why is the woman still a little dissatisfied? Lin Fan noticed that the gifts sent by the Zhang family were also very rich, including cars, gold and silver jewelry, and even some antiques, which were worth at least tens of millions. This showed great sincerity. This is the chain of contempt. The rich look down on the poor, the powerful look down on the powerless. Even if my cousin is very capable and has a good character, in the eyes of the girls, my cousin is considered to be out of his league. Isn't this the case in the circle of rich people? Isn't this what you said? Zhang Yi smiled helplessly. Lin Fan slapped his head, realizing that he was careless. He didn't expect at first that the girl's family would be so wealthy. He could only blame Zhang Yi for not explaining it clearly. Zhang Yi had told her before that the girl's home was in the suburbs of Suzhou City, and when he used the navigation, he also saw that the destination was actually in a village. But I didn't expect that the woman actually lived in a big villa, and that village was just a place name, not a real rural area. His thinking and cognition are still within the boundaries of ordinary people, and he doesn't think that much. It ignores the fact that marriage among the elite class emphasizes matching of social status. I'm going to go out and make a phone call. Lin Fan stood up and left the villa. When he got outside, he immediately called Zhou Xiaodong and asked him to find a few gifts that could show his status and send them over. An hour later, it was evening. As it was getting close to dinner time, the woman gathered everyone together and prepared to go to a nearby hotel for dinner. At this time, He Yanqing popped up again. Hey! Didn't you say you had prepared a generous gift? Why hasn't it been delivered yet? Could the delivery guy have gotten lost? Well, it's hard to find it in such a big place. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's face turned green with anger. When she and Lin Fan arrived, they couldn't find the exact location, and had to call other people to find the location of the villa. At this time, he was deliberately being sarcastic to her and Lin Fan. Her aunt, are you done yet? We are all family, why do you have to make things so unpleasant? Zhang Qiufeng once again stood up to protect his daughter and accused He Yanqing of bullying the weak in front of everyone. But when the woman heard this, she got furious on the spot. Since we are one family, didn't you often say bad things about me behind my back? I am her elder, can't I say a few words to her? If you don't have the ability, don't brag, so as not to embarrass Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai is Zhang Yi's cousin. But after the two of them made such a fuss, the woman's people started to talk about it. Are all the people in the Zhang family so arrogant? They don't have much ability, but they point fingers at others. They are so self-righteous. We'd better not get too close to the Zhang family. We can see that they are snobs. If they ask us to borrow money or do business with them, we should never agree to anything. It's just a small business, a small company, but they are so arrogant. To say they are marrying up is too high. Their total assets are probably less than 100 million. And that Zhang Yi, she's wearing a dress worth $1 million, she's really good at pretending. I guess she rented it. And her boyfriend, he's so ordinary looking, but he's also learning to accept checks? It's obvious that everyone in the Zhang family likes to pretend. When everyone in the Zhang family heard these rumors, their faces turned unhappy. Although Zhang Kai did marry above his station, the Zhang family was not vague. In addition to various gifts and gifts worth 10 million yuan, they had already bought a villa and a car for the newlyweds, which can be said to be the best way to show their friendship. Just then, a man ran in from outside and shouted, "Miss, there are several cars outside," saying they are here to deliver gifts. Hearing this, Lin Fan finally spoke. I have prepared a lot of gifts for the newlyweds. The check I just gave out is just a greeting gift. Let them come in. The man glanced at Lin Fan, then turned around and walked out again. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Xiaodong led more than a dozen staff members into the villa carrying various gift boxes. Boss Lin, I'm sorry, I'm late because of the traffic jam. This is a gilded bronze sculpture of the Yellow Crane Tower, with a few jade and emerald stones dotted around it. It's worth 3 million. This is a gift to the parents of the newlyweds as a token of their appreciation. After saying that, 2 staff members came in carrying a glass cabinet. The glass cabinet is more than half a meter wide and contains a copper yellow crane tower coated with gold foil. The base is made of grey top-grade Hutton jade. The whole bonsai sparkles with the light of gold and jade. Its eye-catching shape makes people know at a glance that it is of great value. This is a pair of golden boy and jade girl. The golden boy statue weighs 5,200 grams, and the jade girl statue weighs 1,314 grams. The total value is 4.8 million. I wish the newlyweds a happy marriage and a long-lasting love. Chapter 101. After he finished speaking, 2 more people came in, each holding a glass box. One box contained a golden boy statue, and the other contained a white Hettian jade girl statue. This is a pair of Patek Philippe couple watches, with a total value of 6 million. I wish the newlyweds a happy marriage and a long life together. After the lyrics were sung, another staff member came in holding a box containing 2 exquisitely crafted watches. Hearing this, the women's side was stunned. The total value of the first 3 gifts alone is 13 million. And there are several people outside the door. A set of gold and silver jewelry from the Young AI series of Jinfu Jewelry, with a total value of 8.88 million. A duplex villa in Tianhe District, Suzhou City, worth 20 million. A bronze elephant is worth 10 million. 18.88 million in cash. A 4-panel landscape painting, worth 2 million. 3 pieces of blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty, worth 3 million. A set of Huttian jade pendants with the 12 zodiac animals, worth 10 million. After a few lines of lyrics were sung, the staff at the back delivered the gifts into the villa one after another and then left quietly. Looking at the table in the yard, it was almost piled with all kinds of gifts, a dazzling array. Not only were all the people on the woman's side stunned, but even the Zhang family members were filled with disbelief. After Zhou Xiaodong handed the gift list to Lin Fan, he left without saying a word. Ms. Zhang, I give you these gifts on behalf of Zhang Yi. I hope you like them. After saying this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but take a breath. So many things, added together they are worth nearly 100 million, you are so rich, why didn't you tell me? Zhang Yi said with a hint of complaint. Being so generous, it's obvious that he's just showing off. However, Lin Fan disagreed, the gift may be small, but the sentiment is great. Cousin Zhang Kai is a handsome man. Although he likes to keep a low profile, I think the engagement party is the right time to show your sincerity. There must be no ambiguity. I have thought about it. When they get married, I will give you a garden villa worth 200 million in your name. Zhang Yi wanted to say that she disagreed, but she thought that if she said that, He Yanqin would probably accuse her of being stingy again. After all, it was Lin Fan's money. She couldn't feel at ease asking Lin Fan to give her gifts just because he had a lot of money. But Lin Fan interrupted her and took the initiative to shake hands with the newlyweds to express his blessing. Zhang Kai's wife had been ignoring Lin Fan just now, but now she kept nodding and bowing to him, being very respectful and thanking him profusely. The women on the other side looked at Lin Fan as if they had seen a ghost. This person gave so much betrothal gifts at once. I'm afraid our Jiang family will have to think carefully about the return gift. Let alone 100 million, even 50 million is hard to come by in a short time. He actually sent us so many generous gifts with just one phone call. Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for us? Now it seems that our Jiang family might be marrying up to Zhang Kai. Who knew he would have such a wealthy brother-in-law? At this moment, the women looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of respect. Before, everyone laughed at him and thought he was a mortal who had never seen the world, but now it seems that he is a real invisible rich man. Once he makes a move, the girl's family will be unable to resist. The marriage custom in this area is that the woman must give as much betrothal gift as the man gives. The total value of the gifts Lin Fan gave was over 100 million, but the woman couldn't afford so much money. Many people even secretly cursed He Yanqin for being a scheming bitch with bad intentions. If she hadn't interfered, things wouldn't have become so embarrassing. Now, although the women on the other side were smiling on the surface, they had already cursed that woman dozens of times in their hearts. Instead, everyone in the Zhang family was extremely happy. Lin Fan's actions made everyone in the Zhang family feel proud. Zhang Yi's grandparents spoke much louder and more confidently, and kept saying that the betrothal gifts did not need to be returned and should be given to the newlyweds. Originally, the woman had the final say in marriage, but now the situation has been reversed and the Zhang family has the final say. Coming out of the villa, Zhang Yi looked at the girl's parents fawning on her grandparents and trying to please them, and she felt like she was dreaming. How is it? Do you feel proud now? The girl now thinks that they are marrying up to the Zhang family. From now on, your cousin will not be looked down upon in the girl's family, and that woman will be shunned by the girl's people. Lin Fan grabbed Zhang Yi's hand and said with a smug look on his face. The gifts he gave out in Zhang Yi's name were worth exactly 100 million. When he talked to Zhou Xiaodong on the phone before, he asked Zhou Xiaodong to find a way to send a generous gift of 100 million yuan. He wanted to make the Zhang family hold their heads high in front of the woman. We must also make that woman who likes to gossip be ostracized, so that even if she is given 10 times the courage, she will never dare to be sarcastic to others again. At the banquet, Zhang Yi's grandparents even asked Lin Fan to sit among them. In addition to thanking Lin Fan for the Zhang family's sky-high betrothal gift, they also asked about Lin Fan's family background, the company's situation, and so on. The banquet ended at 8 o'clock in the evening. Half of the Zhang family rushed back to Hangzhou overnight, and the remaining half did not have to work during the holidays and planned to travel in Suzhou for a few days. Lin Fan and Zhang Yi also planned to play for 2 days before returning. Around 9 o'clock, Zhang Yi suddenly received a call from a classmate inviting her to a party. Lin Fan also went there, and he knew the person who invited him, who was his college classmate Tang Gua. In fact, Zhang Yi and Tang Gua knew each other in high school and were in the same class in college. They had a sisterly relationship. This is a rare holiday, and tomorrow is Tang Gua's birthday, so she specially invited Zhang Yi and Lin Fan to the party. The two arrived at the gathering place, only to find that it was actually the most famous Lion Garden Club in Suzhou. This club is located next to the Lion Grove, a national scenic spot. The interior is decorated very luxuriously, like a palace. More importantly, this club is only open to wealthy people. Ordinary people who want to spend money there must be on the invitation list, or spend more than 1 million in the club to be eligible to enter. However, after the two arrived at the club, they received a QR code sent by Tang Gua. After showing the QR code at the entrance, they successfully entered the club. But after coming in, the two found that the beauties inside were all dressed somewhat revealingly. This club is a little different. Is Tang Gua a regular here? Lin Fan asked tentatively. He knew that Zhang Yi and Tang Gua had a good relationship, but this place was obviously not a place for serious people. I heard from her that her boyfriend is a shareholder of this club, and this club has invited a famous chef for state banquets. Although the atmosphere outside is a little abnormal, most people are still very normal. Zhang Yi forced an explanation. In fact, she also realized that something was wrong. After all, it is only open to rich people. Plus, as soon as you enter, you see models and socialites wearing cool clothes. Any smart person can tell that there is something fishy going on. But it is not ruled out that some wealthy people come to such places just to satisfy their eyes and have fun. Chapter 102. Moreover, this club has obvious stratification inside and outside. The outside is more like a KTV, and the open-air rooms are filled with rich second generations and various beauties in scantily clad clothes. But it is relatively quiet inside the building. Both the waiters and the guests are well dressed and politely spoken, which is completely different from the unruly people outside. When I reached the second floor, a woman in a black swan dress came over. Zhang Yi, Lin Fan, you are here? Lin Fan took a quick look and found that Tang Gua was even prettier than she was in college. However, now that he had seen many beautiful women, he could tell at a glance that Tang Gua had had plastic surgery on her face. Tang Gua was not a goddess originally. Her original appearance score was at most 8.2 points. After having plastic surgery, her score reached 9 points, but in fact her appearance score was still 8 points. It was just her temperament. After dressing up, she looked like a goddess. After a few polite words were exchanged, Tang Gua took Zhang Yi and walked in front, leaving Lin Fan behind. I didn't expect you to be with Lin Fan? What do you think? Even if he has opened a company now, he can't compare to the previous one? I mean, do you really intend to stay with him? Even if you admire him, your family may not agree, right? Tang Gua was like the old woman at the entrance of the village, questioning Zhang Yi in various ways. Zhang Yi was no fool, she knew as soon as she heard it that Tang Gua looked down on Lin Fan. After she revealed this to Tang Gua some time ago, Tang Gua advised her not to be too emotional, but to be rational and realistic. After all, everyone in the class knew exactly what Lin Fan's family background was when he was in school. Lin Fan, who was standing behind, naturally heard everything clearly. He also understood Tang Guo's personality and was outspoken. Besides, Zhang Yi didn't interact with Tang Guo very often, and their relationship was no longer as close as it was in college. Soon, Tang Guo led the two of them into an extra-large suite. The decoration inside is luxurious, antique, colorful, and subversive. For a moment, Lin Fan thought he had become a prince and returned to his own palace. After all, there is a national forest scenic spot next to it. The decoration style of this club is a replica of the ancient royal palace. Even the waiters are dressed in Cheongsam costumes like maids. Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend, Zhong Xingnan. Tang Guo sat next to a handsome man who was bloated, dressed in designer clothes. There were two couples sitting on the sofa next to them, and Tang Guo introduced them one by one. Zhong Xingnan? When Lin Fan heard the name, he felt it was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, the three men present all looked at Zhang Yi with admiration and surprise after seeing her in a burgundy dress. Lin Fan was very familiar with this look. After all, Zhang Yi is the only goddess with a true 9-point appearance present, and with the added temperament of the haute couture dress, she has a true star style. The other three women, no matter how beautifully they dress up, their looks are fake. After the two sat down, Zhong Xingnan suddenly stretched out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Zhang Yi. Student Zhang Yi, are you an actress? Your temperament is so similar to the Princess Yushu in myth. Can I shake your hand? I'm sorry, I'm really not an actor. I just look a bit like that actress. You're flattering me. Zhang Yi still shook hands with him. Lin Fan glanced at Tang Guo and saw a hint of jealousy in her eyes, but she forced a smile on her face. At this time, he also remembered where he had heard Zhong Xingnan's name. After he gave Miao Tiantian a reward of 10 million yuan, he was invited by the official to join the internal bigwig group, which is actually a group of sponsors who have given rewards of more than 5 million yuan. However, Lin Fan has been lurking since then. After receiving a reward of 10 million yuan, he would occasionally go online to watch the live broadcast. But he often sees the rich people in the group talking about all kinds of gossip in the backgrounds of other sponsors who love to give rewards. This Zhong Xingnan is also in the group of sponsors. He is also one of the few people who have given more than 10 million in tips on Starlight Live. He had heard people in the group mention Zhong Xingnan's background before. He was the son of the chairman of Zhongyi Group, which is ranked among the top 10 companies in Suzhou. He was a true top second-generation rich. Although Suzhou is also a first-tier city, its scale is one level lower than that of Hangzhou. Zhongyi Group ranks among the top 10 in Suzhou, but not even in the top 30 in Hangzhou. The family behind Zhong Xingnan can be said to be one of the top wealthy families in Su City. But in Hangzhou, it is at best first class. The Su and Wang families behind Su Tumo and Wang Silai are super rich second-generation families in Hangzhou, but if Zhong Xingnan is placed in front of these two, he has to downgrade himself to a lower level. The Zhang family he met in the afternoon claimed that the family assets reached 5 billion, but that was only the company's performance in the stock market. The actual wealth is based on profit. The company under the name of the Zhang family is engaged in the production of electrical equipment and electronic devices, and its profits are far less than those of the Zhongyi Group. The former only gets 200 to 300 million yuan in profits each year. And Zhongyi Group is the real giant. Zhongyi Group is engaged in mining production and cooperates with state-owned companies. Its market value has reached 50 billion, and the amount of money it has received is unimaginable. To put it simply, Zhong Xingnan is indeed a super-rich second generation in Su City. But there are many tricks behind the cooperation with state-owned enterprises in mining. The money they earn from the market is more than what is shown in the financial statements. Su Tumo also mentioned this to him. More importantly, Lin Fan had heard gossip about Zhong Xingnan in the group. This guy had kept many small stars and internet celebrities, and he played with them in a very extravagant way. However, there was not much gossip about him on the internet, and it was only circulated in some small circles. Zhong Xingnan's nickname on Starlight Live is Stars Lighting Up, and he is known as Brother Xing. In addition to giving out over 10 million in tips on Starlight Live, he also gave a lot of tips on other live streaming platforms. It is said that he gave over 100 million in tips to the anchors. On the way here, Zhang Yi also mentioned that Tang Guo is also a small anchor. You don't have to guess to know how Tang Guo was taken down by Zhong Xingnan. Soon, Zhang Yi was chatting happily with everyone and the conversation became more and more exciting. Lin Fan, however, felt like he didn't fit in. First, there is no common language. The girls only talk about celebrity gossip, brand name clothing, cosmetics, and the like. Second, he was automatically ignored by the other three boys. His appearance and temperament made it clear that he was just an ordinary person. Zhong Xingnan and the other two were the top second-generation rich people in Sioux City. He, a country bumpkin, came in and lowered the grade of this place. The other party couldn't wait to despise him. Fortunately, he was alone in a corner, playing with his phone. After chatting for an hour, everyone decided to go out for a barbecue. At this time, the other three boys had disappeared, leaving only Lin Fan and four girls. Why don't I go back alone? I'm not used to this kind of place. By the way, if you really like Tangwa as your best friend, then advise her not to get too close to Zhong Xingnan. He's a playboy. I've heard some gossip about him. Chapter 103. After Lin Fan briefly told a few gossips he had heard from the group, he prepared to leave. But Zhang Yi sincerely tried to keep him. If you leave, how can I go back? Besides, you don't have to bother with them. Let's go back together after eating barbecue. It's a rare opportunity to get together with friends, and I don't want to spoil her fun. Zhang Yi doesn't know how to drive, although she has recently started signing up for the driver's license test, but she doesn't want to leave early, otherwise she would be losing face for her best friend. Lin Fan had no objection and had to stay put. However, what Lin Fan did not expect was that a quarter of an hour later, the group moved to the outdoor pavilion to enjoy a barbecue. Zhong Xingnan suddenly came in front of Lin Fan and said in a sarcastic tone, "Brother, you seem to be very noble. Do you think that those who come here are not decent people?" Lin Fan looked at him in confusion, not knowing what he meant. Zhong Xingnan thought he was pretending to be stupid and cool. The other two people beside him echoed. You are a country bumpkin, you don't even have the qualifications to come in here, you can only come in because of someone else's help. How dare you say that others are cunning, are you so noble? Looking at his appearance, he must be either a nouveau riche or a demolished household. How can he compare to Master Zhong? Let's not bother with this stinky loser. You know what, his girlfriend is pretty. Hearing this, Lin Fan's mood suddenly fell into an icy cave. He glanced in the direction of the pavilion and guessed what was going on. It was definitely Tangwa who sold herself out. He reminded Tangwa out of good intentions not to let Zhong Xingnan play with her feelings, but he didn't expect that this old classmate would turn around and tell Zhong Xingnan what he said. What a stupid woman. What he hates is being betrayed. Being betrayed. Before, it was Qin Yanzi, Shijia, and now it was Tangwa. Lin Fan felt furious. It turned out that Tangwa didn't take him seriously at all. At this time, Zhang Yi walked out of the pavilion. Everything is almost ready, why don't you come in? Seeing this, Zhong Xingnan smiled hypocritically and said, Zhang Yi, with all due respect, your boyfriend may not be qualified to enjoy the food here. Yes, everything here is imported. Everyone who comes here must be rich or noble. For a country bumpkin like him to be able to come here, his ancestors must be very lucky. You think you're rich just because you drive a Land Rover? Any man here is much richer than him. Zhang Yi, how about I introduce you to a rich second-generation man who is handsome and talented? He's much better than this country bumpkin. The other two continued to echo. Zhang Yi was stunned. She didn't expect that these three people would belittle Lin Fan in front of her. She immediately realized something, her face changed, and she said firmly, I'm not interested in rich second generations, so you don't have to worry about that. The implication was that she was telling the three of them not to act unreasonably. No matter how ordinary Lin Fan was, he was still her boyfriend. But the three of them had already set their sights on Lin Fan and were not willing to give in. Look at what you're saying. We're doing this for your own good. Look at Tangwa. Now she's following me and is about to enter the entertainment industry. I have the resources and funds to support her as a little star. Can your boyfriend do that? To be honest, I think you have more advantages than Tangwa in being a star. This dress of yours is from Elizabetha Couture, right? Did he buy it for you? Or did he rent it from somewhere to help you look great? Seeing that Zhang Yi didn't give him face, Zhong Xingnan went all out, mocking Zhang Yi for having no vision and not knowing what's good. Of course, he did not forget to belittle Lin Fan. He has already made up his mind to break up Zhang Yi and Lin Fan, and even wants to poach Lin Fan in front of him. Zhang Yi also realized at this time that it was because of her mistake that Zhong Xingnan became hostile towards Lin Fan. But she couldn't find an excuse to leave now, so she planned to reveal Lin Fan's identity. To be honest, my boyfriend is a low-key person. Although he looks ordinary, he is no worse than you. You know the young master Wang and Miss Su in Hangzhou, they are all his friends. Some time ago, he spent 3 billion to buy the Dihao Hotel. Hearing this, the three looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. She deliberately mentioned Wang Silai and Su Tumo, just to use the names of these two people to pressure Zhong Xingnan. However, this aroused Zhong Xingnan's competitive spirit. You're bragging. I don't know who Miss Wang and Miss Su are. They are super rich second generations, how could they possibly associate with a country bumpkin like him? The other two also expressed doubts. As far as I know, it was Mr. Lin who bought the Imperial Hotel, and Wang Jiangwo even went to Kyoto to meet with Mr. Lin in person. You actually said that he bought it? Were you deceived by him? You'd better open your eyes. Nowadays, some scammers like to pretend to be rich and try their best to squeeze into the circle of rich people and deal with all kinds of people. In fact, they are setting up a pig-killing scheme and hunting down beautiful women like you who have never seen the world. Zhang Yi looked at the three people in surprise. Not knowing what the three people were thinking, she told the truth, but she didn't expect that they would mistakenly think that she was deceived by Lin Fan. If Lin Fan was really a liar, would he give her a high-end dress? A restaurant? A betrothal gift worth hundreds of millions? It was obvious that these three people looked down on Lin Fan. Lin Fan couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so he chuckled and said disdainfully, people have different mentalities. You can't get in touch with Prince Wang and Miss Su, so of course you think they look down on ordinary people. In fact, they just don't want to make friends with such arrogant people. He could see that these three people had the same train of thought as Bai Jiahao. They all thought that they were top rich second generations and that ordinary people were not qualified to be on an equal footing with them. Even if Lin Fan was really rich, in their eyes he had gotten rich through fraud. To put it simply, the rich second generation who have no talent always think that they are not in the same world as ordinary people. Discrimination against ordinary people is a common perception among the rich second generation. Humph. You're pretending to be noble and you still don't admit it. Don't think you're noble just because you can say a few words to show off your character. In this world, money is king. Without money, no matter how noble you are, you're just a poor bastard. After being lectured by Lin Fan, Zhong Xingnan became a little angry and embarrassed. He was very dissatisfied and angrily said, if you really know Miss Wang and Miss Su, then call them and let me see them? However, Lin Fan remained unmoved. If he called just to verify that he knew the two people, then wouldn't he be the same type as Zhong Xingnan? No need to be a clown. See? He doesn't even know Prince Wang. He boasted louder than the sky, but in the end, he couldn't even get a fart. Zhong Xingnan sneered arrogantly. He felt that he had exposed Lin Fan's true face. He was just a toad pretending to be a rich man. Go call the security, this guy has no right to be here. When I first saw him, I knew he was a low-class man. He looked so ordinary, but he was dressed so well. He was a typical pretentious swindler who specialized in defrauding women. Chapter 104. The other two followers shouted that they would ask the security guards to drive Lin Fan away. Lin Fan didn't want to embarrass Zhang Yi, so he had to spread his hands weakly. I can walk by myself, there's no need for you two to chatter here. Zhang Yi followed immediately. I'm sorry, I really didn't know that Tang Guo would tell Zhong Xingnan what I just said. Sigh, she has changed now, and seems to be a little vain. Zhang Yi quickly apologized to Lin Fan. She didn't expect that Lin Fan would be targeted by Zhong Xingnan. From her look, it's obvious that she has been brainwashed by Zhong Xingnan. No matter how you persuade her, it's useless. As the saying goes, flies don't bite seamless eggs. How many people who can come to this place are serious people? Lin Fan soothed softly. But Tang Guo was just showing off and it was purely unintentional. As for his humiliation by Zhong Xingnan, it was just the three of them looking for trouble. I'll wait outside, but you'd better be careful and call me if anything happens. After saying that, Lin Fan left in a leisurely manner. Although she was humiliated by Zhong Xingnan, she could not lose her elegance and confidence. Damn it, this guy is really good at pretending. Seeing Lin Fan's equally arrogant look, Zhong Xingnan was very depressed. Brother Xing, his girlfriend is the only one left now, how about we? His girlfriend is prettier than the other three. And I suspect she's still a virgin. She's too reserved, not as open as the others. The other two followers came up and gave Zhong Xingnan a lecture. Zhong Xingnan immediately understood what the two people meant by Huali. When he saw Zhang Yi for the first time, he was attracted by her. That stinky loser should be waiting outside. We have to find a way to get him somewhere else. Zhong Xingnan muttered softly. That's easy, brother Xing, didn't you say you were going to Yazhou in 2 days? How about we charter a plane to Yazhou tonight? Even if he waits till the end of time, he won't be able to guess that we've gone to the southernmost Yazhou. That's a good idea. Zhong Xingnan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to show his agreement. At this time, Zhang Yi had already turned back. Zhong Xingnan immediately turned into a bootlicker and went forward to greet him. Student Zhang Yi, when we were chatting just now, you said that you really wanted to go to Yazhou on the island? How about we go on a spontaneous trip? Zhang Yi raised her eyebrows. Yazhou City on the island is the poetry and distant place for countless women. There is a poem that goes facing the sea, spring flowers in bloom, which refers to Yazhou City, known as the end of the world. It is also one of the most famous holiday resorts in China. Especially in winter, Yazhou is the only place that remains as warm as summer. During the chat just now, Zhang Yi also said that when she has time, she must go to Yazhou to enjoy the unique diving and deep-sea activities. But Zhang Yi immediately became alert. Why does it sound like kidnapping when you just leave? I don't have that much time. The holiday is only 5 days. Zhang Yi shook her head to express regret. Zhong Xingnan struck while the iron was hot and said, I'm a frequent visitor to private jet companies. I can charter a plane with just one phone call. We'll set off overnight after eating barbecue. Who knows, we might even be able to see the sunrise tomorrow morning. After saying that, he didn't give Zhang Yi a chance to speak. After walking into the pavilion, he told the other 3 girls that they would take a plane to Yazhou tonight. When the 3 girls heard this, they were naturally surprised. Tang Wei even pulled Zhang Yi aside and persuaded her that she should enjoy this rare opportunity since she didn't have to pay for it anyway. But Zhang Yi said she wanted to discuss it with Lin Fan. Why do we need to discuss this with him? What if he objects? Are you planning not to go? Are you giving me no face? We have known each other for so many years, don't you still trust me? Would I kidnap you and run away? This is such a rare opportunity, let's leave tonight and come back in 2 days when we have enough fun. You don't have to worry about the holiday at all. That Lin Fan, does he have enough money to charter a private jet? There is no romance at all. If he really likes you, he should fulfill all your wishes. Zhang Yi, you are too humble. You should learn to live casually like me. In addition to Tanghua, the other 2 girls also advised her not to be conservative, saying that with the rich second generation paying for it, she could have fun to her heart's content. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know how long it will take me to visit the ends of the earth again. Under the sugar-coated instigation of a group of people, Zhang Yi was still tempted, but she said she would inform Lin Fan. But she called Lin Fan twice in succession, and both times he said he was on the phone. I had to send a WeChat message. Seeing this, Tanghua started to make a fuss again. I think this guy doesn't value you. He doesn't answer my calls and doesn't reply to my messages. They say men become bad when they have money. Maybe he is a sea king. In addition to hooking up with you, he also hooked up with other girls. I've seen too many men like this. They were so poor before that they couldn't even afford to eat, but now that they've become rich, they'll definitely cast a wider net. What's more, your family is so well off, your parents will probably not agree with you dating. You should think carefully about whether you want to date him. After hearing her narrow-minded and snobbish remarks, Zhang Yi completely believed what Lin Fan said. Tanghua was PUA'd by Zhong Xingnan. But she was a shy person and it was hard for her to refuse such a kind invitation. If she refused to go at this time, Tanghua would probably get angry on the spot. Besides, tomorrow is Tanghua's birthday, and he won Tigo despite my repeated requests. I'm afraid we can no longer be friends. However, what she didn't expect was that Zhong Xingnan acted quickly. After he made a phone call, he announced that he had arranged a flight and was ready to leave at any time. Therefore, a few people left in a hurry after eating halfway through the barbecue. On the way, Zhang Yi called Lin Fan twice again, but it was not known whether Lin Fan's phone was out of battery or he was busy, so the call could not be connected, and he did not even reply to her WeChat message. Lin Fan was indeed on the phone the whole time. More than 10 minutes ago, after he came out of the club and got in the car, he received a call from Wang Jiangwo. Previously, Wang Jiangwo wanted to win over Lin Fan and wanted Lin Fan to invest in a new energy project worth hundreds of billions. This project was led by relevant departments. After Dihao Group won the bid, it found that the cash flow was insufficient and planned to raise funds. It just so happened that Lin Fan had a lot of money and was very likely the illegitimate son of the richest man, Lin, so he came up with the idea of lobbying Lin Fan to invest. He had spoken to Lin Fan privately several times some time ago, and Lin Fan expressed this idea every time. He just came back from Kyoto today and now has 1/3 of the funds left. If Lin Fan is willing to invest 30 billion, he can transfer 1/3 of the shares of Dihao Group. Lin Fan couldn't make the decision on such a huge investment alone, so after hanging up the phone, he immediately called Tsutomu to ask for her opinion. The more important reason is that if he invests 30 billion in his own name, it will not trigger consumption rebates. So he planned to invest in the name of Tsutomu. In other words, if he invests 30 billion in Tsutomu, he can get nearly 3 billion in consumer rebates. But Tsutomu said that she had to think carefully about such a big matter. Chapter 105. After hanging up the phone, half an hour later, Lin Fan received a WeChat message from Zhang Yi, as well as a text message reminding him that he had missed several calls. Then, Lin Fan immediately called Zhang Yi. Who would have thought that Zhang Yi had just boarded the plane at this moment? Lin Fan, I'm sorry. I was also moved by what they said. Besides, tomorrow is Tanggua's birthday. I can't refuse such a kind invitation. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. If they force me to do anything else, I will definitely refuse. After hearing her words, Lin Fan slapped his forehead in regret. I didn't expect Zhong Xingnan to act so quickly. He also knew that he couldn't say it over the phone, so after a few seconds of silence, he decisively replied that I'll buy a private plane and rush to Yazhou. I'll try to watch the sunrise with you. So be careful. After saying that, Lin Fan hung up the phone. On the plane. As soon as Zhang Yi hung up the phone, Tanggua beside her couldn't help but laugh and said, "Is Lin Fan just bragging? He's going to buy a private jet right away? Does he think he's a billionaire, rich enough to rival a country?" Zhang Yi, as your best friend, I sincerely advise you not to date that big talker. Even if he is ambitious, what's the point? In places like Hangzhou and Suzhou, you need a background and connections to succeed. Just having money may not be enough. Zhang Yi did not reply. Lin Fan's tone just now was full of seriousness, and even carried a hint of warning. Obviously, in Lin Fan's opinion, he was very sure that Zhong Xingnan would have some ulterior motives. After talking with Tanggua for such a long time, she also realized that Tanggua had indeed been brainwashed by Zhong Xingnan. Lin Fan will definitely do what he says, but you don't know him. He is very capable. Zhang Yi said seriously. Hearing this, Zhong Xingnan sat over and chuckled, you mean he can buy a plane? Ha ha. Do you know how much a private jet costs? Take the Gulfstream G650 we took, for example, it's worth 400 million. Even if you buy the plane, you still have to spend money on aviation services, crew remuneration, aircraft insurance and maintenance fees, venue fees, etc. Even if the plane is not flown for a year, it will cost tens of millions. This stinky loser is really bragging without thinking. I think he bought a toy plane. After saying that, the rest of the people couldn't help but burst into laughter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi became instantly annoyed. Facts proved that what Lin Fan said was nonsense and he was not wrong about the person. We can only blame her for being thin-skinned, having too little experience, and not knowing how to say no. It's too late to regret now. But since Lin Fan said that he would also go to Yazhou, it means that he cares very much about his safety. This actually made her feel more favorable towards Lin Fan. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan immediately set off back to Hangzhou and then called Tsutomu again. Tsutomu, can I trouble you for something? I want to buy a private jet. After I return to Hangzhou, I will fly to Yazhou immediately. It was the first time that Tsutomu heard Lin Fan call her by her full name. Usually he called her Miss Su or Mr. Su, and she could hear anxiety and nervousness in Lin Fan's tone, and she became nervous inside as well. What happened? Nothing happened. Zhang Yi was forcibly taken to Yazhou. Lin Fan calmly recounted what had just happened. After hearing this, Tsutomu was speechless. You are. She didn't expect that Lin Fan was so anxious to buy a private jet because he was worried about the safety of his legal girlfriend. I was speechless and a little dazed. It would be great if she had a boyfriend like this, who always keeps his word and is always worried about whether other men are trying to do something bad to her. However, she still calmly advised Lin Fan to stay rational. You don't have to buy it now. Mr. Wang, the richest man, happens to have a private jet. Since he's back in Hangzhou, can't you just give him a call and call him for the plane? Lin Fan was silent for a while, and replied very stubbornly, it belongs to someone else after all. I am not short of money, I will buy one for myself, so that I can go on a trip anytime in the future. The key is that it's too late to buy it now. Not to mention the formalities, it will take half a day to approve the route, find the crew, and perform flight inspections. That Mr. Zhong probably travels back and forth between Yuzhou and Sioux City frequently, and he's a frequent visitor, so he can get it done with just a phone call. I still suggest that you tell Mr. Wang that you should go to Yuzhou first. After the crew flies to Yuzhou tomorrow, you can take your own private plane back to Hangzhou. Su Tomo is much more rational than Lin Fan, and advises Lin Fan not to waste money just to vent his anger. But Lin Fan is not short of money at all. He wants to get back at the plate now. How about this? I'll call Mr. Wang right away, and you can rush to the airport and take a spontaneous trip. It's a good opportunity to relax in Yuzhou during the holiday, and discuss investment matters by the way. Lin Fan said this almost in a commanding tone. Therefore, Su Tomo had no reason to refuse. Besides, she hadn't traveled for a long time, so she happily agreed immediately. Then, Lin Fan turned around and called Wang Jiangwo again. After telling Wang Jiangwo clearly on the phone that he was determined to invest, Wang Jiangwo was very happy and said that he would treat Lin Fan to a banquet, but Lin Fan then told him that he was going to Yuzhou soon. Since Wang Jiangwo had just returned to Hangzhou, he didn't have the energy to accompany Lin Fan to Yuzhou, so he had to let his beloved son Wang Silai accompany him, so that they could discuss the investment project. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning when we returned to Hangzhou. Lin Fan rushed directly to the airport, and after meeting Wang Silai and Su Tomo in the VIP room, he immediately headed for Yuzhou. In addition to Wang Silai and Su Tomo, there is also the general manager of a private jet leasing company traveling with them. He will also complete the transaction for purchasing the aircraft with Lin Fan on the plane. 3:30 in the morning, Yuzhou City. After getting off the plane, Zhong Xingnan and his group took a car to the Edition Hotel on the seaside. Although it was already early in the morning, after getting off the plane, Zhang Yi, Tang Guo, and the other two girls couldn't help but get excited as they felt the sea breeze and the refreshing summer heat. 3 hours ago, they were still in Sioux City, which was already slightly chilly in autumn. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the coast that countless people longed for, and all the tiredness and exhaustion on their bodies were swept away in an instant. Ladies, I've booked a private room at the hotel. We can lie on the chairs and enjoy a cool drink while waiting for the sunrise. Zhang Yi, I didn't lie to you, did I? Isn't this place much more fun than the Lion Grove? This time, take advantage of the holiday and spend a few nights here. I'll cover all the expenses. Zhong Xingnan created a lively atmosphere and even took the initiative to put his hand on Zhang Yi's shoulders. But Zhang Yi shook off his dirty hands with a fake move. Tang Guai is still next to us? You are so casual, aren't you afraid that she will be jealous? Zhang Yi glanced at Tang Guai next to her and asked seriously. But in Zhong Xingnan's opinion, Zhang Yi seemed to be deliberately teasing him and winking at him. Chapter 106. This is not Zhang Yi's fault. A beautiful woman's every frown and smile can make people feel like spring breeze. Especially since Zhang Yi was in a very happy mood at the moment, her eyebrows were beaming with joy. Plus, Zhong Xingnan had some bad intentions towards her, so seeing Zhang Yi's unhappy look, he thought that Zhang Yi was moved. Although Zhang Yi refused his offer to put his arm around his shoulder, Zhong Xingnan felt that he had a lot of potential. Even his two best friends and followers said that he was very clever. Mr. Zhong, you really know how to play. This innocent beauty is really the easiest to seduce. Just show off your financial resources and she will be hooked. Let me tell you, that stinky loser is not worthy of being her boyfriend. He is simply a toad trying to eat swan meat. How can such a country bumpkin be compared with Master Zhong? He boasted so loudly, but in the end he couldn't be contacted. He is a complete clown. I guess he was probably frightened by Master Zhong's temperament and didn't dare to show off. He doesn't even have the qualifications to carry Master Zhong's shoes. After arriving at the hotel, the group first changed into swimsuits and then went to the beach to play and check in together. It was the first time that Zhang Yi came to Yuzhou from another place in the middle of the night. Although he had not slept all night, he was still extremely excited at this moment. The last time she came to Yuzhou was when she was young, and she had long forgotten about it. After many years, she came to Yuzhou again and had already planned how to travel next. On the way to the beach, Zhang Yi couldn't help but call Lin Fan again. When Zhang Yi heard the message that the other party was out of the service area, his heart moved. Could he have really flown here? Tang Guo, who was standing by, saw that she had called Lin Fan again and said sarcastically, "It's already this late, and you're still thinking about him. Who knows, he might have already gone home to sleep." No, he will definitely come. He is also a man who always keeps his word. In fact, I forgot to tell you that Lin Fan is very rich now. The dress I wore was not rented. He bought it for 1 million in a specialty store. He does know Miss Sue. I've met Miss Sue before, and... However, before she finished speaking, Tang Gui became a little impatient. He even reached out and touched her forehead. Zhang Yi, have you been PUA'd by him? I know you had a crush on each other before, but even if he is successful now, he is not a good match for you. You are so beautiful and your family background is better than mine. You should be more compatible and find a rich second-generation man with more money. Anyway, I have made up my mind. I want to find a man like Mr. Zhong in this life. I won't even look at an ordinary man like Lin Fan. Hearing this, Zhang Yi was convinced that her worldview was a little abnormal. I also began to feel some doubts and estrangement towards this good friend. She makes friends based on the same values as others, and Tang Gui was indeed a person with very positive values. But for some reason, I have become a little snobbish now, just like the little fairies mentioned on the internet. I believe in him, he will definitely come. Zhang Yi still believes in Lin Fan. He gave her a restaurant worth hundreds of millions of dollars as a gift if they had a disagreement. She would not feel any pain in spending any amount of money, and buying her a private jet was no problem at all. Besides, his current status is no longer the same as before, and replicating Zhong Xingnan's behavior is just a matter of thought. The group did not go into the water immediately, but ate something by the river and warmed up before going into the water. After the 4 girls played in the shallow water for a while, Zhong Xingnan and the other 2 boys encouraged them to go to the deep water to feel the thrill of the waves hitting their bodies. But after reaching the deep water area, Zhong Xingnan suddenly appeared behind Zhang Yi. Student Zhang Yi, you don't know how to swim, right? How about I teach you? I heard that you prefer sweets. I have asked the hotel to prepare food. It will be dawn in an hour. You can enjoy the food while watching the sunrise, and then go back and have a good sleep. Zhong Xingnan seduced Zhang Yi with sweet words and found various excuses to take advantage of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi also noticed it and warned him solemnly. Mr. Zhong, I have a boyfriend, I hope you respect yourself. Don't touch me, my boyfriend has a bad temper, if he sees you like this, he will definitely be angry. Hearing this, Zhong Xingnan sneered, raised the corner of his mouth, and said disapprovingly, looking at his appearance, even if he has 10 dogs' courage, he wouldn't dare to act arrogantly in front of me. He and I are from completely different worlds. To be honest, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Are you willing to date me? I can let you live a rich life. Zhong Xingnan looked at her confidently. He felt that Zhang Yi would definitely not reject him. No woman had ever rejected him before. However, Zhang Yi laughed and said, to be honest, my boyfriend is not short of money. You may not be able to afford what he gave me. I'm going ashore. But thank you for your hospitality. Zhang Yi looked at him with disdain, turned around and swam towards the shallow water. Seeing this, another friend immediately swam over, comforting him and flattering him. Master Zhong, this woman seems to have very high standards. She actually looks down on you. Maybe Master Zhong is still too low-key. After all, we just met. When Master Zhong charters a yacht tomorrow and gives her some jewelry and bags, I don't believe she won't open up to him. Zhong Xingnan also expressed his agreement. No hurry. You can't get the hot tofu in a hurry. After all, the purer the woman, the more difficult it is to win her over. The more she pretends, the more I like her. Who knows how open this kind of woman is in bed? After saying that, another follower with gray hair showed a very evil expression and whispered, Master Zhong, I brought some drugs. If you can't help it, I can add something to the drink later. Zhong Xingnan decisively rejected this dog friend's bad idea. It's not the right time yet. I like to take my time. With my charm, I can take her down in one day. After swimming for a while, Zhang Yi and the 3 girls went ashore to eat. The hotel's waiters delivered the food directly to the open-air pavilion on the shore. Zhang Yi lay in a chair, listening to the 3 girls planning where to go after getting up at noon. Suddenly, she received a WeChat message from Lin Fan, saying that he had arrived in Yazhou and asked her where she was. Zhang Yi immediately sent the location and turned to Tang Gui and said, Lin Fan just sent me a message. He has arrived in Yazhou. Tang Gui was shocked by these words. Don't lie to me. It's only been a short time and he's already here? Did he come here by rocket? Tang Gui was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. If you don't believe me, just look. Zhang Yi even let her see the time when Lin Fan sent the message. But Tangwa still felt that this was unlikely. Because Suzhou City does not have a large civil airport, it only has a small business airport where only small planes can take off. Moreover, the local private jet rental companies in Suzhou no longer have any private jets available to fly. The last one was taken by Zhong Xingnan. If Lin Fan wants to take a flight, he must first return to Hangzhou and then book a ticket. But there are very few flights in the early morning, and even if there are, they must be booked in advance. Chapter 107. In other words, if Lin Fan wanted to reach Yazhou, it would take him noon at the earliest, and it would be impossible for him to keep up with them. Unless Lin Fan also chartered a private jet. At this time, Zhong Xingnan and the other two also came to the pavilion. When they heard Zhang Yi say that Lin Fan had also arrived in Yazhou, Zhong Xingnan also had an expression of disbelief on his face. The silver-haired dog friend immediately agreed. He didn't just get on the plane, did he? By the time he gets here, it will probably be 7 or 8 o'clock. After saying that, he winked at Zhong Xingnan. Zhong Xingnan understood the meaning in his eyes and nodded secretly at him. I'll order some drinks for you. This is your first time watching the sunrise, so you must have some good wine and food to enjoy the relaxing scenery. The silver-haired rich second generation rubbed his hands, then went back to the hotel to get food. A few minutes later, he returned to the pavilion with a plate containing several cocktails. The colors of the cocktails looked like a rainbow. Zhang Yi and the three girls all said they wanted to try them. After seeing Zhang Yi take 2 sips, Zhong Xingnan couldn't help but beam with joy. He originally planned to charter a yacht in the afternoon to take the 4 girls out for a sea trip, and then take Zhang Yi in the evening. But I didn't expect that country bumpkin Lin Fan would come to Yazhou overnight without a plane ticket. This further proved that he had not yet conquered Zhang Yi, and made Zhong Xingnan unable to suppress his eagerness. He intends to make quick decisions. Moreover, even if Lin Fan really came here, he would have already taken advantage of him by then. He could also humiliate Lin Fan severely and make him a laughingstock and a clown. But perhaps because Zhang Yi was too cautious or afraid of the cold, she suddenly asked to go back to the hotel after drinking only 2 sips. Play for a while longer. It will be dawn in half an hour. Dawn comes very quickly at sea. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until tomorrow morning. Tangwa tried to persuade him to stay. But Zhang Yi insisted on going back to change clothes, so Zhong Xingnan made up his mind and decided to take a tough approach. It was still dark and there were few people on the shore and on the path. You don't want to play with Tangwa and the others? Then we'll go out to sea together at noon. There are many fun places in Yazhou. I'll put this on you, don't catch a cold. As Zhong Xingnan was speaking, he suddenly found the right moment and pushed Zhang Yi onto the green grass beside the tree-lined path. Zhang Yi was startled and screamed, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Humph! Can't you see? I can't help it any longer. Who made you so beautiful? Compared with Tangwa, you are simply worlds apart. Just give in to me. Hee, I can give you some money later." Zhong Xingnan's eyes were gleaming with evil, he was panting heavily, and staring at Zhang Yi passionately. Zhang Yi was only wearing a bikini and swimming trunks. Although her figure was not the best, her skin was as white as snow, like jade. In addition, Zhong Xingnan had a special hobby and liked to be outdoors. He had long been impatient and was planning to execute Zhang Yi on the spot. For this purpose, he deliberately prepared a towel to tie Zhang Yi's hands and feet, which could further arouse his desire. But he never expected that Zhang Yi knew how to defend against wolves. Although she is a civilian police officer, her physical fitness is better than most girls. She is not the kind of delicate woman who is powerless. After calming down, she immediately raised her knee and hit Zhong Xingnan in the lower body. The next second, Zhong Xingnan felt a sharp pain in his lower body, as if he had been electrocuted. He had no choice but to roll aside and let go of Zhang Yi. Seeing this, Zhang Yi stood up and ran towards the hotel gate in the distance. Zhong Xingnan quickly came to his senses. Seeing the duck he had caught fly away, he felt angry and annoyed. As the saying goes, lust is a sword hanging over your head. At this moment, Zhong Xingnan has lost his mind. He decided that after chasing Zhang Yi in, he must take her to the room and punish her. The tree-lined path was about 100 meters away from the hotel entrance. Zhang Yi was wearing slippers, but she felt as if her legs were weighed down by 1,000 pounds. She was filled with regret. If I had known earlier, I would have listened to Lin Fan and not indulged myself for the sake of face and friendship. But she can't change this shortcoming in a short time. At a certain moment, she subconsciously glanced back and was horrified to see that Zhong Xingnan had caught up with her. She suddenly felt inexplicably tired. She didn't know why, but the strength in her body seemed to disappear in an instant, making it difficult for her to move. Seeing that Zhang Yi's steps became as slow as a snail, Zhong Xingnan grinned with great complacency. Luckily, I'm prepared. Even the most chaste woman will lose her resistance as soon as she drinks a sip. I'm going to make you surrender and become my plaything. Zhong Xingnan couldn't help but want to sing a song. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front. A person who made him freeze in place instantly. Finally, I found you. It was so hard for me to find you. At this time, Lin Fan just arrived at the entrance of the hotel and saw Zhang Yi at a glance. After hearing Lin Fan's voice, Zhang Yi's heart beat wildly, as if she had seen a god. Lin Fan, I'm here. She called out to Lin Fan almost for help. Lin Fan also sensed that there was something wrong with her tone, so he walked over quickly and held her in his arms. What's wrong? Are you okay? It's okay. I didn't expect you to really come. I thought you just left Hangzhou. Zhang Yi's heart was in turmoil, as if he had survived a disaster, feeling both surprised and scared. If Lin Fan had just left Hangzhou at this time, she would probably have become Zhong Xingnan's plaything. But Lin Fan still sensed something was wrong, because he saw Zhong Xingnan standing alone not far away, staring at him blankly. That look was like that of a child who had made a mistake, with a guilty look in his eyes. In addition, Zhang Yi seemed to have slight abrasions on her back. It was still early in the morning, and there were only two of them on the tree-lined path. No one else was seen. Lin Fan suspected that something must have happened to the two of them just now. So he asked directly, did he want to bully you just now? I. Fortunately you arrived in time, otherwise he would have succeeded. Zhang Yi covered his chest and said fearfully. Hearing this, Lin Fan raised his head and glared at Zhong Xingnan, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Zhong Xingnan also felt the chill emanating from his eyes and felt fear for the first time in his life. But then another voice popped up in his heart, I am the eldest son of the Zhong family, how can I be afraid of a country bumpkin like him? I can crush this kind of stinky loser to death with just one finger, why should I be afraid of him? Immediately, the rebellious and arrogant look returned to his face, and he stared straight at Lin Fan, as if to say, what can you do to me? Feeling Zhong Xingnan's provocative and indifferent look, Lin Fan could no longer endure it and said, if you dare to bully my woman, I will make you pay the price. I will remember you. He has made up his mind that even if it does not trigger the system task, he will retaliate severely and let Zhong Xingnan know that even a rabbit will eat people when it is cornered. Stick a green onion in a pig's nose, how can you pretend to be an elephant? Chapter 108. Zhong Xingnan snorted with contempt. You stinky loser, you are not even qualified to carry my shoes. I can kill you with my hands as easily as I can kill a fly. Why are you pretending in front of me? Even if I bullied her, what can you do to me? You can't do anything. You overestimate your own abilities. Zhong Xingnan raised the corners of his mouth, his face full of arrogance. He is a man of great power in Sioux City, and how dare a mere unknown person challenge him? I'm just tired of living. I will make you regret what you did today. Lin Fan snorted lightly and took Zhang Yi into the hotel. Seeing Lin Fan ignoring him like that, Zhong Xingnan was very angry. Nimrod! You dare to threaten me? I won't let you know how powerful I am. Don't you know what it means that there are always people better than you? He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Everyone around him was respectful to him. No one had ever dared to threaten him in person. Lin Fan was the first one. Even if this is not Sioux City, he can make Lin Fan suffer. After returning to the hotel and changing clothes, Zhang Yi followed Lin Fan to another hotel, Atlantis. This hotel is the only 7-star hotel in Yazhou. The cheapest room starts at tens of thousands, and almost all the guests are rich people. When the two arrived at the hotel, the gold medal waiter had been waiting for a long time. The gold medal waiter led the two to the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel. The presidential suite here costs 100,000 per night. Mr. Lin, this is a suite specially prepared for you. You can call me anytime if you need anything. The waiter pointed to the landline phone on the table, then said goodbye and left. You booked a hotel so quickly? Zhang Yi was very surprised. The number of presidential suites here is limited, and you cannot reserve one even if you have money. It was booked by Prince Wang. His connections are more extensive than I thought. Lin Fan answered casually. They had arrived in Yazhou 20 minutes ago. Wang Silai had already arranged everything, so as soon as Lin Fan got off the plane, he took a special car directly to Zhang Yifa's location. Prince Wang? Zhang Yi exclaimed. She didn't expect Lin Fan really knew Wang Silai. Lin Fan didn't explain much and was only concerned about her condition. How did Zhong Xingnan bully you? You seem to be in a bad state now, and your whole body is limp. Did he drug you? Lin Fan's face was dark and his expression was very serious. He had heard someone in the group of financial sponsors say that Zhong Xingnan did not even spare minors and would use illegal means to bully the women he deceived. A complete scumbag. Luckily you arrived in time, Lin Fan, thank you so much. If I had known earlier, I would have listened to you and not followed Tanghua around. Sigh. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, thanked Lin Fan first, and then changed the subject. Zhong Xingnan's family background is also very strong. If you offend him, there will definitely be no good ending. Let's just forget it. She wanted to persuade Lin Fan to keep quiet. Otherwise, with Zhong Xingnan's personality, he would definitely make Lin Fan and everyone in the family uneasy. We can't let this go. What if I hadn't come or was late? Wouldn't I have been harmed by that scumbag? He is a typical gentleman scum. I have heard some gossip about him a long time ago. As he spoke, Lin Fan repeated the rumor he had seen in the group. Zhang Yi became even more frightened after hearing this. Then Tang Wei is. She didn't dare to think about it, but it was obvious that her former best friend's values had been distorted. It must have been Zhong Xingnan's doing. I told you from the beginning that she was PUA. She is no longer the Tanghua we knew. Entering the circle of rich second generations will subvert our previous perceptions. Anyway, I will make him pay the price. If he dares to cause trouble for me, I don't mind beating him back to his original form. This kind of scum should be put in prison for reform. Lin Fan said righteously. Seeing this, Zhang Yi threw herself into his arms, feeling aggrieved and moved. Wow, Lin Fan, you are so good to me. I really shouldn't be so willful. I will definitely listen to you in the future. Only then did she dare to cry. She never expected that her trusted best friend would actually betray her. If Lin Fan hadn't been so knowledgeable, she would probably have become Zhong Xingnan's plaything. Don't cry. Since you are my woman, I will definitely protect you and will never let you suffer any injustice. Lin Fan soothed softly. Zhang Yi nestled in his arms like a coquettish kitten. After feeling his love, her heart inexplicably began to beat like a deer. Lin Fan also discovered that her favorability towards him had soared from 70 to 90. There are still 10 points of favorability left to complete the mission. Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't help himself and put his arms around her slender waist, looking at her with affectionate eyes and fiery tenderness. Zhang Yi, I love you, be my woman. I love you too. Zhang Yi responded emotionally and looked at him lovingly as well. They both opened their hearts to each other, and their love was so deep that they soon kissed each other. Then, she felt something strange in her stomach and immediately understood what Lin Fan wanted to do. Lin Fan's big hands involuntarily climbed up her roundness, but Zhang Yi suddenly pushed Lin Fan away. I think. Lin Fan was panting and looking at her with passion. Zhang Yi certainly understood what he meant, and she tried hard to control the desire in her heart, and said with a complicated look, I want to save it until we get married, is that okay? Why? Lin Fan expressed his confusion. Their relationship had already gone beyond lovers, and they were just short of getting a marriage certificate. I'm afraid that after you get it, you won't treasure it anymore. I want to save the precious things until that day, so that they will be precious. Zhang Yi bit her lips, her cheeks flushed with shame, and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Lin Fan was startled, and the rising flames immediately subsided. He thought Zhang Yi would resist, but it turned out that she wanted to save the precious things until the wedding day. Maybe she felt that after she got it, she might not be able to keep it back. After all, he is now wealthy, owns a live broadcast company, and is surrounded by beautiful women. Zhang Yi is also afraid that one day he will meet a woman better than her, and if Lin Fan changes his mind, wouldn't she both lose out? This was not to keep Lin Fan in suspense, but she wanted him to prevent him from becoming a playboy who would spend his money on wine and women. Stay true to yourself and you will achieve success. But the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Lin Fan looked at her hopefully and spoke impatiently. Bad guy, I'll help you in other ways. Zhang Yi didn't want to pour cold water on Lin Fan either. What if her refusal made Lin Fan unhappy and ignored her? After hesitating for a few seconds, she turned and walked towards the bathroom, throwing a coquettish glance at Lin Fan. Lin Fan chuckled and chased after him happily. 11:30 a.m. When Zhang Yi woke up, she did not see Lin Fan in the presidential suite. The two did not sleep in the same bed, but separately. In fact, she had already prepared herself mentally. If Lin Fan really wanted it, she would never resist. What warmed her heart was that Lin Fan respected her very much and even promised to save her precious things for last. Chapter 109. Seeing that Lin Fan was not there, she immediately sent a message to Lin Fan to ask about his whereabouts. Lin Fan quickly replied to her that she was talking to a friend in the restaurant downstairs and asked her to come to the restaurant for dinner as well. At this time, Zhong Xingnan also brought Tang Wei and his party to the Atlantis Hotel. At dawn, Tang Wei saw that Zhang Yi was not there, so she called her, but Zhang Yi did not answer. Instead, she replied to her on WeChat that she and Lin Fan had moved into Atlantis. Zhang Yi originally didn't want to reply to Tang Wei, but she couldn't bear to do so. After all, they were best friends who had known each other for many years, and today was Tang Wei's birthday, and she didn't want to spoil her fun. Little did she know that Zhong Xingnan also couldn't forget her. He decided to take Zhang Yi by force after going out to sea in the afternoon. After arriving at the hotel, Zhong Xingnan's two close friends quickly found Lin Fan. At that time, Lin Fan just came down from upstairs and was about to go to the restaurant to continue discussing business with Wang Silai and Su Tumo. We didn't finish the discussion on the plane last night. It was already late at night and the three of them were rushing to Yazhou. We talked for a while on the plane and then fell asleep. After landing, Wang Silai and Su Tumo went back to the hotel to rest first, while Lin Fan went to find Zhang Yi. The Atlantis restaurant has 3 floors, occupying the 3rd to 5th floors. The 3rd and 4th floors provide buffets for ordinary guests, while the 5th floor is reserved for VIP and presidential rooms. A few minutes ago, Lin Fan went to the 1st floor to meet with the hotel manager and asked him to rent a yacht. After lunch, he will go out to sea with Zhang Yi, Su Tumo, and others. Unexpectedly, on the way back, I actually ran into Zhong Xingnan and his group. Tang Wei was very surprised when she saw Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I didn't expect you to actually come. You're quite capable. However, Lin Fan simply ignored her, turned around and walked upstairs. Seeing Lin Fan being so indifferent, Tang Wei instantly got angry. Lin Fan, I'm asking you a question, what's with your attitude? Are you deaf? Don't think you are great and superior just because you live here. Where is Zhang Yi? Which room is she in? Lin Fan stopped walking, turned around and replied in an extremely cold voice, why should I tell you? To tell you the truth, Zhang Yi doesn't like to be friends with people like you who have incorrect values. Don't ask her out to play in the future. She is not from the same world as you now, you can't afford her. Hearing this, Tang Wei suddenly became furious. She didn't expect to be ridiculed in public by Lin Fan. Lin Fan was just a nouveau riche with no money or power. He was not even qualified to be her servant. You are so arrogant. What qualifications do you have to make the decision for Zhang Yi? With your stinky loser look, you are not even 1,000th as good as Master Zhong. Today was her birthday and she should have been in a good mood, but she didn't expect Lin Fan to insult her so badly with just a few words that she lost all face. She didn't lose her temper on the spot because of their former friendship. Several of her close friends also started to criticize Lin Fan. Who do you think you are? Who gave you the courage to act so arrogantly in front of Master Zhong? Such a beautiful day was ruined by a country bumpkin like you. How unlucky. How about calling him a dog? He bites people at every turn. Last night he said that young Master Zhong was a playboy. Now he is speaking ill of Tang Wei to her face. This is simply too much. Mr. Zhong, why don't you teach him a lesson? I've already disliked him. Zhong Xingnan nodded silently, intending to teach Lin Fan a lesson on the spot. But when they turned around, they found that Lin Fan ignored them again and walked towards the 5th floor on his own. Damn it, this guy doesn't take us seriously at all. He actually went to the 5th floor. Could he be going there to eat and drink for free? The VIP room here costs 20,000 per night. Could this club be showing off again? The two spirited young men cursed inwardly and planned to go and see what Lin Fan was up to. The decoration of the 5th floor is completely different from that of the 2 floors below. It is magnificent and looks like a palace. Even Zhong Xingnan and others came to the restaurant on the 5th floor for the first time. Just like a 5-star restaurant, each table has a dedicated waiter to serve. The group was surprised to see Lin Fan walk in so swiftly without showing his room card. When they were about to sneak in, they were stopped by the doorman at the door. "Everyone, this is for VIP guests and presidential suite guests only. Please show us your room cards." The silver-haired rich second generation shouted in dissatisfaction. The country bumpkin in front didn't even show his room card, so how did he get in? That gentleman is staying in the presidential suite, so of course he doesn't need to show his room card. If you want to go in, each of you needs to pay 20,000 yuan for the meal, and you can enjoy the beauty of a 5-star restaurant. The doorman replied with a wry smile. Impossible. How could he be a guest in the presidential suite? Did you make a mistake or didn't see him? Tang Wei was getting a little anxious. She felt uncomfortable seeing Lin Fan pretending to be better than her. Because she wanted Lin Fan to apologize to her in public, but she didn't expect Lin Fan to turn around and walk into the VIP restaurant. Isn't this a slap in her face? The presidential suite costs $100,000 a day, which even Zhong Xingnan finds too expensive. Lin Fan deliberately spent $100,000 to stay in the presidential suite just to show off in front of them? She felt that she needed to expose Lin Fan's true face on the spot and let everyone see what a hypocritical and vain subordinate Lin Fan was. So, Zhong Xingnan paid the 120,000 yuan meal fee with great pain and entered the restaurant smoothly. The 6 people immediately searched for Lin Fan's whereabouts and soon saw Lin Fan's figure near the window. However, what the group could not have expected was, when they came behind Lin Fan, they actually saw 2 super rich second generations who were extremely famous in the rich second generation circle. Wang Silai and Su Tomo. "Why, you guys haven't finished yet?" Lin Fan felt the strange gazes and turned to look at Zhong Xingnan and the other 6 with a chilly expression. Zhong Xingnan and others did not hear what he said, because the 6 of them were frightened by the aura of Wang Silai and Su Tomo. Especially when they remembered that Lin Fan had told them last night that he knew young Master Wang and Miss Su, they initially thought that Lin Fan was bragging. But now when he saw Lin Fan actually sitting with these 2 people, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his heart was extremely shocked. At this time, Wang Silai stared at Zhong Xingnan and others with a frown on his face, and asked, "Mr. Lin, could it be that he offended you?" Su Momo, who was standing by, said with a look of disdain, "I know this guy. He seems to be the only son of the chairman of Zhengyi Group. He doesn't have a very good reputation. Is he the one who lured your girlfriend here?" Lin Fan looked at Zhong Xingnan with disgust, turned around and replied, "Zhang Yi made the wrong friends. She was thin-skinned and didn't know how to say no, so she was lured here. If I hadn't flown to Yazhou overnight, I'm afraid that scum would have succeeded again." Hearing this, Wang Silai looked up at Zhong Xingnan and asked in a cold tone, "Zhong Xingnan, you were so brave that you dared to hit on Mr. Lin's girlfriend?" Chapter 110. Zhong Xingnan was frightened by his words and shuddered suddenly. The other 5 people dared not move, were silent as a mouse, and even dared not breathe. Not only does Wang Silai have a strong aura, but more importantly, he has a 2-meter-tall, muscular, and overbearing personal bodyguard standing behind him. The sharpness and majesty on his face, like a sharp blade, are enough to make Zhong Xingnan and others break out in cold sweats. Wang Silai is well known in the circle of rich second generations. In addition to having a wife with an incredible background, he is also a smiling tiger. Don't be fooled by his gentle and refined appearance, but when he gets angry with others, they can make people feel like they are falling into an icy cave, as if they are being judged. What's more, Zhong Xingnan is much lower in status than Wang Silai. When he meets him, he is not even qualified to be a dog. "My lord, Zhong Xingnan originally wanted to give in, but he was not sure what the relationship between him and Lin Fan was. What if Lin Fan was just an employee under Wang Silai? Because he had never heard of Wang Silai having any friends, he was a well-known loner. In addition, Wang Silai was a relatively elegant person, even his driver and bodyguards could eat at the same table with him. Maybe Lin Fan is just bluffing and taking advantage of the power of another. "Master Wang, may I ask what is your relationship with this Lin Fan?" After he finished speaking, Wang Silai frowned, looked at him in confusion, and answered word by word, "Mr. Lin is a friend of my Wang family, a guest of honor." Boom! Upon hearing this, Zhong Xingnan felt as if his heart was hit by a hammer. It was difficult to look at Lin Fan's back with confidence. Tang Guo's eyes were as big as bells, almost popping out, and she stared at Lin Fan in astonishment. The expressions of the other 4 people were even more interesting and funny, with surprise, suspicion, fear, nervousness. In short, their expressions were extremely complicated. At this time, Su Yuma turned to look at Wang Silai and said with a faint smile, "Master Wang, this guy even dared to set his sights on Mr. Lin's woman?" What do you think we should do? Don't you see that Mr. Lin is still very angry? Wang Silai was immediately embarrassed and changed the subject. I will call Zhong Lifa and ask him how he educated his son. How could he be so lawless? After saying that, he picked up his phone and prepared to make a call. With a plop. The next second, Zhong Xingnan suddenly knelt on the ground. Master Wang, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I really didn't know that girl was Lin Fan. Mr. Lin's girlfriend. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to hook up with her even if I had 10 guts. Zhong Xingnan had a sad face and begged for mercy quickly. The other 5 people stood there, trembling as they looked at Zhong Xingnan. They didn't expect that Zhong Xingnan would be so scared that he would kneel down to Lin Fan in public. It was dinner time and there were quite a few people in the restaurant. Moreover, those who can come here to dine are all rich people, and many people immediately recognized Wang Silai and Su Tumo. Holy crap! These 2 super-rich second generations actually appeared in Yazhou at the same time? Is there some kind of business cooperation between the 2 families? I just heard them calling the person opposite them Mr. Lin. Obviously, that person's status is higher than theirs. Who is that person kneeling on the ground? Why is he so scared? That guy is Zhong Xingnan, a rich second generation from Su City. He is known as the romantic little tyrant. He can be said to be all-powerful in Su City. But compared to a big shot like young Master Wang, he is nothing. Young Master Wang can make the Zhong family disappear with just one word. How can he not be afraid? After learning about Zhong Xingnan's character, many people felt gloating over his misfortune. If you offend Prince Wang, you will definitely not end up well. Master Wang, please don't tell my father, otherwise he will never forgive me. I was wrong, I know my crime. I kowtow to Mr. Lin and apologize, please forgive me, I will be a good person. Zhong Xingnan didn't care about the strange looks from others at this moment. He only had one thing in his mind, which was to calm Wang Silai's anger. This was the first time in his life that he knelt down and apologized to someone other than his parents and elders. Because he was really scared. He was used to being arrogant in Su City, and no one could control him. After all, Su City was his territory. But if he leaves Su City, he is nothing. Just like what others have said, someone like him is not even qualified to carry Wang Silai's shoes. Wang Silai did not say anything, but looked at Lin Fan calmly. After all, Zhong Xingnan offended Lin Fan. If Lin Fan wanted Zhong Xingnan to die, he would let his bodyguard do it without hesitation. He is just a scumbag. He can no longer harm others after he dies. Lin Fan still didn't look back, and continued to talk to himself. Are you scared now? What did you say last night? It's as easy to kill me as to pinch a fly. Do you think I look ordinary and easy to bully like a country bumpkin? No. No. Mr. Lin, I know my crime. I am blind. I kowtow to you and apologize. I beg you to forgive me. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will do anything you ask me to do. Zhong Xingnan put on a look of regret and grief, and his tone was full of tears, which sounded very moving. Lin Fan remained silent, wondering what he should do to atone for his sins. Su Tumo felt a little bit reluctant. I think we should just let him go. If we push him too far, he might take revenge. I'll call his father and ask him to discipline him. She was also afraid of complications. After all, she could see that Zhong Xingnan was acting pitiful. It was not too much to make this rich second generation with a bad temper kneel down and admit his mistake in public. If you piss him off, he might do anything. Lin Fan understood what she meant. He thought that he should forgive Zhong Xingnan because he was willing to kneel down and admit his mistake. Naturally, he would not dare to provoke him again. But Su Tumo didn't know about the bad things Zhong Xingnan had done. What's more, if he arrived a little later in the early morning, Zhang Yi might become his plaything, and this guy also threatened him, so he couldn't give up so easily. In that case, I'll let you go for Miss Su's sake. But you have to crawl out of here like a dog, and once you crawl outside, we'll let this go. How about that? Lin Fan turned around again and looked at him with a cold expression. I. Zhong Xingnan hesitated, his unwillingness clearly written on his face. Because someone was already filming him with a mobile phone at that moment. If he really crawled out, he would be socially doomed if someone posted the video online. From now on, he will become a laughingstock in the circle of rich second generations. Mr. Lin, can we try another way? You see, there are people watching us. Or I can compensate you with money. I can give you as much as you want. Zhong Xingnan bargained with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Fan's face darkened. He turned around decisively and replied in a cold tone, "Do you think you are qualified to bargain with me now? Do I look like someone who is short of money?" This. Zhong Xingnan pursed his lips, looking embarrassed. At this time, Wang Silai snorted angrily again. Chapter 111. It seems that you are unwilling. Do you want me to help you? I crawl. I crawl out. Zhong Xingnan gritted his teeth and nodded quickly. If Wang Silai helped him, his shoulder blade would definitely be broken by Wang Silai's bodyguards. This man is a one-in-a-million master. Once someone tried to attack Wang Silai, but his spine was broken on the spot by this strong bodyguard. Zhong Xingnan knelt on the ground with his hands on his back without saying a word, then quickly crawled out the door. There were still a few brave spectators at the scene who took photos of this bizarre scene. Isn't it said that Prince Wang is very elegant and approachable? How could he let the little bully of Sioux City crawl out like a dog? Does he have such great power? You have to know that Prince Wang is already the most powerful person in the circle of the second generation rich in China. Hangzhou is second only to Kyoto and Shanghai. In addition, he has a wife with a mysterious background. Almost no one dares to provoke him. Then this man whom he calls Mr. Lin must be extraordinary, right? To be respected by Prince Wang, he must be extraordinary. Some people even wanted to take pictures of Lin Fan, Wang Silai and Su Tomo eating, but were stopped. What are you still doing here? You shouldn't be here, so you'd better not dirty other people's eyes. The bodyguard behind Wang Silai saw that Tang Guo and the other 5 people were still there, and didn't know what to do, so he shouted at them to leave. Tang Guo and the others were frightened by his chilling voice and trembled in fear, and quickly turned around to escape. But then he saw Zhang Yi walking in slowly in a burgundy dress. As soon as Zhang Yi entered the door, she saw Zhong Xingnan crawling out with a grim face. Zhong Xingnan didn't notice her. He didn't dare to look up at others, for fear of being recognized by others. Instead, Tang Guo and others saw Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was still wondering why Zhong Xingnan and others were crawling on the ground. When she looked closely, she saw Lin Fan, Su Tomo, and Wang Silai sitting at the same table. Zhang Yi, are you coming to my birthday party tonight? Tang Guo shamelessly took a step forward and asked tentatively. I'm sorry, Tang Guo, I may not be able to go. My boyfriend wants to take me somewhere else, but I will give you a big red envelope. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment and replied politely. After what happened last night, she had lost her trust in Tang Guo. They were no longer best friends, not even friends anymore. They are destined to be strangers, and they are not from the same world. However, Zhang Yi still couldn't bear it, and whispered, "You'd better stay away from Zhong Xingnan. He is a scumbag. He will dump you sooner or later. Don't waste your youth." After saying that, Zhang Yi turned back indifferently and walked towards Lin Fan leisurely. I'm late. Zhang Yi smiled awkwardly and actually apologized to Wang Silai and Su Tomo. These two are the top figures in the circle of rich second generations. Like celebrities, they attract a lot of attention. Where they usually go, who they meet, and what they wear, as long as they are exposed, they will definitely be on the hot search headlines. Even many officials had to curry favor with the two when they met them, and even the diners around them did not dare to take pictures or record them easily. Let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend, Zhang Yi. Hearing this, Su Tomo couldn't help but tease again. A decent girlfriend is indeed much prettier than those female anchors. They are a perfect match. Hey, Zhang Yi, do you know how many women he has? Su Tomo looked at Lin Fan with a sly look on his face and said with disdain. Lin Fan's face turned red at her words and he rolled his eyes at her in annoyance. This woman was definitely trying to embarrass him on purpose. Zhang Yi replied generously and tactfully, it's normal for such an outstanding man like him to attract many women. I won't be jealous. These words made Wang Silai and Su Tomo think more highly of her. Lin Fan also enjoyed it very much. She was indeed a well-educated woman. With such a virtuous and generous woman, what more could a husband ask for? After the two of them had been intimate last night, Lin Fan had hinted to her that he could only get Zhang Yi after getting married, and he might not be able to bear it. Zhang Yi said that she would not care about these things, and only asked Lin Fan not to be too fickle and not to create gossip that would affect his image. After dinner, the group went out to sea on a yacht. In the afternoon, Lin Fan and Wang Silai agreed on the investment matters. The entire investment project is led by relevant departments. The Dihao Group, as the major shareholder, invested in and established a new energy enterprise named Chuanxer Technology. The Dihao Group and several other shareholders have invested nearly 70 billion, and the remaining 30 billion was invested by Lin Fan. Wang Silai also explained why he wanted to find Lin Fan. The total investment of Chuanxer Technology may be far more than 100 billion, because the subsequent R&D costs will gradually increase, and 100 billion is only the initial cost. If a group without a large amount of cash flow invests rashly, it will be in trouble if it cannot invest in the future. But Lin Fan is different. He has a lot of money, which can solve the worries of Dihao Group. There were several reasons why Lin Fan chose to invest in the name of Su Tumo and let Su Tumo become a shareholder instead of her. First, he can get consumption rebates by spending money on her. Second, it is also to make Su Momo get the attention of the old man of the Su family and succeed in getting promoted. Secondly, he does not have the corresponding ability and knowledge to be a major shareholder and would rather be a hands-off boss. Su Tumo's talent is second only to Wang Silai, so it is perfect to let a professional like her to keep track of things for him. Wang Silai stayed in Yazhou for only one day and returned to Su City early the next morning. The contract has been signed, and Lin Fan has transferred 30 billion yuan to the account of Dihao Group, and also received 3 billion yuan in consumer rebates. Su Tumo planned to play with Lin Fan for 2 more days before going back. The 4th day in Yazhou. That evening, after dinner, Su Tumo and Zhang Yi went shopping together to buy some gifts to give home. Lin Fan did not follow them and stayed alone in the hotel to watch a movie. In the presidential suite, Lin Fan was lying on the sofa watching a movie when he suddenly received a call from the hotel front desk. "Mr. Lin, I'm a gold medal waiter. The food you requested has been served. Please open the door." Lin Fan didn't think much about it and stood up and walked to the door. But just as he opened the door, the next second, the black muzzle of a gun was suddenly pointed at his head. In an instant, Lin Fan felt his hair stand on end and his heart pounding. The person holding the gun was Zhong Xingnan. Seeing Lin Fan's eyes wide open, standing there like a sculpture, not daring to move, Zhong Xingnan had a sinister smile on his face. "Are you scared? I told you I'd kill you like it's like squeezing a fly. I didn't expect that young Master Wang would still call my father. You've caused me to lose face in the industry, caused my bank card to be frozen, and made me a laughingstock now. How do you think we should settle this account?" Lin Fan looked at him with a pale face and was almost frightened. After all, he did not expect Zhong Xingnan to come with a gun to kill him. The system also has no language ability and can only detect whether people who have come into contact with it have malicious intentions. Everything happens so suddenly. Chapter 112. However, Lin Fan quickly calmed down and immediately exchanged the golden armor item from the mall. After the props take effect, you no longer have to worry. After Zhong Xingnan finished speaking, Lin Fan's face returned to its calm expression. "I didn't expect you would dare to come and kill me. Aren't you afraid that I will send you to see the King of Hell?" Lin Fan grinned sneerfully, his tone very calm. This made Zhong Xingnan even more furious. He fiercely pressed the muzzle of the gun against Lin Fan's forehead and yelled, "You're still laughing? Don't you know what I'm holding? This is a gun. This is a loaded gun. I only need to pull the trigger and you'll be dead." As he was speaking, the system finally issued a prompt. Ding! It is detected that Zhong Xingnan has a strong killing intention towards the host, triggering Revenge Mission 3.0. Beat Zhong Xingnan into a cripple, making him paralyzed for life, and reward him with a copy of the Bone-Splitting Hand secret book and 5 attribute points. Acquire Zhang Yi Group, bring down the Zhong family, reward 100 million Chinese currency, and increase all attributes by 10 points. Bring down the Zhong family? I'm afraid this task is a bit difficult, right? When Lin Fan saw the new tasks released by the system, he felt that they were very difficult. After all, the Zhong family is the top wealthy family in Su City, and he cannot bring down the Zhong family alone. If it was a small company, he could still use his fists and money to settle it, but if it was a behemoth like the Zhong family, only someone with enormous power could do it. Of course, he also thought of using Su Tumo and Wang Silai's connections and resources to complete this task. But if you want these two people to help, you must pay a corresponding price. Businessmen are all about profit. With such a big matter, they will never help me for no reason. He still understands this principle. However, he still resolutely accepted the task. First, he was almost scared to death by Zhong Xingnan, and second, since this guy wanted to kill him, he would definitely not show mercy. Now he is considered a person with a certain background. After investing net 30 billion, to some extent, he is no longer an ordinary person, but a rare talent. He is a big shot who can stand on equal footing with super-rich second generations like Wang Xilai and Su Tumo. Even if he killed Zhong Xingnan now, he would not go to jail. The power is divine. As a guest of honor in the Wang family, it was only a matter of time before he became the king of Hangzhou. Why should I be afraid? Just try shooting. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. He curled his lips and smiled, staring at Zhong Xingnan as if he was a fool. However, the calmer he was, the angrier Zhong Xingnan became. Damn, I've pointed a gun at your head, and you're not afraid at all? This clearly shows that you don't take me seriously. Thinking of the humiliation he suffered the day before yesterday, Zhong Xingnan's murderous intent grew stronger. He was penniless these 2 days and was completely reduced to his original state. After he crawled out of the restaurant in public the day before yesterday, he planned to take revenge on Lin Fan, but unexpectedly, he received a call from his father Zhong Lifa that night. Zhong Lifa directly froze his bank card, leaving him with money but unable to spend it. Fortunately, he had 2 good friends to help him, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he decided to fight to the death with Lin Fan. He dared to take action only after Wang Xilai left. He asked someone to buy a pistol and asked his dog friend's female companion to disguise herself as a hotel waitress to call Lin Fan and lure him out. Fuck. You are such a good pretender. If Prince Wan wasn't here, do you think you could still bully others by taking advantage of your power? Zhong Xingnan was so angry that he burst into swear words on the spot. A fox taking advantage of the tiger's might? Ha ha. Lin Fan laughed strangely. Even if Master Wang is not here, I can still control you. I have never relied on Master Wang. It was you who insisted on provoking me. I reminded you at the beginning that I knew them, but I just wanted you to stop looking for trouble. After saying this, Zhong Xingnan had lost his patience. Don't talk nonsense. Now you only have one way. Take out all the money you have and I will let you live. Hearing this, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect that this family wanted to kill him for money, so I couldn't let him leave here safely. The next second, Lin Fan took the first step. In a flash, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhong Xingnan's right wrist and twisted it in an instant. With a click, a scream was heard and Zhong Xingnan fell to his knees on the ground. But the revenge has just begun. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan's fists fell on Zhong Xingnan's body like a rainstorm. No matter how Zhong Xingnan begged for mercy, Lin Fan had no intention of stopping and vented all the anger he had been holding back for the past few days on Zhong Xingnan. Lin Fan stopped only when Zhong Xingnan stopped begging for mercy and fell silent. At this time, Zhong Xingnan had been beaten beyond recognition, his face was covered in blood, his chest was sunken, his limbs were broken, and he was dying. It looked like he could die at any time. It was a horrible sight. Lin Fan was originally following the system's requirements and wanted to beat Zhong Xingnan into a lifelong paralysis. He also expected that he would be in great trouble. But he did not regret it. Even if he beat the scumbag Zhong Xingnan to death, there would still be people applauding him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing half of the task, and reward 5 attribute points. It is recommended that the host accumulate attribute points to upgrade intermediate skills. The system also kindly reminded him not to rush to add these 5 attributes to other places. After opening the second-level mall and learning ancient martial arts skills such as internal strength, he can quickly complete the skill upgrade. If I had known that this guy didn't dare to shoot, I wouldn't have wasted 100,000 wealth points just now. Looking at Zhong Xingnan lying on the ground, his life or death unknown, Lin Fanfei did not feel any regret, and even felt a little sorry. Now his wealth has accumulated to 3.1 billion, and 100,000 yuan is just a small amount. Just now I exchanged for the golden armor for self-defense just for insurance reasons. I didn't expect Zhong Xingnan to talk so much nonsense, which gave him time to react. If Zhong Xingnan had fired the gun the moment the door opened, he might have been going to see the king of hell now. Then, Lin Fan immediately contacted the hotel manager and asked the security guard to throw Zhong Xingnan out. He then called Wang Xilai and told him that Zhong Xingnan was coming with a gun to kill him. However, after hearing that he had beaten Zhong Xingnan to a cripple, Wang Xilai was silent for a while. He did not expect that Lin Fan would be so cruel. Now that things have come to this, we can only pray that Zhong Lifa will not choose to retaliate against Lin Fan. Lin Fan also made plans. If Zhong Lifa came to him to call him to account, he would bring down the Zhong family. Wang Xilai had no objection to this. Now that Lin Fan is the financial backer of the Wang family, even he has to be polite. He can only try to persuade Zhong Lifa. Soon, the hotel manager and security came to the top floor and without saying a word, carried the unconscious Zhong Xingnan away from the scene. The next morning, when Lin Fan, Zhang Yi and Su Tumo were having fun in Yazhou, Zhong Xingnan, who had been diagnosed with total paralysis by a doctor, was sent back to Su City. In Suzhou First Hospital, Zhong Lifa looked at Zhong Xingnan lying on the bed in silence, while his wife beside him pounded his chest and burst into tears. Chapter 113. I only have this one son, damn bastard, I don't care who beat him up like this, I want him dead. Zhong Lifa had a worried look on his face and felt helpless. Who made him offend someone he shouldn't have offended? Even Prince Wang called to warn me not to try to retaliate, otherwise my Zhong family might fall. Zhong Li's face darkened and he said with gritted teeth. Although Wang Silai called him, he still couldn't swallow this anger. My son has been beaten like this, half of his body is paralyzed, and he will be paralyzed for life. You still care about the future of the Zhong family? Fine. You don't dare to do it, right? Then I will find someone to kill the murderer who beat him. Zhong Lifa looked at his wife's hysterical and furious expression and remained silent. He is not sure how deep Lin Fan's background is. If he is just Wang Silai's friend, he will definitely take revenge. But if he has a strong background like Wang Silai, he will have to weigh the cost. According to his son's two friends, it was an ordinary man named Lin Fan who provoked Zhong Xingnan first. They did not expect that the other party would be so cruel and beat their son into a cripple. And it's at a point where it can't be cured. On the afternoon of the 5th, Lin Fan and his party returned to Hangzhou on a private plane. The private jet was registered under Zhang Yi's name, and together with various services, a total of 500 million was spent. Originally, Zhang Yi was against his unbridled and lavish spending, but Lin Fan took into consideration that he would need to train a girl group in the future and might have to travel frequently, so having a private jet would be much more convenient. Zhang Yi had nothing to say. Lin Fan now held a very high position in her heart. No matter what Lin Fan said, she had no choice but to obey. However, she did not stay in Lin Fan's seaside villa. Before the two got married, Zhang Yi still wanted to have her own independent space and freedom. She was afraid that if she accidentally gave the precious thing to Lin Fan would not cherish it. Maintaining a proper distance can also allow Lin Fan to work more attentively. But for Lin Fan, his job is to pick up girls and spend money on women. Leave the rest of the matters to Su Tumo. But Su Tumo also said that there were too many things to do and she needed to find someone to share the burden with her. The day after the holiday. Lin Fan usually goes to the company after lunch at noon. As soon as I arrived at the office, Jia came in with some information. Boss Lin, the new company in Tianfu building is already under renovation. Here are the documents for you to review. In addition, the day after tomorrow, Superstar Media will hold a press conference and you and Boss Su have been invited. The chairman of Superstar Media intends to discuss the development of film and television dramas with you. Do you have time? Hearing this, Lin Fan pretended to look at the information and answered without raising his head. He agreed so quickly? Didn't he say before that he would think about it? A week ago, Su Tumo proposed a plan. Since the purpose of establishing a girl group is to promote a few superstars, it would be best to increase publicity through film and television projects. The top 10 film and television companies in China are too large. Xiao Xinxin, Miao Tiantian and others have no experience and are not suitable to participate in the film and television projects of large companies. Su Tumo investigated and felt that it would be possible to cooperate with Superstar Culture Media, which is currently in the limelight in online dramas and online movies. Relying on the online novel platform, they could use the lowest cost to create TV series and movies that are no less impressive than theater blockbusters. Lin Fan agreed with this. Su Tumo proposed cooperation to the chairman of Superstar Media, but the other party said he needed to consider it. I didn't expect that the wait would last more than 10 days. Now they suddenly propose cooperation, which clearly shows that there is something fishy going on. Lin Fan suspected that Chairman Huang might have met Jie or Su Qianlong. Their purpose was probably to cheat him out of his money, or to send two managers to Starlight Entertainment to sideline him and Su Tumo and seize power. No problem, reply to him, President Su and I will be there to support you the day after tomorrow night. Lin Fan pretended not to have any doubts and nodded cooperatively. After Jie left, Lin Fan immediately sent a message to Director Dai, asking him to investigate Jie's whereabouts in the past few days, where he met who, what he said, etc., to find out everything clearly. In the evening, Lin Fan drove back to the villa. Not long after I got home, the system issued an alarm. Ding! Someone with strong murderous intentions towards the host is detected approaching. It is recommended to exchange for the golden armor item. Strong killing intent? Could it be a killer? This was the first time Lin Fan heard the system use this word to describe someone approaching him. Another reason is that the security of the seaside villa is top-notch. Except for the owner and his family, anyone else entering the villa must be questioned and searched. Even the nanny and the driver have to go through security checks when entering and leaving the villa on weekdays, and even have to register their health status. It is no exaggeration to say that it is at a confidential level. But at this moment, someone with strong murderous intentions broke in, and it was obvious that the other party came in without anyone knowing. There is only one possibility: the other party is most likely a killer. Let's see if the other party has a gun first. Lin Fan planned to lure someone into a trap. Because there is nothing in the system mall that can counter the killer, such as guns, ammunition, and trap-like props. He only has cold weapons like swords, sticks, and clubs, but he has not learned these martial arts yet. Firstly, his current talent is too low, and it will take a long time to learn these things. He also doesn't want to endure the hardship, so he might as well directly exchange for golden armor props for self-defense. Secondly, he felt that these martial arts involving cold weapons were only good-looking but not practical. There were many more powerful ancient martial arts in the second-level mall. He planned to wait until the second-level mall was open before learning these ancient martial arts and internal skills that could kill with one blow. After exchanging the golden armor prop card, Lin Fan sat leisurely on the sofa and watched TV series. Not long after, the cell phone received a notification that someone had broken into the villa. He could even see through his cell phone that a man in black and night clothes sneaked into the hall through the window of the back garden. At this time, Lin Fan slowly spoke. "Who sent you here, and how much money did they give you?" After he finished speaking, the man in black stood there motionless, staring at Lin Fan like a sculpture. Seeing that the other party did not reply, Lin Fan turned his head calmly. But he saw a killer in a nightgown with only a pair of eyes showing. Lin Fan quickly looked at him and felt relieved when he saw that he didn't have a gun. That means the opponent is an external master. Apparently the mastermind behind the scenes knew that he was quite skilled in martial arts, so he sent a martial arts expert to kill him this time. "What? You won't be scared when you see me, right? Come and sit." Lin Fan grinned and actually made a pinky gesture to the killer. Before, he didn't know how powerful the external masters were. These unknown strange people and things have never been heard of before. When he was on vacation in Yazhou, he specifically sought advice from the bodyguard next to Wang Silai. Only then did I know the difference between external martial arts masters and internal martial arts masters. External martial arts masters mainly use continuous hard qigong, and their main focus is on making their bodies resistant to blows, having agile bodies, and being able to perform all kinds of martial arts, and kill people without them being able to see. Chapter 114. The masters of internal martial arts are one level higher than the masters of external martial arts. They practice internal skills, such as being able to press acupoints from a distance, control objects with qi, and fly over eaves and walls. For example, the golden armor item he exchanged can be used to practice the golden bell cover internal skill to achieve a similar effect. Moreover, once one has mastered this internal martial art, one can become invulnerable to swords and guns, but not to poison. Now, the killer's eyes showed surprise. He was surprised that Lin Fan could actually sense his breath, and was also puzzled why Lin Fan was not afraid of him. As long as he raised his hand, the poison needle would be fired and Lin Fan would be killed instantly. But Lin Fan remained calm and even extended him a friendly invitation? Could it be that he has the ability to predict the future and can foresee his coming? Does that mean that Lin Fan's skills are better than his? Seeing that Lin Fan was still unmoved, he seemed to have guessed something and chuckled. "You must be very young, right? You have no experience in this area and have never even killed anyone. Is this your first time as a killer to earn extra money?" The killer was startled again, his eyes widened like bells. Seeing that the killer was indeed shocked, Lin Fan knew that he had guessed correctly. Fortunately, he had consulted the bodyguard and read a lot of psychology books during this period. Now, even when facing an armed killer, he can remain calm. The psychological quality is ridiculously strong. "Tell me, who ordered you to do this? How much did he give you? I can give you double." "No. Triple." Lin Fan invited him again. "Since the problem can be solved with money, I will never take the risk. After all, he is not an external martial arts master yet. Even if he has the golden armor to protect him, he still doesn't know whether the golden armor can withstand the attacks of external martial arts masters. The killer was stunned for a few seconds. Obviously his heart was moved. Because he saw that Lin Fan was so rich, he directly offered 3 times the price, which showed that he was obviously able to control him. What's more, he had heard that Lin Fan was also a master. If Lin Fan was stronger than him, then he would have only one ending. There's no need to become someone else's pawn just for a little money. You're a smart person and you should know how to choose. Lin Fan sat on the sofa again and looked at him with a smile. It was this smile that made the killer believe that Lin Fan's realm was far above his. Then, the killer said, "My employer gave me 2 million. Can you really give me 3 times the money?" Seeing the killer fall into the trap, Lin Fan became more confident and calm. "Give me your account number and I'll give you 6 million right away." Lin Fan decisively picked up the phone. The killer said a string of numbers without hesitation, and soon, Lin Fan transferred 6 million to the account. Half a minute later, the killer took out his mobile phone and saw the payment information sent by the bank. He looked at Lin Fan in shock again. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so trustworthy. Seeing his incredible expression, Lin Fan smiled and said, "Did your employer only give you half of the money, and pay you the other half after the job is done?" The killer didn't say anything. He was already feeling fearful at this moment, but he still looked at Lin Fan with forced calmness. Lin Fan continued, "Can you tell me now, who ordered you to kill me?" "Shan Lin, Zhong Xingnan's mother." The killer answered simply and without any unnecessary nonsense. "Zhong Xingnan?" After hearing the answer, Lin Fan frowned. He thought it was Bai Jiahao or Su Qianlong, but he didn't expect it to be Zhong Xingnan's mother. After a moment of silence, he looked up and said, "Give me her number." The killer came straight up to him, and Lin Fan immediately called Shan Lin. "Hello, who is this?" "As soon as the call is connected, the other party will greet you first." Lin Fan laughed sinisterly and said, "How dare you send assassins to kill me? Didn't young Master Wang warn you not to try to retaliate? It seems you won't listen to me. You are the one who severely injured my son. You damned bastard. I will cut you into pieces. Cut you into pieces." The woman on the other end of the phone yelled. Fortunately, Lin Fan moved the phone away in time, otherwise his ears would have been deafened. After she finished scolding, Lin Fan continued, "The assassin you sent has been bribed by me. You gave him 2 million, and I bribed him with 6 million. It seems that you only gave him 1 million? Since you don't listen to me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tomorrow, I will bring down your Zhong family." Hearing this, the woman yelled crazily, "You are trying to scare the devil. Why don't you go and find out how strong the Zhong family's background is? Just relying on a little brat like you." However, before she could finish her scolding, Lin Fan hung up the phone. "I'll give you another 2 million, and you go cut off this woman's tongue for me. It'll be a warning to the Zhong family." Lin Fan raised his head and looked at the killer, speaking calmly. "Good." The killer nodded decisively. This was the first time he had met such a generous and magnanimous sponsor. Without saying anything, Lin Fan transferred another 2 million to the killer's account. But he suddenly thought of something and continued to ask, "How strong are you in the killer circle?" The killer looked at him in confusion, but still spoke honestly. "I have learned Japanese ninjutsu, and I know all kinds of hidden weapons and assassination techniques. I am also very good at light work. Although I have little experience, I can confidently say that my ability ranks among the top 5 in the assassin world." "Oh, top 5? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to meet such a master. "Leave me your contact information. I may need you in the future. As for the reward, just name it. How about that?" Lin Fan looked at him with a gloomy face. The killer thought about it for half a minute and decisively agreed to his proposal. Then, he picked up the pen on the table, wrote down his name and phone number, and handed it to Lin Fan. Taking advantage of the moment when Lin Fan was distracted, he flashed and disappeared from Lin Fan's sight. "What a fast speed. Li Yang?" Lin Fan read out the killer's name and saved his number in his address book. Afterwards, he sent several messages to Wang Silai, informing him that the killer had come to his house and that he wanted to bring down the Zhong family. Wang Silai replied and asked him to pay attention to the news tomorrow. The next day, as expected, news spread in Sioux City that Zhongyi Group was being investigated, including the Zhong family being taken away by relevant departments for investigation. These two events shocked the entire upper class in the Jiangnan region. Everyone was discussing how the Zhong family fell. Such a big family was reduced to its original state overnight. The person behind it must be very powerful. Soon, a rumor spread that this matter was related to Wang Silai. Bai Jiahao and Su Qianlong were also shocked. Blue Sky Building. After seeing the news at home, Bai Jiahao rushed to Su Qianlong's villa to discuss countermeasures with him. Because it was he who revealed to Zhong Xingnan's mother that Lin Fan was very skilled, Shang Lin paid a high price to hire the top killer on the killer list to assassinate Lin Fan. Unexpectedly, less than a day later, news came that the Zhong family was being investigated, which scared Bai Jiahao greatly. Especially after learning that it was Wang Silai who reported the matter to the relevant departments, Bai Jiahao was worried that he would be investigated. Chapter 115. He was afraid that Lin Fan would vent his anger on him and use Master Wang to take over the Bai family as well. What are you afraid of? Since you are safe and sound now, it means Lin Fan hasn't found anything on you. But I'm still very surprised. I didn't expect that his relationship with young Master Wang would be that good. It may be difficult to get rid of him. This guy now has two masters from the Su family and the Wang family. It may be harder to kill him than to ascend to heaven. Bai Jiahao was a little depressed. Several times he wanted to cripple Lin Fan in front of him, but he always ran away in fear. Now Lin Fan has become his inner demon. As long as Lin Fan is alive, he will not sleep well. We can't take his life, but we can take his money. We can start with the women around him. I heard from Shi Jie that he has 3 top beauties, including your girlfriend, and plans to turn them into a girl group. If we capture them and control Lin Fan's mind, we can achieve our goal. Su Qianlong patted his shoulder with an expression that showed he was in control of the situation and full of confidence. Are you planning to ask Teacher Yin to take action? Bai Jiahao frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Shi Jie told me that after he bought the villa for the twins, he never went there. Obviously, he should be on guard. You want to seduce him through the 3 beauties he keeps? Excuse me, it's a bit difficult. You won't know until you try it. Su Qianlong rolled his eyes at him impatiently and cursed Bai Jiahao several times in his heart. This guy is simply a hopeless case. He throws cold water on someone before he even tries. No wonder he can't do anything to Lin Fan. He is truly incompetent. The next day, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Fan drove to Superstar Media headquarters. Today, Su Tomo had to go to Shanghai for something unexpected, so he had to come to the banquet alone. The press conference held by Superstar Media was quite grand, and many celebrities also attended. Because one of the directors of Superstar Media is an actor with a good business sense in the entertainment industry. Although he is not very famous and has only filmed a few TV series before retiring, the assets under his name amount to billions, and he has even become a member of the Kyoto Wealthy Circle, so he also has some status in the entertainment industry. At the same time, he is also an old acquaintance of Li Li. There had been some gossip about the two of them before, but after the actor retired from the entertainment industry to do business, there were fewer scandals about Li Li. At this press conference, Superstar Media will announce the TV series and movies that it will be filming and co-producing. So many big stars from the entertainment industry have been specially invited to walk the red carpet. To put it bluntly, it is to expand fame. Lin Fan did not enter the auditorium where the media was held through the main entrance. He looked too ordinary and would probably become a laughingstock if he walked the red carpet. Second, he has no female companion and is just a shareholder of a cooperative business, one level lower than a celebrity. Even if he is thick-skinned, he will not have much presence walking on the red carpet alone. Going through the back door also appears more low-key. Superstar Media has specially built a large auditorium for today's press conference. The auditorium has 3 floors. The first floor is a cinema and auditorium, the second floor is a banquet hall, and the third floor is a conference room. After entering the auditorium, Lin Fan went directly to the banquet hall to meet with Huang Lixuan, the chairman of Superstar Media. Before coming, he had contacted Huang Lixuan's secretary, and the secretary would come to receive him after he arrived. So he stood at the door of the banquet hall and waited. He was looking around bored, when suddenly, a very familiar voice called him. Hey, I didn't expect you to come to a place like this. Are you pretending to be rich again? When Lin Fan came back to his senses, he never expected that he would meet Stephanie Chen here. I haven't seen this woman for almost 20 years. I didn't expect her to appear again. Fate is such a joke. But Lin Fan didn't want to pay attention to her, and replied coldly, What does my coming here have to do with you? Seeing that he seemed to be indifferent, Stephanie Chen said smugly, "To be honest, I have to thank you very much. If Seduction hadn't dumped me, I wouldn't be like this now, huh?" Lin Fan looked at her in confusion, and then he realized that Stephanie Chen was a little different from before. Now Stephanie Chen has become more elegant and much more beautiful than before. To some extent, she can even be compared to a goddess with a 9-point appearance. He could tell at a glance that Stephanie Chen had had cosmetic injections, changed her hairstyle, and dressed more upscale and elegantly, looking like a wealthy lady. It's just a little more worldly than before. "I guess you are not the one on the list who is richer than Seduction," Lin Fan said with disdain. Chen Yanzi raised her head and said proudly, "I said I would find a rich man who is richer than you. My current man is much richer than Seduction and you." As she spoke, she stared at Lin Fan with an expression of disgust and aversion. "Now I finally know where your money comes from. It turns out that a rich woman is supporting you. Lin Fan, you are really despicable. You even have a crush on a 50-year-old woman. You are really disgusting. I wonder if your Lin family ancestors would be so angry that they would flip the coffin lid if they knew that you were supported by an old woman. But that old woman is not bad, at least she's a big star. I heard she's rich too. I saw the news leaked by the paparazzi, and it seems like you live next door to her. I was wondering how you suddenly became so rich. It turns out you're being kept by the old woman." Stephanie Chen vented her unhappiness like a cannon. Just as Lin Fan had belittled her before, she now mocked him back in the same way. After hearing her words, Lin Fan laughed out of anger. "I didn't expect that this woman would hook up with a richer boss just to get revenge on him." She didn't hesitate to turn herself into this state. He could predict without any guessing that in the future, Stephanie Chen would spend a lot of money to package herself, do facial beauty treatments, find a professional fitness coach, and improve her temperament. Even though she has become beautiful now, her face will definitely collapse like an ugly duckling in the future. There are countless examples like this in the entertainment industry. "Are you done scolding?" Lin Fan looked at him as if he were a fool and gave her a calm look. "This bitch is getting more and more crazy. Of course I haven't scolded you enough. To be honest, I really want to see you lying at my feet and licking my high heels. Ha, like a pug. Weren't you very good at licking before? I'm curious, how did you get that old woman Lily to lick you? I have to say, you are born with the qualifications to be a licker." Stephanie Chen crossed her arms across her chest, looking superior, and her tone was smug and arrogant. Ever since Su Daqiang beat her in the street that day, she hated Lin Fan to the core. She swore that she would trample Lin Fan under her feet and ravage him in the future. He even wanted to treat Lin Fan like a dog and abuse him for the rest of his life. Fortunately, God was kind to her and made her onto the list of super rich people that Lin Fan could never reach. Chapter 116. As they were talking, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with the aura of a superior, came up to them. "Baby, you seem to be in a bad mood." The middle-aged man put his arms around Stephanie Chen's slender waist and groped her curvy body unscrupulously. Stephanie Chen rolled her eyes at him coquettishly and said seriously, "Nothing, I just ran into an acquaintance. I suspect he came here pretending to be a rich man and wanted to hook up with celebrities or rich people." "Husband, ask the security guard to throw him out. You know how poor he was before, so poor that he could barely afford food. I didn't expect him to be dressed so well today. You'd better not provoke him. When this guy bites people, he is scarier than a vicious dog." With a man's support, Stephanie Chen went all out, wishing she could scold Lin Fan to death. Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked at Lin Fan with an unfriendly expression. "This guy does look like a dirt dog. Stephanie Chen, you are really getting more and more shameless. To be a human being like this is simply despicable to the extreme." Lin Fan cursed in embarrassment. It's obvious that there is no relationship between the two of them anymore, but this woman is still biting me? She is a mad dog. He even had the nerve to call him a loser. Chen Yanzi seemed to have anticipated that Lin Fan would get angry, and took the opportunity to say, "See, this guy is a vicious dog. He wanted to bite me even after I exposed him in front of me." After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man was stunned and cursed viciously, "Boy, are you tired of living? Do you know where this place is? Get out of here right now, or I will throw you out and let everyone see what a mad dog you are." But Lin Fan simply ignored him, his eyes fixed on Stephanie Chen's face. "Are you feeling very proud now that you can finally get revenge on me? Are you happier than winning the lottery?" "It's too early for you to be happy, Stephanie Chen. My current wealth and power are beyond your imagination. No matter what the woman next to you looks like, I can expose your true colors. You will never be able to take revenge on me. Lin Fan said with a sneer. Precisely because he knew this woman too well, he guessed how Stephanie Chen got herself together with this middle-aged man. He now only felt disgust towards this woman, not hatred. She had no right to make Lin Fan worthy of hatred. This woman is just a pathetic clown. I just saw that her purity level dropped from 93 to 91. It goes without saying that she has hooked up with 2 men during this period. This middle-aged man is much better than the previous Seduction. He is younger than Seduction, probably in his 40s. He does not have Seduction's pot-bellied and slightly ugly old lady look. This shows that Stephanie Chen's taste has also improved a lot. Seeing that Lin Fan dared to ignore him, the middle-aged man went berserk on the spot. Boy! How dare you come here and act like a wild beast? Do you believe that I will have the security guards throw you out of the main gate immediately? Lin Fan then looked him straight in the eye, and as he looked him up, he said, Big brother, you probably don't know the true face of this woman yet, right? You can even fancy a woman of this kind, it seems you are really hungry. Seeing that Lin Fan was about to expose her, Stephanie Chen became anxious. Lin Fan, don't be so arrogant. If I want, I can make you shut up forever. Stephanie Chen, you are such a sinister villain. Do you think you can threaten me? Just try. Lin Fan glared at her viciously. At this moment, a murderous intent arose in his heart. This woman had reached a point that he could no longer tolerate. Previously, she had posted a video on Douyin to slander him, but Lin Fan did not pursue the matter because of their past relationship. Unexpectedly, this woman was so ungrateful that she became even more aggressive and even threatened him to shut up forever. It has reached a point of insanity. How dare you? Security! Security! The middle-aged man shouted loudly, alarming everyone around him. The people around turned their eyes to the 3 people. The security guard in the distance also rushed over at lightning speed, staring at Lin Fan as if he were facing a formidable enemy. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. Boy, apologize to her right now, or I'll beat you so hard that your mother won't even recognize you. The middle-aged man snorted angrily and glared at Lin Fan fiercely, trying to scare Lin Fan to death with his aura. But Lin Fan was already used to such bullying and arrogance, so he said calmly, looking at you, your position isn't high, is it? At most, you're a department manager. By the way, do you know who I am? I don't give a damn about who you are. Since you have provoked me, I will make sure you pay the price. The middle-aged man said angrily. It would have been fine if Lin Fan had ignored him, but now he actually dared to look down on him. This was too much. As he was speaking, a domineering and heroic woman walked over quickly, carrying a dazzling starlight that was too bright to look directly at. Lin Fan, what a coincidence, I meet you here again. The person who came was Lin Fan's neighbor, the big star Li Li. What's going on? Li Li noticed that the atmosphere was not right and looked back and forth between Lin Fan and the middle-aged man. Lin Fan got straight to the point, to be honest, I came here to meet Chairman Huang today. I didn't expect to be treated as a stray dog and stopped here. They also said they would ask the security guards to throw me out. As he said this, Lin Fan spread his hands helplessly. Hearing this, Li Li angrily shouted at the middle-aged man with a dark face, you are the one who won't let him in? Ms. Li. I misunderstood. I didn't know he knew you, and I thought he was a waiter who wanted to break in and pretend to be a wealthy man. The middle-aged man was also a little panicked. He never expected that Lin Fan and Li Li knew each other, and he never thought that Lin Fan would complain to his face. Misunderstand? After saying that, there was a snap. Li Li slapped the man in front of everyone. The man and Stephanie Chen were both stunned on the spot. I'm hitting you now because of a misunderstanding. Do you need me to apologize to you? Li Li shouted angrily with a domineering look on her face. The middle-aged man was beaten so hard that his head hung low, not daring to look up at Li Li. Although he is the manager of the artist department of Superstar Media, he is nothing in front of Li Li, a top star. I'm sorry, Miss Li, I'm blind, please forgive me. The middle-aged man actually apologized to Li Li. This scene shocked the guests around. Everyone watched the show with sidelong glances, whispered to each other, and talked about it. Li Li is still so domineering, she is worthy of being the former #1 actress of Hawaii and the top star of the entertainment industry. Although she has been out of the limelight for more than 2 years, her temperament is still so domineering. She has capital now, a wealthy woman. A small department manager is not even qualified to carry her shoes. The guy next to her seems to be the one she had a scandal with before. Why is he so ordinary? Doesn't she like young and handsome guys? Just then, a man with glasses ran down from upstairs in a hurry. Boss Lin, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. I apologize for not hosting you well enough. I am Chairman Huang's secretary. The chairman is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me. Chapter 117. The man with glasses looked at Lin Fan with an apologetic smile on his face, nodded and stretched out his hand, inviting Lin Fan to go upstairs. But Lin Fan was not in a hurry to go upstairs. Sister Lili, I promised to treat you to dinner last time. You should be free tonight, right? Of course I'm free. I have 2 business trips and announcements to attend to during the National Day holiday, so I don't have time to go back to Hangzhou. Since you're treating me, I must honor you. By the way, what do you want to see Chairman Huang for? Lili readily agreed and asked him about the purpose of his coming here. I plan to cooperate with Superstar Media to invest in the development of some film and television projects. If Sister Lili is interested, I can invest and ask you to shoot 1 or 2 blockbuster films. Lin Fan smiled confidently. He knew that Lili had stopped acting in the past 2 years not because of any health problems, but because investment in the film and television industry was becoming increasingly conservative. The main reason is that many big stars who have no box office appeal have too high pay, and major film and television companies and investors are unwilling to let these big stars play the leading roles, and would rather promote their own popular stars. This has resulted in fewer and fewer blockbuster films, but with the issuance of a salary cap in the past 2 years, the pay of many big stars has also come down. But female stars like Lili, who are getting older and have no box office appeal, are now being neglected by capital. For the sake of face, they can only announce to the public that they need to take care of their families or restore their physical and mental health. In fact, it's just that no investors are interested in these once top celebrities. The reason why Lin Fan wanted to invest in film and television dramas was to promote the artists under Star Entertainment. In simple terms, it means relying on the celebrity effect to increase the fame and influence of Starlight Entertainment. Okay, then I will definitely attend. I wonder what kind of blockbuster movie it is. Lili immediately became interested and looked at him expectantly. We have just made plans, but the investment will definitely not be low. That's right. I know you are quite rich. Let's talk about it over dinner tonight. Lili smiled. Others may not know Lin Fan's background, but Lili knows a lot. Take Stephanie Chen for example. She had heard from Lin Fan before that he had acquired Star Entertainment. But when she investigated later, she found that she did not see Lin Fan's name on the Starlight Entertainment Company's website. In other words, Lin Fan was neither a shareholder nor a member of the management. I only heard that Lin Fan was the nominal manager of the artist management department, and even the deputy manager. So she felt that Lin Fan was just pretending before. Seeing him again today, I naturally wanted to expose Lin Fan's true face. But unexpectedly, before she could expose Lin Fan, her man was beaten by a woman again. Last time it was Su Tumo, this time it's Lili. Why does Lin Fan always get to hang out with rich women? He looks so ordinary, but there are always women supporting him? Seeing that Lin Fan and Lili were chatting happily, Stephanie Chen hated Lin Fan even more. She secretly swore in her heart that she would be with a more powerful man. Lin Fan also discovered from the system that Stephanie Chen's favorability towards him had dropped by another 10 points. -60 favorability, hatred level. If it drops another 10 points, murderous intent may arise. However, Lin Fan did not take this shameless woman seriously at all. No matter how she took revenge on herself, she would never be able to control Lin Fan. He took a special look at Stephanie Chen's personal information and found that Stephanie Chen had changed a lot. The weight increased from 54 kilograms to 56 kilograms. No wonder this woman looks much rounder than before. It looks like she had a lot of surgery to fill out her body. Stephanie Chen, I want to see what you will look like in the future. Once a woman breaks the bottom line, her bottom line will get lower and lower. After reaching the 3rd floor, Lin Fan met with the chairman of Superstar Media. Before coming here, he asked Su Tumo and learned that Huang Lixuan's background was not simple. He was the eldest son of the Huang family, a top family in Hangzhou. He was also a very experienced and powerful boss in the entertainment industry. However, because its funding was far less than that of the top film and television companies on the list, Superstar Media had not been able to grow. Now Lin Fan wants to enter the entertainment industry and needs a platform to make the girl group famous. The best partner is Superstar Media. Of course, Tsutomu also has other goals. Before, he not only invited Superstar Media to cooperate, but also invited several other small-scale film and television groups. But so far only Superstar Media has expressed its intention to cooperate, so Lin Fan naturally gave priority to Superstar Media. Inside the meeting room, Lin Fan met Huang Lixuan as he wished. This man acted exactly like a coal boss, with a big fat belly, a gold necklace and a silver watch. He did not have the aura of a superior, nor did he speak in an official tone. Because of Tsutomu's relationship, Huang Lixuan also gave Lin Fan face, and the talks between the two sides went very smoothly. In fact, Lin Fan came here today just to express his willingness to cooperate. Tsutomu had already arranged all the cooperation projects and so on. It's just that he is the behind-the-scenes boss of Starlight Entertainment and is ostensibly Tsutomu's spokesperson, so he came to the banquet. Tsutomu doesn't like to show up in public, so she pushed this task to Lin Fan. Boss Lin, according to the requirements of the contract, since the 3 female artists you specifically want to train need to gain experience by filming TV series, but they are still newcomers, my suggestion is to let them come to my company for training. I will send professional teachers to guide them. What do you think? No problem. I don't know what kind of teacher he is. Can I learn more about him? Lin Fan made his request. In fact, he wanted Li Li to help find a few professional actors to teach Chao Xinxin and the others how to act. Although the 3 of them are students of the media college, they are not majoring in acting, and only Zhang Yichen has slightly better acting skills. He also thought about sending the 3 girls to an acting school for accelerated training. But Tsutomu was worried that they would be noticed by people from other companies. Besides, the 3 girls had expressed in the group that they did not want to go to the school environment. Anyway, he had enough money now and could invite teachers to the company for one-on-one guidance. I've thought of it for you. This is Teacher Yen, a teacher of the acting major at the Magic City Drama Academy. She's very professional, so you can rest assured. After saying that, a man with long hair, a handsome face, a pretty face, and a feminine appearance walked in. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Yen Bin. The long-haired man gave Lin Fan a professional smile, looking very gentle. But Lin Fan felt strange in his heart. It wasn't his effeminate appearance that made him feel strange, but the look in this man's eyes, which made him feel as if he was stripped naked and being spied on. Male? Lin Fan frowned slightly. It's no wonder that this teacher's figure is almost the same as that of a woman. If it weren't for his revealing voice, Lin Fan would have thought he was a woman. Don't judge a book by its cover. His professionalism has been recognized and praised by many artists in my company. There is absolutely no problem with him. Huang Lixuan smiled awkwardly. At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly caught a glimpse of a sinister smile that flashed across Yen Bin's mouth from the corner of his eye. Chapter 118. Although Yen Bin concealed it very well, Lin Fan still noticed something unusual. In addition, Huang Lixuan's attitude changed drastically after a few days, which made him feel that there must be some conspiracy behind this. He pretended not to notice anything and said with a polite smile, "If that's the case, then I'm relieved. I will bring the 3 of them to the company for training tomorrow. Please give them more guidance, Teacher Yen." It should be. Yen Bin also smiled politely. Then, the 3 of them discussed some details of the training program. But in his heart, Lin Fan asked the system to test Yen Bin. System, can you check the background of this Yen Bin? The system responds immediately. Yes, but the host needs to exchange a detective card to find out his background. This system can automatically obtain the personal information of female targets, but cannot actively monitor male targets. Lin Fan spent 100,000 wealth points to exchange for a detective card. After the detective card took effect, Lin Fan obtained Yen Bin's detailed information. Name, Yen Bin. Age, 26. Weight, 57 kilograms. Height, 181 centimeters. Occupation, Drama Academy teacher. Favorability, 30 has ulterior motives, the host needs to be on guard. Connections, Su Qianlong, Su Mingxian, Chao Song Vice President of the Academy of Drama, Hani Famous Director, etc. Mastered skills, hypnosis, brainwashing, mental manipulation. After seeing Yen Bin's connections, Lin Fan suddenly became alert. I was wondering why he looked a little strange. Turns out he's an undercover agent sent by Su Qianlong. It looks like he wants to control my mind? Lin Fan sneered in his heart. If I hadn't been alert, I might have been deceived by his appearance that could be described as a 9-point goddess. Even the system reminded him to take precautions. It was obvious that this guy was not ordinary. In particular, Yen Bin made many suggestions to Lin Fan, but Lin Fan did not look him in the eye. On the contrary, he pretended to be absent-minded and kept saying that he couldn't make the decision on these matters alone and had to go back and discuss it with Su Tumo. Yen Bin couldn't do anything about this, and after a while he stopped brainwashing Lin Fan. Instead, Lin Fan discovered that Huang Lishuan showed signs of being mentally controlled. Could it be that he wants to get close to Miao Tian Tian and the others? Lin Fan suddenly had a bold idea. He did not see Bai Jiahao's name in Yen Bin's network of contacts, but the presence of the Su Qianlong brothers meant that Su Qianlong must have been planning some conspiracy behind the scenes, and Bai Jiahao knew more or less about it. After talking for an hour, Lin Fan left early due to feeling unwell. After coming down from upstairs, Lin Fan felt a little scared. Yen Bin's brainwashing skills are too powerful. If he hadn't been on guard, he might have been PUA'd by Yen Bin. It seems that we need to let them learn some anti-brainwashing and anti-hypnosis knowledge when we go back, otherwise the three of them will definitely be mentally controlled by this damn demon. Lin Fan thought to himself. The press conference had not yet ended, so Lin Fan simply went to the theater outside on the first floor to wait. Unexpectedly, he was looking at various movie promotions on posters when he ran into Stephanie Chen again. Lin Fan, just wait for me. I will definitely bring disgrace upon you. Don't think that you can bully me just because I have an old woman backing you up. I, Chen Yanzi, will trample a scumbag like you under my feet and ruthlessly trample on you in my lifetime. Hearing this, Lin Fan chuckled. This woman really has the intention to harm others. Just because he refused to agree to get back together, she hated him so much that she even regarded him as her lifelong enemy. Although you look pitiful, your courage is commendable. Let's wait and see. I want to see how capable you are. However, if you want to step on my head, I'm afraid you will have to pay a heavy price. I wonder how low your bottom line will be. Lin Fan sneered. This woman has no talent and no looks. It would be extremely difficult for her to reach his level. Unless she sells her self-esteem and her body. I will definitely keep my word. You just hooked up with the big star Lily, and I can also hook up with a more powerful boss. Stephanie Chen shouted angrily, gritting her teeth. Would a big boss like you fall for a cheap woman like you? Lin Fan laughed in silence. This woman is really dreaming and having wild ideas. But Chen Yanzi was equally unwilling to be outdone and angrily retorted, if you can lick Lily, I can lick the boss too. I'm afraid you also sold your dignity in exchange for money, right? Sure enough, I was right, you are a natural liquor in your bones, a lowly and dirty liquor. Stephanie Chen, I think you deserve a beating. Lin Fan was furious and cursed with his teeth bared. I didn't expect that after not seeing her for such a long time, Stephanie Chen's swearing skills have improved. When it comes to talking skills, he is no match for that shrew, Stephanie Chen. Since you can't scold him, at least you can avoid him. Why, you want to do something? Just try it and see. Stephanie Chen crossed her arms across her chest, looking rebellious and arrogant, constantly provoking Lin Fan. But Lin Fan didn't dare to act rashly. I don't know if there was anyone around filming, or if this woman arranged for someone to take secret photos. At this moment, Lily suddenly appeared behind Stephanie Chen. You just said I was an old woman, didn't you? Chen Yanzi turned around suddenly and saw that the person coming was Lily. She was so scared that her face changed drastically and she immediately lowered her head to admit her mistake. Ms. Li, I didn't say that. I didn't say you. You must have heard it wrong. Do you think I'm deaf? Lily laughed in anger, then raised her hand and slapped her hard. You are so wild in front of me. Where did you come from? I give you face. Lily snorted angrily and glared at Stephanie Chen fiercely. Stephanie Chen covered her face with her hands, looking extremely aggrieved. She stood there in a daze, her mind wandering. Lin Fan, next time if you meet a crazy woman like this, don't be polite to her. This kind of woman deserves a lesson. Lily also knew that there were other people around, so she kept her words to herself and did not ask Lin Fan to hit Chen Yanzi. It's almost time for dinner, let's go eat. By the way, I want to invite my old friend to join us, is that okay? You know him too, Ren Jinpeng. Then, Lily changed the subject. Of course, I've heard that he has great business acumen and has invested in superstar media. I also want to ask him for advice. Lin Fan naturally didn't mind her bringing her friends along. He was also afraid that if they were alone and photographed by the paparazzi, they would make a big fuss about it. Lily was also worried about this, so she said this on purpose. Lin Fan had seen her in Justice Bao with Ren Jinping before. The latter played Gong Sun Su. In that TV series, he and the heroine played by Lily had a strong CP feeling. The two are still close friends in real life, but after Ren Jinping got married, they rarely interacted with each other. Today's situation is just a coincidence. Watching the two of them leave together, Stephanie Chen stared at Lin Fan's back with flaming eyes, anger rising in her heart and murderous intent gradually arose. Chapter 119. The next day at noon. Lin Fan personally drove Mikhail Xingson, Miao Tiantian and Zhang Yichen to Superstar Media to receive professional training from Yan Bin. But before he left a driver and a bodyguard guarding outside the classroom. Yan Bin did not dare to object to this. He spoke to Tsutomo on the phone in the morning, and after telling him Yan Bin's background, Tsutomo suggested that he find 2 bodyguards to accompany him so that he would not be afraid of being brainwashed by Yan Bin. The next afternoon, Lin Fan suddenly received a call from Zhu Ruoxue. It turned out that Chen Wei appeared at the company door again in the past 2 days and harassed her many times. Zhu Ruoxue was so annoyed that she planned to take a leave and do a live broadcast in the villa. Lin Fan decided to take a look. Because the new company of Chuancher Entertainment is still under renovation, it will take a month before it can move in. Except for Miao Tiantian, Xiao Xinxin and other top anchors who are broadcasting live at Starlight Entertainment Company, other small anchors are still broadcasting live at their original dance training centers. After meeting Zhu Ruoxue, Lin Fan planned to go to her house and wait for Chen Wei. According to her, Chen Wei had been waiting in the old neighborhood where her parents lived during the National Day holidays. Unexpectedly, just as the two of them came down from upstairs, Chen Wei suddenly appeared. What Lin Fan didn't expect was that Chen Wei also brought several followers with him. Look everyone! This is the scumbag who abused my sister. Today I finally caught him, and today I will officially expose this scumbag to the entire internet. And the woman next to him was originally my fiancée. I didn't expect this scumbag to have multiple relationships and actually snatched my fiancée away. Family members, this scumbag is the modern Chen Shimmy. Do you think I should teach him a lesson? Lin Fan looked carefully and found that several people behind him were holding mobile phones and taking pictures of him and Zhu Ruoxue. Fortunately, this is not a live broadcast, but a recording. Chen Wei, stop talking nonsense here. I am your fiancé. We haven't even had an engagement party, and I have never admitted that I am your girlfriend. Seeing that Chen Wei came prepared and in a threatening manner, Zhu Ruoxue immediately guessed his purpose and clarified the facts on the spot. But Chen Wei had already decided to throw the can down the drain, and he shouted with a somewhat crazy look on his face, "Your parents have accepted gifts from me before? They also said that they would marry you home for only 380,000 yuan as a gift? This must be true, right? Humph. Zhu Ruoxue, I finally see through you. I didn't expect you to be just like this scumbag, a typical scumbag. Today I will expose you both online." Lin Fan stared at Chen Wei with a gloomy face. He didn't expect Chen Wei to use this trick. It was really unexpected. But based on his understanding of Chen Wei and his brain, he probably couldn't come up with such a conspiracy that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Most likely, someone is giving him advice behind the scenes. It is even more impossible for Stephanie Chen. Because Stephanie Chen was deliberately discrediting him. If she was involved in it, after the matter was reversed, Stephanie Chen would most likely be criticized by netizens. On the contrary, Stephanie Chen hasn't updated her videos for a long time now. She only occasionally reveals her current situation to netizens through her status updates. After all, she had cosmetic surgery before and cannot show her face on the road. Today Chen Wei suddenly appeared and exposed him. It was obvious that someone else was giving him advice. Thinking of this, Lin Fan was not willing to be outdone, and also took out his mobile phone to take pictures of Chen Wei. That's a pretty clever move of yours. Someone must have given you this advice, right? Don't forget how your whole family deliberately defamed me? I haven't sued you in court yet. Lin Fan responded calmly. Chen Wei was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. Then explain to me, why did you seduce my girlfriend? Why did you buy her a house and a car? Did you have other intentions from the beginning? Since you said you were going to sue us? Why haven't you done so yet? What are you afraid of? Are there some unknown secrets that have not been discovered? I told you that you are a scumbag, but you still refuse to admit it. Netizens, see, this scumbag is speechless now? Ha, look at his poor loser appearance. My sister must have been blind to fall for him. My sister was deceived by him so badly. In order to avoid the harassment of this scumbag, my sister now has to have plastic surgery, change her appearance, and even plans to live in another place. My sister's mental state is very unstable now. Chen Wei's crazy questions made it difficult for Lin Fan and Zhu Ruoxue to cope. The main reason is that this guy's logic is extremely meticulous. Once his rebuttal has loopholes and inconsistencies, all his lies will be self-defeating. Therefore, Lin Fan did not choose to argue with him. He knew that Chen Wei's performance today was arranged by the mastermind behind the scenes, and he might have even memorized his lines in advance. Chen Wei is a typical spirited teenager. He went out to work before graduating from high school, but found the work too hard, so he returned home and started to live off his parents. With his intelligence, he couldn't have planned a conspiracy that would kill two birds with one stone and bring disgrace to Lin Fan. Chen Wei, aren't you afraid that I will expose all your previous scandals? Lin Fan didn't want to waste time talking to him. This guy is a scoundrel. Talking nonsense to him will only play into his trap. See, family members, he is really threatening me? This scumbag actually wants to do something to me? While pointing at Lin Fan, Chen Wei turned his head to look at the camera, pretending to be very scared. Zhu Ruoxue behind him couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Chen Wei, you are so shameless. You actually used such a despicable method to harm others. Fortunately, I did not agree to date you, otherwise, I would be the one being abused. Zhu Ruoxue cursed in shame and anger. How dare you call me shameless? Aren't you shameless? When you accepted my gift, weren't you still fond of me? Just because he's rich, you changed your mind? Do you look down on me? Chen Wei sneered and cursed. When Lin Fan heard his last two sentences, his eyebrows suddenly raised. Finally found the flaw. This guy actually said he was rich? Then he had a reason to refute it. Then, Lin Fan also started to fight back. When I was broke, how did you treat me? Do you need me to expose it? Your sister deliberately defamed me, and I didn't sue you. I was giving you face. Now that I'm rich, I've opened a company, and bought a luxury car, you're jealous, so you can harass me again and again? You don't have the ability to make money, but you just want to blackmail me through such dirty means? Can't I see your intentions? Don't be so delusional. Netizens won't be fooled by your words. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Netizens have sharp eyes and won't be easily led by you. Lin Fan blurted out the last two sentences in a moment of urgency. In his heart, he felt that he had not been out having fun and having affairs for some time, but had stayed quietly at home reading and studying. Now, facing this sudden situation, he burst out with wisdom that he had never had before. Chapter 120. For this, he had to thank Tsutomu. If Tsutomu hadn't asked him to read more books and study, he would not have been able to cope with Chen Wei's bombardment today, and might even have started a fight on the spot. Chen Wei was also too clever for his own good and said some things he shouldn't have said, which led to his flaws being revealed and gave Lin Fan the opportunity to counterattack. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Fan's words, Chen Wei was also stunned. Seeing that Chen Wei was unable to figure out what was going on, Lin Fan continued to pursue his victory. You said Zhu Ruoxue is materialistic and fickle, then what kind of person are you? Selfish, lazy, and crazy about playing around. You even dared to beat your parents in the past? You used to eat my food and use my things. Have I ever said that to you? I don't know who ordered you to come here and make a scene today. I guess you also want to take this opportunity to become an internet celebrity, right? Was this a script that was prepared in advance? Unfortunately, your script is too obvious and you can't fool netizens at all. Do you really think netizens are fools? Lin Fan directly made a secret move. Introduce netizens, regard yourself as a bystander rather than a party involved, and use a rational tone to arouse the audience's vigilance. In this way, even if Chen Wei really releases today's video, he can release the video shot from his own perspective, which can help netizens to be more clear-headed. At this time, Chen Wei was a little panicked. To be exact, I didn't know how to refute Lin Fan's words next. When it comes to talking skills, he is naturally not as good as his sister Stephanie Chen. Moreover, after being frightened by Lin Fan last time, he now feels a little guilty when facing Lin Fan. After holding it in for a long time, he finally blurted out something that made Lin Fan almost spit out his food. You, just wait for me, don't be too happy too soon, I have plenty of ways to kill you. After he finished speaking, Chen Wei suddenly realized something and quickly shut his mouth. Did you see it? Your true colors are revealed, right? You're going to kill me just by opening your mouth? Ha ha. Your acting skills are terrible. I really don't know what the person who gave you this bad idea was thinking. He actually asked you to deal with me. If it was your sister, I really wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Lin Fan sneered unceremoniously. He was not afraid of Stephanie Chen coming in person. After all, Stephanie Chen was very different from before. As long as he told her about her and Su Daxiang, Stephanie Chen would be speechless. After all, from the beginning to the end, the siblings were not at an advantage. You? Lin Fan, just wait. Anyway, I will definitely expose what happened today. Just wait and see. Soon you, her, and your company will be exposed by the entire internet and criticized. You can just wait for social demise. Chen Wei was so anxious that his face turned red, and he finally showed his fangs and shouted fiercely. I'm taking pictures of you too, idiot. Lin Fan pointed at the phone in his hand and sneered. Chen Wei's face turned pale after being confronted by him, but he didn't dare to say anything more. As the saying goes, too much talk leads to mistakes. He is already at a disadvantage now. If he says a few more words, he will be criticized by netizens. In the end, he just snorted angrily and fled in embarrassment with his followers. Looking at Chen Wei running away like a mad dog with its tail between its legs, Lin Fan couldn't help but sneer. This idiot, with this little intelligence, he wants to fight me? Go back and get more books. He put away his phone and turned to look at Zhu Ruoxue. Zhu Ruoxue murmured, what should we do if he is really exposed? There are obviously talented people behind him who are giving us advice. If he gets the upper hand in exposing himself, it will be bad for us. She was almost crying because of Chen Wei. Fortunately, Lin Fan was rational enough and able to adapt to the situation, otherwise he would not have been able to cope with it. It's okay. I have plenty of ways to deal with him. Now let's go see Miss Su. Only she can help me settle this matter. Lin Fan lowered his head in thought. This happened suddenly, so we have to find a way to do public relations immediately. But this was the first time he encountered such a thing, so he had to ask Su Tumo for advice. Then, Lin Fan immediately called Su Tumo and briefly mentioned what had just happened. The two parties agreed to meet opposite Su Tumo's home. Su Tumo's home is in the Tsuehu Park Villa district next to the West Lake. The reason for choosing her home was mainly to avoid being followed and to keep the news confidential. What Lin Fan didn't expect was that after he arrived at Su Tumo's villa, he saw on Douyin that Chen Wei had already posted the first video. Less than an hour later, Chengfu quickly released a video exposing him and Chen Ruoxue. However, only the first few minutes of Chen Wei frantically questioning the two were exposed. As for the latter part, it is obvious that Chen Wei's team is still editing it, but it can be predicted that he will continue to release subsequent videos soon. Should I release what I took right away? After sitting down in the conference room, Lin Fan didn't even have time to drink water and asked straight to the point. Don't be impatient. If you release the video at this time, netizens will think you are using PR to whitewash it. Let the bullets fly for a while. Su Tumo held his forehead and answered slowly. It's already this late, and you're still flying? Just look at it, it's only been less than 10 minutes since it was posted, and there are already thousands of comments and over 300,000 browsers. Lin Fan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He stood up again after he finished speaking. It's no use being anxious. The other party is clearly well prepared. There are so many browsers at once. It's obvious that the person behind this has been planning for a long time. He has a strong background and pushed this video to the top of the hot list in no time. Su Tumo rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. Hearing this, Lin Fan immediately understood what she meant by gorgeous. You mean, maybe Bai Jiahao or Su Qianlong is behind this? It's very likely. According to what you said, Chen Wei doesn't talk like he does in the video. That shows that the people behind him are not simple-minded. They have already dug a trap and are waiting for you to jump in. So you can't be impatient at this time. Su Tumo said slowly, motioning him to sit down. Lin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief and drank some water. Su Tumo continued, my idea is, first, you go find people who know Chen Wei, win their hearts, and have them expose Chen Wei's character, where he worked before, what his character is like, and what his work attitude is like. The more popular this matter is, the more people will want to take advantage of it. Secondly, Zhu Ruoxue and her family need to make a statement together, preferably with surveillance video, explaining how Chunwei harassed them before. It would be even better if the neighbors cooperated. Third, didn't you attend the charity auction party with me before? Luckily, I have the internal video. When the incident becomes the #1 trending search, I will release the internal video for public relations and let everyone know how kind-hearted you are and how rich you are. After the image is reversed, you can expose the video you filmed. Fourth, after the various clarifications and whitewashing videos were exposed, you also posted a video saying that you would sue the Chen siblings in court. In addition, you announced that you would donate 100 million to charity organizations to arouse the sympathy and curiosity of netizens. Then everyone will realize that the siblings were indeed deliberately smearing you.